It was a big day for Lu Sheng, as he was about to take a significant step in his educational journey, the unified exam. As he got dressed and made his way downstairs, the tantalizing scent of sizzling meaty dishes welcomed him. Their mother had spared no effort in preparing a hearty feast, hoping that this meal would bless Lu Sheng with success in his upcoming exam. His younger sister, eager to be a part of the occasion, expressed her intention to accompany him to the exam site. With a loving smile, Lu Sheng patted her head and agreed that it would be a good opportunity for her to experience the exam atmosphere. Though she pouted slightly, she didn't say anything more, and the family quickly finished their breakfast. As they prepared to leave, their mother offered some motherly advice to Lu Sheng, reminding him not to be too anxious and to do his best. The sound of a car beeping outside caught their attention. Turning around, they saw their father radiating excitement from the driver's seat, waving energetically at Lu Sheng. Today, with Lu Sheng taking his unified exam, it seemed the whole family was involved in this momentous occasion. The siblings hopped into the car, and their father cheerfully drove them out of the residential complex. Although he knew how to drive, he had always ridden a bicycle to save money. However, Lu Sheng, their older sibling, had recently bought him a car. Lu Sheng had initially wanted a more luxurious car, but his father insisted on a more modest choice, considering it a treasure. Inside the car, their father jovially said to Lu Sheng, "Whether the Lu family can produce a top martial scholar depends on you now." Lu Sheng immediately protested, asking, "What about her?" referring to his younger sister. Their father laughed and replied, "Little girl, your turn is still a ways off." The trio chatted and laughed as they made their way to the exam site, finally stopping at the City Martial Arts Center. The usually empty entrance was bustling with anxious parents and nervous exam-taking students, not to mention numerous cars parked along the roadside. Activating his psychic power, Lu Sheng could hear the voices of concerned parents offering last-minute advice to their children. "Do you need water? How about the toilet? Good luck with your exams. Don't be nervous. Did you remember to bring your ID?" Lu Sheng observed this group of young exam takers. It had been a long time since he had lived a life like an ordinary high school student. Now, he was about to experience what every high school student goes through, taking the unified exam. Their dad gazed at the martial arts center, reminiscing about his own attempt at the unified exam in the same place. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't enough, and the required supplement regimen was too demanding. He ended up making a simple appearance before being weeded out. Turning back to face Lu Sheng, his dad's eyes were filled with pride. He told Lu Sheng that he was 100 times stronger than he ever was and didn't need to say much more. Lu Sheng replied earnestly, understanding the weight of the expectations. Lu Sheng's younger sister, Lu Qinghe, also encouraged her brother. She said, "Brother, do your best. Dad and I will wait for you outside." Lu Sheng smiled, then bid farewell to the two of them and headed alone to the entrance of the martial arts center. He joined the queue to check IDs, and soon he was given a number. Once he crossed the yellow line, the reality of the unified exam became all too real. As tens of thousands of students surged towards the entrance of the White Lake City Martial Arts Center, an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation filled the air. The annual Grand Martial Arts Unified Examination was finally underway. Lu Sheng could sense that the examinees around him were all quite nervous, their eyes filled with determination and apprehension. The Martial Arts Center, capable of accommodating over 100,000 people, was now divided into numerous individual testing rooms. Inside each of these rooms stood devices to measure one's blood energy level and gauge one's combat strength. Long queues had already formed as students began to line up, and each testing room had 3 supervisors. One was responsible for measuring blood energy levels, another assessed combat strength, and the third supervised the entrance, ensuring order and managing the flow of examinees. Each student had a designated number, and as a group was being called in by one of the supervisors, a peculiar situation unfolded. The supervisor noticed that the students lined up in a rather odd manner. While the front and back of the line were densely packed with students, there was a noticeable gap right in the middle. The supervisor frowned, wondering what was causing this disruption. He had been observing this area for a while and realized that the front and back students seemed reluctant to approach the middle section. The supervisor then motioned for Lu Sheng to move forward, and Lu Sheng complied. He also gestured for a chubby boy behind Lu Sheng to advance. The chubby boy, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, explained that he felt incredibly nervous whenever he got close to Lu Sheng, and his legs would start trembling. The supervisor's brows furrowed as he observed the students lined up in front of Lu Sheng. They were now desperately pushing forward, as if they were being prodded from behind. Only then did the supervisor shift his attention to Lu Xing. At first glance, Lu Xing appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the supervisor's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder that the students were reluctant to come close to him. Lu Xing exuded an imposing aura, like an intangible force field surrounding him. It was so overwhelming that people instinctively wanted to distance themselves from him. Even the supervisor standing next to Lu Xing felt an eerie tingling on his scalp, and the hair on his arms stood on end. The supervisor recognized that such a presence was the result of a martial artist's blood energy level concentration reaching an extraordinarily high level, radiating outward. While the supervisor had encountered such situations before, witnessing this from an 18-year-old high school student was a rare sight. Acknowledging the situation, the supervisor decided to have Lu Xing enter the testing room first, instructing the other students to line up behind him. Grateful for the chance to be away from Lu Xing's overwhelming aura, the other students quickly scattered, eager to distance themselves from what they perceived as a martial arts monster. Lu Xing, resigned to the fact that his presence was disconcerting to others, made his way to the testing room. As he entered, he overheard a young man protesting loudly. The young man claimed that he hadn't taken any prohibited substances and that he had only consumed chicken soup brewed by his uncle, which his uncle insisted was beneficial for the exam. The supervisor remained unconvinced by the young man's claims about the chicken soup. He promptly took the examinee away, firmly asserting that he wouldn't repeat his warning. He offered those who might have consumed any prohibited substances a chance to leave without consequences, emphasizing that their absence would not affect their eligibility for the unified exam next year. The young boy being pulled out of the exam site continued to protest, undoubtedly harboring resentment toward his well-meaning uncle. The supervisor shook his head, recognizing that those who cheated would likely struggle to gain admission to a martial arts university. No institution would admit a student with a record of dishonesty. Finally, it was Lu Xing's turn to undergo the examination. As he entered the testing room, an intense and palpable aura immediately emanated from him, making the atmosphere in the room heavy and oppressive. The two supervisors' faces went pale, and the one closest to Lu Xing involuntarily took several steps back, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity. It was a shocking sight, seeing two fifth-level martial arts supervisors react this way, their bodies trembling and instinctively retreating from Lu Xing's overwhelming presence. The supervisor responsible for testing blood energy levels approached Lu Xing with a needle to extract a blood sample. However, Lu Xing calmly informed him that the needle wouldn't pierce his skin. The supervisor halted his action, eyes widening in disbelief as he looked intently at Lu Xing. After a nod of acknowledgement, he fetched a higher-grade needle from his drawer. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Xing grabbed a handful of these advanced needles and fiercely jabbed them into his hand, demonstrating their futility as they bent without piercing his skin. Faced with this extraordinary display, the supervisors decided to proceed with testing Lu Xing's combat strength while searching for an even more advanced needle for the blood test. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired girl was undergoing her test and, with a punch, saw her combat strength surpass the 100 mark. This gave her hope for admission to Dongning Martial University. Then it was Lu Shang's turn. The staff member, surprised to see a supervisor personally escorting a student, reminded the supervisor that Lu Xing's blood energy value hadn't been recorded yet. The supervisor whispered something into the staff member's ear, leaving the staff member in disbelief. The supervisor glanced at the nearby testing dummy, questioning whether they needed to upgrade to a more advanced one. The staff, although shocked, informed the supervisor that the current machine was the most advanced one available for the unified exam, with a maximum combat strength limit of 990,000. Even facing a level 6 martial artist would have no issue with the capabilities of this machine. The staff member chuckled, musing, "This boy can't be a grand martial artist, right?" The supervisor regained his composure, thinking he had probably been overthinking. He then called out Lu Xing's name. As Lu Xing moved closer, an overwhelming and scorching aura radiated from him, further deepening the mystery surrounding this remarkable student. There was something unusual in the air, a momentary lapse in their confidence, as if they had misjudged something about Lu Xing. As they hesitated, their uncertainty was dispelled by the sight of Lu Xing introducing himself with impeccable courtesy, his politeness putting them at ease. Lu Xing's presence seemed to radiate confidence, and he was about to demonstrate something extraordinary. Lu Xing took a deep breath, and it was as if molten lava flowed beneath a layer of ice within him. The staff member, now feeling slightly more relaxed, couldn't help but ask timidly if Lu Xing was ready. Lu Xing, in response, took another deep breath, channeling his psychic power and switching to the flame-breathing technique. The Divine Pluto technique amplified his blood energy level, a concept that left the supervisor's pupils contracted sharply, as if they were seeing something remarkable in Lu Xing's reflection. Both of them, the supervisor and the staff member, watched with disbelief. It was hard to fathom that this was just a high school student taking the unified exam. As Lu Xing prepared to unleash his ultimate move, it was as if the very foundations of the martial arts center trembled with anticipation. Lu Xing began with the first stage of the perfect martial path, a technique only the most skilled martial artists could attempt. Then, he activated the 20-fold of the Stellar Force, a display of power that left the onlookers awestruck. But he wasn't finished. He employed the Grandmaster technique, a move known as 10 Suns in the Sky. It was a culmination of all his power, and Lu Xing aimed for his strongest strike with a single punch. Boom! The entire stadium quivered as the force of Lu Xing's strike reverberated through the air. It was a spectacle like no other, leaving the audience in stunned silence. However, just a few minutes earlier, on the top floor of the Martial Arts Center, Chairman Yao, a calm and collected figure, was engaged in a chess match. His opponent, Director Lu of White Lake City's Education Bureau, had lost for the 7th time that day. Chairman Yao, with a light smile, attributed the victories to Director Lu's graciousness. Their peaceful game was suddenly interrupted when Chairman Yao's secretary burst into the room unannounced, a look of frantic urgency on her face. Chairman Yao scolded her for her lack of decorum and asked about the emergency. The secretary stammered as she explained that a White Lake City examinee had broken the needle used for testing blood energy levels. The supervisor wanted a more advanced needle to replace it. Chairman Yu was initially dismissive, believing that high-grade needles were already in use across all exam sites. If one broke, they could simply be replaced. However, the secretary hesitated before delivering the crucial piece of information. The needle that the student broke was the high grade itself. A heavy silence hung in the room as the implications of this revelation sunk in. Director Lu, who had been listening quietly, displayed a great expression of surprise on his face. A high-grade blood extraction needle broken by a student was unprecedented and deeply concerning. He rose from his chair, instructing the secretary to fetch an advanced-grade blood extraction needle and a copy of the examinee's record. The secretary, having already prepared the necessary paperwork, handed it over to Chairman Yao as he carefully read through the documents. His expression changed, and he looked up at Director Lu, whose face was now beaming with delight. With a rising smile, Chairman Yao offered his congratulations to Director Lu. Both of them understood the immense significance of a high-grade blood extraction needle breaking. Breaking such a needle was a rare feat and meant that the student was highly likely to qualify for the provincial top martial arts scorer, possibly even on a national level. As Chairman Yao perused the student's record, he noted that the individual was 18 years old and possessed the martial arts skill level of above 4th level. The chairman felt increasingly overwhelmed by this discovery. Director Lu chuckled in response, his face lighting up with joy as he clutched his round belly. There was something mysterious about Director Lu's reaction, and Chairman Yao couldn't help but sense it. Director Lu took a step forward and, with a mischievous air, inquired if Chairman Yao was aware of the annual military star selection held by the Eastern Military District. Chairman Yao nodded in acknowledgement but then suddenly realized something important. Could it be that this year's military star hailed from White Lake City? Director Lu's smile became even more radiant, and for the first time, Chairman Yao appeared genuinely taken aback. He had always been aware of the military star selection process. Every year, Dongning Province held a prodigy training camp specifically for this purpose. However, the martial prodigies from his own city had usually fallen short, often being eliminated early in the training camp. A sense of awe washed over Chairman Yao's face, and in his eyes, a touch of envy. He had always wished to encounter such a high-caliber martial arts prodigy in his lifetime. Now that he had the chance to meet one in person, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. The two nodded in agreement and headed towards the lower floors where the exam sites were located. However, their journey was suddenly interrupted by a deafening noise that erupted from the center of the martial arts center. It sounded as if something had exploded inside and felt like an earthquake. Chairman Yao's gaze turned toward the direction of the blast, and he couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened there. Full of suspicion and a growing sense of urgency, Chairman Yao, along with Director Lu, who had also heard the commotion, hurried over to the source of the disturbance. Both of them ran towards the exam site, where the supervisor and staff member inside the room were jolted by the massive sound. What they saw left them in shock and disbelief. A wave of energy radiated from the point where Lu Xing's fist had struck. The display of the testing dummy showed no value, and the machine emitted a strained creaking sound before shattering completely. The staff member responsible for testing combat strength stood dumbfounded, with his mouth agape and his eyes bulging. The equipment they had been using was designed to measure the combat strength of peak level 6 martial artists, with a testing limit as high as 990,000. Yet now, it had been utterly destroyed by a single punch from Lu Xing. The unexpected turn of events left everyone at the scene in awe and bewilderment, as they tried to comprehend the incredible power that Lu Xing had just demonstrated. Chairman Yao, his expression now grave and inquisitive, stepped into the room and questioned the supervisor about the commotion. The supervisor, recognizing Chairman Yao, hurriedly attempted to explain, but the chairman's gaze had already fixated on the shattered remnants of the combat strength machine lying on the side of the room. It was emitting smoke and appeared as nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. In front of this wreckage stood the calm and collected young man, Lu Xing. Lu Xing turned halfway to look back at Chairman Yao, and a staff member, who had been overcome by the spectacle, came over sobbing and pointed at Lu Xing, exclaiming, "He's a grandmaster." Chairman Yu swiftly directed the supervisors to evacuate the other examinees and requested the students waiting outside to be patient for a while longer. Following this, he instructed his secretary and the supervisor to urgently bring the master-level combat strength testing dummy from the Martial Arts Association, emphasizing the need for speed. As they quickly departed to fetch the replacement equipment, Chairman Yao couldn't help but reflect on the young man before him. He marveled at Lu Xing's extraordinary abilities and thought to himself, "This young man is truly extraordinary." Director Lu, being the first to break the silence, smiled gently at Lu Xing. He reassured Lu Xing not to worry about the broken machine and suggested that he sit down and rest for a while, as the new equipment would arrive shortly. Chairman Yao's gaze remained intensely fixed on Lu Xing, his eyes filled with countless thoughts. Even from a distance, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Xing. It was truly unbelievable. As the chairman of a martial arts association and a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level, he felt a hint of trepidation towards an 18-year-old student. Although Chairman Yao was convinced that Lu Xing was above the 6th level of a martial artist, he still wanted to verify it. Time seemed to slow down as everyone in the room sat and waited for the replacement equipment. Finally, the supervisor rushed back into the room, dragging a large box with the help of several people. They finished setting up the combat strength testing dummy, and Chairman Yao took out an advanced-grade blood energy testing needle, ready to test Lu Xing's blood energy level. As the needle gently pricked Lu Xing's fingertip, a drop of red blood fused with a golden hue oozed out. This scene plunged the room into another breathtaking silence. The first to react was Chairman Yao, who stared at the droplet of blood in awe. The blood was so dense and clung to the needle, resembling a radiant red pearl, solidified yet undispersed. The thought crossed Chairman Yao's mind, could this be the blood of a grandmaster? However, he quickly shook his head. He had once personally seen the blood of a grandmaster, and it was far more solidified and possessed a potency that surpassed the drop before him. He was confident that Lu Xing hadn't yet reached the level of a grandmaster. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lu Xing was not far away from attaining that status. At the very least, Chairman Yao knew that Lu Xing had greatly surpassed him. The blood sample was then transferred into a machine for further analysis, leaving everyone in the room in a state of suspense and wonder about the incredible young martial artist before them. The room fell silent as the moment arrived. A numerical value flickered on the screen, 12,233.56. This was Lu Xing's blood energy level, a crucial indicator of a martial artist's power. But what they saw was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Xing's blood energy level had actually surpassed 1,200. This achievement was unprecedented in White Lake City's history, and indeed, in the entire Dongning province. The officials were rendered speechless as they had never seen a blood energy value this high. Director Lu, who had been observing the screen, leaned forward, almost jumping out of his seat. His eyes were locked onto the screen, and his face displayed a mixture of astonishment and elation. Chairman Yao, a respected figure in the martial arts community, looked at Lu Xing with a pleased expression. He couldn't help but laugh as he quoted an old saying, "Heroes emerge in their youth." He complimented Lu Xing for breaking the blood energy value record for the unified exam in the Dongning province. Lu Xing, on the other hand, remained surprisingly calm and composed. He exuded an air of confidence, as though this level of ability was exactly what he had expected. As the dust of amazement began to settle, it was time to put Lu Xing's combat strength to the test. The supervisor in charge of the testing stepped forward and signaled for Lu Xing to move beside the combat strength testing dummy, a piece of advanced equipment borrowed from the White Lake City Martial Arts Association. After a brief calibration, Chairman Yao gestured for Lu Xing to begin. Lu Xing stood quietly before the testing dummy, his entire being vibrating with energy. He took a deep breath and unleashed his full power. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken, and he channeled every ounce of his strength into this moment. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Xing began a series of martial techniques. He used the flame-breathing technique, the 20-fold stellar technique, and the Grandmaster technique, a combination that produced an astonishing wave of energy that rippled outwards. It was as if a tempest had been unleashed within the room, and everyone present felt the power surging around them. Director Lu and the supervisor were pushed back by the sheer force of Lu Xing's energy, as if they were helpless in the face of a massive storm. But Chairman Yao stood firm, his clothes dancing in the wind. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Xing, and he couldn't conceal his astonishment. He couldn't help but murmur, This is the will of a Grandmaster. What he had sought for years, the embodiment of martial prowess, had manifested in this young man before him. The chairman was at a loss for words, his emotions swirling within him. Director Lu, though not a high-level martial artist himself, understood the significance of what was happening. The presence of the will of a Grandmaster in a young man was an extraordinary sign of future greatness. Lu Xing's future appeared to be nothing short of radiant. Even though the testing dummy didn't shatter as it had been feared, it bore a large dent, clearly marking the impact of Lu Xing's immense energy. As the surge of power dissipated, all eyes were fixed on the screen, eagerly awaiting the results. The numbers on the screen fluctuated briefly, but then they finally settled at an astonishing 1.26 million combat strength. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Chairman Yao, who had been at a loss for words, now had to digest the incredible truth. Lu Xing possessed not only a blood energy level comparable to that of a Grandmaster, but also combat strength at the Grandmaster level. Even if he was slightly off in his blood energy level, there was no denying that he deserved the title of a quasi-Grandmaster. An 18-year-old quasi-Grandmaster. It was almost unbelievable. Chairman Yao, with a complicated expression, gazed at Lu Xing, who stood with his fist retracted. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, Why didn't you use your inner force? Director Lu also noticed this and posed the same question. Lu Xing shook his head, and a fleeting golden light appeared in his hand before fading. He explained that he hadn't reached the 5th level yet. The two men stared at Lu Xing in disbelief. His words, delivered with the calmness of a tranquil lake, were like thunderclaps in their ears. He had displayed the combat strength of a Grandmaster without even reaching the 5th level. The possibilities of what he could achieve when he truly stepped into the realm of a Grandmaster were astounding. After a moment of stunned silence, Chairman Yao turned to Director Lu and congratulated him once again. White Lake City had just produced a true prodigy. Director Lu's lips trembled, and his eyes sparkled with pride. He knew that this young man from White Lake City was about to ascend to greatness. Director Lu quickly turned around, urgently instructing the supervisor to notify Chairman Shah and the Eastern Military District about this remarkable news. Lu Xing's extraordinary achievements had to be shared with those at the highest levels of authority. Outside the Martial Arts Center, Lu Xing observed the reactions of the other students. Lu Xing's dad and his sister approached him quickly, their faces filled with curiosity. They asked how the exam went, and Lu Xing smiled slightly, responding that it had gone better than expected. Ling's eyes sparkled with pride as she expressed her hope that Lu Xing would become the top provincial martial arts scholar. The trio, filled with joy and anticipation, took a commemorative photo of Lu Xing's unified exam before heading home. After a satisfying dinner with his family, Lu Xing once again entered his dream realm, a place where he could review his personal information and glimpse into his potential future. This time, there were significant changes, and they were nothing short of astounding. At the age of 18, he had won the Eastern Military District's Military Star Selection. In the same year, with the highest unified exam scores in the country, he gained admission to Divine Martial University in the royal capital. As he continued to peruse the details, he discovered that by the age of 32, he had advanced to the 7th level Grandmaster. By age 54, he reached the 8th level Great Grandmaster, and at age 60, Lu Xing was recognized as one of the 4 generals of the Eastern Military District. His life was marked by numerous military achievements. Ultimately, Lu Xing's life came to an end in the martial year 477 when he was 181 years old. His personal historical rating received an impressive rating of 4.5 stars, granting him access to a level 4 fire seed resource bank. Lu Xing was mildly shocked by these revelations. He had reached the level of an 8th-level Great Grandmaster in his lifetime, a remarkable achievement. However, when he glanced at the spouse column, he was almost floored. Contrary to his previous assumptions, the number of names in this column didn't decrease, it increased by another 3, totaling 5 wives. He waved it off as a joke, unable to fathom how this had come to be. Having reached the level of a Great Grandmaster and gaining access to the 4-star Fire Seed, Lu Sheng realized that he could now unlock the advanced techniques of the 3 major 11th-level martial arts in the world of martial arts. Strong martial techniques were essential for reaching the pinnacle. When the 3 11th-level martial arts were revealed to Lu Sheng, he felt an unprecedented joy. The first was the Stellar Body Enhancing Technique, which also unlocked the second-stage cultivation method for the Golden Body Technique, along with the advanced chapters of the Natural Breathing Technique and Crystal Meditation Technique. These powerful techniques would undoubtedly elevate Lu Sheng's martial arts journey to a new level. Lu Sheng had the will of a grandmaster, and with his newfound techniques, he knew that if he elevated his blood energy level, he would surely ascend to the rank of a great grandmaster. However, he understood that this path wouldn't be smooth. In the world of martial arts, each individual's understanding and martial arts path could vary, even when practicing the same technique. Lu Sheng had learned the 10 Suns in the Sky technique from Shounen, while the Stellar Body Enhancing Technique originated from Wang He, a top 11th-level martial artist. Their core and essence in the martial arts path would undoubtedly differ, but Lu Sheng was not limited by these distinctions. He firmly believed that every martial art technique was a path to the ultimate truth. He aimed to synthesize and integrate all of them, discovering a martial path that truly belonged to him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng's gaze became even more determined. He was not content with just being a great grandmaster. His goal was to surpass all 11th-level martial artists, ascend to the 12th level, and reach even higher peaks. Only by standing at such an unparalleled height could he truly rewrite history and reshape the face of the world. While Lu Sheng and his family were busy preparing for a celebratory occasion in their mansion, the neighbors had a different perspective on the matter. The man next door, who wore glasses, observed the bustling scene from his window. He noticed that lanterns were hung high, indicating a celebration of some sort. He remarked to his wife that it seemed like their neighbors were looking to celebrate something special. However, his wife was less enthusiastic about the Lu family's activities. She complained impatiently, expressing her annoyance at the constant commotion since that family had moved in. The fact that the Lu family could purchase a house bigger than hers bothered her significantly. She glanced disdainfully at the Lu family and recalled a recent incident when Lu Sheng's dad accidentally spilled a basket of oranges. Just then, a car horn blared, and the woman decided to cause a scene. Lu Sheng's father was on the ground, quickly gathering the scattered oranges with both hands and feet, all the while trying to reassure the woman that everything would be cleaned up soon. His anxious voice, however, couldn't quell the increasingly piercing honks from the cars around him. Even though the woman's car could have easily navigated around the oranges, she intentionally ran over them. Her husband tried to persuade her not to speak so harshly, reminding her that they were all neighbors, and they should be more considerate. Hearing this, the woman couldn't believe that her husband was speaking up for the neighbors. Just then, another loud car horn blared, and she couldn't contain her anger. She demanded to know who was so audacious to honk so early in the morning. Subconsciously, she blamed the Lu family for everything, assuming that it was Lu Sheng's father protesting about what happened that morning. She yelled angrily about the crushed oranges and stated that they could be compensated. She claimed she would send over a truckload of oranges to their house as compensation. Just as she was about to step out and make a complaint, her husband saw the license plate of the car in front of their house and was suddenly startled. Being someone who worked for the government, he instantly recognized the vehicle and the license plate. It was the governor's official vehicle. A massive convoy of cars, consisting of sleek black business-class Mercedes, was slowly approaching. At the very front of this convoy was a stretched top-of-the-line luxury sedan. The unexpected arrival of such an important figure left the neighbors in awe, and they quickly realized that something significant was happening in the Lu family's mansion. A cold sweat formed on a man's forehead as he stood in the front yard of his modest home. He had heard whispers and rumors circulating about a top martial arts scholar making an appearance in their province, but he had never imagined that the governor himself would personally pay a visit. Beside him, his wife was equally caught up in the excitement. She hastily planned to retreat inside the house to change into her best clothes, determined to make a favorable impression on this legendary student. The benefits of a good relationship with the top scholar were self-evident, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As she was about to head inside, Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the Liu family, who lived next door. The Liu family had also been drawn by the honking and the commotion. Over at the Liu family's residence, they too were curiously standing on tiptoes, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening outside. As the man from the black convoy finally pulled up to the front gate, excitement and curiosity reached a fever pitch. The door of the sleek, black-stretched sedan slowly opened, revealing a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a sharp gray suit. With a warm and charismatic smile, the middle-aged man stepped out of the car, his voice resonant and deep. He turned to address the Liu family, who had been watching with bated breath. "Excuse me for my interruption," he began. "Is this the home of Liu Sheng, the top martial arts scholar in Dongning province?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the Liu family. The visitor was none other than the governor of Dongning province, Xia Ping'an. The governor was not just a high-ranking official but also a grandmaster in martial arts. The Liu family was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. Their faces lit up with indescribable excitement and happiness. Meanwhile, the neighbor woman, who had been observing the unfolding events from her window, felt her head spin. In an instant, her world seemed to blur, and she lost her balance, collapsing to the ground. Her mind buzzed with shock and disbelief. The legendary top martial arts scholar was none other than the eldest son of her despised neighbors, whom she had always condescendingly viewed as country bumpkins. Sitting blankly on the ground, the woman was unable to think clearly. She replayed all the unkind things she had done to the Liu family over the past few days, and it felt as though her soul had left her body. As the scene unfolded, Liu Sheng, the young man at the center of this commotion, slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his body, causing a series of crisp cracking sounds from his neck and joints. Looking down at his skin, he noticed a layer of light gray dirt covering it, giving his complexion a somewhat greasy appearance. Having previously reached the first stage of the immortal golden body technique, he had struggled to expel impurities from his body. However, as he had now entered the second stage of the technique, new impurities were being expelled, signifying that Liu Sheng was once again getting stronger. Deciding to freshen up, Liu Sheng took a quick shower. As he dried himself off and walked out of the bathroom, he casually picked up his phone, only to find a heap of unread messages. The majority of them were from his younger sister, who conveyed the exciting news in a series of animated messages. "Bro, you are now the #1 in the country. You've become the top martial arts scholar." The message was accompanied by an excited dancing emoji, capturing the sheer joy and pride that coursed through Liu Sheng's veins. Liu Sheng, still in his room, was surprised by the third message from his sister. In response, he spread out his psychic power, which acted like a tidal wave emanating from his room. His psychic power flowed through the living room on the first floor, where several strangers had gathered. Among them, one individual seemed to be extraordinary. His entire body exuded a fiery aura, and his blood energy blazed like a furnace, emitting intense light and heat. The other martial artists in the room paled in comparison, resembling mere charcoal and dust scattered around a roaring fire. This extraordinary person suddenly looked up and, at that very moment, locked eyes with Liu Sheng. It was evident that their top martial scholar had awoken. In the living room, the man in the gray suit put down his teacup and smiled. Liu Sheng's parents were momentarily stunned by the situation, but their shock transformed into joy when they saw their son making his way down the stairs. As Liu Sheng descended the staircase, Governor Xia Ping'an was the first to stand up. He fixed his intense gaze on the confident young man coming down the stairs. Liu Sheng, with his handsome appearance and a physique that exuded strength, appeared calm and composed. His face revealed a rare maturity and steadiness for someone of his age. However, to Governor Xia, he was much more than just appearances. Under the governor's keen observation, Liu Sheng resembled the rising morning sun, radiating a sense of promise and potential. Seeing that his son was now awake, Mr. Liu introduced the distinguished guests. Governor Xia Ping'an, the governor of Dongning province, was the primary guest, followed by the mayor of White Lake City and Chairman Shao, whom Liu Sheng had met previously. Liu Sheng acknowledged the introductions with a nod, then approached Governor Xia to exchange greetings. Afterward, he greeted the mayor and Chairman Shao, shaking hands with each of them. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Governor Xia began to explain the purpose of his unannounced visit. He had come primarily to congratulate Liu Sheng for achieving the top position in that year's National Unified Exam and becoming the top martial scholar. Although there were still 2 weeks left before the official release of the exam results, Governor Xia assured everyone that the results were practically finalized. He emphasized that Liu Sheng's position as the top martial scholar was secure, even without knowing Liu Sheng's academic scores. Governor Xia's confidence in Lu Xing's accomplishment was unwavering. He revealed that he had received the news early in the morning and had rushed over immediately to meet Lu Xing in person. He expressed his intention to present Lu Xing, the pride of Dongning Province, with some well-deserved rewards on behalf of the province. With a meaningful glance, Governor Xia signaled his secretary, who promptly stepped forward, presenting several items. Among them was a bank card worth a staggering 50 million, and the second gift was a 400-square-meter residence situated in the heart of Dongning Province. Though it might not rival Lu Xing's current mansion, it was a generous reward befitting the top martial scholar of the province. Governor Xia's smile was warm and filled with appreciation, reflecting the kind regard he held for Lu Xing and the province. He inquired about Lu Xing's future plans now that he had reached the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. Lu Qinghe, standing behind her brother, was visibly shocked upon hearing that Lu Xing had already reached the 6th level. She regarded him with wide eyes, as if he were a supernatural being. Lu Xing nodded in response to Governor Xia's question, revealing his decision to attend one of the divine martial universities in the royal capital. Governor Xia had anticipated this choice and instructed his secretary to produce a stack of envelopes, each containing recommendation letters from all 7 of the divine martial universities in the royal capital. Governor Xia couldn't help but show a bitter smile as he explained the unique circumstances. All 7 of the divine martial universities had reached out to him, requesting that he bring the recommendation letter to Lu Xing. This was an unprecedented situation. He then handed the 7 envelopes to Lu Xing, who was now faced with a monumental decision. Each envelope represented a martial arts sanctuary, a dream for countless martial arts students across the nation. All 7 divine martial universities were waiting for Lu Xing to make a choice. Lu Qinghe, his sister, was awestruck, feeling as if she were witnessing a plot from a manga unfolding in their very living room. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Xing shuffled the envelopes randomly and, with closed eyes, drew one out. The envelope he held revealed that he had selected the 7th Divine Martial University. This decision left Governor Xia and the others with peculiar expressions. They had expected Lu Xing to carefully weigh his options and choose the university that suited him best. However, his unique decision-making process had taken them by surprise. Governor Xia commented on the fact that all 7 divine martial universities were established following the heritage of martial saints. While the 7th university might have a slightly less profound heritage, its teaching staff and other aspects were by no means inferior to the other 6. He recommended that Lu Xing take the time to consider his weapon specialization. With that, Governor Xia took out his business card and handed it to Lu Xing, explaining that once Lu Xing had chosen his major and the type of weapon he wanted to specialize in, he should give Governor Xia a call. The governor would personally select and gift Lu Xing a weapon below level 6 to celebrate his achievements. Lu Xing thanked Governor Xia and accepted the business card. Seeing Lu Xing accept the business card decisively, the smile on Governor Xia's face grew even brighter. He stood up to take his leave, but not before bidding farewell to Lu Xing's parents and expressing his apologies for any inconvenience his unannounced visit may have caused. As Governor Xia left, the Lu family was left in awe of the remarkable turn of events. As the family warmly saw off Governor Xia, the mayor, and Chairman Xia at the door, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the remarkable turn of events. The father declared that they should have a proper celebration that evening, and the atmosphere within the house remained warm and joyful. It was a day worth commemorating, and the family spent a special night together, filled with laughter and happiness. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit conference room, several figures were deeply engrossed in studying Lu Xing's profile. It had been years since they had taken such a keen interest in an individual. They could feel that this year might be different. One of them murmured, his eyes shimmering. He was none other than the Mingyu martial saint, Tan Zhongyu. A few days later, Lu Xing embarked on his journey to the royal capital. He bid farewell to his classmates, embraced his family at the airport, passed through security, and boarded the plane. Lu Xing's knowledge of the royal capital was limited, but he understood that what set these 7 universities apart was primarily the fact that each of them contained a complete martial arts inheritance. Moreover, they each possessed a unique divine martial tower. The university Lu Xing had chosen was the youngest among them, established just 57 years ago by Tan Zhongyu, also known as the Jade Martial Saint. He was one of the 3 existing martial saints in their nation, and despite being just over 100 years old, he was considered to be in the prime of his life. Martial saints could easily live for more than 300 years, far beyond the lifespan of ordinary individuals. They were akin to the immortal beings of legends. In their nation's history, a total of 9 martial saints had been born, most of them during the first 150 years of the martial arts era. It was a time of prosperity for martial arts, with various opportunities, inspiration, and a surge of martial arts talents. However, due to turbulent times, many martial saint-level powerhouses perished in battles against ferocious exotic beasts or in what could only be described as civil wars between different nations. Lu Xing had learned in his history class that during the first century of the martial arts era, their nation and another nation had fought for the title of world martial arts leader. Numerous martial artists were deployed to the battlefield, and several martial saints had fallen in this battle, making it one of the most tragic and heartbreaking wars in centuries. Sadly, many of these great talents didn't die on the battlefield against exotic beasts, but due to internal strife and conflicts within their own nation. As for the outcome of that war, it might be better left unmentioned. Besides Tan Zhongyu, who wasn't born during the tumultuous period, the 2 other existing martial saints in their nation were also survivors of the battle mentioned previously. With this knowledge, Lu Shang set off on his journey, with the understanding that Tan Zhongyu was both the martial saint and the principal of the 7th Divine Martial University. Lu Xing had always dreamed of becoming a martial artist of extraordinary prowess. His aspirations were not ordinary, for they revolved around the enigmatic Divine Martial Tower, located within the 7 prestigious universities. The Divine Martial Tower was whispered to possess the remarkable ability to perfectly replicate the life stages of martial saints, showcasing the pinnacle of integration between martial arts and cutting-edge technology. Lu Xing, however, wasn't particularly drawn to the idea of becoming a disciple of a martial saint. In his vivid dream realm, he had inherited techniques from 10th and 11th martial artists, skills he had yet to fully explore. As for the mere 9th-level martial saint's inheritance, he seemed rather indifferent. His dreams clashed with the mandatory requirements of his nation, which demanded that prodigious talents in martial arts accumulate a specific number of credits at a university before joining the military. The regulations aimed to protect the elite from the front lines, ensuring their safety and the preservation of their valuable skills. Lu Shang sighed inwardly, as he was aware that his nation's rules would force him to undergo training and acquire relevant professional knowledge within the university before he could set foot on the battlefield. But deep within, he couldn't care less about it. His primary objective was to complete his studies as swiftly as possible and graduate from the Divine Martial University. As Lu Xing contemplated his situation, a chance encounter occurred on his journey. A vibrant and fresh-faced girl boarded the plane, and to his astonishment, he recognized her. She was Yang, someone he knew from the prodigy camp. Coincidentally, she also happened to be his younger sister's school senior. Just the previous day, Lu Xing's sister had sent Yang a few text messages, informing her about Lu Xing's flight to the royal capital, encouraging Yang to be brave. Yang had made the remarkable decision to attend the royal capital's university instead of Dongning Martial University, all to be closer to Lu Xing, a choice that his sister highly approved of. What's more, as fate would have it, they found themselves seated next to each other on the flight. Lu Xing couldn't hide his surprise when Yang showed him her boarding pass. He hadn't expected her to be traveling to the royal capital as well, let alone on the same flight. As he looked at Yang, seated beside him, his thoughts took an unexpected turn. In his dream realm, there was a spouse section he couldn't help but recall. The possibility of another twist in his life journey left him feeling somewhat worried. Could it be that destiny was playing tricks on him once more? 2 hours later, they disembarked from the plane, greeted by the grandeur of the royal capital. The magnificent buildings and the bustling cityscape left Lu Xing in awe. He couldn't help but wonder if the city's grandeur resembled the 1359 military base from his dream realm before it was overthrown. As Lu Xing and Yang arrived at Jing Martial University in the royal capital, the grandeur and significance of this institution became apparent. The atmosphere was filled with an air of seriousness and commitment, and Lu Xing quickly realized that this place was no joke. Observing the cleaning workers who were leaping from high places or clinging to windows like Spider-Man, it became clear that this university was home to dedicated and talented individuals. Upon giving it some thought, Lu Xing decided to accompany Yang to her university. He couldn't help but wonder why Yang, with her talent, hadn't been accepted into the Divine Martial University, and yet she had chosen to attend Jing Martial University in the royal capital. There seemed to be a significant difference between the two institutions, and Lu Xing found it somewhat surprising. Nonetheless, since they were from the same city, he decided to offer his support to Yang. Lu Xing took one of Yang's suitcases from her hand and walked ahead, planning to assist her with the registration process before reporting to the Divine Martial University himself. As he walked alongside Yang, he noticed an inexplicable acceleration of her heartbeat, and she couldn't help but feel that they were like a couple starting school together. Yang obediently followed Lu Xing as they quickly entered the front gate of Jing Martial University. Inside, they encountered a few young men in their early 20s who appeared to be welcoming freshman students. When Lu Xing and Yang arrived, these young men's eyes lit up at the sight of Yang, and they approached her with beaming smiles and an exceedingly attentive attitude. One was burly, proudly displaying his arm muscles in a tank top, while the other had blonde hair and was tall and thin. Both young men offered to carry Yang's suitcases for her, which startled her. She immediately sought refuge behind Lu Xing, who remained calm. Lu Xing handed one of the suitcases to the two young men. However, upon realizing that Lu Xing was with Yang, a strong sense of competition and perhaps jealousy appeared in their eyes. One of the young men inquired whether Lu Xing was also a freshman at Jing Martial University. Lu Xing, who had learned how to conceal his true abilities, shook his head and explained that they were friends, and he had come to help Yang register. Upon hearing that Lu Xing wasn't a student at Jing Martial University, the expressions of the two young men relaxed slightly. They could sense that Yang had feelings for Lu Xing, but as long as Lu Xing wasn't from the same school, they perceived the threat as reduced. After all, they believed in the saying that being near the water means you're the first to get to the moon. The two young men proudly led Lu Xing and Yang into the school, introducing it along the way. They mentioned that although Jing Martial University might not be the absolute best in the royal capital, it was considered a top-tier institution in other provinces. The university boasted numerous martial arts practice rooms, and students had the opportunity to enter the Divine Martial Tower 3 times per month. Lu Xing, intrigued, asked whether everyone was allowed to enter the Divine Martial Tower. The two young men proudly explained that the Divine Martial Tower was a national treasure, and all martial arts students, not just those from the royal capital, had the privilege of using it. Even martial artists from other provinces could apply for qualification through the Martial Arts Association to access the tower. Lu Xing quickly grasped the convenience enjoyed by students from the 7 Divine Martial Universities. They had unrestricted access to the Divine Martial Tower, allowing them to enter at any time without needing to apply. The blonde young man, keen on ensuring Yang's well-being, smiled and reassured her that there were people in the school who would stand up for her if anyone ever bullied her. However, he emphasized that Yang must avoid provoking students from the 7 Divine Martial Universities. Intrigued, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask why the students from the Divine Martial University should be treated with such caution. The blonde man, slightly annoyed by Lu Xing's persistent questions, impatiently responded, explaining that students from the Divine Martial University were considered crazy. They were assigned missions that involved combat with exotic beasts on their very first day of class. The blonde young man warned Lu Xing that he would get into trouble if he ever crossed paths with one of these students. Lu Xing offered a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. As the group arrived at the enrollment area, Lu Xing prepared to leave after helping Yang with her registration. He assured her that she could contact him by phone if she ever needed help. Yang waved goodbye to Lu Xing and watched as he departed. The blonde young man, however, seemed to be growing increasingly annoyed with Lu Xing's presence. His impatience was evident as he addressed Lu Xing's continuous interjections and questions. The burly young man standing beside him also expressed his discontent with Lu Xing. Curious about Lu Xing's choice of university, the blonde young man inquired about the university Lu Xing planned to enroll in. But at that moment, with Lu Xing not by her side, Yang's expression shifted to a cold and indifferent one. She glanced at the two young men and calmly stated that Lu Xing was planning to enroll in the 7th Divine Martial University. Her tone turned rather proud, and she added that Lu Xing hailed from White Lake City, and his name was Lu Xing. The two young men were momentarily stunned by Yang's words. Her confident revelation seemed to have a profound impact on them. Their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. It was as if a realization had struck them. This year's top scholar in the National Unified Exam was none other than Lu Xing. Lu Xing's reputation and achievements were clearly remarkable, and this newfound knowledge left the two young men in awe. Lu Xing was dragging his suitcase behind him while following the GPS on his phone. The bustling royal capital buzzed with life as he weaved through the streets, his eyes drawn to the many young students. He arrived at the entrance of a university that stood out from the rest, the 7th Divine Martial University. Its entrance was strangely deserted, in contrast to the bustling streets outside. But it was undeniable that the university itself was enormous, dominating the landscape. At the entrance of the 7th Divine Martial University, a massive gate stood tall, hundreds of meters wide and a staggering 100 meters in height. On this gate, gilded characters spelled out the university's name, 7th Divine Martial University. Just below the name, the signature of a martial saint, Tanzhong, was proudly displayed. It was an awe-inspiring sight, and the Divine Tower, visible from the entrance, added to the grandeur, giving off a sense of majestic mountains. Lu Xing was taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. The personal inscription by a martial saint in the imposing Divine Tower left a lasting impression on him. He realized that this journey might hold more surprises than he had initially thought, and this university might be the key to interesting events and personal growth. With newfound determination, he continued walking towards the welcoming reception at the entrance. A welcoming banner greeted him, and several young men and women were busy with their own activities. Lu Xing was the first visitor they had seen in a while. A blonde girl enthusiastically took his admission notice, and after a quick glance, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Excitedly, she called over her friend, who was sitting next to her, and pointed at Lu Xing. She revealed that he was the national top scorer of this year's unified exam, a rare achievement indeed. The news quickly spread among the students, and they all became curious about the handsome freshman who stood before them. It was the first time the 7th Divine Martial University had admitted a student with such a distinction, and this sparked even more interest among the students. One young man, who had been busy polishing his sword, paused to listen. He scrutinized Lu Xing from head to toe before suddenly jumping up, sword in hand, and landing in front of him. Intrigued and seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, the young man asked Lu Xing if he was indeed the top scorer of the year. Lu Xing responded with a confident and genuine affirmation. It was then that the young man, still wielding his great sword, suddenly swung it down in a fierce manner. Lu Xing remained composed, not even blinking, as he calmly, and with a smile, met the young man's gaze. The young man, satisfied with Lu Xing's demeanor, slowly nodded and then raised his great sword to point in a direction. He instructed Lu Xing to keep walking in that direction and reassured him that there would be signs along the way to guide him. As Lu Xing continued to make his way into the university campus, the trio of students he left behind began to discuss him with great curiosity. The young man, intrigued by Lu Xing's accomplishments, couldn't help but ask about his score on the unified exam. One of the girls searched for the information but couldn't find it. However, another girl hinted at rumors that this year's national top scorer had a blood energy level at the 6th level and had broken several records during the exam. This revelation left the young man with the great sword somewhat shocked, and the other girl was equally surprised. They anticipated an interesting turn of events with Lu Xing's presence. Lu Xing entered the campus, and to his surprise, it appeared nearly empty, as if he was the only one walking there. The lush surroundings were serene, and he couldn't spot many people. It was a stark contrast to the bustling entrance. Suddenly, a chubby student named Lindsay spotted Lu Xing and eagerly approached him. He introduced himself as a freshman and complained that he had been wandering for half an hour without encountering anyone else. Like Lu Xing, Lindsay was laden with a suitcase and backpack. He was relieved to find someone who might help him navigate the campus. Lu Xing, reminded of his high school friend Ming, felt an instant connection with Lindsay. He smiled and agreed to assist him in finding the student dormitory. As they walked further into the campus, they eventually reached a spacious residential area where a large group of new students had gathered. They were all dragging their luggage and displayed youthful looks and a sense of pride. However, their expressions were now tinged with anger. A student was suddenly sent flying and landed heavily on the outskirts of the crowd. He looked up in shock and terror, with a hint of fear in his eyes as he gazed at the person who had sent him sprawling. This tall young man, dressed in an orange outfit, was clapping his hands with a smile, seemingly pleased with himself. He identified the fallen student as Su Xiaoming, the martial arts top scorer from Nanjing province. The young man mockingly praised Su Xiaoming for being the first to withstand 2 of his attacks and encouraged him to keep working hard. However, the sarcasm and mockery in his words were evident to the surrounding crowd of freshmen. The tension in the air was palpable as no one had managed to enter the dormitory area so far. A blue-haired young man turned to his friend Huadong and asked in a low voice if he thought he could handle it. Huadong was the 5th top scorer in the National Unified Examination and the 3rd top scorer from the royal capital. However, he admitted that he wasn't very confident. He had only recently achieved the 5th level as a martial artist, and at this moment, his face revealed both seriousness and worry. Huadong, the 5th top scorer in the National Unified Examination, analyzed the situation with a concerned tone. He observed that the young man in the orange shirt was very strong, likely already at the peak of the 5th level of martial arts with some proficiency in vital qi, an internal energy technique. Huadong admitted that he might not be able to withstand more than 3 attacks from this formidable opponent. The young man beside Huadong couldn't believe the situation. Even their strongest contender, Wang, might not last more than 3 attacks. He suggested taking turns to wear the opponent down and then having Huadong finish the fight. However, Huadong disagreed, explaining that facing a peak 5th-level martial artist with a blood energy level of 1,000 and supported by internal energy made wearing him down a challenging task. Huadong also noticed another student standing near the entrance who appeared even stronger, possibly already at the 6th level. The new students were shocked and fearful, as they had never heard of a student reaching the 6th level before. In most martial arts associations, a 6th-level martial artist could qualify as a chairman. The young man in the orange shirt reminded everyone of the university they were attending, emphasizing that strength was the ultimate rule. He reiterated that anyone who could withstand 3 of his attacks could enter, and those who withstood 5 could bring their luggage. He raised his arms and declared that past glories meant nothing in the 7 divine martial universities. Strength ruled, and everything had to be earned with one's own hands. With a cold smile, he held a bunch of defeated students' room cards and dropped them on the ground, emphasizing that without strength, they might as well return home and live as ordinary people. His words deeply impacted the young freshmen, filling them with feelings of humiliation, unwillingness, and self-doubt about their future paths. Lu Sheng watched the scene with a growing sense of irritation. It seemed that every time he went somewhere, there would always be people trying to preach life lessons or the law of the jungle to him. He was frustrated, especially when those preaching were not particularly strong themselves, individuals he could easily dismiss with a single swipe. The situation was exasperating for Lu Sheng, who was already well acquainted with these kinds of encounters. Lin Zhe stood beside Lu Sheng. He was radiating excitement as he eagerly anticipated what was about to unfold. With a nonchalant grin on his face, Lin Zhe wasted no time in expressing his sheer enjoyment of trampling over the self-righteous seniors who had gathered around them. He reveled in the shocked and fearful gazes they shot his way, his confidence seemingly unshaken. With a sense of determination, Lin Zhe placed his suitcase on the ground, indicating that he was about to take action. The crowd's attention was now firmly fixed on the chubby boy, wondering what he had in store. Turning to Lu Sheng, Lin Zhe couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He proudly declared that he was this year's top martial scholar from Sichuan province, ranked 19th in the entire nation. His boastful words seemed to hang in the air, setting the stage for what was to come. In a brash and audacious move, Lin Zhe decided to step forward through the crowd, defying what he perceived as nonsensical rules and authority. He shouted at the top of his lungs, challenging the status quo and taunting those who stood before him. "What's up with these stupid rules? Stop with your nonsense. It's too late to beg for mercy. Watch Daddy kick your stupid ass and teach you a real lesson." Lin Zhe's words echoed through the crowd, leaving a momentary hush in their wake. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and a burst of energy engulfed Lin Zhe. He was sent hurtling through the air, like a sandbag, crashing heavily several meters away before rolling like a ball for another 10 meters. Remarkably, despite the dramatic tumble, Lin Zhe landed on the ground without any noticeable injuries. He rubbed his buttocks, admitting his carelessness, acknowledging that the orange shirt guy was stronger than he had anticipated. His face flushed with embarrassment, Lin Zhe turned to Lu Sheng, who stood nearby. Lu Sheng, however, responded with a reassuring smile, patting Lin Zhe on the shoulder. It was evident that their friendship remained intact, despite the unexpected turn of events. As Lin Zhe recollected himself, Lu Sheng's attention was now drawn to the orange-shirt young man who had delivered the impressive kick. The crowd's gaze instantly converged on Lu Sheng, and all eyes were now on the impending confrontation. The orange-shirt guy locked eyes with Lu Sheng, an air of amusement playing across his features. His gaze swept over the backpack on Lu Sheng's back, and he teased Lu Sheng, questioning whether he was prepared to face his 3 attacks head-on. Lu Sheng, seemingly unperturbed, decided to take action. He put down his backpack and snapped his wrists, calmly declaring, "Now we can start." This announcement was met with a collective murmur from the onlookers who believed that Lu Sheng was grossly underestimating the danger he was in. The young man in the orange shirt, his eyes glinting with a cold, ominous light, spoke with a sinister grin, "I'll show you what true cruelty is." Before his words could fully fade away, he unleashed a kick of remarkable precision and power. The energy wave he generated was tangible, tearing through the air and producing a piercing howl. A small whirlwind formed on the spot. causing nearby freshmen to shield their eyes and retreat slowly. Lu Xing, however, was not intimidated in the least. With an air of calm and confidence, he extended one hand and reached straight for the young man's face. His movements appeared deliberately slow, almost as if he were savoring the moment, despite the critical situation. To the surprise of all present, Lu Xing's hand shattered the energy wave with ease. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and was standing directly in front of the young man in the orange shirt. As the dust settled from the dramatic showdown, the young man in the orange shirt found himself in an almost surreal predicament. He struggled to free himself from Lu Xing's grip, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "Let me go." However, Lu Xing's grasp felt like an inescapable abyss, an indescribable sense of immense fear coursing through the young man. Lu Xing, undeterred, exerted a bit more force, tightening his hold on the young man's neck. With a fierce downward swing, the ground beneath them cracked open, and large fissures spread across the hard cement surface. The young man in the orange shirt lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a defeated animal, his body twitching slightly. The onlookers, including Lindsay, the chubby boy, were left in stunned silence, frozen in place. Lindsay's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a fist, as he processed the astounding turn of events. Nearby, another senior student who had witnessed the entire scene stood frozen, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Holding his drink, the senior student stared blankly at Lu Xing, but as their eyes met, a wave of tension washed over him. He felt like prey that had been singled out by a fierce predator. With a hint of fear, he watched as Lu Xing inquired, "Can I go in now?" The senior nodded hesitantly, and Lu Xing calmly walked past him. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lu Xing made his way into the dormitory area, searching for his room. Finding the room corresponding to the number on his card, he was met with an unexpected surprise. The student housing at the 7th Divine Martial University was nothing short of luxurious, with individual villas for each resident. Lu Xing's dormitory was almost comparable in size to the luxury mansion he had recently purchased for his family. The best part was that everything here was free. Lindsay, who had been following closely, advised Lu Xing not to mistake his dorm for the room of the national top scorer. But before he could complete his sentence, it dawned on him. He turned to Lu Xing with an expression of shock, swallowing hard, and hesitantly asked, Are you Lu Xing?" Lu Xing responded with a knowing smile and a touch of amusement. He asked, "Do I not look like it?" Lindsay couldn't contain his excitement, bursting into laughter and enthusiastically giving Lu Xing a thumbs up. He confessed that he, as the top martial scorer from his province, had never expected to encounter someone of Lu Xing's caliber so soon after entering the university. Lindsay explained that he had specifically chosen to attend the 7th Divine Martial University to avoid the kind of prodigies he believed only existed in legends. Lu Xing found himself pondering the reason why someone of his caliber, the national top scorer for the year, would choose to attend the 7th Divine Martial University. He had expected prodigies to opt for more prestigious institutions, but to his surprise, he was here. He recalled Governor Xia mentioning that all 7 divine martial universities were considered equivalent in terms of their reputation and quality. Curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to Lindsay, asking why he thought the 7th Divine Martial University was considered weak. Lindsay scratched his head, admitting he wasn't entirely sure, but he mentioned that the number 7 had a perception of being the weakest. Historically, national top scorers usually chose one of the older divine martial universities. Lindsay had even checked the results of the National University Martial Arts competition over the years and noted that the 7th Divine Martial University occasionally ranked at the bottom. Shrugging, Lindsay added, "So, wouldn't you say it's the weakest?" But Lu Xing didn't seem concerned about the university's reputation or strength. He believed in taking things as they came and was more interested in exploring his new environment. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, Lu Xing gestured for Lindsay to join him later. He entered the well-furnished room, finding it quite luxurious. Even the sofa was made of beast leather. Lu Xing's curiosity led him to press a button on a remote control he discovered on the table. A massive 4K screen lit up, revealing a campus forum. The forum featured various posts from strategies for conquering the Divine Tower to profiles of prominent figures at the 7th Divine Martial University. There were even live broadcasts of battles against Level 5 beasts. However, one post caught Lu Xing's attention, the hottest topic of the day, a complete video of the battle between Qin Yuan and Xiaolan for the title of the top senior student. The video had garnered over 14 million views, and Lu Xing realized that this forum was a valuable source of the latest information and entertainment. It appeared that Chen Yixian and Xiaolan were currently the two strongest students at the 7th Divine Martial University, based on the comments under the pinned video. Lu Xing clicked on the video, which began to play. Two young men in their early 20s stood facing each other, one wielding a long saber, and the other brandishing a Chinese dao. They appeared to be in the campus square, just inside the university's entrance. However, as the battle became more intense, a prompt popped up, indicating that the 15-second preview had ended and he needed to register and pay with forum points to continue watching. Lu Xing shook his head, recognizing that video websites had the same restrictions everywhere. At this point, he hadn't even obtained his student ID, let alone had the means to register or earn forum points. He closed the video and decided to explore further, going upstairs to discover a small open balcony with a panoramic view of the distant scenery. Prior to entering the university, he had meticulously prepared 30 glass vials filled with the latest supplements. These elixirs were to fuel his cultivation needs in the short term. As he ingested the potent concoction, he felt a warm flow of energy circulating within his body, invigorating his spirit. Lu Xing had recently started practicing the second stage of the Immortal Golden Body technique, an ancient and powerful method that promised extraordinary abilities. He was deeply engrossed in his training, his focus unyielding. The future of immense power and greatness beckoned him, and he cherished every moment of solitude. However, his tranquility was shattered by a sudden, loud knocking that echoed through his chamber. Lu Xing was a man who detested any form of interruption during his cultivation. It was not just a preference, but a rule he had set for himself, and he was determined to maintain it. The intrusion was made even more annoying when he noticed his door damaged, as if someone had violently barged in. Lu Xing's face remained expressionless as he rose to confront the disturbance. Slowly, he opened the door, revealing a tall young man standing there, his hair styled like a mushroom, scrutinizing him with disdain. The young man began speaking with arrogance. "So, you are Lu Xing." But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xing's response was swift and powerful. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful force that sent the intruder flying like a cannonball. The unfortunate fellow soared over 20 meters before crashing heavily into a wall. The two companions who had accompanied him were left stunned and speechless, their faces reflecting a mixture of terror and shock. Lu Xing's stern voice resonated in the air. "Learn how to knock on a door before coming to find me again." The pair, now shaken and humbled, cautiously knocked on the door again, this time with a gentler touch. Lu Xing appeared at the door for the second time, his eyes clouded with confusion as he looked at the two visitors. The mushroom-haired man who had been sent hurtling through the air struggled to lift himself off the ground. His two companions wore expressions of utter astonishment and fear. The mushroom-haired man couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Lu Xing just a freshman? How could he be so powerful? His initial intention had been to intimidate the freshman and make a name for himself, but he had clearly underestimated the power of Lu Xing. Growing impatient, Lu Xing questioned their true purpose, wanting to know if the seniors at the university were genuinely interested in bullying the freshmen. The two visitors quickly produced a large box and some documents, including Lu Xing's student ID and some daily necessities. They explained that they were from the student union and were there to welcome the new freshmen. They offered Lu Xing access to all the equipment at the 7th Divine Martial University and the promise of a bottle of level 4 beast blood, a valuable resource for cultivators. Lu Xing nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the generous benefits that the university had to offer. However, he couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance at the senior who had been sent flying earlier. He doubted that their intentions were purely to deliver warmth and goodwill. The hostility from the senior had been evident, and it was clear he had intended to use Lu Xing as a stepping stone to establish his dominance. The senior, covered in dust with resentment in his eyes and grievances etched on his face, waited as if expecting an apology. Lu Xing, still emotionless, tilted his head slightly and asked, "Were you expecting an apology?" The senior with the mushroom haircut quickly assured Lu Xing that no apology was necessary, and they would take their leave immediately. Lu Xing closed the door, still expressing his thanks for the delivery. As the three individuals hastily retreated from Lu Xing's residence, they couldn't help but look back at the imposing villa behind them. Each of their faces bore an expression of lingering fear, especially the one with the mushroom hair. He had not anticipated being overpowered by a mere freshman with a single punch, and the realization of this left him humbled and shaken. The other two in their group glanced at their mushroom-haired companion but made it clear that they had no intention of assisting him in seeking revenge. Their eyes conveyed sympathy and understanding as they silently distanced themselves from his earlier arrogance. The mushroom-haired young man coughed twice and made a dismissive gesture. He had no immediate desire for revenge. He vividly recalled that even when he had encountered a 6th-level beast on a mission, he hadn't been injured as badly as he had been by Lu Xing's single punch. Regret coursed through him for trying to establish his authority through Lu Xing, a freshman, but he couldn't simply let the matter slide either. Suddenly, Lu Xing's door opened again, and catching sight of Lu Xing's gaze, they hurriedly explained that they were about to leave. They made promises to fix his door and even pretended to call someone to take care of it immediately. Lu Xing nodded and closed the door, seemingly satisfied with their attempts to make amends. Returning to his room, Lu Xing resumed watching the video on his student card. The footage was now in high definition, and he watched the recorded fight between two formidable martial artists. One wielded a saber and was dressed in a crisp suit, while the other wore a tank top and camouflage pants, brandishing a large Chinese dao. There was no idle chatter between them. They engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging powerful blows and demonstrating their incredible combat skills. Lu Xing's expression turned serious as he watched the fight unfold. These two fighters were clearly at the pinnacle of young martial artists in the nation, and their abilities were awe-inspiring. Lu Xing calculated with his fingers, estimating that, without using the power of a grandmaster's will, he would need to use at least 60%, or perhaps even 50%, of his strength to defeat such opponents. Considering that Lu Xing's internal energy had recently reached a minor completion, which conservatively estimated to elevate his combat power to over 2 million, he realized that even at 50% of his strength, his power couldn't be underestimated. Ultimately, it was the student in the suit, Chen Yixian, who emerged victorious in their intense duel. Both of them were clearly not yet grandmasters, but they were extremely close, which made them formidable opponents. Lu Xing couldn't help but wonder if there were even stronger individuals at the other 6 divine martial universities. Lu Xing had learned from Lindsay that enrolling at the 7th Divine Martial University was not always the ideal choice, as many previous national top scorers had opted for other divine martial institutions. This was Lu Xing's first time in the royal capital, and he recognized the need to push himself even harder, considering the abundance of prodigious talent in the world. As one video ended, the next one automatically began to play. Its title boldly proclaimed the strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Divine Martial University beating up a senior ranked in the top 300 on the first day of school. Indeed, the video chronicled the scene where Lu Xing had effortlessly overpowered the senior in the orange shirt, shattering his attack and displaying his incredible strength. Reflecting on the footage, Lu Xing couldn't help but acknowledge that the scene appeared rather violent, but it also made clear that he was a force to be reckoned with at the university. The editor of the video that showcased Lu Xing's overpowering of the senior seemed to have a peculiar sense of humor. In the latter half of the video, they turned it into a sort of meme, repeatedly showing the senior being thrashed to the ground by Lu Xing with bang 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 sound effects and musical rhythms. It was a rather pitiful sight to watch, and in the barrage of comments and live chat, Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the senior as he watched this unusual video. Just then, Lu Xing's stomach rumbled, reminding him that it was time for a meal. Checking the time, he headed to the cafeteria to sample the culinary offerings of Divine Martial University. The university's cafeteria did not disappoint, and it was bustling with students. Among them, he spotted Lindsay, who was there with his arms laden with a variety of foods, including skewers, meats from different beasts, snacks, and dim sum. Lindsay approached Lu Xing with a smile, jokingly asking him not to make fun of him for eating so much. However, his teasing came to a halt when he saw the abundance of food on Lu Xing's table, which was no less extravagant. Lu Xing was seen engulfing a burger that was taller than a man in a single, monstrous bite, resembling a predator devouring its prey. Lindsay shoveled a mouthful of food into his mouth and glanced around, informing Lu Xing that many people were watching him. At a nearby table, 2 senior female students were whispering praises about Lu Xing, with one even casting flirtatious glances his way. However, at another table, the sentiment was not as favorable. Some students from the same grade, who knew the person Lu Xing had beaten up in the video, were eager to test their mettle against him. Despite the attention, Lu Xing remained unfazed and continued eating. The atmosphere in the cafeteria began to shift when several individuals stood up and made their way towards Lu Xing's table. The crowd's attention was drawn to them as 4 individuals halted before Lu Xing. The leader among them, also a freshman, extended his hand with a cold smirk, introducing himself as Wu Fan, ranked 17th nationwide this year. Lindsay's expression tensed as he sensed the malicious intent of these newcomers and was about to stand up in defense, but Lu Xing's words urged him to stay seated and continue eating. Lu Xing seemingly ignored Wu Fan and continued with his meal, casually asking if Wu Fan had come specifically to disclose his exam scores. This response seemed to rattle A.B. Baldy, another of Wu Fan's companions, but Wu Fan intervened, narrowing his eyes at Lu Xing and starting to laugh. He acknowledged that he was no match for Lu Xing but began to hint at the importance of social relationships in this new environment, different from their previous school. Wu Fan suggested that Lu Xing should know his place. Before Wu Fan could finish his insinuations, Lu Xing interrupted him, pointing out that if Wu Fan already acknowledged that he was not a match for him, why provoke him? Caught off guard by the question, Wu Fan watched as Lu Xing calmly placed his chopsticks down and pushed his plate forward slightly, preparing to stand up. The expressions of Wu Fan and his companions darkened, anticipating a confrontation. Wu Fan launched the initial attack, but Lu Xing was quicker. In a fluid motion reminiscent of the earlier video clip, Lu Xing reached out his hand, aiming for Wu Fan's head. With a single-handed grip, as if catching a ball, Lu Xing pressed Wu Fan to the ground, displaying the same dominance that had been so memorably captured in the viral footage they had all seen. The cafeteria echoed with the resounding message that Lu Xing was not to be trifled with. It was a big day for Lu Xing, as he was about to take a significant step in his educational journey, the unified exam. As he got dressed and made his way downstairs, the tantalizing scent of sizzling meaty dishes welcomed him. Their mother had spared no effort in preparing a hearty feast, hoping that this meal would bless Lu Xing with success in his upcoming exam. His younger sister, eager to be a part of the occasion, expressed her intention to accompany him to the exam site. With a loving smile, Lu Xing patted her head and agreed that it would be a good opportunity for her to experience the exam atmosphere. Though she pouted slightly, she didn't say anything more, and the family quickly finished their breakfast. As they prepared to leave, their mother offered some motherly advice to Lu Xing, reminding him not to be too anxious and to do his best. The sound of a car beeping outside caught their attention. Turning around, they saw their father radiating excitement from the driver's seat, waving energetically at Lu Xing. Today, with Lu Xing taking his unified exam, it seemed the whole family was involved in this momentous occasion. The siblings hopped into the car, and their father cheerfully drove them out of the residential complex. Although he knew how to drive, he had always ridden a bicycle to save money. However, Lu Xing, their older sibling, had recently bought him a car. Lu Xing had initially wanted a more luxurious car, but his father insisted on a more modest choice, considering it a treasure. Inside the car, their father jovially said to Lu Xing, "Whether the Lu family can produce a top martial scholar depends on you now." Lu Xing immediately protested, asking, "What about her?" referring to his younger sister. Their father laughed and replied, "Little girl, your turn is still a ways off." The trio chatted and laughed as they made their way to the exam site, finally stopping at the City Martial Arts Center. The usually empty entrance was bustling with anxious parents and nervous exam-taking students, not to mention numerous cars parked along the roadside. Activating his psychic power, Lu Xing could hear the voices of concerned parents offering last-minute advice to their children. "Do you need water? How about the toilet? Good luck with your exams. Don't be nervous. Did you remember to bring your ID?" Lu Xing observed this group of young exam takers. It had been a long time since he had lived a life like an ordinary high school student. Now, he was about to experience what every high school student goes through, taking the unified exam. Their dad gazed at the martial arts center, reminiscing about his own attempt at the unified exam in the same place. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't enough, and the required supplement regimen was too demanding. He ended up making a simple appearance before being weeded out. Turning back to face Lu Xing, his dad's eyes were filled with pride. He told Lu Xing that he was 100 times stronger than he ever was and didn't need to say much more. Lu Xing replied earnestly, understanding the weight of the expectations. Lu Xing's younger sister, Lu Qinghe, also encouraged her brother. She said, "Brother, do your best. Dad and I will wait for you outside." Lu Xing smiled, then bid farewell to the two of them and headed alone to the entrance of the martial arts center. He joined the queue to check IDs, and soon he was given a number. Once he crossed the yellow line, the reality of the unified exam became all too real. As tens of thousands of students surged towards the entrance of the White Lake City Martial Arts Center, an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation filled the air. The annual Grand Martial Arts Unified Examination was finally underway. Lu Xing could sense that the examinees around him were all quite nervous, their eyes filled with determination and apprehension. The Martial Arts Center, capable of accommodating over 100,000 people, was now divided into numerous individual testing rooms. Inside each of these rooms stood devices to measure one's blood energy level and gauge one's combat strength. Long queues had already formed as students began to line up, and each testing room had 3 supervisors. One was responsible for measuring blood energy levels, another assessed combat strength, and the third supervised the entrance, ensuring order and managing the flow of examinees. Each student had a designated number, and as a group was being called in by one of the supervisors, a peculiar situation unfolded. The supervisor noticed that the students lined up in a rather odd manner. While the front and back of the line were densely packed with students, there was a noticeable gap right in the middle. The supervisor frowned, wondering what was causing this disruption. He had been observing this area for a while and realized that the front and back students seemed reluctant to approach the middle section. The supervisor then motioned for Lu Sheng to move forward, and Lu Sheng complied. He also gestured for a chubby boy behind Lu Sheng to advance. The chubby boy, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, explained that he felt incredibly nervous whenever he got close to Lu Sheng, and his legs would start trembling. The supervisor's brows furrowed as he observed the students lined up in front of Lu Sheng. They were now desperately pushing forward, as if they were being prodded from behind. Only then did the supervisor shift his attention to Lu Sheng. At first glance, Lu Sheng appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the supervisor's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder that the students were reluctant to come close to him. Lu Sheng exuded an imposing aura, like an intangible force field surrounding him. It was so overwhelming that people instinctively wanted to distance themselves from him. Even the supervisor standing next to Lu Sheng felt an eerie tingling on his scalp, and the hair on his arms stood on end. The supervisor recognized that such a presence was the result of a martial artist's blood energy level concentration reaching an extraordinarily high level, radiating outward. While the supervisor had encountered such situations before, witnessing this from an 18-year-old high school student was a rare sight. Acknowledging the situation, the supervisor decided to have Lu Sheng enter the testing room first, instructing the other students to line up behind him. Grateful for the chance to be away from Lu Sheng's overwhelming aura, the other students quickly scattered, eager to distance themselves from what they perceived as a martial arts monster. Lu Sheng, resigned to the fact that his presence was disconcerting to others, made his way to the testing room. As he entered, he overheard a young man protesting loudly. The young man claimed that he hadn't taken any prohibited substances and that he had only consumed chicken soup brewed by his uncle, which his uncle insisted was beneficial for the exam. The supervisor remained unconvinced by the young man's claims about the chicken soup. He promptly took the examinee away, firmly asserting that he wouldn't repeat his warning. He offered those who might have consumed any prohibited substances a chance to leave without consequences, emphasizing that their absence would not affect their eligibility for the unified exam next year. The young boy being pulled out of the exam site continued to protest, undoubtedly harboring resentment toward his well-meaning uncle. The supervisor shook his head, recognizing that those who cheated would likely struggle to gain admission to a martial arts university. No institution would admit a student with a record of dishonesty. Finally, it was Lu Sheng's turn to undergo the examination. As he entered the testing room, an intense and palpable aura immediately emanated from him, making the atmosphere in the room heavy and oppressive. The two supervisors' faces went pale, and the one closest to Lu Sheng involuntarily took several steps back, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity. It was a shocking sight, seeing two fifth-level martial arts supervisors react this way, their bodies trembling and instinctively retreating from Lu Sheng's overwhelming presence. The supervisor responsible for testing blood energy levels approached Lu Sheng with a needle to extract a blood sample. However, Lu Sheng calmly informed him that the needle wouldn't pierce his skin. The supervisor halted his action, eyes widening in disbelief as he looked intently at Lu Sheng. After a nod of acknowledgement, he fetched a higher-grade needle from his drawer. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Sheng grabbed a handful of these advanced needles and fiercely jabbed them into his hand, demonstrating their futility as they bent without piercing his skin. Faced with this extraordinary display, the supervisors decided to proceed with testing Lu Sheng's combat strength while searching for an even more advanced needle for the blood test. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired girl was undergoing her test and, with a punch, saw her combat strength surpass the 100 mark. This gave her hope for admission to Dongning Martial University. Then it was Lu Sheng's turn. The staff member, surprised to see a supervisor personally escorting a student, reminded the supervisor that Lu Sheng's blood energy value hadn't been recorded yet. The supervisor whispered something into the staff member's ear, leaving the staff member in disbelief. The supervisor glanced at the nearby testing dummy, questioning whether they needed to upgrade to a more advanced one. The staff, although shocked, informed the supervisor that the current machine was the most advanced one available for the unified exam, with a maximum combat strength limit of 990,000. Even facing a level 6 martial artist would have no issue with the capabilities of this machine. The staff member chuckled, musing, "This boy can't be a grand martial artist, right?" The supervisor regained his composure, thinking he had probably been overthinking. He then called out Lu Xing's name. As Lu Xing moved closer, an overwhelming and scorching aura radiated from him, further deepening the mystery surrounding this remarkable student. There was something unusual in the air, a momentary lapse in their confidence, as if they had misjudged something about Lu Xing. As they hesitated, their uncertainty was dispelled by the sight of Lu Xing introducing himself with impeccable courtesy, his politeness putting them at ease. Lu Xing's presence seemed to radiate confidence, and he was about to demonstrate something extraordinary. Lu Xing took a deep breath, and it was as if molten lava flowed beneath a layer of ice within him. The staff member, now feeling slightly more relaxed, couldn't help but ask timidly if Lu Xing was ready. Lu Xing, in response, took another deep breath, channeling his psychic power and switching to the flame-breathing technique. The Divine Pluto technique amplified his blood energy level, a concept that left the supervisor's pupils contracted sharply, as if they were seeing something remarkable in Lu Xing's reflection. Both of them, the supervisor and the staff member, watched with disbelief. It was hard to fathom that this was just a high school student taking the unified exam. As Lu Xing prepared to unleash his ultimate move, it was as if the very foundations of the martial arts center trembled with anticipation. Lu Xing began with the first stage of the perfect martial path, a technique only the most skilled martial artists could attempt. Then, he activated the 20-fold of the Stellar Force, a display of power that left the onlookers awestruck. But he wasn't finished. He employed the Grandmaster technique, a move known as 10 Suns in the Sky. It was a culmination of all his power, and Lu Xing aimed for his strongest strike with a single punch. Boom! The entire stadium quivered as the force of Lu Xing's strike reverberated through the air. It was a spectacle like no other, leaving the audience in stunned silence. However, just a few minutes earlier, on the top floor of the Martial Arts Center, Chairman Yao, a calm and collected figure, was engaged in a chess match. His opponent, Director Lu of White Lake City's Education Bureau, had lost for the 7th time that day. Chairman Yao, with a light smile, attributed the victories to Director Lu's graciousness. Their peaceful game was suddenly interrupted when Chairman Yao's secretary burst into the room unannounced, a look of frantic urgency on her face. Chairman Yao scolded her for her lack of decorum and asked about the emergency. The secretary stammered as she explained that a White Lake City examinee had broken the needle used for testing blood energy levels. The supervisor wanted a more advanced needle to replace it. Chairman Yu was initially dismissive, believing that high-grade needles were already in use across all exam sites. If one broke, they could simply be replaced. However, the secretary hesitated before delivering the crucial piece of information. The needle that the student broke was the high grade itself. A heavy silence hung in the room as the implications of this revelation sunk in. Director Lu, who had been listening quietly, displayed a great expression of surprise on his face. A high-grade blood extraction needle broken by a student was unprecedented and deeply concerning. He rose from his chair, instructing the secretary to fetch an advanced-grade blood extraction needle and a copy of the examinee's record. The secretary, having already prepared the necessary paperwork, handed it over to Chairman Yao as he carefully read through the documents. His expression changed, and he looked up at Director Lu, whose face was now beaming with delight. With a rising smile, Chairman Yao offered his congratulations to Director Lu. Both of them understood the immense significance of a high-grade blood extraction needle breaking. Breaking such a needle was a rare feat and meant that the student was highly likely to qualify for the provincial top martial arts scorer, possibly even on a national level. As Chairman Yao perused the student's record, he noted that the individual was 18 years old and possessed the martial arts skill level of above 4th level. The chairman felt increasingly overwhelmed by this discovery. Director Lu chuckled in response, his face lighting up with joy as he clutched his round belly. There was something mysterious about Director Lu's reaction, and Chairman Yao couldn't help but sense it. Director Lu took a step forward and, with a mischievous air, inquired if Chairman Yao was aware of the annual military star selection held by the Eastern Military District. Chairman Yao nodded in acknowledgement but then suddenly realized something important. Could it be that this year's military star hailed from White Lake City? Director Liu's smile became even more radiant, and for the first time, Chairman Yao appeared genuinely taken aback. He had always been aware of the military star selection process. Every year, Dongning Province held a prodigy training camp specifically for this purpose. However, the martial prodigies from his own city had usually fallen short, often being eliminated early in the training camp. A sense of awe washed over Chairman Yao's face, and in his eyes, a touch of envy. He had always wished to encounter such a high-caliber martial arts prodigy in his lifetime. Now that he had the chance to meet one in person, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. The two nodded in agreement and headed towards the lower floors where the exam sites were located. However, their journey was suddenly interrupted by a deafening noise that erupted from the center of the martial arts center. It sounded as if something had exploded inside and felt like an earthquake. Chairman Yao's gaze turned toward the direction of the blast, and he couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened there. Full of suspicion and a growing sense of urgency, Chairman Yao, along with Director Liu, who had also heard the commotion, hurried over to the source of the disturbance. Both of them ran towards the exam site, where the supervisor and staff member inside the room were jolted by the massive sound. What they saw left them in shock and disbelief. A wave of energy radiated from the point where Lu Xing's fist had struck. The display of the testing dummy showed no value, and the machine emitted a strained creaking sound before shattering completely. The staff member responsible for testing combat strength stood dumbfounded, with his mouth agape and his eyes bulging. The equipment they had been using was designed to measure the combat strength of peak level 6 martial artists, with a testing limit as high as 990,000. Yet now, it had been utterly destroyed by a single punch from Lu Xing. The unexpected turn of events left everyone at the scene in awe and bewilderment, as they tried to comprehend the incredible power that Lu Xing had just demonstrated. Chairman Yao, his expression now grave and inquisitive, stepped into the room and questioned the supervisor about the commotion. The supervisor, recognizing Chairman Yao, hurriedly attempted to explain, but the chairman's gaze had already fixated on the shattered remnants of the combat strength machine lying on the side of the room. It was emitting smoke and appeared as nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. In front of this wreckage stood the calm and collected young man, Lu Xing. Lu Xing turned halfway to look back at Chairman Yao, and a staff member, who had been overcome by the spectacle, came over sobbing and pointed at Lu Xing, exclaiming, "He's a grandmaster." Chairman Yu swiftly directed the supervisors to evacuate the other examinees and requested the students waiting outside to be patient for a while longer. Following this, he instructed his secretary and the supervisor to urgently bring the master-level combat strength testing dummy from the Martial Arts Association, emphasizing the need for speed. As they quickly departed to fetch the replacement equipment, Chairman Yao couldn't help but reflect on the young man before him. He marveled at Lu Xing's extraordinary abilities and thought to himself, "This young man is truly extraordinary." Director Liu, being the first to break the silence, smiled gently at Lu Xing. He reassured Lu Xing not to worry about the broken machine and suggested that he sit down and rest for a while, as the new equipment would arrive shortly. Chairman Yao's gaze remained intensely fixed on Lu Xing, his eyes filled with countless thoughts. Even from a distance, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Xing. It was truly unbelievable. As the chairman of a martial arts association and a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level, he felt a hint of trepidation towards an 18-year-old student. Although Chairman Yao was convinced that Lu Xing was above the 6th level of a martial artist, he still wanted to verify it. Time seemed to slow down as everyone in the room sat and waited for the replacement equipment. Finally, the supervisor rushed back into the room, dragging a large box with the help of several people. They finished setting up the combat strength testing dummy, and Chairman Yao took out an advanced-grade blood energy testing needle, ready to test Lu Xing's blood energy level. As the needle gently pricked Lu Xing's fingertip, a drop of red blood fused with a golden hue oozed out. This scene plunged the room into another breathtaking silence. The first to react was Chairman Yao, who stared at the droplet of blood in awe. The blood was so dense and clung to the needle, resembling a radiant red pearl, solidified yet undispersed. The thought crossed Chairman Yao's mind, could this be the blood of a grandmaster? However, he quickly shook his head. He had once personally seen the blood of a grandmaster, and it was far more solidified and possessed a potency that surpassed the drop before him. He was confident that Lu Xing hadn't yet reached the level of a grandmaster. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lu Xing was not far away from attaining that status. At the very least, Chairman Yao knew that Lu Xing had greatly surpassed him. The blood sample was then transferred into a machine for further analysis, leaving everyone in the room in a state of suspense and wonder about the incredible young martial artist before them. The room fell silent as the moment arrived. A numerical value flickered on the screen, 12,233.56. This was Lu Xing's blood energy level, a crucial indicator of a martial artist's power. But what they saw was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Xing's blood energy level had actually surpassed 1,200. This achievement was unprecedented in White Lake City's history, and indeed, in the entire Dongning province. The officials were rendered speechless as they had never seen a blood energy value this high. Director Liu, who had been observing the screen, leaned forward, almost jumping out of his seat. His eyes were locked onto the screen, and his face displayed a mixture of astonishment and elation. Chairman Yao, a respected figure in the martial arts community, looked at Lu Xing with a pleased expression. He couldn't help but laugh as he quoted an old saying, "Heroes emerge in their youth." He complimented Lu Xing for breaking the blood energy value record for the unified exam in the Dongning province. Lu Xing, on the other hand, remained surprisingly calm and composed. He exuded an air of confidence, as though this level of ability was exactly what he had expected. As the dust of amazement began to settle, it was time to put Lu Xing's combat strength to the test. The supervisor in charge of the testing stepped forward and signaled for Lu Xing to move beside the combat strength testing dummy, a piece of advanced equipment borrowed from the White Lake City Martial Arts Association. After a brief calibration, Chairman Yao gestured for Lu Xing to begin. Lu Xing stood quietly before the testing dummy, his entire being vibrating with energy. He took a deep breath and unleashed his full power. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken, and he channeled every ounce of his strength into this moment. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Xing began a series of martial techniques. He used the flame-breathing technique, the 20-fold stellar technique, and the Grandmaster technique, a combination that produced an astonishing wave of energy that rippled outwards. It was as if a tempest had been unleashed within the room, and everyone present felt the power surging around them. Director Liu and the supervisor were pushed back by the sheer force of Lu Xing's energy, as if they were helpless in the face of a massive storm. But Chairman Yao stood firm, his clothes dancing in the wind. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Xing, and he couldn't conceal his astonishment. He couldn't help but murmur, This is the will of a grandmaster." What he had sought for years, the embodiment of martial prowess, had manifested in this young man before him. The chairman was at a loss for words, his emotions swirling within him. Director Liu, though not a high-level martial artist himself, understood the significance of what was happening. The presence of the will of a grandmaster in a young man was an extraordinary sign of future greatness. Lu Xing's future appeared to be nothing short of radiant. Even though the testing dummy didn't shatter as it had been feared, it bore a large dent, clearly marking the impact of Lu Xing's immense energy. As the surge of power dissipated, all eyes were fixed on the screen, eagerly awaiting the results. The numbers on the screen fluctuated briefly, but then they finally settled at an astonishing 1.26 million combat strength. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Chairman Yao, who had been at a loss for words, now had to digest the incredible truth. Lu Xing possessed not only a blood energy level comparable to that of a grandmaster, but also combat strength at the grandmaster level. Even if he was slightly off in his blood energy level, there was no denying that he deserved the title of a quasi-grandmaster. An 18-year-old quasi-grandmaster. It was almost unbelievable. Chairman Yao, with a complicated expression, gazed at Lu Xing, who stood with his fist retracted. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, "Why didn't you use your inner force?" Director Liu also noticed this and posed the same question. Lu Xing shook his head, and a fleeting golden light appeared in his hand before fading. He explained that he hadn't reached the 5th level yet. The two men stared at Lu Xing in disbelief. His words, delivered with the calmness of a tranquil lake, were like thunderclaps in their ears. He had displayed the combat strength of a grandmaster without even reaching the 5th level. The possibilities of what he could achieve when he truly stepped into the realm of a grandmaster were astounding. After a moment of stunned silence, Chairman Yao turned to Director Liu and congratulated him once again. White Lake City had just produced a true prodigy. Director Liu's lips trembled, and his eyes sparkled with pride. He knew that this young man from White Lake City was about to ascend to greatness. Director Liu quickly turned around, urgently instructing the supervisor to notify Chairman Xia and the Eastern Military District about this remarkable news. Lu Xing's extraordinary achievements had to be shared with those at the highest levels of authority. Outside the martial arts center, Lu Xing observed the reactions of the other students. Lu Xing's dad and his sister approached him quickly, their faces filled with curiosity. They asked how the exam went, and Lu Sheng smiled slightly, responding that it had gone better than expected. Ling's eyes sparkled with pride as she expressed her hope that Lu Xing would become the top provincial martial arts scholar. The trio, filled with joy and anticipation, took a commemorative photo of Lu Xing's unified exam before heading home. After a satisfying dinner with his family, Lu Sheng once again entered his dream realm, a place where he could review his personal information and glimpse into his potential future. This time, there were significant changes, and they were nothing short of astounding. At the age of 18, he had won the Eastern Military District's Military Star Selection. In the same year, with the highest unified exam scores in the country, he gained admission to Divine Martial University in the royal capital. As he continued to peruse the details, he discovered that by the age of 32, he had advanced to the 7th level Grandmaster. By age 54, he reached the 8th level Great Grandmaster, and at age 60, Lu Sheng was recognized as one of the 4 generals of the Eastern Military District. His life was marked by numerous military achievements. Ultimately, Lu Xing's life came to an end in the martial year 477 when he was 181 years old. His personal historical rating received an impressive rating of 4.5 stars, granting him access to a level 4 Fire Seed resource bank. Lu Sheng was mildly shocked by these revelations. He had reached the level of an 8th level Great Grandmaster in his lifetime, a remarkable achievement. However, when he glanced at the spouse column, he was almost floored. Contrary to his previous assumptions, the number of names in this column didn't decrease, it increased by another 3, totaling 5 wives. He waved it off as a joke, unable to fathom how this had come to be. Having reached the level of a Great Grandmaster and gaining access to the 4-star Fire Seed, Lu Sheng realized that he could now unlock the advanced techniques of the 3 major 11th level martial arts in the world of martial arts. Strong martial techniques were essential for reaching the pinnacle. When the 3 11th level martial arts were revealed to Lu Sheng, he felt an unprecedented joy. The first was the Stellar Body Enhancing Technique, which also unlocked the 2nd stage cultivation method for the Golden Body Technique, along with the advanced chapters of the Natural Breathing Technique and Crystal Meditation Technique. These powerful techniques would undoubtedly elevate Lu Xing's martial arts journey to a new level. Lu Xing had the will of a Grandmaster, and with his newfound techniques, he knew that if he elevated his blood energy level, he would surely ascend to the rank of a Great Grandmaster. However, he understood that this path wouldn't be smooth. In the world of martial arts, each individual's understanding and martial arts path could vary, even when practicing the same technique. Lu Xing had learned the 10 Suns in the Sky technique from Shounen, while the Stellar Body Enhancing Technique originated from Wang He, a top 11th level martial artist. Their core and essence in the martial arts path would undoubtedly differ, but Lu Sheng was not limited by these distinctions. He firmly believed that every martial art technique was a path to the ultimate truth. He aimed to synthesize and integrate all of them, discovering a martial path that truly belonged to him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing's gaze became even more determined. He was not content with just being a Great Grandmaster. His goal was to surpass all 11th level martial artists, ascend to the 12th level, and reach even higher peaks. Only by standing at such an unparalleled height could he truly rewrite history and reshape the face of the world. While Lu Sheng and his family were busy preparing for a celebratory occasion in their mansion, the neighbors had a different perspective on the matter. The man next door, who wore glasses, observed the bustling scene from his window. He noticed that lanterns were hung high, indicating a celebration of some sort. He remarked to his wife that it seemed like their neighbors were looking to celebrate something special. However, his wife was less enthusiastic about the Lu family's activities. She complained impatiently, expressing her annoyance at the constant commotion since that family had moved in. The fact that the Lu family could purchase a house bigger than hers bothered her significantly. She glanced disdainfully at the Lu family and recalled a recent incident when Lu Xing's dad accidentally spilled a basket of oranges. Just then, a car horn blared, and the woman decided to cause a scene. Lu Xing's father was on the ground, quickly gathering the scattered oranges with both hands and feet, all the while trying to reassure the woman that everything would be cleaned up soon. His anxious voice, however, couldn't quell the increasingly piercing honks from the cars around him. Even though the woman's car could have easily navigated around the oranges, she intentionally ran over them. Her husband tried to persuade her not to speak so harshly, reminding her that they were all neighbors, and they should be more considerate. Hearing this, the woman couldn't believe that her husband was speaking up for the neighbors. Just then, another Lud car horn blared, and she couldn't contain her anger. She demanded to know who was so audacious to honk so early in the morning. Subconsciously, she blamed the Lu family for everything, assuming that it was Lu Xing's father protesting about what happened that morning. She yelled angrily about the crushed oranges and stated that they could be compensated. She claimed she would send over a truckload of oranges to their house as compensation. Just as she was about to step out and make a complaint, her husband saw the license plate of the car in front of their house and was suddenly startled. Being someone who worked for the government, he instantly recognized the vehicle and the license plate. It was the governor's official vehicle. A massive convoy of cars, consisting of sleek black business-class Mercedes, was slowly approaching. At the very front of this convoy was a stretched top-of-the-line luxury sedan. The unexpected arrival of such an important figure left the neighbors in awe, and they quickly realized that something significant was happening in the Lu family's mansion. A cold sweat formed on a man's forehead as he stood in the front yard of his modest home. He had heard whispers and rumors circulating about a top martial arts scholar making an appearance in their province, but he had never imagined that the governor himself would personally pay a visit. Beside him, his wife was equally caught up in the excitement. She hastily planned to retreat inside the house to change into her best clothes, determined to make a favorable impression on this legendary student. The benefits of a good relationship with the top scholar were self-evident, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As she was about to head inside, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the Lu family, who lived next door. The Lu family had also been drawn by the honking and the commotion. Over at the Lu family's residence, they too were curiously standing on tiptoes, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening outside. As the man from the black convoy finally pulled up to the front gate, excitement and curiosity reached a fever pitch. The door of the sleek, black-stretched sedan slowly opened, revealing a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a sharp gray suit. With a warm and charismatic smile, the middle-aged man stepped out of the car, his voice resonant and deep. He turned to address the Lu family, who had been watching with bated breath. "Excuse me for my interruption," he began. "Is this the home of Lu Xing, the top martial arts scholar in Dongning province?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the Lu family. The visitor was none other than the governor of Dongning province, Xiao Ping'an. The governor was not just a high-ranking official but also a grandmaster in martial arts. The Lu family was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. Their faces lit up with indescribable excitement and happiness. Meanwhile, the neighbor woman, who had been observing the unfolding events from her window, felt her head spin. In an instant, her world seemed to blur, and she lost her balance, collapsing to the ground. Her mind buzzed with shock and disbelief. The legendary top martial arts scholar was none other than the eldest son of her despised neighbors, whom she had always condescendingly viewed as country bumpkins. Sitting blankly on the ground, the woman was unable to think clearly. She replayed all the unkind things she had done to the Lu family over the past few days, and it felt as though her soul had left her body. As the scene unfolded, Lu Xing, the young man at the center of this commotion, slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his body, causing a series of crisp cracking sounds from his neck and joints. Looking down at his skin, he noticed a layer of light gray dirt covering it, giving his complexion a somewhat greasy appearance. Having previously reached the first stage of the immortal golden body technique, he had struggled to expel impurities from his body. However, as he had now entered the second stage of the technique, new impurities were being expelled, signifying that Lu Xing was once again getting stronger. Deciding to freshen up, Lu Xing took a quick shower. As he dried himself off and walked out of the bathroom, he casually picked up his phone, only to find a heap of unread messages. The majority of them were from his younger sister, who conveyed the exciting news in a series of animated messages. "Bro, you are now the #1 in the country. You've become the top martial arts scholar." The message was accompanied by an excited dancing emoji, capturing the sheer joy and pride that coursed through Lu Xing's veins. Lu Xing, still in his room, was surprised by the third message from his sister. In response, he spread out his psychic power, which acted like a tidal wave emanating from his room. His psychic power flowed through the living room on the first floor, where several strangers had gathered. Among them, one individual seemed to be extraordinary. His entire body exuded a fiery aura, and his blood energy blazed like a furnace, emitting intense light and heat. The other martial artists in the room paled in comparison, resembling mere charcoal and dust scattered around a roaring fire. This extraordinary person suddenly looked up and, at that very moment, locked eyes with Lu Xing. It was evident that their top martial scholar had awoken. In the living room, the man in the gray suit put down his teacup and smiled. Lu Xing's parents were momentarily stunned by the situation, but their shock transformed into joy when they saw their son making his way down the stairs. As Lu Xing descended the staircase, Governor Xiaoping and was the first to stand up. He fixed his intense gaze on the confident young man coming down the stairs. Lu Xing, with his handsome appearance and a physique that exuded strength, appeared calm and composed. His face revealed a rare maturity and steadiness for someone of his age. However, to Governor Xia, he was much more than just appearances. Under the governor's keen observation, Lu Xing resembled the rising morning sun, radiating a sense of promise and potential. Seeing that his son was now awake, Mr. Lu introduced the distinguished guests. Governor Xiaoping An, the governor of Dongning Province, was the primary guest, followed by the mayor of White Lake City and Chairman Shao, whom Lu Xing had met previously. Lu Xing acknowledged the introductions with a nod, then approached Governor Xia to exchange greetings. Afterward, he greeted the mayor and Chairman Shao, shaking hands with each of them. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Governor Xia began to explain the purpose of his unannounced visit. He had come primarily to congratulate Lu Xing for achieving the top position in that year's National Unified Exam and becoming the top martial scholar. Although there were still 2 weeks left before the official release of the exam results, Governor Xia assured everyone that the results were practically finalized. He emphasized that Lu Xing's position as the top martial scholar was secure, even without knowing Lu Xing's academic scores. Governor Xia's confidence in Lu Xing's accomplishment was unwavering. He revealed that he had received the news early in the morning and had rushed over immediately to meet Lu Xing in person. He expressed his intention to present Lu Xing, the pride of Dongning Province, with some well-deserved rewards on behalf of the province. With a meaningful glance, Governor Xia signaled his secretary, who promptly stepped forward, presenting several items. Among them was a bank card worth a staggering 50 million, and the second gift was a 400-square-meter residence situated in the heart of Dongning Province. Though it might not rival Lu Xing's current mansion, it was a generous reward befitting the top martial scholar of the province. Governor Xia's smile was warm and filled with appreciation, reflecting the kind regard he held for Lu Xing and the province. He inquired about Lu Xing's future plans now that he had reached the strength of a 6th-level martial artist. Lu Qinghe, standing behind her brother, was visibly shocked upon hearing that Lu Xing had already reached the 6th level. She regarded him with wide eyes, as if he were a supernatural being. Lu Xing nodded in response to Governor Xia's question, revealing his decision to attend one of the divine martial universities in the royal capital. Governor Xia had anticipated this choice and instructed his secretary to produce a stack of envelopes, each containing recommendation letters from all 7 of the divine martial universities in the royal capital. Governor Xia couldn't help but show a bitter smile as he explained the unique circumstances. All 7 of the divine martial universities had reached out to him, requesting that he bring the recommendation letter to Lu Xing. This was an unprecedented situation. He then handed the 7 envelopes to Lu Xing, who was now faced with a monumental decision. Each envelope represented a martial arts sanctuary, a dream for countless martial arts students across the nation. All 7 divine martial universities were waiting for Lu Xing to make a choice. Lu Qinghe, his sister, was awestruck, feeling as if she were witnessing a plot from a manga unfolding in their very living room. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Xing shuffled the envelopes randomly and, with closed eyes, drew one out. The envelope he held revealed that he had selected the 7th Divine Martial University. This decision left Governor Xia and the others with peculiar expressions. They had expected Lu Xing to carefully weigh his options and choose the university that suited him best. However, his unique decision-making process had taken them by surprise. Governor Xia commented on the fact that all 7 divine martial universities were established following the heritage of martial saints. While the 7th university might have a slightly less profound heritage, its teaching staff and other aspects were by no means inferior to the other 6. He recommended that Lu Xing take the time to consider his weapon specialization. With that, Governor Xia took out his business card and handed it to Lu Xing, explaining that once Lu Xing had chosen his major and the type of weapon he wanted to specialize in, he should give Governor Xia a call. The governor would personally select and gift Lu Xing a weapon below level 6 to celebrate his achievements. Lu Xing thanked Governor Xia and accepted the business card. Seeing Lu Xing accept the business card decisively, the smile on Governor Xia's face grew even brighter. He stood up to take his leave, but not before bidding farewell to Lu Xing's parents and expressing his apologies for any inconvenience his unannounced visit may have caused. As Governor Xia left, the Lu family was left in awe of the remarkable turn of events. As the family warmly saw off Governor Xia, the mayor, and Chairman Xia at the door, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the remarkable turn of events. The father declared that they should have a proper celebration that evening, and the atmosphere within the house remained warm and joyful. It was a day worth commemorating, and the family spent a special night together, filled with laughter and happiness. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit conference room, several figures were deeply engrossed in studying Lu Xing's profile. It had been years since they had taken such a keen interest in an individual. They could feel that this year might be different. One of them murmured, his eyes shimmering. He was none other than the Mingyu martial saint, Tan Zhongyu. A few days later, Lu Xing embarked on his journey to the royal capital. He bid farewell to his classmates, embraced his family at the airport, passed through security, and boarded the plane. Lu Xing's knowledge of the royal capital was limited, but he understood that what set these 7 universities apart was primarily the fact that each of them contained a complete martial arts inheritance. Moreover, they each possessed a unique divine martial tower. The university Lu Xing had chosen was the youngest among them, established just 57 years ago by Tan Zhongyu, also known as the Jade Martial Saint. He was one of the 3 existing martial saints in their nation, and despite being just over 100 years old, he was considered to be in the prime of his life. Martial saints could easily live for more than 300 years, far beyond the lifespan of ordinary individuals. They were akin to the immortal beings of legends. In their nation's history, a total of 9 martial saints had been born, most of them during the first 150 years of the martial arts era. It was a time of prosperity for martial arts, with various opportunities, inspiration, and a surge of martial arts talents. However, due to turbulent times, many martial saint-level powerhouses perished in battles against ferocious exotic beasts or in what could only be described as civil wars between different nations. Lu Xing had learned in his history class that during the first century of the martial arts era, their nation and another nation had fought for the title of world martial arts leader. Numerous martial artists were deployed to the battlefield, and several martial saints had fallen in this battle, making it one of the most tragic and heartbreaking wars in centuries. Sadly, many of these great talents didn't die on the battlefield against exotic beasts, but due to internal strife and conflicts within their own nation. As for the outcome of that war, it might be better left unmentioned. Besides Tan Zhongyu, who wasn't born during the tumultuous period, the 2 other existing martial saints in their nation were also survivors of the battle mentioned previously. With this knowledge, Lu Xing set off on his journey, with the understanding that Tan Zhongyu was both the martial saint and the principal of the 7th Divine Martial University. Lu Xing had always dreamed of becoming a martial artist of extraordinary prowess. His aspirations were not ordinary, for they revolved around the enigmatic Divine Martial Tower, located within the 7 prestigious universities. The Divine Martial Tower was whispered to possess the remarkable ability to perfectly replicate the life stages of martial saints, showcasing the pinnacle of integration between martial arts and cutting-edge technology. Lu Xing, however, wasn't particularly drawn to the idea of becoming a disciple of a martial saint. In his vivid dream realm, he had inherited techniques from 10th and 11th martial artists, skills he had yet to fully explore. As for the mere 9th-level martial saint's inheritance, he seemed rather indifferent. His dreams clashed with the mandatory requirements of his nation, which demanded that prodigious talents in martial arts accumulate a specific number of credits at a university before joining the military. The regulations aimed to protect the elite from the front lines, ensuring their safety and the preservation of their valuable skills. Lu Xing sighed inwardly, as he was aware that his nation's rules would force him to undergo training and acquire relevant professional knowledge within the university before he could set foot on the battlefield. But deep within, he couldn't care less about it. His primary objective was to complete his studies as swiftly as possible and graduate from the Divine Martial University. As Lu Xing contemplated his situation, a chance encounter occurred on his journey. A vibrant and fresh-faced girl boarded the plane, and to his astonishment, he recognized her. She was Yang, someone he knew from the prodigy camp. Coincidentally, she also happened to be his younger sister's school senior. Just the previous day, Lu Xing's sister had sent Yang a few text messages, informing her about Lu Xing's flight to the royal capital, encouraging Yang to be brave. Yang had made the remarkable decision to attend the royal capital's university instead of Dongning Martial University, all to be closer to Lu Xing, a choice that his sister highly approved of. What's more, as fate would have it, they found themselves seated next to each other on the flight. Lu Xing couldn't hide his surprise when Yang showed him her boarding pass. He hadn't expected her to be traveling to the royal capital as well, let alone on the same flight. As he looked at Yang, seated beside him, his thoughts took an unexpected turn. In his dream realm, there was a spouse section he couldn't help but recall. The possibility of another twist in his life journey left him feeling somewhat worried. Could it be that destiny was playing tricks on him once more? 2 hours later, they disembarked from the plane, greeted by the grandeur of the royal capital. The magnificent buildings and the bustling cityscape left Lu Xing in awe. He couldn't help but wonder if the city's grandeur resembled the 1359 military base from his dream realm before it was overthrown. As Lu Xing and Yang arrived at Jing Martial University in the royal capital, the grandeur and significance of this institution became apparent. The atmosphere was filled with an air of seriousness and commitment, and Lu Xing quickly realized that this place was no joke. Observing the cleaning workers who were leaping from high places or clinging to windows like Spider-Man, it became clear that this university was home to dedicated and talented individuals. Upon giving it some thought, Lu Xing decided to accompany Yang to her university. He couldn't help but wonder why Yang, with her talent, hadn't been accepted into the Divine Martial University, and yet she had chosen to attend Jing Martial University in the royal capital. There seemed to be a significant difference between the two institutions, and Lu Xing found it somewhat surprising. Nonetheless, since they were from the same city, he decided to offer his support to Yang. Lu Xing took one of Yang's suitcases from her hand and walked ahead, planning to assist her with the registration process before reporting to the Divine Martial University himself. As he walked alongside Yang, he noticed an inexplicable acceleration of her heartbeat, and she couldn't help but feel that they were like a couple starting school together. Yang obediently followed Lu Xing as they quickly entered the front gate of Jing Martial University. Inside, they encountered a few young men in their early 20s who appeared to be welcoming freshman students. When Lu Xing and Yang arrived, these young men's eyes lit up at the sight of Yang, and they approached her with beaming smiles and an exceedingly attentive attitude. One was burly, proudly displaying his arm muscles in a tank top, while the other had blonde hair and was tall and thin. Both young men offered to carry Yang's suitcases for her, which startled her. She immediately sought refuge behind Lu Xing, who remained calm. Lu Xing handed one of the suitcases to the two young men. However, upon realizing that Lu Xing was with Yang, a strong sense of competition and perhaps jealousy appeared in their eyes. One of the young men inquired whether Lu Xing was also a freshman at Jing Martial University. Lu Xing, who had learned how to conceal his true abilities, shook his head and explained that they were friends, and he had come to help Yang register. Upon hearing that Lu Xing wasn't a student at Jing Martial University, the expressions of the two young men relaxed slightly. They could sense that Yang had feelings for Lu Xing, but as long as Lu Xing wasn't from the same school, they perceived the threat as reduced. After all, they believed in the saying that being near the water means you're the first to get to the moon. The two young men proudly led Lu Xing and Yang into the school, introducing it along the way. They mentioned that although Jing Martial University might not be the absolute best in the royal capital, it was considered a top-tier institution in other provinces. The university boasted numerous martial arts practice rooms, and students had the opportunity to enter the Divine Martial Tower 3 times per month. Lu Xing, intrigued, asked whether everyone was allowed to enter the Divine Martial Tower. The two young men proudly explained that the Divine Martial Tower was a national treasure, and all martial arts students, not just those from the royal capital, had the privilege of using it. Even martial artists from other provinces could apply for qualification through the Martial Arts Association to access the tower. Lu Xing quickly grasped the convenience enjoyed by students from the 7 Divine Martial Universities. They had unrestricted access to the Divine Martial Tower, allowing them to enter at any time without needing to apply. The blonde young man, keen on ensuring Yang's well-being, smiled and reassured her that there were people in the school who would stand up for her if anyone ever bullied her. However, he emphasized that Yang must avoid provoking students from the 7 Divine Martial Universities. Intrigued, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask why the students from the Divine Martial University should be treated with such caution. The blonde man, slightly annoyed by Lu Xing's persistent questions, impatiently responded, explaining that students from the Divine Martial University were considered crazy. They were assigned missions that involved combat with exotic beasts on their very first day of class. The blonde young man warned Lu Xing that he would get into trouble if he ever crossed paths with one of these students. Lu Xing offered a slight smile and nodded in acknowledgement. As the group arrived at the enrollment area, Lu Xing prepared to leave after helping Yang with her registration. He assured her that she could contact him by phone if she ever needed help. Yang waved goodbye to Lu Xing and watched as he departed. The blonde young man, however, seemed to be growing increasingly annoyed with Lu Xing's presence. His impatience was evident as he addressed Lu Xing's continuous interjections and questions. The burly young man standing beside him also expressed his discontent with Lu Xing. Curious about Lu Xing's choice of university, the blond young man inquired about the university Lu Xing planned to enroll in. But at that moment, with Lu Xing not by her side, Yang's expression shifted to a cold and indifferent one. She glanced at the two young men and calmly stated that Lu Xing was planning to enroll in the 7th Divine Martial University. Her tone turned rather proud, and she added that Lu Xing hailed from White Lake City, and his name was Lu Xing. The two young men were momentarily stunned by Yang's words. Her confident revelation seemed to have a profound impact on them. Their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. It was as if a realization had struck them. This year's top scholar in the National Unified Exam was none other than Lu Xing. Lu Xing's reputation and achievements were clearly remarkable, and this newfound knowledge left the two young men in awe. Lu Xing was dragging his suitcase behind him while following the GPS on his phone. The bustling royal capital buzzed with life as he weaved through the streets, his eyes drawn to the many young students. He arrived at the entrance of a university that stood out from the rest, the 7th Divine Martial University. Its entrance was strangely deserted, in contrast to the bustling streets outside. But it was undeniable that the university itself was enormous, dominating the landscape. At the entrance of the 7th Divine Martial University, a massive gate stood tall, hundreds of meters wide and a staggering 100 meters in height. On this gate, gilded characters spelled out the university's name, 7th Divine Martial University. Just below the name, the signature of a martial saint, Tanzhong, was proudly displayed. It was an awe-inspiring sight, and the divine tower, visible from the entrance, added to the grandeur, giving off a sense of majestic mountains. Lu Xing was taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. The personal inscription by a martial saint in the imposing divine tower left a lasting impression on him. He realized that this journey might hold more surprises than he had initially thought, and this university might be the key to interesting events and personal growth. With newfound determination, he continued walking towards the welcoming reception at the entrance. A welcoming banner greeted him, and several young men and women were busy with their own activities. Lu Xing was the first visitor they had seen in a while. A blonde girl enthusiastically took his admission notice, and after a quick glance, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Excitedly, she called over her friend, who was sitting next to her, and pointed at Lu Xing. She revealed that he was the national top scorer of this year's unified exam, a rare achievement indeed. The news quickly spread among the students, and they all became curious about the handsome freshman who stood before them. It was the first time the 7th Divine Martial University had admitted a student with such a distinction, and this sparked even more interest among the students. One young man, who had been busy polishing his sword, paused to listen. He scrutinized Lu Xing from head to toe before suddenly jumping up, sword in hand, and landing in front of him. Intrigued and seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, the young man asked Lu Xing if he was indeed the top scorer of the year. Lu Xing responded with a confident and genuine affirmation. It was then that the young man, still wielding his great sword, suddenly swung it down in a fierce manner. Lu Xing remained composed, not even blinking, as he calmly and with a smile met the young man's gaze. The young man, satisfied with Lu Xing's demeanor, slowly nodded and then raised his great sword to point in a direction. He instructed Lu Xing to keep walking in that direction and reassured him that there would be signs along the way to guide him. As Lu Xing continued to make his way into the university campus, the trio of students he left behind began to discuss him with great curiosity. The young man, intrigued by Lu Xing's accomplishments, couldn't help but ask about his score on the unified exam. One of the girls searched for the information but couldn't find it. However, another girl hinted at rumors that this year's national top scorer had a blood energy level at the 6th level and had broken several records during the exam. This revelation left the young man with the great sword somewhat shocked, and the other girl was equally surprised. They anticipated an interesting turn of events with Lu Xing's presence. Lu Xing entered the campus, and to his surprise, it appeared nearly empty, as if he was the only one walking there. The lush surroundings were serene, and he couldn't spot many people. It was a stark contrast to the bustling entrance. Suddenly, a chubby student named Lindsay spotted Lu Xing and eagerly approached him. He introduced himself as a freshman and complained that he had been wandering for half an hour without encountering anyone else. Like Lu Xing, Lindsay was laden with a suitcase and backpack. He was relieved to find someone who might help him navigate the campus. Lu Xing, reminded of his high school friend Ming, felt an instant connection with Lindsay. He smiled and agreed to assist him in finding the student dormitory. As they walked further into the campus, they eventually reached a spacious residential area where a large group of new students had gathered. They were all dragging their luggage and displayed youthful looks and a sense of pride. However, their expressions were now tinged with anger. A student was suddenly sent flying and landed heavily on the outskirts of the crowd. He looked up in shock and terror, with a hint of fear in his eyes as he gazed at the person who had sent him sprawling. This tall young man, dressed in an orange outfit, was clapping his hands with a smile, seemingly pleased with himself. He identified the fallen student as Su Xiaoming, the martial arts top scorer from Nanjing province. The young man mockingly praised Su Xiaoming for being the first to withstand 2 of his attacks and encouraged him to keep working hard. However, the sarcasm and mockery in his words were evident to the surrounding crowd of freshmen. The tension in the air was palpable as no one had managed to enter the dormitory area so far. A blue-haired young man turned to his friend Huadong and asked in a low voice if he thought he could handle it. Huadong was the 5th top scorer in the National Unified Examination and the 3rd top scorer from the royal capital. However, he admitted that he wasn't very confident. He had only recently achieved the 5th level as a martial artist, and at this moment, his face revealed both seriousness and worry. Huadong, the 5th top scorer in the National Unified Examination, analyzed the situation with a concerned tone. He observed that the young man in the orange shirt was very strong, likely already at the peak of the 5th level of martial arts with some proficiency in vital qi, an internal energy technique. Huadong admitted that he might not be able to withstand more than 3 attacks from this formidable opponent. The young man beside Huadong couldn't believe the situation. Even their strongest contender, Wang, might not last more than 3 attacks. He suggested taking turns to wear the opponent down and then having Huadong finish the fight. However, Huadong disagreed, explaining that facing a peak 5th level martial artist with a blood energy level of 1,000 and supported by internal energy made wearing him down a challenging task. Huadong also noticed another student standing near the entrance who appeared even stronger, possibly already at the 6th level. The new students were shocked and fearful, as they had never heard of a student reaching the 6th level before. In most martial arts associations, a 6th level martial artist could qualify as a chairman. The young man in the orange shirt reminded everyone of the university they were attending, emphasizing that strength was the ultimate rule. He reiterated that anyone who could withstand 3 of his attacks could enter, and those who withstood 5 could bring their luggage. He raised his arms and declared that past glories meant nothing in the 7 divine martial universities. Strength ruled, and everything had to be earned with one's own hands. With a cold smile, he held a bunch of defeated students' room cards and dropped them on the ground, emphasizing that without strength, they might as well return home and live as ordinary people. His words deeply impacted the young freshmen, filling them with feelings of humiliation, unwillingness, and self-doubt about their future paths. Lu Sheng watched the scene with a growing sense of irritation. It seemed that every time he went somewhere, there would always be people trying to preach life lessons or the law of the jungle to him. He was frustrated, especially when those preaching were not particularly strong themselves, individuals he could easily dismiss with a single swipe. The situation was exasperating for Lu Sheng, who was already well acquainted with these kinds of encounters. Lindsay stood beside Lu Sheng. He was radiating excitement as he eagerly anticipated what was about to unfold. With a nonchalant grin on his face, Lindsay wasted no time in expressing his sheer enjoyment of trampling over the self-righteous seniors who had gathered around them. He reveled in the shocked and fearful gazes they shot his way, his confidence seemingly unshaken. With a sense of determination, Lindsay placed his suitcase on the ground, indicating that he was about to take action. The crowd's attention was now firmly fixed on the chubby boy, wondering what he had in store. Turning to Lu Sheng, Lindsay couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He proudly declared that he was this year's top martial scholar from Sichuan province, ranked 19th in the entire nation. His boastful words seemed to hang in the air, setting the stage for what was to come. In a brash and audacious move, Lindsay decided to step forward through the crowd, defying what he perceived as nonsensical rules and authority. He shouted at the top of his lungs, challenging the status quo and taunting those who stood before him. "What's up with these stupid rules? Stop with your nonsense. It's too late to beg for mercy. Watch Daddy kick your stupid ass and teach you a real lesson." Lindsay's words echoed through the crowd, leaving a momentary hush in their wake. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and a burst of energy engulfed Lindsay. He was sent hurtling through the air, like a sandbag, crashing heavily several meters away before rolling like a ball for another 10 meters. Remarkably, despite the dramatic tumble, Lindsay landed on the ground without any noticeable injuries. He rubbed his buttocks, admitting his carelessness, acknowledging that the orange shirt guy was stronger than he had anticipated. His face flushed with embarrassment, Lindsay turned to Lu Sheng, who stood nearby. Lu Sheng, however, responded with a reassuring smile, patting Lindsay on the shoulder. It was evident that their friendship remained intact, despite the unexpected turn of events. As Lindsay recollected himself, Lu Sheng's attention was now drawn to the orange-shirt young man who had delivered the impressive kick. The crowd's gaze instantly converged on Lu Sheng, and all eyes were now on the impending confrontation. The orange-shirt guy locked eyes with Lu Sheng, an air of amusement playing across his features. His gaze swept over the backpack on Lu Sheng's back, and he teased Lu Sheng, questioning whether he was prepared to face his 3 attacks head-on. Lu Sheng, seemingly unperturbed, decided to take action. He put down his backpack and snapped his wrists, calmly declaring, "Now we can start." This announcement was met with a collective murmur from the onlookers who believed that Lu Sheng was grossly underestimating the danger he was in. The young man in the orange shirt, his eyes glinting with a cold, ominous light, spoke with a sinister grin, "I'll show you what true cruelty is." Before his words could fully fade away, he unleashed a kick of remarkable precision and power. The energy wave he generated was tangible, tearing through the air and producing a piercing howl. A small whirlwind formed on the spot, causing nearby freshmen to shield their eyes and retreat slowly. Lu Sheng, however, was not intimidated in the least. With an air of calm and confidence, he extended one hand and reached straight for the young man's face. His movements appeared deliberately slow, almost as if he were savoring the moment, despite the critical situation. To the surprise of all present, Lu Sheng's hand shattered the energy wave with ease. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and was standing directly in front of the young man in the orange shirt. As the dust settled from the dramatic showdown, the young man in the orange shirt found himself in an almost surreal predicament. He struggled to free himself from Lu Sheng's grip, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "Let me go." However, Lu Sheng's grasp felt like an inescapable abyss, an indescribable sense of immense fear coursing through the young man. Lu Sheng, undeterred, exerted a bit more force, tightening his hold on the young man's neck. With a fierce downward swing, the ground beneath them cracked open, and large fissures spread across the hard cement surface. The young man in the orange shirt lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a defeated animal, his body twitching slightly. The onlookers, including Lindsay, the chubby boy, were left in stunned silence, frozen in place. Lindsay's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit a fist, as he processed the astounding turn of events. Nearby, another senior student who had witnessed the entire scene stood frozen, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Holding his drink, the senior student stared blankly at Lu Sheng, but as their eyes met, a wave of tension washed over him. He felt like prey that had been singled out by a fierce predator. With a hint of fear, he watched as Lu Sheng inquired, "Can I go in now?" The senior nodded hesitantly, and Lu Sheng calmly walked past him. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lu Sheng made his way into the dormitory area, searching for his room. Finding the room corresponding to the number on his card, he was met with an unexpected surprise. The student housing at the 7th Divine Martial University was nothing short of luxurious, with individual villas for each resident. Lu Sheng's dormitory was almost comparable in size to the luxury mansion he had recently purchased for his family. The best part was that everything here was free. Lindsay, who had been following closely, advised Lu Sheng not to mistake his dorm for the room of the national top scorer. But before he could complete his sentence, it dawned on him. He turned to Lu Sheng with an expression of shock, swallowing hard, and hesitantly asked, Are you Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng responded with a knowing smile and a touch of amusement. He asked, "Do I not look like it?" Lindsay couldn't contain his excitement, bursting into laughter and enthusiastically giving Lu Sheng a thumbs up. He confessed that he, as the top martial scorer from his province, had never expected to encounter someone of Lu Sheng's caliber so soon after entering the university. Lindsay explained that he had specifically chosen to attend the 7th Divine Martial University to avoid the kind of prodigies he believed only existed in legends. Lu Sheng found himself pondering the reason why someone of his caliber, the national top scorer for the year, would choose to attend the 7th Divine Martial University. He had expected prodigies to opt for more prestigious institutions, but to his surprise, he was here. He recalled Governor Xia mentioning that all 7 divine martial universities were considered equivalent in terms of their reputation and quality. Curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to Lindsay, asking why he thought the 7th divine martial university was considered weak. Lindsay scratched his head, admitting he wasn't entirely sure, but he mentioned that the number 7 had a perception of being the weakest. Historically, national top scorers usually chose one of the older divine martial universities. Lindsay had even checked the results of the National University Martial Arts competition over the years and noted that the 7th Divine Martial University occasionally ranked at the bottom. Shrugging, Lindsay added, "So, wouldn't you say it's the weakest?" But Lu Xing didn't seem concerned about the university's reputation or strength. He believed in taking things as they came and was more interested in exploring his new environment. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, Lu Xing gestured for Lindsay to join him later. He entered the well-furnished room, finding it quite luxurious. Even the sofa was made of beast leather. Lu Xing's curiosity led him to press a button on a remote control he discovered on the table. A massive 4K screen lit up, revealing a campus forum. The forum featured various posts from strategies for conquering the Divine Tower to profiles of prominent figures at the 7th Divine Martial University. There were even live broadcasts of battles against level 5 beasts. However, one post caught Lu Xing's attention, the hottest topic of the day, a complete video of the battle between Qin Yuan and Xiaolan for the title of the top senior student. The video had garnered over 14 million views, and Lu Xing realized that this forum was a valuable source of the latest information and entertainment. It appeared that Qin Yixian and Xiaolan were currently the two strongest students at the 7th Divine Martial University, based on the comments under the pinned video. Lu Xing clicked on the video, which began to play. Two young men in their early 20s stood facing each other, one wielding a long saber, and the other brandishing a Chinese dao. They appeared to be in the campus square, just inside the university's entrance. However, as the battle became more intense, a prompt popped up, indicating that the 15-second preview had ended and he needed to register and pay with forum points to continue watching. Lu Xing shook his head, recognizing that video websites had the same restrictions everywhere. At this point, he hadn't even obtained his student ID, let alone had the means to register or earn forum points. He closed the video and decided to explore further, going upstairs to discover a small open balcony with a panoramic view of the distant scenery. Prior to entering the university, he had meticulously prepared 30 glass vials filled with the latest supplements. These elixirs were to fuel his cultivation needs in the short term. As he ingested the potent concoction, he felt a warm flow of energy circulating within his body, invigorating his spirit. Lu Xing had recently started practicing the second stage of the Immortal Golden Body technique, an ancient and powerful method that promised extraordinary abilities. He was deeply engrossed in his training, his focus unyielding. The future of immense power and greatness beckoned him, and he cherished every moment of solitude. However, his tranquility was shattered by a sudden, loud knocking that echoed through his chamber. Lu Xing was a man who detested any form of interruption during his cultivation. It was not just a preference, but a rule he had set for himself, and he was determined to maintain it. The intrusion was made even more annoying when he noticed his door damaged, as if someone had violently barged in. Lu Xing's face remained expressionless as he rose to confront the disturbance. Slowly, he opened the door, revealing a tall young man standing there, his hair styled like a mushroom, scrutinizing him with disdain. The young man began speaking with arrogance. "So, you are Lu Xing." But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xing's response was swift and powerful. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful force that sent the intruder flying like a cannonball. The unfortunate fellow soared over 20 meters before crashing heavily into a wall. The two companions who had accompanied him were left stunned and speechless, their faces reflecting a mixture of terror and shock. Lu Xing's stern voice resonated in the air. "Learn how to knock on a door before coming to find me again." The pair, now shaken and humbled, cautiously knocked on the door again, this time with a gentler touch. Lu Xing appeared at the door for the second time, his eyes clouded with confusion as he looked at the two visitors. The mushroom-haired man who had been sent hurtling through the air struggled to lift himself off the ground. His two companions wore expressions of utter astonishment and fear. The mushroom-haired man couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Lu Xing just a freshman? How could he be so powerful? His initial intention had been to intimidate the freshman and make a name for himself, but he had clearly underestimated the power of Lu Xing. Growing impatient, Lu Xing questioned their true purpose, wanting to know if the seniors at the university were genuinely interested in bullying the freshmen. The two visitors quickly produced a large box and some documents, including Lu Xing's student ID and some daily necessities. They explained that they were from the student union and were there to welcome the new freshmen. They offered Lu Xing access to all the equipment at the 7th Divine Martial University and the promise of a bottle of level 4 beast blood, a valuable resource for cultivators. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the generous benefits that the university had to offer. However, he couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance at the senior who had been sent flying earlier. He doubted that their intentions were purely to deliver warmth and goodwill. The hostility from the senior had been evident, and it was clear he had intended to use Lu Sheng as a stepping stone to establish his dominance. The senior, covered in dust with resentment in his eyes and grievances etched on his face, waited as if expecting an apology. Lu Sheng, still emotionless, tilted his head slightly and asked, "Were you expecting an apology?" The senior with the mushroom haircut quickly assured Lu Sheng that no apology was necessary, and they would take their leave immediately. Lu Sheng closed the door, still expressing his thanks for the delivery. As the three individuals hastily retreated from Lu Sheng's residence, they couldn't help but look back at the imposing villa behind them. Each of their faces bore an expression of lingering fear, especially the one with the mushroom hair. He had not anticipated being overpowered by a mere freshman with a single punch, and the realization of this left him humbled and shaken. The other two in their group glanced at their mushroom-haired companion but made it clear that they had no intention of assisting him in seeking revenge. Their eyes conveyed sympathy and understanding as they silently distanced themselves from his earlier arrogance. The mushroom-haired young man coughed twice and made a dismissive gesture. He had no immediate desire for revenge. He vividly recalled that even when he had encountered a 6th-level beast on a mission, he hadn't been injured as badly as he had been by Lu Sheng's single punch. Regret coursed through him for trying to establish his authority through Lu Sheng, a freshman, but he couldn't simply let the matter slide either. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's door opened again, and catching sight of Lu Sheng's gaze, they hurriedly explained that they were about to leave. They made promises to fix his door and even pretended to call someone to take care of it immediately. Lu Sheng nodded and closed the door, seemingly satisfied with their attempts to make amends. Returning to his room, Lu Sheng resumed watching the video on his student card. The footage was now in high definition, and he watched the recorded fight between two formidable martial artists. One wielded a saber and was dressed in a crisp suit, while the other wore a tank top and camouflage pants, brandishing a large Chinese dao. There was no idle chatter between them. They engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging powerful blows and demonstrating their incredible combat skills. Lu Sheng's expression turned serious as he watched the fight unfold. These two fighters were clearly at the pinnacle of young martial artists in the nation, and their abilities were awe-inspiring. Lu Sheng calculated with his fingers, estimating that, without using the power of a grandmaster's will, he would need to use at least 60%, or perhaps even 50%, of his strength to defeat such opponents. Considering that Lu Sheng's internal energy had recently reached a minor completion, which conservatively estimated to elevate his combat power to over 2 million, he realized that even at 50% of his strength, his power couldn't be underestimated. Ultimately, it was the student in the suit, Chen Yixian, who emerged victorious in their intense duel. Both of them were clearly not yet grandmasters, but they were extremely close, which made them formidable opponents. Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder if there were even stronger individuals at the other 6 divine martial universities. Lu Sheng had learned from Lin Zhe that enrolling at the 7th Divine Martial University was not always the ideal choice, as many previous national top scorers had opted for other divine martial institutions. This was Lu Sheng's first time in the royal capital, and he recognized the need to push himself even harder, considering the abundance of prodigious talent in the world. As one video ended, the next one automatically began to play. Its title boldly proclaimed the strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Divine Martial University beating up a senior ranked in the top 300 on the first day of school. Indeed, the video chronicled the scene where Lu Sheng had effortlessly overpowered the senior in the orange shirt, shattering his attack and displaying his incredible strength. Reflecting on the footage, Lu Sheng couldn't help but acknowledge that the scene appeared rather violent, but it also made clear that he was a force to be reckoned with at the university. The editor of the video that showcased Lu Sheng's overpowering of the senior seemed to have a peculiar sense of humor. In the latter half of the video, they turned it into a sort of meme, repeatedly showing the senior being thrashed to the ground by Lu Sheng with bang 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 sound effects and musical rhythms. It was a rather pitiful sight to watch, and in the barrage of comments and live chat, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the senior as he watched this unusual video. Just then, Lu Sheng's stomach rumbled, reminding him that it was time for a meal. Checking the time, he headed to the cafeteria to sample the culinary offerings of Divine Martial University. The university's cafeteria did not disappoint, and it was bustling with students. Among them, he spotted Lin Zhe, who was there with his arms laden with a variety of foods, including skewers, meats from different beasts, snacks, and dim sum. Lindsay approached Lu Sheng with a smile, jokingly asking him not to make fun of him for eating so much. However, his teasing came to a halt when he saw the abundance of food on Lu Sheng's table, which was no less extravagant. Lu Sheng was seen engulfing a burger that was taller than a man in a single, monstrous bite, resembling a predator devouring its prey. Lindsay shoveled a mouthful of food into his mouth and glanced around, informing Lu Sheng that many people were watching him. At a nearby table, two senior female students were whispering praises about Lu Sheng, with one even casting flirtatious glances his way. However, at another table, the sentiment was not as favorable. Some students from the same grade, who knew the person Lu Sheng had beaten up in the video, were eager to test their mettle against him. Despite the attention, Lu Sheng remained unfazed and continued eating. The atmosphere in the cafeteria began to shift when several individuals stood up and made their way towards Lu Sheng's table. The crowd's attention was drawn to them as 4 individuals halted before Lu Sheng. The leader among them, also a freshman, extended his hand with a cold smirk, introducing himself as Wu Fan, ranked 17th nationwide this year. Lindsay's expression tensed as he sensed the malicious intent of these newcomers and was about to stand up in defense, but Lu Sheng's words urged him to stay seated and continue eating. Lu Sheng seemingly ignored Wu Fan and continued with his meal, casually asking if Wu Fan had come specifically to disclose his exam scores. This response seemed to rattle A.B. Baldi, another of Wu Fan's companions, but Wu Fan intervened, narrowing his eyes at Lu Sheng and starting to laugh. He acknowledged that he was no match for Lu Sheng but began to hint at the importance of social relationships in this new environment, different from their previous school. Wu Fan suggested that Lu Sheng should know his place. Before Wu Fan could finish his insinuations, Lu Sheng interrupted him, pointing out that if Wu Fan already acknowledged that he was not a match for him, why provoke him? Caught off guard by the question, Wu Fan watched as Lu Sheng calmly placed his chopsticks down and pushed his plate forward slightly, preparing to stand up. The expressions of Wu Fan and his companions darkened, anticipating a confrontation. Wu Fan launched the initial attack, but Lu Sheng was quicker. In a fluid motion reminiscent of the earlier video clip, Lu Sheng reached out his hand, aiming for Wu Fan's head. With a single-handed grip, as if catching a ball, Lu Sheng pressed Wu Fan to the ground, displaying the same dominance that had been so memorably captured in the viral footage they had all seen. The cafeteria echoed with the resounding message that Lu Sheng was not to be trifled with. After beating Wu Fan, Lu Sheng, his expression sour, wiped his hands clean. Wu Fan lay flat on the ground, with several dishes pouring onto his face. By a single thrust of Lu Sheng, Wu Fan was flatly unconscious. After wiping his hands, a sudden aura gushed out of his body. Lu Sheng declared, pointing at himself, "In my entire life, I detest 2 things the most. First, when someone disturbs me while I am practicing. Second, while I am having a mealtime." He warned everyone to not come looking for trouble at these 2 times or otherwise, they would be swatted like a fly. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Wu Fan's comrades trembled in fear, hugging each other. As Lu Sheng pointed at them, asking if they understood, both of them seemed like an ant in front of him. They folded their hands together, begging and assuring Lu Sheng to not appear in front of them again. The cafe was quite noisy due to the aftermath. Turning to leave, Lu Sheng called out to Lindsay to leave together. The fat boy came rushing at Lu Sheng's beck and call. As they left the cafe, Lindsay expressed his happiness to witness Lu Sheng's chivalry. He wanted to follow in Lu Sheng's footsteps to fight wherever it was needed. As they strode through the St. Martial University, the students kept glaring at Lu Sheng. He knew that martial arts was a path of supremacy, not to mention he was at the 7th St. Martial University, which gathered martial artists from all over the country. There is no shortage of stubborn idiots, so they will keep coming at him nonetheless. Among the crowd, there were eyes that glared at Lu Sheng with disdain and others were curious to find out his true strength. There were also some flies, who always tried to use underhanded tricks. Even after beating seniors and some co-students, they were still not afraid enough. Lu Sheng wondered if there was a grandmaster in front of them, would they still act like this? He wanted as much fear as he could, to make these flies disappear. He wanted an opportunity to beat them hard enough, to grind fear into their bones, so that they respect him like a demon or fear like a higher being. Suddenly a voice called out to Lu Sheng. He sensed a powerful presence in his back, a person approaching him. This person introduced himself as the vice principal, Zhao Taikong. He wanted to discuss something with him. Taikong informed Lu Sheng to speak on the stage as a student representative in tomorrow's student seminar. Lu Sheng started wondering. Taikong encouraged him to just say a few words. Nothing special. Lu Sheng smiled, pondering over ideas, and he agreed to it. Lindsay, standing behind Lu Sheng, also encouraged him, as this was a chance to show off in front of all the students. He must perform well. On hearing Lindsay's words, a sinister smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face, and he responded, showing my face in front of the new students. I must perform well. A day has passed. The ceremonial hall was filled with several new students. It was the 57th freshman enrollment ceremony of 7th St. Martial University. As Lu Sheng entered the ceremonial hall, all eyes turned to look at him. The blue-haired boy informed Huadong that Su Jiandong, a new student, intended to cause trouble for Lu Sheng. He asked Huadong, what are his thoughts? He heard that Su Jiandong's ranking is in the top 10. As Lu Sheng walked down the stairs, Su Jiandong stood from his seat and started staring at Lu Sheng. Huadong wondered why should they bother so much to bring Lu Sheng down. But it would not be easy to bring him down. Huadong's instincts warned him to stay away from Lu Sheng. As the students gathered, the vice principal, Zhao Taikong, started giving his speech to the audience. The students got bored as the speech continued. They started snoring. Lu Sheng blocked his ears, wondering if every world leader spoke in the same way. After some time, the vice principal invited Lu Sheng on the stage. As Lu Sheng stood before the podium, the students disapproved and started booing at him. Lu Sheng memorized the faces who shouted at him. Taikong shouted, silencing the students. He then asked if he was ready. Lu Sheng replied, I have spent a day preparing for this, so there should be no problem. Taikong's eyes flickered. He did not expect Lu Sheng to care about such small matters. Standing at the podium, Lu Sheng remained silent for a moment. Looking at the audience, he smiled. The students wondered what he would say. Su Jiandong retorted, whatever he says, we will make a commotion together and make sure he can't say anything on the stage. Lu Sheng started speaking. He remarked, I am Lu Sheng. I know most of you don't respect. Therefore today, I will be giving you all an opportunity. Pointing with his index finger, he announced. Su Jiandong and his lackeys got confused about what sort of opportunity they thought. A loud shout brought them back to reality. They jolted as Lu Sheng shouted, now, immediately. Right away. Challenge me. The audience was hushed silent by this revelation. Lu Sheng raised both of his hands sideways. He announced, I allow all of you to come at me together. A thick energy released from his body as he mockingly provoked all the newcomers. Provoking further, Lu Sheng signaled them with his hand, don't keep me waiting too long, you files. The students clenched their fists as anger shifted their expressions. The vice principal, Zhao Taikong, also baffled by the unfolding situation. Taikong held his glasses, sweat pouring down his face. Despite all his anticipation about what Lu Sheng would say, it just came to 4 sentences, and he wondered if this was what he prepared for a whole day. Lindsay, sitting among the audience, gave a thumbs up on Lu Sheng's bravado and provocation. Seeing the audience immersed in their thoughts, Lu Sheng threw another provocation. What? Are you all scared to face me together? Are you all a bunch of losers? The students got agitated, and clenching their fists, they rose up. Jiandong, smashing his fist on the chair, grumbled, you are insane, Lu Sheng. He rose up from his fist. Activating his special physique, he announced, let me come and fight against you. Following Jiandong, his friend also rose from his seat and claimed, do you think you are invincible? It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk big in front of me. A female student also rose from her seat, announcing, I also want to experience the strength of the dragon ascending martial arts champion. Huadong, pondering over the unfolding situation, wondered if he did not fight, everyone would think he was afraid of Lu Sheng. He also rose from his seat and respectfully asked, we humbly request the guidance of the dragon ascending martial arts champion. Following these 4 ranked martial artists, several others also followed suit. Their energies combined together form a raging dragon inside the ceremonial hall. They shouted together, please enlighten us. The principal's secretary walked forward, asking the Taikong about the situation. But Taikong stopped him from interfering. He also wanted to take a look at Lu Sheng's prowess. Watching several martial artists trying to Lu Sheng together, Lindsay stood up from his seat. Turning to the crowd, he grumbled, you shameless people. Many people trying to bully one person. Where is your courage? Lindsay resolved that even if he had to get beaten a little, he would support Lu Sheng. Looking at Lindsay being concerned, Lu Sheng stepped up and remarked, it looks like a bunch of garbage has formed. It can also bring a little pressure to people. His eyes glaring, he released a massive amount of energy into the hall. Countering the dragon, he proclaimed, perfect, I want to take a look. What qualifications do you bunch of trash have to sit with me in the first place? Lu Sheng instantly jumped from the stage, appearing in front of Jiandong in an instant. Jiandong, being baffled, could not react in time. Lu Sheng managed to land a heavy punch at Jiandong, but Jiandong's quick reaction led him to block the attack by crossing his arms. Suddenly a crackling sound appeared, and Jiandong's bones were smashed into powder by a single punch. As a result of the huge pressure behind the fist, Jiandong flew several meters away, finally smashing into the wall. Right after, Jiandong's friend attacked Lu Sheng with a kick in his face, but easily caught his foot, instantly slamming him onto the ground, just like swatting a fly. Just then a huge fire appeared behind Lu Sheng. It came from a boy who has mastery over the fire element. He laughed crazily and boasted, "Even if you are powerful, can you endure this?" From within the fire, a hand appeared. It was Lu Sheng's. Appearing out of the fire, he grabbed the boy from the face and commented, "Certainly, my clothes are ruined as my internal energy cannot cover my clothes completely." This instant reaction took the boy by surprise. Just then Lu Sheng felt a sudden surge of energy from his side. He instantly threw away the boy. Something flew past between them. As he looked, a figure started running around him in a flash, but Lu Sheng easily dodged all the attacks. It was a girl who wanted to take down Lu Sheng using speed. While she was smiling over her success, Lu Sheng appeared behind her, grabbed her by the leg, smashed her into the roof. While Lu Sheng was fighting with other students, a student appeared behind him. He could not control her psychic energy, so she went all out on his attack, throwing several knives at Lu Sheng using his psychic energy. The attacks took Lu Sheng by surprise, and some of the knives managed to hit Lu Sheng's back. The boy laughed in excitement and shouted, "I took him down. I took down Lu Sheng." As the psychic energy faded and the scene unfolded, the psychic attacks only managed to tear apart Lu Sheng's clothes. The knives could not even scratch his body. Lu Sheng got irritated, his body releasing an enormous amount of psychic energy. He declared, "How dare you scratch me? Who gave you the permission?" Lu Sheng turned around, and with his eyes glaring, he controlled all the knives. The boy got baffled, realizing Lu Sheng was a spiritual master. Lu Sheng threw all the knives at the boy. As the knives reached the boy, he was left bewildered. From the crowd, a student rose up, irritated by the unfolding situation, shouted, "Everyone, attack together." Several students started charging at Lu Sheng holding their weapons. Lu Sheng turned around to look at the students, his eyes glared, energy gathering over his hand. With a single attack, he defeated all the martial artists. Slamming his foot on the ground, he proclaimed, as expected, "Garbage is garbage after all. I had too high expectations of you all." The secretary, bewildered, could not believe his eyes. Tai Kong also dazedly stared at the unfolding scene. Sweat poured down his face. He smiled, wondering how the other Saint Academies would react to meeting Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked around the hall, flicking his hands. Just as the brawl finished, Hudong's eyes were wide open. He was still thinking about taking action, but it had all ended in a few minutes. His consciousness started fading as he declared, "The warrior's expedition has failed." Lu Sheng stared at the remaining students. He seemed like a giant looking at any from high up. Hudong mumbled that the world was going to face a dark and prolonged rule of a demon king. Lu Sheng reached out to Hudong and inquired, "Why are you in a daze? Did you just stand up as well?" Sweat poured down his face as he heard Lu Sheng's words. He instantly started nodding his face in denial and quickly grabbed a chair, trying to run away from the situation. Lu Sheng, without thinking much, swept his hand over the boy's head. Turning to the remaining students, Lu Sheng announced, "I have given you the opportunity. What a pity, you could not hold on." Pointing his finger at the unconscious bodies, Lu Sheng shouted, "Tell these not to jump around in the future. Do everyone understand?" The students started nodding as a response. Lu Sheng turned to look at Tai Kong and said, "Vice Principal, my speech as the representative is finished." Tai Kong happily announced to leave the venue and take the injured to the infirmary. The 57th freshman enrollment ceremony concluded just like that. There were several news on the forum about Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman in history. Lu Sheng full-strength statistics. The students believed Lu Sheng to be 6th-tier martial artist and 3rd-tier spiritual master. This all led to the birth of the strongest rising star at the 7th St. Martial University. Lu Sheng, sitting inside his dorm, watched the forum and recent news. The forum portrayed Lu Sheng as a high-level boss being stumbled into a beginner's village. Lu Sheng wondered if he was a devil in the eyes of students. He indeed had become more violent. He had become accustomed to using force to solve his problems. It was because Lu Sheng's strength was growing rapidly. The freshmen this year did not manage to put even a little pressure on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng believed that weakness is not a sin, but not realizing your weakness is a mistake. He knew that violence cannot solve everything, but it can solve most of the problems. He originally wanted to raise the permissions of the Fire Seed Resource Library by showing off his strength. He realized that it should have been the display of sharpness from the start, to raise his authority. Just as Lu Sheng pondered over this idea, a sudden enlightenment dawned on Lu Sheng. His mind started becoming clear, and the image of the great sun in his mind started getting loosened a bit. As a result, his martial arts will break through. After a sudden increase in his strength, Lu Sheng decided to finally take care of the Valkyrie Grand Master in the Dream Realm. After some time, inside the Dream Realm, Lu Sheng quickly flashed through the frozen area to approach the Valkyrie. As the Valkyrie noticed Lu Sheng, it instantly raised its huge weapon and attacked Lu Sheng several times in a split second. But Lu Sheng dodged all of its attacks, gathered all of his energy in his punch, and smashed the zombie. Despite the effort, the blow got blocked by the zombie. She instantly countered Lu Sheng and closed in with its weapon. Lu Sheng activated a breath of wind, and in a split second, he appeared behind the Valkyrie. Instantly using his psychic energy, he brought out his psychic weapons. Lu Sheng instantly used several techniques, Divine Illumination Sutra and Crystal Vision Technique, and further increased his strength by tenfold using a stellar body and launched a powerful strike at the zombie. The zombie cried out in pain as the attack landed on its shoulder, severing its arm completely. Lu Sheng pondered, did I finally succeed? But as he was contemplating, the zombie gritted its teeth, and suddenly frost crystals started growing from its shoulder. The crystals kept on growing, forming a huge crystal. Suddenly the zombie cried out. Lu Sheng could not believe his eyes. How could it be possible? The zombie managed to form a huge hand using the frost energy. The zombie started grabbing the ground in front of her. As she inserted her hand into the ground, huge crackles sound resonated, and she managed to grab a huge chunk of ice in front of her. Forming the ice into a huge crystal tower, the zombie flew into the air, stopping in front of the huge tower. Lu Sheng gasped. He had never seen the zombie use this kind of technique before. It must be the ultimate technique after the body gets damaged to a certain extent. He was taken by surprise. As the Valkyrie performed the technique, the huge ice pillar changed into an ice phoenix, flying in the sky. Lu Sheng, in response, instantly activated his Grandmaster's will. Along with the will, Lu Sheng used the skill mastery of the blade wheel and eternal transcendence. A huge fiery circle appeared behind Lu Sheng, with several blades flying in the air. He charged at the Valkyrie Grandmaster. Witnessing Lu Sheng's struggle, the Valkyrie Grandmaster smiled. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, intending to finish it with a single blow. Lu Sheng, caught in the midst of this icy onslaught, felt a searing pain as if his mind had been impaled by a sharp, cold spike of ice. This sudden, brutal sensation was overwhelming, leaving him engulfed in darkness, followed by a bone-chilling pain that seemed to pierce through his very being. Struggling against this agony, Lu Sheng found himself on his knees, his strength waning. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, staining the frost-covered ground below. His hands and fingers, numb and barely responsive, were also covered in a thin layer of frost. Despite his dire predicament, Lu Sheng managed a wry smile, his face a blend of frost and blood. He appeared defeated, kneeling there, yet there was a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. He was glad, for he had finally witnessed the true power of the Grandmaster. His once indomitable will and the blades he wielded in his mind had shattered under the might of the female Grandmaster's spear. As he looked up for one final time, he saw the female Grandmaster standing calmly with her spear, the tip pointed unwaveringly at him. Lu Sheng, accepting his fate, awaited the end. However, the Grandmaster remained motionless, her spear raised but not striking. In this serene, frozen moment, something unexpected happened. Her mask, which had concealed her identity, cracked with a crisp sound and shattered, revealing a pair of crystal blue eyes. Startled, Lu Sheng's gaze met hers. The Grandmaster, standing there with her eyes locked onto his, almost seemed to smile. Then, unexpectedly, her figure began to dissolve, vanishing swiftly into the mist surrounding them. In the wake of her departure, Lu Sheng was inundated with a surge of memories, more powerful and intense than any he had absorbed before. These memories seemed to forcefully penetrate his being, like a colossal python seizing its prey. He saw a young, timid girl being led into a room, introduced by a man beside her as Zhao Langxian. An elderly man, who had his back turned to the girl, put down his ice-carving tools and nodded in approval, acknowledging the girl's potential. His own eyes, a beautiful shade of blue, informed her that she would be his disciple in the glacial martial arts from that day forward. In the next scene, the girl, now his disciple, stood under a waterfall made entirely of ice. Despite wearing only a thin layer of clothing, she endured the cold, her body turning a shade of purple from the extreme temperature. Ice and frost formed on her face, legs, and feet, in stark contrast to the warm, spring-like environment just outside the waterfall's reach. The old man watched, satisfied with her resilience. He asked her what she wished to learn. Trembling from the cold, yet with a strong sense of determination, she replied, "Spear." When questioned about her choice, she looked up with a fierce determination in her eyes, expressing her desire to learn his spear technique, for he was known as the strongest spear martial artist in base 1359, the sole master of the fifth realm of spear techniques. The old man, taken aback by her ambition, burst into laughter. Then, with a sense of pride and joy, he lifted the girl onto his back, carrying her away from the harsh training environment back to base 1359. In a subsequent scene, the narrative jumps forward. The girl, now 17 years old, stood confidently on a platform, holding her long spear. Below her, a crowd cheered enthusiastically, a testament to her growth and the mastery she had attained under the tutelage of the old man. Today marked a pivotal moment for her. She had just achieved the status of a 7th-level Grandmaster, an exceptional feat celebrated by the crowd at base 1359. They revered her as a Grandmaster prodigy, with many believing she had the potential to reach the 10th level within her lifetime. Amidst the adulation, her gaze found the old man, who, while smiling, conveyed through a subtle shake of his head that her journey was far from over. As he walked away, he commented softly that her weapon, the cold spirit sparrow, had not yet tapped into its true glacial potential. The girl, absorbing his words, tightened her grip on her spear, a silent vow to push further. In the following scene, the tranquility is shattered as a large door bursts open. The girl's eyes snap open to see a man, battered and bloodied, leaning heavily against the doorframe. Despite his wounds, he manages a bitter smile and shakes his head at her, mocking the irony of her continued training despite their base city's fall. The girl's expression is one of rare shock. Disbelief washes over her as she learns of the base's breach. She urgently inquires about her teacher, only to receive a grim response. The man, his smile turning desperate and scornful, informs her of their teacher's death, his last words urging them not to disturb her training. Reacting with a calm born of resignation, the girl picks up her spear, dons her mask, and steps out, determined to join her teacher in death. As she charges towards the formidable beasts, a flash of ice blue light accompanies her movements. She realizes that her cold spirit sparrow has finally harnessed the true power of glacial force, a revelation she can never share with her teacher. The memory abruptly ends, leaving Lu Xing in a state of agony, his head throbbing with pain and an intense coldness. He screams, soaked in cold sweat. Having successfully absorbed these memories, Lu Xing takes deep breaths to steady himself. These memories are the most vivid and complete he has ever experienced, filled predominantly with spear techniques and martial arts knowledge. As these memories integrate into his consciousness, Lu Xing's proficiency in spear techniques skyrockets to an unprecedented level. His technique now surpasses the control realm, venturing into a new, 4th realm. Although unfamiliar with this realm, the memories indicate that the female Grandmaster had achieved this level, and her teacher was a master of the 5th realm. Reflecting on the female Grandmaster's memories, Lu Xing acknowledges their transformative impact on him. His mediocre spear techniques have evolved to the 4th realm, becoming his most formidable martial art. The purity of her memories stands in stark contrast to others he has absorbed. If the memories of Shounen Ning's, the creator of his Grandmaster technique of 10 suns in the sky, were akin to a murky ball, filled with distractions and impurities, then the female Grandmaster's memories are like transparent ice crystals, clear and focused, a rarity even among Grandmasters. In the world of the female Grandmaster, her life orbited exclusively around one thing, the spear. Despite achieving only the 7th level of Grandmastery, she was a remarkable prodigy in the annals of martial arts, known for her ability to defeat opponents at the 8th level. After absorbing her memories, Lu Xing didn't pause in his quest. He sought the most crucial element he had previously unearthed in Shounen Ning's recollections, the Grandmaster technique. He wondered if he could locate something akin in the female Grandmaster's memories. His search eventually led him to a luminous ice sphere, the essence of the Grandmaster's techniques and her will. This sphere, radiating a soft blue glow, captivated Lu Xing, who immediately reached out to absorb it. Upon contact, the ice crystal fragmented, unleashing a surge of blue light, reminiscent of a vast glacier, into his consciousness. Amidst this, Lu Xing thought he heard a distinct chirp. When he opened his eyes, he vividly remembered the Grandmaster's final spear thrust. Behind him, a phantom of the female Grandmaster materialized. Gradually, he assimilated her Grandmaster's will and, simultaneously, mastered a new Grandmaster-level technique. He grasped the long spear, reenacting the female Grandmaster's ultimate move. As he did so, an ice phoenix emerged from the vast glacial expanse. The phoenix's wingspan was majestic, its power surpassing anything Lu Xing had previously witnessed, capable of freezing foes hundreds of meters away. This newfound spear technique was dubbed the Glacial Halberd Phoenix Strike, a method potent enough to vanquish a great Grandmaster. With this knowledge, Lu Xing settled down to delve deeper into the background of the female Grandmaster and her mentor within the Fire Seed resources. Her teacher was a 10th-level martial artist and the originator of the Glacial Halberd Phoenix Strike, who perished in the catastrophic event of Ba 1359. The female grandmaster, a 7th-level martial artist, also met her end in battle. Lu Xing was astonished to discover that the old man was a 10th-level martial artist. He was equally surprised that such formidable spear techniques were absent from the Fire Seed program. This revelation led him to ponder the potential prowess of the spear techniques within the Fire Seed. His initial excitement waned as he reconsidered his position. He was already practicing 3 11th-level martial arts techniques. Lu Xing's martial talent wasn't a natural gift. It was the culmination of 10,000 years of human martial arts knowledge and experience. The Dream Realm was an invaluable resource for him, offering access to these potent techniques. However, mastering the fundamentals of these techniques required a gradual, step-by-step approach. He couldn't master everything simultaneously. Nonetheless, Lu Xing knew there was a shortcut. What he needed was to continue defeating, a process that would presumably allow him to integrate these advanced techniques more swiftly and efficiently, enhancing his martial prowess even further. In his dream realm, Lu Xing discovered he could perfectly inherit techniques from powerful martial artists. This strategy seemed optimal to him, and his next target was the old man. Remembering that the old man had perished in a battle at the base, it was probable he could be found there. Lu Xing turned his attention towards the center of base 1359, sensing numerous formidable auras, some so intense they made his heart flutter. He speculated that the old man might be among them. Base 1359 was enormous, filled with numerous strong martial artists. However, Lu Xing recognized his own limitations. He was still too weak and had a long journey ahead. Suddenly, he experienced a sharp pain in his heart, his consciousness becoming blurred as he oscillated between extreme cold and heat. He realized the conflict was due to the 2 Grandmaster wills within him. To resolve this, he resorted to the crystal meditation technique, entering his spiritual world. In his spiritual realm, Lu Xing observed his human-shaped spirit sitting calmly amidst 2 swirling vortexes, one of ice and one of fire, clearly incompatible with each other. If not managed correctly, this conflict posed a significant danger to Lu Xing. He attempted to forcibly separate them but was unsuccessful. Then, in an unexpected turn, the head of his human-shaped spirit split open, absorbing both Grandmaster wills. Following this absorption, his spirit transformed, leaving Lu Xing momentarily stunned. He wondered if this was the obsidian form spirit mentioned in the crystal meditation technique. Relieved that his spirit could integrate the Grandmaster's wills, Lu Xing contemplated how much stronger he could become. He envisioned absorbing numerous Grandmaster wills, fueling a vast ambition within him. Recalling his own perfect martial path, he achieved a moment of clarity. Perhaps he could develop his own Grandmaster will into an ultimate will, amalgamating other potent Grandmaster wills. This step-by-step approach might lead him to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Lu Xing continued his training in the dream realm until dawn. When he emerged, Lin was waiting for him. Lin's eyes were full of admiration and fervor as he informed Lu Xing that his deeds had become known among the seniors. They had even petitioned to include Lu Xing in the senior students' rankings. However, Lu Xing simply smiled and shook his head in response. He remembered Lin Zhe's bravery during the welcoming ceremony and how he had stood by his side, which had positively influenced Lu Xing's opinion of him. Noting Lu Xing's disinterest in the topic, Lin Zhe swiftly changed the subject. It was the day they were to select their major in melee weapons and be divided into classes based on their chosen weapon. Lin Zhe inquired about Lu Xing's preferred melee weapon. After a pause, Lu Xing responded that he would likely choose the spear. Excitedly, Lin Zhe shared that his first choice was also the spear. He felt swords and other weapons were too light, whereas the spear seemed more powerful and masculine. Lu Xing patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder, showing his happiness for Lin Zhe's decision. However, he added that they might not see each other often in the future. As Lu Xing walked away, Lin Zhe, deep in thought about Lu Xing's words, quickly followed him, asking why. They soon reached their classroom. Upon their entry, the classroom, which was previously noisy, fell into a sudden silence. All eyes turned to Lu Xing. For many students, Lu Xing was no longer just a freshman. He had become a figure of fear. This change in perception included Hong, who had been haunted by nightmares ever since a particular day. In his dreams, he found himself trapped in a water tank, unable to escape as the water level rose, waking up in a state of shock and covered in sweat. He pondered whether the fear came from being the top martial scholar or from Lu Xing himself. Shaking off these thoughts, he concluded that it was Lu Xing who was truly frightening. The class bell rang, and the main professor for the Beast Studies course walked in. She was a long-haired, blonde woman wearing glasses and high heels. She started the class by mentioning the selection of melee weapon specialties scheduled for that day. She noted that some students might be curious about why they needed to learn melee weapons and martial arts instead of relying on established firearms and technologies. To address this, she played a video showing early human armies fighting against beasts. These soldiers, equipped with firearms, cannons, rockets, tanks, fighter jets, and even nuclear weapons, were from various countries. Yet, None of their advanced weaponry was effective against the beasts. Several students, confused, asked why this was the case. They had always been taught that firearms were ineffective against beasts but never understood why. Lu Sheng, thinking to himself, knew the answer. It was because of the rules. The professor agreed, explaining that humanity had been fighting these beasts for over 300 years, constantly searching for their origins and weaknesses. While the exact answer was elusive, one thing was clear: these creatures came from another world. She emphasized that humans didn't choose martial arts chose them. A female student then asked if the firearms were influenced by the so-called rules of this other world. Wouldn't the creatures be affected by the rules when they entered our world? The professor praised the question but admitted she didn't have a definitive answer. She suggested that perhaps the answer was already known, or maybe humans were reluctant to accept it. The students were puzzled by this contradictory statement. At this moment, Lu Sheng spoke up. He theorized that these creatures had been altered by their own world's rules in their original form. Lu Sheng paused, his words hanging in the air, emphasizing their gravity. He claimed that the creatures they discussed were even more powerful in their original form. The professor, taken aback by his insight, looked at him with surprise and nodded in agreement. She adjusted her glasses, clearly not expecting a student to reach the same conclusion as her. A stunned silence enveloped the classroom. Murmurs of disbelief began to rise among the students, with exclamations like, "That's impossible," and "It's unfair," echoing through the room. The professor sighed, her voice laced with an indescribable emotion. She explained to the students that the world was inherently unfair, and this was the harsh lesson she intended to impart that day. As the bell rang, marking the end of the class, the professor collected her belongings and headed towards the door. The classroom remained quiet for a long while. The young, freshman students were visibly affected by the discussion, struggling to come to terms with what they had learned. Lin Zhe, one of the students, was particularly troubled. He couldn't fathom that these creatures were just weakened versions of their original selves. He wondered aloud about the future of humanity if these beings ever regained their full strength. He shared his concerns with Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng didn't respond. He knew the bleak truth: humanity was doomed in 10,000 years. Patting Lin Zhe on the back, Lu Sheng stood up. He had access to the Fire Seed Resources Bank and had the wisdom and knowledge of 10,000 years, yet even he couldn't solve the beast problem. Lu Sheng lived in the martial year 300, still at the dawn of a long and vast history. Despite all his efforts and hard work, he had yet to change the future. He knew the outlook was grim, and that worrying was pointless. His only option was to continually strengthen himself and hone his martial arts, step by step, in the hope of finding a solution. After class, every student received a form. They had 3 days to select a melee weapon and submit their choice for classroom allocation. Lu Sheng filled out his form and told Lin Zhe it was time to head to the spear classroom. Recovering from his brief moment of confusion, Lin Zhe followed Lu Sheng excitedly. The students erupted into chatter upon hearing Lu Sheng's choice of weapon. Many of them immediately opted for different melee weapons, and several who had initially chosen spears quickly changed their selection. Outside the spear classroom, Lin Zhe and Lu Sheng could hear intermittent shouts and the clashing of weapons. Upon entering, they found the room filled with students wielding long spears. Some senior students recognized Lu Sheng and were surprised to see he had chosen the spear as his melee weapon. Others, unfamiliar with him, questioned his identity. Rumors and recent tales about Lu Sheng began to circulate around the room. A muscular female instructor, dressed in a tank top, was imparting her knowledge to the class. As the bell rang again, signaling the end of the session, she gave the students the option to either leave or stay for additional practice. Suddenly, the instructor, Lu Ruqing, turned her gaze towards Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe, beckoning them to step forward. Lu Ruqing, with a long scar over one eye and a muscular physique that showcased her strength, introduced herself. She explained that she taught spear techniques to first through third-year students. Holding her spear upright, Lu Ruqing's attention was focused on Lu Sheng and Lin, curious to assess their abilities. Lu Sheng had already identified Lu Ruqing as a peak 6th level martial artist, a notable level of skill. Lu Ruqing, intrigued by Lu Sheng, wondered if he was the much-talked-about new student. Without a word, Lu Ruqing threw her spear towards Lu Sheng. He caught it single-handedly and skillfully spun it in his hand. His posture, firm and upright, seemed to merge with the spear, showing a natural and impressive command of the weapon. Seeing this, Lu Ruqing nodded in approval. Lu Sheng, with a calm expression, warned Lu Ruqing to be careful. Lu Ruqing, slightly shocked to be warned by a freshman, picked up another spear and massaged her neck. Despite not being a grandmaster, she had practiced spear techniques for decades and was confident in her ability to face even grandmaster-level opponents. Just as Lu Ruqing was about to laugh off Lu Sheng's warning, a flash of blue light caught her eye. Her pupils contracted sharply as she suddenly felt a sensation of death. This unexpected development hinted at an unforeseen level of danger and skill emanating from Lu Sheng, something that even Lu Ruqing, with her extensive experience, did not anticipate. The intensity of the moment hinted at the unfolding of a remarkable and possibly unprecedented display of martial prowess between the seasoned instructor and the seemingly unassuming new student. In a classroom, Lu Ruqing is overwhelmed by a strong sense of spear mastery emanating from Lu Xing. She stares at him, disbelief in her eyes, her pupils expanding rapidly. Instinctively, she raises her spear, swinging it to defend against Lu Xing's aggressive attacks. However, she struggles to keep up and soon feels overpowered. Lu Ruqing is sweating heavily, breathing hard. Her spear is effortlessly knocked away by Lu Xing's precise strike. It spins through the air before clattering to the ground. The classroom falls into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Lu Xing, who stands with his spear in hand, his expression unreadable. No one expected their professor, Lu Ruqing, to be so easily defeated by Lu Xing. Lu Ruqing stands frozen, sweat dripping down her face onto her spear's tip. Lu Xing's spear is just inches from her throat. He nods slightly, then quickly withdraws his spear. Lu Ruqing manages a bitter smile, but inside, she is in turmoil. She realizes that Lu Xing's skill with the spear far surpasses her own. Thinking back to just moments before, Lu Ruqing couldn't even withstand 3 moves under Lu Xing's fierce attack. She had underestimated him, but now she sees the vast gap in their skills. Lu Xing has mastered the essence of spear fighting. Lu Ruqing shakes her head, looking at Lu Xing's calm demeanor, and sighs, knowing he didn't even use his full strength. With a complex gaze at Lu Xing, Lu Ruqing acknowledges that his spear techniques are highly advanced and that he is more than qualified to graduate from this course. The students around them are buzzing with excitement, whispering among themselves. It's their first time seeing a freshman graduate from a melee weapon course on the first day of class. Many are recording this moment on their phones, planning to share it on the campus forum. Some are in disbelief, wondering if they are dreaming. Lu Ruqing praises Lu Xing for his mastery of spear technique, noting that he only lacks combat experience. She observes that, despite his skill, there is no blood on him, meaning he has not yet been in real combat. She suggests that Lu Xing visit the mission center, explore the Divine Martial Tower, and train at the Melee Weapons Training Center to gain practical combat experience. Lu Xing solemnly thanks Lu Ruqing, taking her advice to heart. Lu Ruqing's face is a mix of complex emotions. In her many years of teaching at the 7th Divine Martial University, she has never encountered a prodigy like Lu Xing. For a moment, she feels as if her own years of training in the art of the spear are almost futile in comparison. Lindsay approaches Lu Xing excitedly, giving him 2 thumbs up. He recalls what Lu Xing said to him earlier that morning about not seeing each other often after the first class. It is then that Lindsay understands what Lu Xing meant. Lu Xing, while passing by, patted Lindsay's shoulder and earnestly advised him to keep training. He promised to visit Lindsay during his free time. The two had a brief chat before Lu Xing made his way to the mission center. Lindsay stood watching Lu Xing's figure fade into the distance. The senior students in the classroom, having witnessed Lu Xing's extraordinary performance, burst into a fervent discussion. They were excited about the video they had taken, anticipating it to be a big hit on the campus forum. As Lu Xing entered the mission center, he was immediately engulfed in its bustling and tense atmosphere. The place was filled with the calls and yells of senior students. He heard someone recruiting a psychic master for a B-level mission, while another was seeking teammates for an A-level mission. Amidst this, Lu Xing noticed 2 young students, a male and a female, preparing various supplies with tension. The male student was instructing his companion to bring extra bandages, supplements, essential medical supplies, and MREs. The female student was surprised, thinking the preparations excessive since their mission did not involve venturing into the wilderness. However, the male insisted on being prepared for unforeseen situations, like tracking suspects into deep forests. Lu Xing, listening to their conversation, made his way deeper into the mission center. This place was a hub for the elite students, teeming with activity. One side of the center featured a high wall beside the reception desk, covered with various tasks and missions. Lu Xing carefully read the details of several missions, each outlining clear requirements, recommendations, and generous rewards. For instance, an A-level mission required capturing a fugitive 5th-level martial artist and demanded participants with rich combat experience and excellent grades in melee weapon courses. This mission recommended a team of at least 2, offering a reward of 10 million cash and 50 credits. Lu Xing also noticed other levels of missions, like B-level and C-level tasks, mainly involving the capture of fugitives of different levels, with some specifying alive only, while others required dead or alive. He scanned all the missions on the wall, feeling puzzled. Why were all the tasks about capturing fugitives and suspects? He wondered if there were other types of missions, such as dealing with beasts. Just then, a young-looking worker, seemingly a senior student working a part-time job, noticed Lu Xing. He could tell that Lu Xing was a freshman visiting the mission center for the first time. The worker approached Lu Xing to explain how the mission center worked. He mentioned that fugitive missions were posted in the morning, while tasks dealing with beasts were announced in the afternoon. Other types of missions were usually released in the evening, he added. Lu Sheng listened attentively, absorbing the information about the mission center's operations. As he stood there, surrounded by the center's dynamic environment, he pondered over the variety of missions and the challenges they presented. His mind raced with thoughts about the opportunities these missions could offer, the skills they would require, and the experiences they would bring. Lu Sheng, now fully understanding how the mission center operates, looked around and then, using his psychic powers, effortlessly retrieved a purple mission sheet from the display. A worker, observing Lu Sheng, realized that this newcomer had selected a AA-level mission, one of extreme difficulty. The worker assumed Lu Sheng was unaware of the mission's complexity and expected an embarrassed apology to soon follow. Contrary to the worker's expectations, Lu Sheng examined the mission document with great care. He shook his head, seemingly finding it unsatisfactory. The worker, amused, thought to himself that this was typical of a newbie. However, Lu Sheng's next actions were unexpected. He returned to the mission area, meticulously reviewed each mission, and then removed a dozen purple missions from the display. Approaching the desk, Lu Sheng inquired if there were any missions of a higher level than the AA ones he had selected. The worker, initially shocked by Lu Sheng's query, became stern and irritable. He tapped on the desk, warning Lu Sheng not to treat the center as a place for jokes or pranks. He threatened to report Lu Sheng to the dean's office and deduct his credits if the behavior continued. Lu Sheng, realizing the worker had misunderstood his intentions, calmly stated his genuine interest in accepting higher-level missions. He checked the window to ensure he was in the correct location for such inquiries. The worker, taking a seat and crossing his legs, informed Lu Sheng that to accept higher-level missions, one must have a perfect score in melee weapon courses and be a high-level martial artist. He looked at Lu Sheng skeptically, doubting his qualifications. In response, Lu Sheng produced a badge from his pocket, engraved with 6 stars and his name, and tossed it towards the worker. This badge was proof of his status as a 6th-level martial artist. The worker, taken aback, slowly raised his head to question the authenticity of the badge. Feeling a bit annoyed, Lu Sheng coldly extended his right hand, offering the worker a chance to verify his capabilities himself. The worker, feeling a sudden chill and captivated by Lu Sheng's icy gaze, hastily requested to see Lu Sheng's student ID. He explained that missions above a certain level required approval from school officials and could not be undertaken impulsively. Lu Sheng promptly handed over his student ID. The worker, handling it with both hands, glanced at it and then looked up at Lu Sheng with a mixture of surprise and respect. With lunchtime approaching and Lu Sheng growing slightly impatient, the worker returned his items and mentioned that he would be notified once the review of his mission request was completed. Lu Sheng nodded, thanked the worker, and turned to leave the center. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Huadong was showcasing his exceptional talent in swordsmanship. His instructor was full of praise, noting that Huadong had mastered the basic sword techniques in just 2 hours, an impressive feat that highlighted his innate skill and potential in the martial arts. In a bustling freshman classroom, envy and curiosity filled the air. The students were abuzz, quietly discussing and speculating about a fellow student named Dong. Whispers swirled among them, some guessing that he had secretly practiced beforehand. However, another student pointed out the absence of calluses on Dong's hands, suggesting he was a genuine beginner. Amidst these discussions, Huadong, another student in the room, felt a surge of confidence returning to him. Unbeknownst to many, Huadong possessed a unique talent for mental control and a natural affinity for melee weapons created from various metals. Gently touching the long sword in his hand, he felt a connection to it, as if communicating through touch. Grasping the hilt firmly, Huadong could not escape the haunting image of Lu Sheng, which had become a recurring nightmare in his recent days. However, the sword in his hand seemed to instill in him a newfound strength and confidence. Huadong was firm in his belief that with dedicated training and time, he would surpass Lu Sheng. But as he was lost in these thoughts, a sudden cry of surprise snapped him back to reality. The other students had shifted their attention to a video rapidly spreading across the campus forum. A freshman, eyes glued to his smartphone, watched in disbelief as the video showed Lu Sheng, a graduate, completing courses in under 20 minutes and defeating a spear instructor in just 3 moves. Stunned by the video, Huadong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. With tears in his eyes, he questioned his instructor about Lu Sheng's incredible power. Meanwhile, in a spacious courtyard, a young man named Yixian was deeply immersed in his swordsmanship training. His sword moved fluidly like the wind, each strike swift and elegant, creating a crescent-shaped arc that effortlessly shattered a massive rock into hundreds of pieces. Yixian, panting slightly, sheathed his saber. Observing Yixian was a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in an orange trench coat and pink shorts. She applauded Yixian's improved sword technique and remarked on the significant power increase in his new move. She excitedly suggested that if Stalan were to challenge Yixian again, Yixian would surely defeat him in under 100 moves. Approaching Chen with a towel, she watched as he drank leisurely from his water bottle. Chen confidently stated that having already defeated Xiaolan, he no longer viewed him as a rival. His ambitions were now set on the top 10 of the Seven Saints ranking, as he deemed only they were worthy opponents. The girl, arms folded, pondered Yixian's words, suggesting that with his strength, entering the top 10 shouldn't be difficult. However, Yixian, looking at his saber, disagreed. He explained that he had yet to form his own martial will, which he believed was essential to break into the top 10 of the Seven Saints rankings. The girl tried to console Yixian, reminding him of the daunting task he faced. Advancing from a 6th level to a 7th level grandmaster in martial arts was a significant challenge, one that even the most gifted martial artists found difficult. They often spend a lot of time in deep reflection, trying to find their own unique path in martial arts. She empathized with him, acknowledging that becoming a grandmaster wasn't just about talent, but also about luck. Yixian sighed, understanding that everything she said was true. He nodded slowly in agreement, and then mentioned that maybe he just hadn't found the right opportunity yet. As Yixian wiped his sweat with a towel, the girl suddenly remembered something important. She quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to Yixian. She was excited to tell him about a new student named Lu Xing, who was the top scholar in the nation that year. She showed Yixian a video of Lu Xing defeating instructor Lu Ruqing in his first class. While watching the video, the girl giggled and suggested that instructor Lu Ruqing had been careless. Yixian's curiosity was piqued as he took the phone from her. After watching the entire video, he was slightly surprised. Instructor Lu Ruqing was an expert in spear techniques and one of the strongest instructors in the melee weapons course. For Lu Xing to defeat her in just 3 moves was impressive, and not just a result of her being careless. Yixian realized that the outcome wasn't greatly influenced by any oversight by the instructor. Lu Xing's skill with the spear was exceptionally high. Reading the comments under the video, which suggested that Lu Xing's spear technique might be at a control realm level, Yixian grew more incredulous. The girl teased him, pointing out that as the strongest student and a senior at the 7th Divine Martial University, he might feel threatened by such a talented freshman. Yixian took a deep breath to regain his composure. He handed the phone back to the girl and laughed, saying that his 4 years at the university were not in vain. He asserted that knowing a technique was one thing, but being able to use it effectively in a real fight was another matter entirely. He confidently stated that not everyone was qualified to be his opponent, and this new student, Lu Xing, wasn't much of a threat to him. However, despite his outward confidence, we know that deep down, Yixian was quite shaken by Lu Xing's abilities. After lunch, Lu Xing returned to his dormitory just in time to meet the delivery company. A truck was parked in front of the dormitory, and 2 muscular workers were struggling to move a huge crate to his front door. The delivery driver informed Lu Xing that the crate was a congratulatory gift from Governor Xia. Lu Xing signed a document to confirm the delivery. After the workers had positioned the crate properly, Lu Xing thanked them. Then, using his psychic powers, he effortlessly lifted the heavy box and carefully opened it to reveal the weapon inside. In the story, Lu Xing receives a magnificent spear known as the Crimson Dragon Spear. This spear is beautifully designed with a silver-gray sheen on its body, while its head is crafted from a finely polished red crystal, making it sharp and lethal. The delivery driver who brings the spear to Lu Xing explains that the spear's body is embedded with a large amount of mithril and other rare and precious metals. The spearhead, on the other hand, is made from a high-level flame crystal combined with special mithril. This combination confirms the spear's status as a Grandmaster-level weapon. Upon seeing the spear, Lu Xing is filled with joy. He notices wisps of crimson flames emanating from the spearhead, resembling a vigorous fire dancing. Overwhelmed with gratitude for such a precious gift from Governor Xia, Lu Xing expresses his deep thanks to the delivery driver and asks them to convey his satisfaction back to the governor. The driver nods in understanding, promises to relay the message, and then departs from the dormitory area. Holding the Crimson Dragon Spear, Lu Xing stands at the entrance of his dormitory, feeling a surge of new strength within him. He realizes that this spear could increase his combat strength by at least 30%. Combined with his fire-breathing technique, he is confident in facing Grandmaster-level opponents head-on. Lu Xing understands the importance of establishing a deep connection with his new weapon. According to the memories of a female Grandmaster, building a spiritual connection with a weapon is crucial. A weapon in harmony with its owner's spirit, accompanying them over the years, can develop a weapon soul, making it far superior to ordinary weapons. To establish such a profound connection, Lu Xing knows he needs to practice extensively and engage in real combat, preferably in life-and-death situations. With these thoughts, Lu Xing heads towards the Divine Martial Tower. However, upon arrival, he is surprised to find hundreds of people already in line. A female staff member inside the tower explains that every day, no fewer than 10,000 students from outside the Divine Martial University apply to enter the tower, which has only 30 rooms available at any given time. Even students of the Divine Martial University have to wait in line, though they do have some privileges. Inquiring about his waiting time, Lu Sheng learns from the staff member, who consults a spreadsheet on her computer, that there are 200 people ahead of him. She tells him that if he is lucky, it could be his turn within a week. The news of having to wait even as a student of the university highlights the exclusivity and high demand for training in the Divine Martial Tower, setting the stage for Lu Sheng's journey with his new, powerful weapon. Lu Sheng remained silent for a moment before nodding. He asked a staff member to notify him when it was his turn. The staff member agreed to his request and reminded him to arrive within 10 minutes of receiving the notification, or he might have to wait longer. Carrying his weapon bag, Lu Sheng stepped out of the Divine Martial Tower, involuntarily turning his head to gaze up at the towering structure piercing the clouds. Standing at its base, he felt an even more profound sense of its transcendence and majesty. Lu Sheng used his psychic power and could sense a powerful martial will emanating from within the tower. It was, without a doubt, the martial will of the martial saint, far surpassing his current Grandmaster's will. He couldn't help but marvel at the vast gap between a 7th-level Grandmaster and a 9th-level martial saint. Faced with waiting for the mission center's approval in the queue at the Divine Martial Tower, Lu Sheng felt somewhat helpless. He decided to head to the melee weapons training room to familiarize himself with his newly acquired spear. However, upon arriving at the training center, he was once again informed that all rooms were fully occupied. Lu Sheng felt like he was caught in Murphy's Law, as anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, the girl working at the front desk called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. She informed Lu Sheng that someone had just vacated a training room, and he could now enter. Surprised, Lu Sheng asked how she recognized him. She chuckled, shaking her smartphone, revealing that videos of Lu Sheng had spread throughout the entire campus. She handed over an access card to the training room to Lu Sheng. Graciously accepting the card, he said thanks. She smiled and waved her hand dismissively, directing him to training room number 8. As Lu Sheng turned to leave, she watched him from behind, pondering. Although the video comments depicted Lu Sheng as a scary monster in every possible way, she was surprised to find that in person, Lu Sheng appeared quite polite. She also wondered if Lu Sheng's strength was as exaggerated as it was portrayed in the videos. Lu Sheng arrived at training room 8 and was greeted by a large, empty space. The room, surrounded by walls on all 5 sides, was filled with fist-sized holes, reminiscent of a training room he had encountered at the Prodigy training camp. Without spending too much time thinking, he quickly surveyed the room and stepped inside. His first task was to locate a device on the wall, which seemed to be the control switch for the room. After adjusting the device, a machine voice echoed through the room, announcing the commencement of the first stage of melee training and prompting Lu Sheng to prepare. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng readied himself. He opened his weapon bag and swiftly assembled his long spear. As he gripped his spear, the aura around him shifted dramatically. Standing tall and firm, he wielded the long, sharp spear with confidence. The tip of the spear reflected light onto the floor, and a fiery energy seemed to ignite within him, giving him the air of a brave warrior from ancient battlefields. Suddenly, the fist-sized holes in the walls started making noise, indicating that something was about to emerge. Lu Sheng didn't have to wait long before iron beads shot out from all directions at an unimaginable speed. Unfazed, he focused on the iron beads. Using wind-breathing techniques and his psychic power, he tracked the beads' movements. With a spear in hand, Lu Sheng's speed became exceptionally swift. Compared to his movements, the fast-approaching beads seemed to be moving in slow motion. With a sweep of his spear, he split the surrounding iron beads in half mid-air, and they eventually all fell to the ground. Lu Sheng was slightly surprised by the ease with which he completed Stage 1. However, the training room soon announced the end of the training, leaving him slightly bewildered. The system's voice then declared that Lu Sheng had achieved only a 20% completion rate for the first stage. Puzzled, Lu Sheng reflected on the experience, wondering about the criteria for a higher completion rate and what challenges lay ahead in the next stages of his training. Lu Sheng stood beneath a large projection, his gaze fixed upwards as he pondered over his recent failure. He questioned if a mistake on his part was the cause, but the projection swiftly resolved his doubt. It highlighted that the use of any force beyond his physical strength, such as internal energy, psychic power, or other martial arts techniques, was strictly prohibited. Realizing this, Lu Sheng took a moment to thoroughly read through the instructions. He understood that the training was designed to sharpen his melee combat skills, focusing exclusively on his physical prowess. The inclusion of internal energy and other martial arts abilities would undermine the training's purpose, making it trivial to overcome challenges like destroying beads with melee weapons. The training room was intentionally created to develop melee combat techniques through sheer physical strength. With this newfound understanding, Lu Sheng prepared to attempt the challenge a second time. He returned to the control panel and reset the first stage of training. Once again, iron beads began to shoot out from the wall. However, this time, Lu Sheng adopted a different approach. He concentrated solely on his physical strength to maneuver his spear. Possessing near Grandmaster strength, he found it relatively easy to shatter these iron beads. His spear moved through the air with a graceful dance, leaving a trail of crushed iron beads turning into dust and scattering onto the floor. The entire scene unfolded almost instantaneously, and the first stage concluded rather swiftly. Lu Sheng, who seldom relied only on his physical strength, was taken aback by the amount of effort it required, evident from the sweat on his face. With no more beads emerging from the walls, he realized he had successfully cleared the first stage. As soon as the first stage ended, a new barrage of beads shot out from the wall. This time, however, they were made of wood, lighter than the previous iron beads. Unlike the iron beads, which were more straightforward targets, these wooden beads were easily deflected by the air pressure from his spear swings. This alteration in their trajectory brought a new level of complexity to the challenge. In that moment, an insight struck Lu Sheng. He recognized that the purpose of the melee weapon training room extended beyond mere technique and power. It also encompassed precision and mastery of the weapon. The transition from iron to wooden beads might have seemed to reduce the difficulty due to their seemingly harmless and slower nature. However, in reality, it posed a greater challenge. This stage demanded the practitioner to strike each bead with their melee weapon before it hit the ground. The lighter the beads, the more challenging the task became, as the air movement from the weapon swings could easily deviate the remaining wooden beads, making their movement unpredictable and increasing the difficulty significantly. This reminded Lu Sheng of scenes from novels and movies where skilled martial artists demonstrated incredible feats, like plucking flowers with a flick or slicing through water with a precise sword strike. Understanding this principle, everything about the training made more sense to him. The focus was not just on strength and technique, but also on the delicate balance of precision and control, challenging him to hone his skills to a level he had never experienced before. He returned to the control panel and restarted the stage. Moments later, he moved swiftly around the training room, wielding his long spear with precision. He struck each wooden bead accurately while continuously pushing his limits in the training room. Lu Sheng's movements became more fluid and swift, his spear in hand, shattering all the beads in the air. After the second stage, later stages included plastic beads, popcorn, and surprisingly, feathers. Initially, Lu Sheng was quite surprised, thinking it might be a prank. However, he soon realized the training room's purpose in introducing these diverse and seemingly funny objects. Finding the melee weapon training increasingly intriguing, he trained relentlessly, breaking new ground. After several hours, in his last attempt, Lu Sheng shot out his spear with his palm, aiming towards a feather floating in the air. He leaped off the ground, quickly grasping the spear, and exerted force with his forearm, thrusting the spear in a spinning motion to crush the feather, which then gently fell to the ground. The room, originally clean, was now littered with debris from various objects. In the center of the room, Lu Sheng seemed to merge with his spear, his body standing up straight and radiating otherworldly strength. Drenched in sweat, his abs rippled and flexed with each breath. He glanced at the crimson dragon spear in his hand, feeling an increasingly apparent bond, as if the weapon was connected to him by blood. Reflecting on the hours spent in the training room, Lu Sheng realized that his rapport with the crimson dragon spear had dramatically improved. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he fully developed his spear sense, smoothly transitioning to the next weapon soul stage. This made him quite pleased and excited. Looking around the littered training room, the only clean place was the small circle around him, remaining as tidy as before. Throughout the training, Lu Sheng explored this magnificent melee weapon training method. It started with iron beads, wooden beads, plastic beads, popcorn, foam, and by the fifth stage, it was feathers. He marveled at the creativity behind the training room's design, wondering what kind of mastermind conceived such diverse and seemingly chaotic elements. Yet, the effectiveness of this unique training method was too good to miss out on. Observing the holes in the walls, Lu Sheng realized that the hours of training had taught him how to use his physical strength to control melee weapons without unnecessarily wasting energy. For most people, reaching Lu Sheng's current level of mastery would be impossible without decades of dedicated practice. Lu Sheng had a unique task ahead of him. He needed to awaken the memories and will of two fallen grandmasters that he had absorbed. This wasn't about learning from scratch. It was about rekindling what was already there inside him. The training process was tough, with several moments where he almost didn't make it. But he persisted, and it paid off. The training helped him stabilize the previously shaky parts of his body, strengthening his foundation. Gradually, he felt the bottleneck in his training beginning to give way, and the second form of the perfect martial path seemed within his reach. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Sheng spent a long time just sitting there, organizing his mind. When he finally looked up, he realized that he had been so absorbed that he missed the notification indicating the completion of all 5 stages of melee weapon training. He was surprised to find out that he had gone through all the stages without even realizing it. He felt a slight disappointment that the training was over after just 5 stages. He longed for more. Despite this, he decided to put back his spear in the weapon box and planned to return the next day. He wanted to continue training until he could gain no more benefit from the training room. At the reception desk, he noticed a young girl standing there, visibly upset. She had a large sword strapped to her back and seemed frustrated. It was her third day in a row being told that the training room was full. The receptionist, unable to offer much help, suggested that she should speak to the school leadership about building more training rooms. The girl, realizing she had been a bit harsh, sighed and muttered that if she had the power to make changes, she wouldn't need the training rooms at all. After Lu Xing exited the training room, he handed his room card to the receptionist and thanked her before leaving. The receptionist, now relieved, happily informed the girl that a spot had just opened up. She handed her the card for training room number 8. The girl's mood immediately lifted, and she excitedly bounced her way to the training room, her eyes filled with joy and a hint of triumph. However, her excitement was short-lived. Upon opening the door to the training room, she was shocked. The room was in complete disarray, looking more like a garbage dump that hadn't been cleaned for days rather than a training room. Remembering the handsome young man who had just left, she initially felt grateful to him for vacating the room. But as she looked around at the mess he seemingly left behind, her impression of him soured. In her frustration, she knocked on the wall and accidentally pressed a button. To her surprise, a small hatch at the base opened, and out came a small robot equipped with a vacuum cleaner. It began to tidy up the room. Her initial annoyance slowly gave way to amusement as she watched the robot go about its cleaning duties. The girl watched the small robot cleaning up the training room, feeling a mix of pity and amazement at the large amount of trash it was handling. The room, although small, was littered with an unusual variety of debris, including cotton fluff, wood splinters, metal pieces, feathers, and even popcorn. She was baffled by the presence of popcorn, wondering if the young man she saw earlier had been living in this room. Her curiosity was further piqued by the sheer volume of waste. She knew the training room rules were strict. Only melee weapons were allowed, no food or water. The diverse trash seemed out of place, and she couldn't understand how it all appeared in just a few hours. Driven by her intrigue, she approached the control panel and began pressing buttons. She was familiar with the room's functions, having been there multiple times. She quickly accessed the training records and found the results for a student named Lu Xing. First year, Stage 5, completion rate 100%. The record shocked her. In the history of Divine Martial University, the highest stage any student had reached was 3. She herself was still at Stage 1. The idea of a 5th stage was unheard of. Stage 3 represented a high level of melee weapon mastery, so Stage 5 must be even more advanced, perhaps at the level of a control realm, a level she thought was only reachable by grandmasters. Her mind swirled with questions about Lu Xing's true power. As she delved deeper into the records, the screen flickered and emitted a loud noise, startling her. The screen went dark, perhaps due to damage when she first entered the room. She looked around the now clean room, wondering if what she saw was real or just a dream. Meanwhile, unaware of the girl's discovery, Lu Xing returned to his dormitory. He changed his clothes, took a quick shower, and consumed some nutritional supplements. He noticed that his body absorbed the supplements more efficiently than before, feeling a warm energy restoring his stamina. He began practicing the second stage of the stellar body enhancement technique. Upon completing his routine, he realized that the entire tube of the supplement had been fully absorbed. Lu Xing opened his eyes, feeling a sense of amazement. This session of cultivation was remarkably more effective than his previous experiences, yielding double the effectiveness. The training room session had significantly improved his body control. He could now sense the minutest parts of his body that needed more tempering, a newfound awareness he had gained from the awakening. Lu Xing stood confidently, his fist clenched in determination. He realized that his progress in mastering the second stage of the immortal golden body was faster than he had initially thought. Now, he even considered the possibility of reaching this stage before breaking through to the 7th level of Grandmaster. Lu Xing's daily routine was simple yet well-structured. In the mornings, he would sit on his dormitory balcony, facing the sun, meditating and cultivating his skills. After this, he attended classes. Since graduating from the melee weapon class, he found most of the other courses uninteresting and not very helpful. The only exception was the Beast Studies class, which provided valuable information about the creatures that brought doomsday upon the human race. For lunch, he would eat and then visit the Divine Martial Tower in the afternoon to check on the Q situation. This usually involved a lot of waiting. Afterwards, he would go straight to the melee weapon training room. There, he repeated a 5-stage training regimen, becoming increasingly proficient with his long spear. Each day, he completed the 5th stage faster than the day before. In the evenings, Lu Xing continued his practice, focusing on the stellar body technique, natural breathing technique, and crystal meditation technique. At night, he entered the dream realm for combat training. This disciplined and fulfilling routine led to exponential growth in his strength. Within just a week, Lu Xing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Today, after completing his 5th stage of training, Lu Xing noticed his significant changes. His blood energy level had tripled, and his control over his physical body had reached new heights. His combat strength had increased dramatically, now allowing him to exert over 5 times the strength with a single punch compared to before. This was a result of solidifying his martial foundation through rigorous practice. As he looked towards the distance, Lu Xing reflected on the importance of attention to detail. The insights gained from the melee weapon training room were critical. Without them, he wouldn't have noticed the many flaws and gaps in his martial foundation. These imperfections, though seemingly insignificant now, would become more pronounced as he progressed towards becoming a grandmaster. Initially skeptical about the university's ability to aid his overall martial growth, Lu Xing now acknowledged the value of Divine Martial University's esteemed reputation. Having completed his training for the day, Lu Xing did not linger around. The girl who had previously used the training room after him had been stalking him ever since their first encounter. She gestured to her companions to follow, and they all headed straight for training room number 8. Upon entering the room and observing the chaotic scene of debris strewn across the floor, a girl faced the skeptics around her, asserting that she hadn't been lying. The training room's projector still displayed a message confirming Lu Xing's completion of the 5th stage of training, a fact that seemed almost unbelievable given the state of the room. The others, now grappling with their disbelief, turned their attention between the scattered debris and the projector's message. Curious and confused, the group approached the control panel, delving into a list of records. Their search yielded Lu Xing's name, confirming his achievement. Amidst this revelation, someone began sifting through the trash heap, expressing astonishment at the peculiar mix of popcorn and feathers. They pondered aloud, trying to fathom how such items could be integral to the training process. A student attempted to photograph the scene, intending to share it on the school forum. However, the girl dissuaded him, sharing her own fruitless experience. She recounted how her attempts to prove Lu Xing's feats through photos were met with accusations of manipulation and led to her banishment from the forum, following hours of futile argumentation. The group lapsed into a reflective silence, recognizing their own prior skepticism. A male student, picking up a feather fragment, posed a question that hung in the air. Could Lu Xing's prowess surpass that of Chun Yixian, the renowned top senior of the 7th Divine Martial University? The question lingered, unanswered. Breaking the silence, the girl offered her thoughts. She suggested that they might not fully grasp the implications of completing the 5th stage. It signified Lu Xing's extraordinary proficiency in melee weapons, perhaps even reaching a control realm or beyond. She proposed a bold idea. Lu Xing might be unbeatable among his peers, potentially outclassing not only their university's top students but those of the other 6 divine martial universities. Such a claim would typically incite heated debates, but this time it was met with a heavy silence. After a pause, the conversation shifted to the dilemma of possessing such significant information while facing widespread disbelief. One of the students, visibly frustrated, lamented the irony of discovering a monumental secret that no one would accept as truth. Amidst this disheartening atmosphere, the girl known for her stalking behavior shared a suggestion. She proposed keeping their discovery a secret, speculating that Lu Xing's true capabilities would not remain concealed for long. She hinted, with a knowing smirk, that Lu Xing might have more plans in store. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, having exited the training room, returned to his dormitory. There, he received a text message that instantly brightened his expression. The message announced his eligibility for an entry slot at the Divine Martial Tower, urging him to arrive within 10 minutes to avoid forfeiture of his opportunity. The news filled him with a sense of eager anticipation. Lu Xing had just returned from the training room, drenched in sweat. He hadn't had time to shower or change his clothes, but he couldn't wait any longer. He had been eagerly awaiting a particular message for a week, and it finally arrived. However, immediately after, another message popped up. This one informed him that his application for a high-priority, AA-rated task had been approved. Given the urgent nature of this task, Lu Xing was requested to visit the mission center immediately. He put his phone down, feeling torn between 2 significant opportunities. Both applications had been pending for a week, and it seemed like fate that they were both demanding his attention at the same time. After pondering for a moment, he considered the options. On one hand, there was the chance to enter the Divine Martial Tower, a privilege granted to students of his caliber, usually involving a week's wait. On the other hand, the AA-rated task was a rare and enticing opportunity. After some thought, Lu Xing made his decision. He chose to pass up the chance to enter the Divine Martial Tower, although he felt some reluctance. Quickly, he stowed his long spear in its case, took a shower, changed his clothes, and hurried toward the mission center. Meanwhile, as Lu Xing was on his way to the mission center, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Divine Martial Tower. Each of the 7 Divine Martial Universities had its own tower, and students enjoyed certain privileges when using their school's tower. This privilege was not only a special right but also a source of pride for the students. However, students from other divine martial universities could challenge the towers of other schools. If a challenger managed to set a new record in a tower, the defending school would lose the right to use their tower for a year. This tradition, though peculiar, was approved by the martial saints and had been in practice for years. A robust young man approached the front desk of the divine martial tower. The receptionist, who hadn't seen Lu Sheng arrive, expected this newcomer to be a student inquiring about the queue time. She asked him for his application form, but her expression shifted dramatically when she saw what it contained. The visitor was a student from the 4th Divine Martial University. As she slowly looked up, she saw a tall, robust young man with a face tattoo, resembling someone trying to emulate Mike Tyson, standing before her. He wore a contemptuous smile. Introducing himself as Miao Rang Zong, he ranked 6th in the 7 Saints ranking. He scanned the other students around him with a disdainful look and then announced loudly, "Miao Renxiong from the 4th Divine Martial University has come to challenge your tower today." This announcement stirred the atmosphere in the Divine Martial Tower. Having just left the mission center with his latest high-stakes assignment, Lu Xing's first stop wasn't to the scene of action but to a local restaurant that was renowned for its unique culinary offerings. This eatery was a melting pot of cultures, serving a blend of Eastern and Western cuisine ranging from the traditional Xiaolong bao and dim sum to the classic hamburgers and steak. This dining choice followed a significant moment at the mission center, where Lu Xing had received his instructions. The front desk attendant handed him an envelope containing the details of his new mission. These instructions were of a sensitive nature, with explicit orders to destroy them after reading. The attendant, aware of the gravity of this being Lu Xing's first AA-level mission, took a moment to remind him of the importance of safety. The mission can fail, but you must survive, he advised, emphasizing that Lu Xing's life was more important than the mission's success. As Lu Xing savored his hamburger at the restaurant, he perused the documents. The mission was to infiltrate and dismantle a notorious criminal organization, a group infamous for their violence and responsible for numerous heinous crimes, including the lives of over 50 individuals, 30 of whom were police officers. The stakes were high, and the reward substantial, 10 million in cash and additional credits for the capture or elimination of each member. The ultimate prize, however, lay in taking down the group's leader, which would multiply the reward tenfold. Included in the mission brief was information about his teammates, a male and female, both senior students and 6th-level martial artists from the 3rd Divine Martial University. Their profiles, expertise in melee weapons, and photographs were detailed in the documents. Lu Xing glanced over their information briefly, his expression unreadable. He memorized the contents quickly and then burned the letter, leaving no trace behind. As he finished his meal, he pondered over the upcoming mission, hoping that his new teammates would not prove to be a liability. Meanwhile, in a deserted alleyway under the moonlit sky, a young woman named Su Mengyao, armed with a slender long sword, waited impatiently. She kept checking her watch, expressing her frustration over the tardiness of their new team member. The smell of second-hand smoke wafted towards her, causing her to cough and pinch her nose in disgust. Beside her, her companion, Meng Jianfei, a fellow martial artist, was the source of the smoke. He was casually smoking, adding to the litter of cigarette butts around him. Checking his phone, Meng Jianfei noted that the designated meeting time was fast approaching. Su Mengyao, growing increasingly impatient and irritated, reprimanded Meng Jianfei for his smoking habit. Meng Jianfei, somewhat helplessly, defended his actions, arguing that the waiting made him restless and that a single cigarette was hardly enough for someone of his martial prowess. Su Mengyao, tired of arguing, checked her watch again and expressed her reluctance to wait any longer. She doubted the usefulness of their tardy teammate, believing him to be more of a burden than an asset. Meng Jianfei hesitated, feeling it was unfair to leave a teammate behind, especially one who had traveled a great distance to join them. Yet, Su Mingyao's irritation was palpable as she insisted that their missing member was likely to be more of a hindrance than a help in their mission. The script begins with the discovery that a freshman, who had never completed a mission before, was assigned to a challenging task. This freshman, a novice in the field, was embarking on his first mission. Su Mengyao, an experienced member of the team, had serious doubts about his capabilities. She suspected that the 7th Divine Martial University, the organization they were affiliated with, had intentionally sent this inexperienced member, potentially to hinder her and the mission's success. As Su Mingyao's frustration grew, Meng Jianfei, another team member, tried to calm her. He pointed out that despite being new, the freshman was a skilled 6th-level martial artist and had been recognized as the top martial arts scholar of the year. Su Mengyao, however, only felt more disdain upon learning this. She realized that this new member, Lu Sheng, might have been sent by their university to make a name for himself. She was adamant about not wanting to be responsible for someone inexperienced during a dangerous mission. Su Mengyao was so fed up that she decided to leave the mission, but Meng Jianfei intervened. Just then, they heard footsteps. Lu Xing appeared, carrying a weapon case, and greeted them without wasting time. He joined Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei in their vehicle, a black sedan, and sat in the back. Su Mengyao, still impatient, checked if Lu Xing had brought his melee weapons, to which he responded affirmatively. Su Mengyao then explained their mission. They had located the hideout of their target, a peak 6th level martial artist. The strength of his subordinates was unknown, and their goal was to assess the situation, gather intelligence, and neutralize the threat if possible. Lu Xing nodded, understanding the plan, and the car ride continued in silence. They eventually reached the suburbs and stopped in front of an abandoned factory. Before exiting the car, Su Mengyao turned to Lu Xing with a serious expression. She emphasized that they were not in a simulation or a game. They were about to face real danger from violent criminals and ruthless killers. She warned Lu Xing about the high risk of injury or death and asked him if he had any second thoughts, giving him the option to back out. Although her tone was stern and slightly cold, Lu Xing sensed her concern for his safety. He made eye contact with her, nodding to show he understood the gravity of the situation. After hiding their car in nearby bushes, the trio proceeded on foot towards the abandoned factory. They moved swiftly and silently, careful not to make any noise. As they hid behind a wall to observe the factory, they noticed 3 guards. The distance was too great to assess their strength accurately. Su Mengyao, after pondering for a moment, decided they needed to get closer for a better evaluation. She turned to Lu Xing, asking if he was ready for what was to come. Lu Xing stood silently, extending his psychic powers into the factory. He could sense a significant number of people inside, with over a dozen exhibiting high blood energy levels. Lu Xing needed more time to fully understand their capabilities. Just as he was delving deeper, Su Mengyao noticed his lack of response. She spoke sternly, nudging him on the shoulder, asking if he heard her. This interruption while Lu Xing was concentrating on his psychic power was unsettling, and he felt a hint of annoyance. When he finally turned to meet Su Mengyao's gaze, the look in his eyes caused her heart to race, not out of affection, but due to a sudden, unexplainable panic and fear. Lu Xing was visibly frustrated, his ears showing signs of his anger. He exhaled and stood up, suggesting that the other 2 proceed without him. As he started to walk away, he regretted not undertaking the mission alone. Su Mengyao, still puzzled by her fear in response to Lu Xing's gaze, tried to focus on the mission. It was her first AA-level mission, and the tension was palpable. She and Meng Jianfei, another team member, left without Lu Xing and moved forward. Meanwhile, Lu Xing watched them leave before heading in the opposite direction. Meng Jianfei and Su Mengyao, both skilled 6th-level martial artists, easily scaled the vertical surfaces of the building. They reached a large window and stealthily positioned themselves to peer inside. Meng Jianfei, nervously swallowing, informed Su Mengyao that the room was filled with strong martial artists. Inside, about 20 people gathered, with one man prominently holding a dagger. A burly man slammed his fist on the table, angrily questioning the leader's right to a 30% share of their loot. He questioned whether it was just because the leader was a peak 6th-level martial artist or due to having more subordinates. The leader, sipping his coffee elegantly, was unfazed by the accusation. He explained that he had done all the preliminary work, including planning and providing weapons. Everyone else, he argued, had only participated in minor killings. This leader, identified as Ma Guiyun, stretched out 3 fingers, surveyed the room, and calmly asked if they now agreed that he deserved the 30% share. The burly man, less vehement than before, suggested a 20% share instead, with the rest distributed among the group. He threatened to disband the group if not agreed. His stance encouraged others to voice their agreement. Outside the window, Meng Jianfei and Su Mengyao quietly retreated, their bodies trembling slightly with cold sweat. They realized the mission was more challenging than anticipated. Inside the factory were at least 1 peak 6th-level martial artist, 8 other 6th levels, and numerous 4th and 5th-level martial artists. The realization of the formidable challenge ahead was daunting. The situation inside the factory was extremely tense. Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei, aware that they were potentially facing a high-risk, S-level mission, decided not to investigate further to avoid being caught. They realized that the complexity of what they had witnessed was beyond their capability to handle alone. They planned to retreat and report everything to their university, believing that school officials should take charge of the situation. As the discussions inside the factory became more intense, Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei quietly withdrew. They intended to exit the way they had come in, but their path was blocked by several men. Puzzled about how they remained undetected, they overheard one of the men angrily complaining about others being ungrateful for their leader's actions. Another man was playing with a hand grenade. He laughed as he spoke about hijacking a military supply vehicle destined for the front line. They boasted that this action would elevate their leader to the rank of Grandmaster. Hidden behind a wall, Su Mengyao and Meng Jianfei were alarmed by this conversation. They quickly decided to alter their escape route and leave as fast as possible. While fleeing, they discussed the critical information they had gathered. The presence of high-level criminals and the potential for their leader to become a grandmaster was a dire threat. Su Mingyao imagined the horror of these criminals armed with military-grade weapons, potentially capable of destroying the entire city. They rushed back to the university to report their findings. Suddenly, they stopped and cursed. In the heat of the moment, they had forgotten about Lu Xing, their inconspicuous companion. They quickly changed direction to find Lu Xing, hoping he had not been discovered. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was already at the factory entrance, prepared for action. As the guards noticed him, one muscular guard sneered, questioning his presence. Another approached Lu Xing, but before he could speak, Lu Xing swiftly pierced a spear through the man's neck. The man spat blood and swung backward uncontrollably, a gaping hole in his throat. He desperately tried to stop the bleeding, but it was futile. In a quiet moment, a man whispered a few words and then fell backward. This sudden action caused the people around him to stand, grab their weapons, and curse. They launched an attack together. Amidst this chaos, Lu Xing, armed with a long spear, remained composed. With quick and efficient movements, he instantly eliminated the three attackers. Lu Xing had used his psychic abilities to detect the presence of 2 peak 6th-level martial artists, 8 6th-level warriors, and several others of various abilities in the building. Considering the simplicity of the mission, he decided there was no need for stealth. He prepared to enter the building. Just then, a muscular man grabbed Lu Xing's ankle. Bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose, the man struggled to speak. His words were unclear, but they seemed to hint at revenge from their boss. Lu Xing, showing no mercy to what he considered scum, silenced the man forever by crushing his neck underfoot. He prevented the man from uttering his last words. Lu Xing then looked at the bodies on the ground and observed his spear. Its tip was still pristine, showing no signs of blood. He took a deep breath, contemplating the nature of killing. At that moment, the violent and destructive urges within Lu Xing lessened, and he felt calmer. He didn't experience any significant psychological impact, possibly due to his experiences in the dream realm where he fought countless zombies and inherited memories filled with blood and violence. He justified his actions, as these men were undoubtedly wicked and deserved their fate. Reflecting on this, he thought of a fitting phrase: justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. With these thoughts, he continued towards the building, spear in hand. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes earlier inside the building, a heated discussion was taking place. A woman with a long scar on her face slammed the table, demanding a 20% share. The muscular man scoffed at her demand. He disrespectfully scanned her body and made a lewd comment, suggesting he had more to offer than just money. Enraged, the woman stood up and confronted him, asking if he was seeking death. The leader of the group, having quietly observed the argument while finishing his coffee, suddenly stood up. In a blink of an eye, he attacked the muscular man with incredible speed. The man couldn't even see the leader's movements and was struck in the stomach. He stumbled backward, coughing up blood, and looked at the leader in disbelief. The leader, a peak 6th-level martial artist, exuded a powerful aura that filled the room, his presence menacing and commanding. The scene is intense and charged with tension. The room falls into a sudden, heavy silence. The leader, a figure of authority and power, stands, brushing dust off his clothes. His gaze is icy, sweeping over the assembled individuals with an air of unchallengeable dominance. His message is clear without repetition: he is in control. The plan they are discussing is his creation, the weapons are his property, and in this space, his strength is unmatched. He offers a simple directive to the others: accept what he provides. If anyone disagrees, they are free to leave immediately. His eyes scan the room, his voice devoid of warmth. While some show signs of defiance, nobody dares to voice their objections. At this critical juncture, a man dressed in a striking red suit steps forward. His appearance is marked by a gruesome contrast. Half of his face is severely scarred, as though burned, making his smile appear exceptionally menacing. He speaks up, reminding everyone that their purpose is profit, and there's no need to disrupt the harmony of their arrangement. This red-suited man, sharp in his attire but marred by his disfigured face, makes a pointed observation. He acknowledges that a convoy of military supplies represents a significant gain for someone at the 6th level of martial arts mastery, but it's inconsequential for a grandmaster. His words are directed at the leader, insinuating the leader's potential rise to grandmaster status. These remarks trigger a noticeable shift in the room's atmosphere. The other criminals, initially defiant, now show signs of realization and anxiety. Understanding the leader's proximity to achieving grandmaster status, they change their attitude. Laughter fills the room as they hastily agree to any distribution of spoils the boss decides on, even if it means forfeiting their own share. Amidst this change of heart, the man in the red suit approaches the leader, who is now smiling. Offering a cigarette, he wishes the leader luck in his ascent to grandmaster. As the leader accepts the cigarette, allowing the red-suited man to light it, a secretive exchange occurs. The red-suited man, identified as the ghost-faced vulture, demands a 30% share. The leader, maintaining his emotionless facade, silently nods in agreement. However, beneath his calm exterior, a turbulent storm of murderous intent is brewing. The ghost-faced vulture is not just any adversary. He matches the leader in strength, both being peak 6th level martial artists. Moreover, he possesses a rare and formidable fire elemental talent. His backstory is tragic and twisted. Once a promising martial arts prodigy, a devastating fire that obliterated his family altered his path irrevocably, leading him into a life of ruthless criminality. His notoriety is well known, especially for his brutal method of burning his victims alive. As the group reaches a consensus, the leader prepares to resume the discussion on the distribution of spoils. However, their plans are abruptly interrupted by an unexpected noise from outside the factory. The sound, stark and sudden in the quiet room, captures everyone's attention. The criminals turn towards the door, their focus shifted. One of them, licking a dagger menacingly, makes his way to investigate the source of the disturbance. In a tense, suspense-filled room, a man approaches the door to investigate a strange noise. Just as he's about to open it, a loud crash resounds. The iron door buckles inward, twisting out of shape. Caught off guard, the man's dagger flies from his hand, and he's hurled across the room, crashing into a wall. Dust and debris fill the air, drawing everyone's attention to the now distorted entrance. What the group sees next is startling. A long spear, wielded by a young man, has caused the destruction. At first, the room's occupants, including hardened outlaws and criminals, are taken aback by the appearance of this seemingly unthreatening young intruder. Some even start to laugh and mock him, underestimating him due to his youth. The young man is Lu Xing. Both the leader and the ghost-faced vulture, however, watch Lu Xing with intense scrutiny. To the surprise of everyone, Lu Xing holds up 2 fingers and calmly states, 2 minutes. His gaze sweeps across the room, and he adds indifferently, those who want to save their lives can start running now. The atmosphere in the room shifts from mockery to a tense uncertainty. The outlaws initially think Lu Xing's entrance and warning are a joke. They laugh scornfully, especially after witnessing one of their own, a 6th-level martial artist, get effortlessly slammed into a wall by Lu Xing's surprise attack. This display of power forces some to reassess their opinion of Lu Xing. Amidst the tension, a sharp voice cuts through. A woman with a scarred face, previously embroiled in a heated discussion over profit distribution, steps forward. She carries a large sword and approaches Lu Xing with fury and disdain. Her underlings try to hold her back, fearing her reckless action. The leader, stroking his chin, is confused, wondering why the police would send a young boy to confront them. As the room contemplates their next move, the scar-faced woman, clearly angered and one of the 6th-level martial artists, lunges at Lu Xing. She aims her blade with lethal intent. Lu Xing, unflinching and with a cold glare in his eyes, faces the attack head-on. In a split second, the woman's confidence falters, realizing she has underestimated him. But it's too late. Lu Xing's spear moves with lightning speed and precision. With a twist of his wrist, the spear finds its mark. The woman doesn't have a chance to react before the spear pierces her skull, decapitating her. Her body collapses, twitching, as her head rolls towards the shocked onlookers. The scene unfolds rapidly. The respected 6th-level martial artist is slain in an instant by Lu Xing's single spear thrust. The outlaws are stunned, with the weaker ones visibly shaken. The sight of the young man with the 2-meter-long spear evokes a sense of foreboding in the leader, signaling a shift in the balance of power within the room. In the midst of the chaos, while all eyes were on Lu Xing, the leader was the only one focusing on Lu Xing's weapon. He recognized that no ordinary weapon could harm 6th-level martial artists and shouted out a warning that Lu Xing wielded a Grandmaster-level melee weapon. This revelation instantly drew the attention of the nearby 6th-level martial artists. Their eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of the Grandmaster-level long spear. A few outlaws shared knowing, greedy glances and strategically positioned themselves around Lu Xing from 3 different directions. Among them was the martial artist previously knocked out by Lu Xing. They drew their melee weapons, advancing towards Lu Xing while discussing the priceless nature of the Grandmaster-level weapon. They salivated at the thought of its immense value, estimating it could fetch hundreds of millions. Without hesitation, the 3 6th-level outlaws attacked Lu Xing simultaneously from various angles. Lu Xing, however, remained unmoved, his gaze cold and focused. As their weapons nearly reached him, he sprang into action. His spear moved with incredible speed and precision, darting among the 3 attackers with agility and grace. In an instant, all 3 6th-level martial artists were defeated, collapsing to the ground, their weapons clattering beside them. This display of prowess by Lu Xing left the onlookers in shock. They hadn't even fully processed what had happened and instinctively stepped back. The swift defeat of the 3 6th-level martial artists revealed that Lu Xing's strength was not solely due to his Grandmaster-level weapon. He himself was a formidable force. Lu Xing wasted no time with the remaining criminals. He switched to a technique known as wind breathing, making his movements even faster and lighter. He seemed to blend into the wind, disappearing and reappearing at astonishing speeds. His spear danced through the crowd, striking with lethal accuracy. 5th and 6th level martial artists were unable to react in time as Lu Xing's spear found its mark again and again. Each thrust of his spear claimed a life, and he vanished as swiftly as he appeared, akin to the Grim Reaper. In a matter of seconds, the number of criminals in the room drastically reduced, the floor becoming littered with limbs and blood. The man in the red suit, shocked and disbelieving, retreated towards the nearest exit, screaming in panic. Assuming Lu Xing to be a grandmaster, he desperately sought escape. However, Lu Xing quickly noticed his attempt and appeared behind him, intent on not letting him go. In a sudden turn, the man in the red suit shifted from panic to a twisted sneer. His body erupted into flames, his disfigured face contorting in mockery. He boasted about outsmarting Lu Xing, his demeanor shifting from fear to gloating triumph. In a climactic confrontation, the man in the red suit, consumed by fury and confidence, unleashed a devastating attack on Lu Xing. He roared defiantly, "Go to hell, Grandmaster," as he hurled a massive fireball towards Lu Xing. The fireball, radiating intense heat waves, was powerful enough to destroy half a factory building. Reveling in his fiery creation, the man in the red suit was certain that Lu Xing had been incinerated, his sneer tinged with madness. However, to his shock and horror, from within the flames, a voice emerged, cold and mocking like the Grim Reaper itself. "This is all you got? What a pity. And this is what you call fire." The man's eyes bulged in disbelief as he saw Lu Xing standing amidst the flames, completely unharmed. Lu Xing's indifferent gaze seemed to pierce through his soul. In a swift, unexpected move, Lu Xing extended his hand and, with a crisp snap of his fingers, extinguished the surrounding flames. All that remained was a small purple spark that gently landed on the man in the red suit. In the next instant, a heat wave, more intense than before, erupted. The man was engulfed in purple flames, experiencing unbearable pain. He lost consciousness before he could even scream. The leader, who had been observing from the sidelines, was stunned. He realized that even a 6th-level martial artist, with a body as strong as steel and capable of withstanding temperatures up to 2,750 degrees Celsius, couldn't endure such intense heat. Lu Xing's gaze then fell upon the leader, instilling overwhelming fear. Lu Xing, in a casual tone as if making small talk, asked the leader how he wished to die. The nonchalance in Lu Xing's voice instilled unprecedented fear in the leader. Meanwhile, Meng Jianfei and Su Mingyao, filled with unease, cautiously approached the factory. At the entrance, they discovered 4 bodies, each killed with a single strike. Meng Jianfei noted that all the victims had their necks pierced, dying instantly. Su Mingyao, worried yet nonchalant, expressed concern for Lu Xing's safety. Exchanging a glance, the pair, in perfect sync, charged towards the factory. Upon entering, they were stunned by the carnage. The factory floor was littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood. As they were trying to process the scene, the leader lunged at them, only to be cleaved in two by Lu Xing's spear. Su Mingyao, dumbfounded, could hardly believe that a peak 6th-level martial artist was effortlessly slain by a single strike from Lu Xing. Lu Xing, with a gentle shake of his spear, cleaned off the blood. Turning to Su Mingyao and Meng Jianfei, he casually informed them that the mission was complete. He requested their help in finishing up the remaining work, his voice as calm as if the battle was just an ordinary occurrence. Having said that, he casually walked out of the factory, leaving the two amidst the chaos and corpses of over 30 criminals. Dejectedly, Meng Jianfei and Su Mingyao sat down, their hearts overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. They had prepared themselves for numerous outcomes, even bracing for the possibility of meeting their end. However, upon their return, they were astonished to find that Lu Xing, on his own, had eliminated all the adversaries. Meng Jianfei couldn't help but remark on Lu Xing's exceptional abilities, acknowledging him as the top martial scholar. Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, they realized that the 7th Divine Martial University had struck gold this year by having him. After completing the mission, Lu Xing didn't linger. He quickly hailed a taxi and set off. During the journey, his phone vibrated with an urgent message. Lindsay was hurriedly calling him back, informing him that someone from a rival Divine Martial University had challenged their Divine Tower. The message filled the ride with a sense of urgency. Before he knew it, the taxi arrived at the gates of the 7th Divine Martial University. Lu Xing, maintaining his politeness, thanked the driver and then proceeded through the university gates, his hand gripping the weapon bag tightly. Reflecting on his first mission, Lu Xing acknowledged the significant benefits he had gained. The criminals he had eliminated, despite their ruthlessness, had strong blood energy levels, which immensely benefited his long spear. He could feel that the process of the weapon's soul nourishment had begun. Nearby, Lindsay, who had been eagerly waiting, spotted Lu Xing and excitedly ran towards him, shouting his name. Carrying a long spear on his back, Lindsay approached with curiosity. He inquired about the mission, wondering if it had been challenging and if everything had gone smoothly. Lu Sheng casually shook his head, indicating it hadn't been tough, just a matter of eliminating a few wanted outlaws. Lindsay's expression shifted to one of dramatic disbelief. Lu Sheng thought his words might have unsettled Lindsay, considering he was only an 18-year-old university freshman. Though a prodigy, Lindsay was still a teenager, and the concept of killing might be too brutal for him. Lu Sheng was about to explain the viciousness of the criminals and their crimes to ease Lindsay's concerns. However, Lindsay interrupted him, his eyes shining with excitement and enthusiasm. He bombarded Lu Sheng with questions about the exhilaration of killing and whether it was satisfying. After expressing an excited desire to take on similar missions and experience the thrill of confronting wanted criminals, Lindsay's enthusiasm was clear. Lu Sheng was taken aback by Lindsay's intense and somewhat violent reaction. He began to wonder if Lindsay had a natural inclination towards violence. As Lu Sheng made his way through the campus of the 7th Divine Martial University, he noticed a significant number of students hurrying in one direction. Curious, he observed that they were all heading towards the Divine Martial Tower. He remembered Lin's earlier message and overheard conversations about a student named Xia failing to defend the tower. Another student expressed concern that their university was struggling to maintain control over the tower. Intrigued by this commotion, Lu Sheng moved closer to the crowd, driven by his curiosity. Lu Sheng's interest peaked when Lindsay, excited to see him, quickly filled him in on recent events. During Lu Sheng's absence, their university had faced a major challenge. A group of senior students from the 4th Divine Martial University, led by a powerful individual named Miao, ranked 6th among the 7 saints, had come to challenge their tower. Lu Sheng learned that most of the top seniors from their university had been unable to defend against Miao's prowess. The uncertainty loomed over whether Chun Yuan, the strongest senior at the 7th Divine Martial University, could successfully defend the tower. Lu Sheng, however, was not particularly concerned with the details of the challenge. His primary interest was understanding what the 7 saints' ranking entailed. Lindsay eagerly explained that each university maintained a ranking list for students from sophomore to senior year who hadn't yet graduated. Their university, the 7th Divine Martial University, had Qin Yixian and Staolan at the top of their rankings. The 7 saints' ranking, however, was a more prestigious list, encompassing senior students from all 7 divine martial universities. This ranking was highly respected, and those who made it onto this list were considered the elite prodigies of the younger generation. Lindsay expressed a bit of disappointment in their university standing. The 7th Divine Martial University didn't have any students in the top 10 of the 7 saints' rankings. Their highest-ranked student was Qin Yixian, positioned at the 13th spot. He shared his concerns about their ability to defend the tower against such formidable opponents. Lu Sheng listened but remained indifferent to the rankings and the seniors' affairs. However, when Lindsay mentioned the potential consequences of failing to defend the tower, Lu Sheng's attitude shifted drastically. If their seniors failed to protect the tower, the 7th Divine Martial University would face severe repercussions for the next year. They would lose their privileged access to the Divine Martial Tower, having to apply and queue like students from other schools. This could mean waiting years for their turn, a prospect that struck Lu Sheng as unacceptable. Lu Sheng, previously uninterested, now felt a sense of urgency. Lindsay, mid-sentence, suddenly realized Lu Sheng had stopped walking and was staring at him incredulously. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The thought of waiting years to access the tower was unthinkable to him. In the next moment, he disappeared from sight, leaving behind a faint statement that underscored his resolve. What a joke. Guarding the tower, I will do it myself. His sudden decision to take matters into his own hands illustrated his determination not to let his university suffer from such a predicament. Lindsay, initially nodding subconsciously to Lu Sheng's declaration, suddenly realized the gravity of what he had said. The thought of Lu Sheng taking it upon himself to defend the tower struck him with a mix of shock and excitement. Exclaiming aloud, Lindsay couldn't contain his exhilaration and sprinted towards the Divine Martial Tower. At the Divine Martial Tower, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The area was thronged with students from the 7th Divine Martial University, their frustration and anger palpable. They had just witnessed their strongest seniors being bested by counterparts from the 4th Divine Martial University. This defeat wasn't just a blow to their pride. It signified the potential loss of the esteemed privileges associated with being part of a Divine Martial University. Now, their last hope rested on the shoulders of their top senior. Amidst the anxious crowd, the tower's doors opened, and a figure emerged. A girl, who had been waiting anxiously, ran towards the man who was revealed to be Qin Yixian. Qin appeared exhausted, his forehead covered in sweat, breathing heavily. It was evident that he had not succeeded in advancing in the Divine Martial Tower challenge. The girl quickly moved to support him, deepening the gloom among the students. Their strongest senior had been defeated. Who could possibly stand up to Miao now? Chun Yixian, another student, observed the 7th Divine Martial Tower rankings with a clenched fist. He saw that Miao had already conquered the 21st level. If Miao succeeded in the challenge, it would confirm their university's failure to defend the tower. Chun Yixian, who had been at the university for 4 years, felt a personal connection to the tower and was dismayed to see it surpassed by an outsider like Miao. The realization of the vast gap between their abilities filled him with frustration and bitterness. In the crowd, there were some spectators from outside the university who were indifferent to the outcome. They were there merely to witness the drama unfold, some even joking that the 7th Divine Martial University was on the verge of an embarrassing defeat. The nearby students, overhearing these remarks, could only silently bear their indignation. Suddenly, the crowd felt a powerful force emanating from behind, pushing them aside. The force was strong enough to create a pathway about 2 meters wide through the crowd. Many recognized this as a manifestation of psychic power. It was Lu Sheng, utilizing his psychic abilities to clear a path towards the tower. As he made his way through, the crowd parted, allowing him to pass. All eyes turned to Lu Sheng as he approached the Divine Martial Tower with his weapon bag in hand. Many in the crowd recognized him. His reputation had grown significantly recently, and his feats had spread among the students. Lu Sheng was the top martial scholar of the year, known for his domination over all freshmen and even defeating the spear technique instructor, Lu Ruqing. The revelation that Lu Sheng was also a master of psychic power added another layer to his already impressive credentials. The crowd watched in anticipation as he steadily made his way to the tower, wondering if he could be the one to turn the tide in favor of the 7th Divine Martial University. Many students from the 7th Divine Martial University eyed Lu Sheng with a mix of hope and uncertainty as he approached the Divine Martial Tower. Could he, a mere freshman, be the one to successfully defend the tower? This question lingered in the air, igniting a faint spark of hope among his fellow students. However, students from the 4th Divine Martial University scoffed at the notion, finding amusement in the desperation of their rivals. They ridiculed the idea of relying on a freshman to challenge someone ranked 6th in the Seven Saints rankings. To them, the idea seemed preposterous, a joke. This mockery left the 7th Divine Martial University students glaring in silent frustration, unable to formulate a strong comeback. Lu Sheng, oblivious to these exchanges, was driven by a singular focus. He was determined not to wait years for his chance to enter the Divine Martial Tower. His resolve was clear as he made his way into the tower, where no one dared to obstruct his path. Inside, he encountered only one staff member, a woman he recognized from his previous visits. He approached the reception desk and inquired whether queuing was no longer necessary. The woman, recognizing Lu Sheng, was taken aback by his presence. It was hard for her to believe that Lu Sheng, a freshman who had never set foot in the Divine Martial Tower, was now here to defend it. Without wasting time, she quickly registered him and opened the door to the elevator that led to the tower. As she did so, she expressed her concerns about Miao, the arrogant contender from the 4th Divine Martial University, who was close to breaking their university's record. In response, Lu Sheng reassured her with confidence. He calmly stated that he alone was sufficient to handle the situation, humorously asserting that Miao wouldn't break his record. The woman stood there, momentarily frozen, struck by his unwavering confidence. Outside the tower, a girl who had been following Lu Sheng lately was regrouping with her friend. Both were sweating profusely, as if they had been frantically searching for someone. The girl, hearing that Lu Sheng was engaged in a AA grade mission, looked towards the Divine Martial Tower with a sense of despair. She felt that without Lu Sheng's presence, their university was doomed to lose. A curious bystander inquired about who she was looking for, questioning if that person was really impressive. With a heavy sigh, she replied that it didn't matter anymore since the individual they needed wasn't on campus. The bystander's attention then turned back to the tower, expressing skepticism about their chances, especially since they had sent Lu Sheng, a freshman, albeit a recently famous one, to defend the tower. At the mention of Lu Sheng's name, the girl's interest was piqued. She abruptly grabbed her friend's shoulders in excitement, exclaiming in disbelief that Lu Sheng had entered the tower. Her friend, startled by the sudden outburst, pointed towards the ranking board at the entrance. The group quickly gathered around to check the board. Indeed, at the bottom of the screen, Lu Sheng's name had appeared, indicating that he was currently on the first level. This revelation sparked a flurry of reactions among the students, as they watched with bated breath, wondering if Lu Sheng could truly turn the tide in their favor. Filled with anticipation and an infectious joy, she began jumping up and down, declaring with confidence that their university was bound to win now. Her emotions ran so high that tears formed at the edges of her eyes, betraying the depth of her feelings. Her friend, standing beside her, looked on in confusion, struggling to understand the source of her overwhelming excitement. After all, Lu Sheng was just a freshman. Yet, as the girl wiped away her tears, she couldn't fully articulate why she felt such strong confidence in Lu Sheng. Perhaps it was the unshakable pride of a fervent fan. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Martial Tower, Lu Sheng entered the first level. He found himself in a spacious room, equipped with just a lounge chair and a helmet. The helmet, accompanied by simple instructions, was the key to initiating the trial. Lu Xing, muttering to himself, laid down and fitted the helmet over his head. As he did so, he experienced a familiar sensation, akin to the dream realm he had known. When Lu Xing opened his eyes again, he was in a different room, and he took a moment to examine his body and hands. His expression became curious as he recognized the sensation, similar yet distinct from the dream realm. Beside him, a figure began to materialize. Lu Xing stretched his body, causing it to crackle, and mused to himself. He felt that if he didn't shatter the record of the Divine Martial Tower, it would be a disservice to all the martial artists he had overcome in the dream realm over the past year. The figure that materialized was a young boy, the youthful version of Tan Zhongyu, the famed Jade Martial Saint. Lu Xing studied the boy, noting his frail and ordinary appearance. Internally, Lu Xing pondered whether this indeed was what the legendary martial saint looked like in his youth. Suddenly, the young boy launched an attack. With a low stance, he gathered his strength and, following a powerful stomp, charged towards Lu Xing like lightning. The boy's right hand struck fiercely at Lu Xing's left chest. However, the blow seemed to have no effect on Lu Xing, who remained expressionless, his eyes flickering as if assessing the young boy's strength. Using his internal energy, Lu Xing effortlessly repelled the boy, estimating his strength to be around that of a second-level martial artist. The boy was thrown back by the rebounding force, his figure gradually fading as though he had suffered a heavy blow. Lu Xing glanced at his left chest, contemplating the boy's potential. He decided to treat the boy with the respect due to a future martial saint. He gently swung a punch towards the boy, who was several meters away. Despite the distance of over 10 meters, Lu Xing's punch seemed to traverse space and time, moving slowly yet with incredible speed. This display of skill and power highlighted Lu Xing's exceptional abilities and hinted at the challenging trials he would face in the Divine Martial Tower. Lu Xing's punch created a powerful shockwave, vibrating through the air towards the young version of Tan Zhongyu, the Jade Martial Saint. The force of his strike was immense, landing heavily on the boy whose body twisted and shattered instantaneously before gradually dissipating into thin air. After the boy vanished, Lu Xing sensed a slight drain of his psychic energy. It felt as if the Divine Martial Tower absorbed it and then transferred it into the surrounding space. This observation made him realize that the tower was using his energy in some way. Shortly thereafter, at the spot where the boy had disappeared, a new figure began to coalesce. This new incarnation appeared to be a few years older, taller, and more mature than the previous youth. Lu Xing deduced that the Divine Martial Tower was increasing the difficulty of the challenge by pitting him against different stages of Tan Zhongyu's life. Without much time to ponder, the teenage version of Tan Zhongyu launched an attack. This time, the teenager was faster and more strategic, not confronting Lu Xing head-on as before. He vanished in a blur, reappearing at Lu Xing's side and aiming a fierce punch directly at Lu Xing's face. Lu Xing blocked in time, feeling a slightly increased power in this strike compared to the last. Lu Xing began to understand the secret of the Divine Martial Tower. The teen's fist struck hard against his palm, yet it failed to inflict significant damage. With an expressionless face, Lu Xing easily neutralized and blocked the attack with his hand. With a light clench of his fist followed by a gentle kick, the teen's figure began to fade, much like the previous encounter. Once again, the Divine Martial Tower drew a bit more psychic energy from Lu Xing. This time, he felt it more distinctly, being extracted from his body and absorbed into the tower. Each defeat of Tan Zhongyu's incarnation led to the materialization of a new, stronger form. Lu Xing, with a hint of a smile, talked to himself, pondering the nature of the Divine Martial Tower's trials. Each time he defeated an opponent, rather than receiving any reward, more of his psychic energy was drawn away. He began to understand the connection between the trials, the tower, and the willpower or psychic energy involved. Initially, Lu Xing was confused about how the tower and the will of a martial saint could continually provide these trials for numerous martial artists over the years without depletion. He finally grasped the workings of the Divine Martial Tower. It seemed that each level of the tower extracted a portion of the martial artist's psychic energy to awaken the will of the martial saint stored within and to generate new opponents. As the challenges intensified, the opponents became increasingly powerful, requiring more psychic energy. This continuous strengthening of the martial saints will indicated that the psychic energy expended by martial artists in each trial far exceeded expectations. This explained why the will of the martial saint in the tower was so vast and potent. Lu Xing's newfound understanding shed light on why the 7th Divine Martial University's enrollment numbers were consistently lower than those of the other 6 Divine Martial Universities. He realized that the Divine Martial Towers of the other universities, having been established much longer, likely had accumulated a more potent and strengthened will of the martial saint within them. This made those towers more appealing and challenging for aspiring martial artists. Tan Zhongyu, the founder of the 7th Divine Martial University, was the only living martial saint among the founders of the 7 universities. The other 2 living martial saints were not affiliated with any martial university. Lu Xing speculated that Tan Zhongyu, overseeing all affairs of the 7 divine martial universities, might have a particular interest in those who broke records in any of the divine martial towers. Such individuals could potentially be summoned by Tan Zhongyu and even become his disciples. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Sheng refocused on the task at hand. He faced the newly coalesced figure of Tan Zhongyu, not hesitating to rush forward and defeat him instantly with an elbow strike. Lu Sheng considered that if his analysis of the divine martial tower was correct, then the source of the dream realm might operate on a similar principle. He pondered that the dream realm could be constructed based on the will of one or several powerful martial saints. Lu Sheng noted the differences between the dream realm and the divine martial tower. He observed that the complexity and sophistication of the dream realm far surpassed that of the tower. Considering the future, he envisioned an overwhelming number of strong martial artists. The current era was only in the first 200-ish martial years, with the strongest known as martial saints. The future promised the existence of 9th, 10th, and even 11th level martial artists. If the wills of these individuals were to be integrated into a single spiritual world, the resultant power would be immense. Lu Sheng speculated that the Fire Seed project might encompass more hidden secrets than he had initially perceived. As he continued to defeat various incarnations of Tan Zhongyu in the Divine Martial Tower, none could withstand even a single strike from him. Each victory led to more of his psychic energy being drawn, fueling his determination and curiosity. The latest incarnation of Tan Zhongyu appeared older, possibly around Lu Sheng's age, and adept in sword techniques, resembling a senior-year university student. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate to engage. He felt that this version of Tan Zhongyu had the strength of a peak 5th-level martial artist, nearing the 6th level. However, just like his previous encounters, this incarnation could not withstand a single punch from Lu Sheng. This repetitive cycle of defeating stronger versions of Tan Zhongyu and the continuous extraction of his psychic energy only deepened Lu Sheng's resolve and curiosity about the true nature and purpose of the Divine Martial Tower and its connection to the broader martial world. Lu Sheng, taking a deep breath, pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, concentrating solely on the task at hand. The escalating strength of Tan Zhongyu, fighting against martial saints from various eras, only fueled his excitement. However, with each victory, Lu Sheng felt more of his psychic energy being drained, contributing to the creation of new, more formidable opponents. The next incarnation materialized as a calm, stable, and resolute Tan Zhongyu in his 30s. He had long, flowing hair and held a sword in his hand, his eyes exuding seriousness and resilience. This version of Tan Zhongyu was a peak 6th-level martial artist, a master of sword technique, and once ranked as the foremost in his generation, second only to a grandmaster. Lu Sheng observed the now almost middle-aged man, recalling Tan Zhongyu's late blooming as a martial saint. He had not shown extraordinary talent in his early years but shone brightly in his middle age. Facing this future martial saint, the 30-year-old prodigy deemed the strongest below a grandmaster, Lu Sheng was intrigued by Tan Zhongyu's prowess. Both Lu Sheng and this version of Tan Zhongyu were at the peak 6th level, implying that their strengths should be comparable. This realization made Lu Sheng more serious. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, and a fiery aura erupted from him like a tsunami. He looked at Tan Zhongyu with a smile, deciding to continue fighting with his bare hands, deeming it unfair to use a spear. This decision seemed almost ironic considering that just moments ago, Lu Sheng had effortlessly defeated much younger versions of Tan Zhongyu. Yet now, he contemplated the fairness of his approach, showing a different side of his character. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Martial Tower, the leaderboard was causing a stir among the students. When Lu Sheng first entered the tower, they witnessed astonishing changes on the board. Miao Renxiang, a challenger from another university, had beaten the 21st level and moved up to the 22nd, causing a wave of shock and unease among the students of the 7th Divine Martial University. Miao Renxiang had not only surpassed their 2 strongest senior students but was also nearing the highest record ever achieved by a student of their university, also at the 22nd level. If Miao Renxiang could advance further, it would mean a significant embarrassment for the 7th Divine Martial University. The students wore mixed expressions, their eyes filled with surprise and concern over the implications of Miao Renxiang's success. The tension was palpable as they watched the leaderboard, wondering if Lu Sheng could rise to the occasion and defend the honor of their university. Chen Yixian, standing before the leaderboard, was visibly shaken. His inability to defend their university's record in the Divine Martial Tower felt like a personal disgrace. He was deeply troubled by his failure, having not even lasted a minute on the 20th level, while Miao Renxiang, a challenger from another university, had already advanced to the 22nd. The thought of such a vast difference in strength between himself and Miao was daunting. His female companion, standing beside him, tried to offer some comfort. She confidently stated that Miao couldn't possibly beat the 22nd level, as he would have to face the legendary Jade Martial Saint at his peak of the 6th level. She added with a serious tone that overcoming such a formidable opponent wasn't an easy feat for anyone. Chen Yixian, another senior student, nodded in agreement with her assessment, though his expression was still filled with worry. He voiced his concern, asking what would happen if Miao managed to surpass the 22nd level, even by chance. Such an outcome would thrust Miao into the spotlight at the 7th Divine Martial University. The girl didn't have an answer to Chen Yixian's question. She sighed deeply, reflecting the uncertainty and tension in the air. Just then, a cry of astonishment erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a remarkable development on the leaderboard. Lu Xing, a freshman from their university, was rapidly climbing the levels of the Divine Martial Tower. His progress was so swift that it left the onlookers in disbelief. The stalker girl, who had been keenly observing Lu Xing earlier, also turned her attention to the leaderboard. She saw that Lu Xing had already reached the 12th level and, in the blink of an eye, he was on the 15th. Within just a few more minutes, Lu Xing had ascended to the 21st level, breaking Chen Yixian's record. Chen Yixian, another student, stood up in shock, his fists clenched in amazement at Lu Xing's pace. He quickly did some mental calculations and realized that Lu Xing was taking less than 30 seconds per level. He murmured in disbelief at the sheer impossibility of such a feat. Not long after, Lu Xing reached the 22nd level. While Miao Ranxiong appeared exhausted, drenched in sweat from the effort, Lu Xing seemed still relaxed and at ease. Inside the Divine Martial Tower, Lu Xing unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating his opponent. This action prompted another change in the rankings on the leaderboard. As Lu Xing advanced to the next level in the Divine Martial Tower, surpassing Miao in the rankings, the students from the 4th Divine Martial University erupted in disbelief and anger. They openly cursed, expressing skepticism about a freshman outperforming their strongest senior student. A sense of disbelief permeated the air as everyone gathered in front of the leaderboard, with some suspecting foul play. One student from the 4th Divine Martial University, in a fit of frustration, turned around and loudly accused the 7th Divine Martial University of rigging the scores in the Divine Martial Tower. This accusation sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. However, the students from the 7th Divine Martial University remained largely indifferent to these accusations. Even so, they were equally astonished by Lu Xing's remarkable performance. Whispers spread among them, all asking the same question. How is Lu Xing achieving such unprecedented success? Just as a few students from the 4th Divine Martial University contemplated investigating Lu Xing for potential cheating, a staff member intervened. She walked out with a disdainful look, scornfully reminding them that the core of the Divine Martial Tower was the will of the martial saint itself. Her words implied that suggesting foul play was tantamount to accusing the martial saint of complicity and cheating. The student who had made the accusation gulped hard, realizing the gravity of his claim. He quickly backtracked, clarifying that he didn't mean to accuse the martial saint but insisted that the results were so incredible that they warranted questioning. As the staff member glanced back at the leaderboard, Lu Xing had already reached the 25th level. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, acknowledging that Lu Xing had set a new historical record in the tower. Among the onlookers, a girl with a bun hairstyle, who had initially been skeptical of Lu Xing, now found herself becoming an admirer. She, along with the stalker girl who had been closely following Lu Xing's progress, stood in awe. The stalker girl clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes glued to the rankings, silently cheering for Lu Xing as her idol. Lind, who arrived late at the scene, was also taken aback. He muttered to himself about Lu Xing's incredible abilities. The noise and commotion around the leaderboard gradually subsided, giving way to an eerie silence. Some people, trembling with excitement, took out their phones to capture this historic moment. While everyone outside the tower was deeply curious about the events unfolding within, there was no live broadcast to offer them a glimpse. The absence of visuals only heightened the mystery and anticipation of what was happening inside the Divine Martial Tower. Back in the Divine Martial Tower, Lu Xing's prowess was on full display. His formidable fist struck Tan Zhongyu, who, despite being in his mid-30s and at the peak of the 6th level, was defeated. At this stage, Tan Zhongyu had not only reached the peak 6th level, but he had also developed the will of a grandmaster, and his swordsmanship had ascended to the control realm. This made him undeniably the strongest figure below the level of grandmasters. Lu Xing pondered how, just a few weeks earlier, before he had fully mastered his physical strength in the melee weapons training room, he would have struggled against Tan Zhongyu without his spear. Relying only on his physical strength against such a formidable opponent would have been a significant challenge. As he reflected on this, Lu Xing felt his psychic energy being drained again by the tower, this time more than ever, causing even him to experience a slight headache. He realized the Divine Martial Tower demanded a high price for these challenges. He mused that if it were any other student, the amount of psychic energy required at this stage would have been overwhelming. His anticipation grew as he realized his next opponent was likely to be Tan Zhongyu at his Grandmaster level. Turning to his side, Lu Xing saw an older version of Tan Zhongyu materializing, his hair half white, his face adorned with a beard but still possessing youthful and smooth skin. His eyes, wise and penetrating, and his calm, relaxed expression exuded the aura of a grandmaster. The intensity of this aura was so sharp that Lu Xing had to shield his face with his arms as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Tan Zhongyu, who became a grandmaster at 42 and fought 8 grandmasters in the same month with a record of 7 wins and 1 draw, was undoubtedly one of the strongest of his time. Lu Xing recalled Tan's remarkable record and knew that even in his grandmaster state, Tan would be a formidable opponent. Lu Xing prepared himself for the challenge, his body erupting with all his strength, radiating a dazzling golden light like several suns. Tan Zhongyu, remaining calm, drew his weapon. Lu Xing, his eyes full of battle intent, wondered whether Tan Zhongyu's blade would be able to withstand his power or be burnt to ashes first. In an instant, Lu Xing transformed into a blazing golden sun, unleashing a powerful punch and charging towards Tan Zhongyu. Lu Xing had his pride. Today, he wanted to test his strength as a 6th-level martial artist against a 7th-level grandmaster, a martial artist who would later become a martial saint. In the Divine Martial Tower, Lu Xing was fully engaged in a formidable battle against Tan Zhongyu. There was no intricate technique involved in Lu Xing's approach. It was a straightforward, powerful punch. He clenched his fingers into a fist and hurled it towards Tan Zhongyu. Tan, composed as ever, slowly lifted his longsword, which radiated an incredibly powerful force. Lu Xing's pupils contracted as he saw the sharp blade slashing through the air, an unavoidable strike. Testing his own limits, he stood his ground against the powerful attack, which left a long scar across the room. Attempting to block it with his fists, the strike shattered Lu Xing's internal energy and surrounding flames, leaving slight wounds on his wrist. Lu Xing wiped sweat from his cheek, smiling at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. His fighting spirit grew even stronger, realizing that only under the extreme pressure of life and death situations could he become more powerful. He leaped back, retreating a few steps, sensing that he was one step closer to the second stage of his perfect martial path. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing executed his control realm movement technique, reaching peak speed and becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. He rapidly closed in on Tan Zhongyu, who remained unflustered. Tan lifted his long sword with both hands and swung it down fiercely. Following the first sword strike, he immediately executed an upward slash, sending 2 sword waves flying towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing's body was once again enveloped in flames, all converging into his right fist wrapped in a layer of internal energy. He focused all his internal energy on a single point, as if holding a sun in his hand. Combining this with flame-breathing technique and stellar technique, he unleashed 10 suns in the sky. Meanwhile, in the Vice Principal's office of the 7th Divine Martial University, the Vice Principal was reading a document about Lu Xing's recent AA-level mission. His astonishment grew as he read. The mission had been upgraded to a AAA level since it involved 8 6th-level martial artists, 2 of whom were at the peak of the 6th level. All had been decisively defeated by Lu Xing. Alongside the report was a 10,000-word letter of gratitude from the city police chief, filled with praises for Lu Xing. Taking a deep breath, the vice principal leaned back in his chair, shaking his head and smiling. He had thought Lu Xing would take some time to settle in before making waves, but here he was, already bringing another big surprise. The strongest freshman, the national top martial scholar, had dominated all new students on his first day, defeated senior students, and even bested melee weapon instructors upon enrollment. Now, he had single-handedly completed a AAA-level mission, showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. In the office of the vice principal of the 7th Divine Martial University, there was a profound sense of recognition as he reflected on Lu Xing's combat power. He saw in Lu Xing a reminder of the university's principal from years past, perhaps even surpassing that level of strength. The vice principal couldn't help but wonder about Lu Xing's potential. If Lu Xing was this formidable now, what heights could he reach when he attained the Grandmaster level? He considered that Principal Tan, who hadn't been seen in public for many years but always kept an eye on the university's affairs, would be very interested in Lu Xing. As the vice principal pondered this, preparing to contact Principal Tan Zhang, a staff member from the Divine Martial Tower burst in, bringing news of an emergency situation. The vice principal sighed, adjusting his glasses, expecting that the results from the tower had caused some stir. He remarked that the competition in the Divine Martial Tower was a rule set by the Martial Saint to foster competition among students. While it could be somewhat embarrassing, he accepted that it was beyond his control. He instructed the staff member to inform the authorities from the 4th Divine Martial University about the outcome, deciding not to appear personally. His tone conveyed a sense of resignation towards the end of his instructions. However, the staff member looked surprised and clarified that the situation didn't concern the 4th Divine Martial University. Instead, it was Lu Xing from their own university who had broken the record of their school's Divine Martial Tower, reaching the 26th level. This revelation left the vice principal in shock. He paused, his breathing becoming rapid, and in a sudden burst of energy, he vanished through the window, leaving behind a whirl of scattered documents and shattered glass. This dramatic departure was mirrored in several other offices nearby. Multiple individuals, presumably other vice principals or high-ranking officials of the university, broke through windows and soared towards the divine martial tower. Students nearby felt the intense pressure emanating from these grandmasters. Looking up, they saw several vice principals from their own 7th Divine Martial University, all converging in the same direction, towards the divine martial tower. The extraordinary scene unfolding at the 7th Divine Martial University was not just a testament to Lu Xing's incredible achievements in the tower. It also illustrated the profound impact his actions had on the university's hierarchy, stirring even the most senior officials into action. Outside the divine martial tower, all the students gazed in awe at the striking ranking leaderboard. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky, shattering the eerie silence. It was none other than Vice Principal Jiao. Hearing that Lu Xing had broken the record of the divine martial tower, he burst out of his window and arrived at the tower almost instantaneously. His arrival stirred some commotion and exclamations. Following him were 3 other vice principals, a woman with long hair, a burly bearded old man, and a cloaked figure covered from head to toe. Their landing kicked up a cloud of dust. Each of them was a 7th-level grandmaster. The students were initially surprised, but then it made sense. It would be odd if the vice principals hadn't been alerted by Lu Xing breaking the record. The vice principals exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then turned their attention unanimously to the ranking leaderboard in front of them. When they first heard the news back in the office, Lu Xing had just reached the 26th floor. Within just minutes, he had moved up another level, causing even the grandmasters to gulp hard in shock. Every one of them silently recalled the words left by the martial saint. Those 30 and younger who break the 23rd level will be summoned by the martial saint. Breaking the 24th grants 3 days of his guidance, and surpassing the 25th level offers a chance to become his disciple and inherit his teachings. Their gazes turned back to the tower. The 4 vice principals had complex expressions, all thinking the same thing. What should they do since Lu Xing had reached the 27th level? Vice Principal Zhao was the first to break the silence, ordering that once Lu Xing came out, they should report this to the principal right away and let the martial saint himself make the decision. The other vice principals all agreed with no objections. Their conversation was brief and to the point, and the nearby students overheard. They spoke enviously, saying that Lu Xing might directly become the disciple of the martial saint. Another student standing beside him interrupted, saying it's not just a possibility but a certainty. The record of the divine martial tower has been broken, and perhaps no one will surpass this record for decades to come. Lindsay listened to everyone's discussion, and at that moment, everyone pictured Lu Xing in their minds, the strongest student not just of the 7th Divine Martial University but of all of the 7 Divine Martial Universities. Lindsay chuckled and remarked, saying Lu Xing should instead be called the strongest freshman. It was then that everyone remembered. If not for Lindsay's reminder, they would have almost forgotten that Lu Xing was still a freshman, newly enrolled at the university just a month ago. Lindsay gazed at the top of the divine martial tower, thinking to himself, "Brother Lu Xing, you're beyond awesome. In this lifetime, it seems I can only look up to you." He pondered for a moment and decided that being a little fanboy wasn't so bad after all. Maybe he had something to tell his grandkids that he once attended the same class with Lu Xing. Suddenly, someone, biting their nails, whispered, Lu Xing was just too freakish, appearing out of nowhere without any warning. This comment was overheard by a young girl standing next to him, none other than the girl who had been stalking Lu Xing around and had since become a fangirl. She immediately took out her phone and opened the school's forum, showing it to the student. She had posted many things about Lu Xing, but unfortunately, no one believed her, and she even got reported so many times that her account was banned on the school forum. At that very moment, the top 3 topics of discussion on the school forum were all about Lu Xing. The first was about Lu Xing clearing the 5th stage in the melee weapons training room. The second was the professor's evaluation of Lu Xing's spear technique as being above the nuance realm. The third was about Lu Xing recently completing an AAA-level mission all by himself. The male student suddenly snatched the phone, scrolling through it earnestly. The girl didn't mind her phone being taken away. She was immersed in the joy of knowing Lu Xing's strength before others did. As the student read through the posts and watched the videos, a mix of shock and complexity washed over him. Lu Xing had always been strong. It was just that he, like other students, never wanted to admit or believe it. Perhaps it was a matter of pride or maybe jealousy among their peers. Lu Xing was like a towering giant while they seemed so small in comparison. Lu Xing, clearly unaware of what was happening outside the divine martial tower, This time he was facing an extraordinarily strong enemy. Inside the tower, he slowly spoke a few words. The contest of martial arts. The clash of martial wills. This was a rare and valuable chance to temper his grandmaster's will. Covered in wounds, his clothes torn and dusty, with blood at the corners of his mouth and on his face, Lu Sheng appeared gravely injured. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Kneeling on one knee, his body slightly bent, he was breathing heavily as his chest was pounding hard. Lu Sheng looked at Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu, even knowing well that Tan couldn't respond. Still, he earnestly said, "You are strong, but in the end, I am stronger." Tan Zhongyu's long sword was shattered to pieces, and half of his body was blown apart. Fighting barehanded against the weapon-wielding Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu, who was also the future martial saint, was no easy task. Throughout the battle, there were many instances where Lu Sheng thought he was about to be sliced in half. Despite looking very ragged, Lu Sheng emerged victorious. Behind him, there was a huge crater, evidently created by Tan Zhong's powerful sword strike. Ultimately, Lu Sheng first shattered Tan Zhongyu's sword and destroyed half of his body. Tan's figure slowly faded away, and Lu Sheng immediately sat down cross-legged, starting the natural breathing technique to recover his stamina, psychic energy, and heal his injuries. After several minutes, his physical wounds were mostly healed, his breathing became steady, and his body felt more lively. Lu Sheng took a deep breath while looking at his hands. His new technique was nearly complete, and he knew that experiencing one more life-and-death battle would fully solidify it, preparing him to officially advance to the 7th-level Grandmaster. Soon, a new figure slowly emerged. This time, it was the great Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu, who looked significantly aged but with an aura many times stronger. Lu Sheng was surprised to find that the Divine Martial Tower hadn't drained his psychic energy this time. He guessed that this must be a reserve of energy accumulated by the tower, as even a Grandmaster might not have enough psychic energy to conjure a figure of a powerful great Grandmaster. Lu Sheng stood up, moved around, and stretched a few times, thinking that this was the true power of the Divine Martial Tower. He then opened the weapon box that he had not used until now and quickly assembled a long spear with his psychic energy. Gazing at the increasingly powerful aura of Tan Zhongyu, he showed no signs of backing down. Appearing calm and confident, Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Now is the time to test his true limits." With that, he slowly walked towards Tan Zhongyu outside the Divine Martial Tower amidst the astonished and anxious waiting crowd. The leaderboard updated once again. Lu Sheng's name settled at the 28th level. Everyone gazed at the ranking leaderboard, but an unusual silence enveloped the area outside the tower. Not just the students, but even the 4 vice principals remained completely silent. Vice Principal Zhao glanced at the other 3, noticing that they too gulped hard and their eyes bulged. They were all fully aware of what reaching the 28th level signified. This would 100% send shivers down anyone's spine. And at that moment, a new record was officially born. Excitement rippled through the crowd, each person a witness to a moment destined for the annals of history. All around, students surged toward the entrance of the Divine Martial Tower, their eagerness palpable as they vied to be the first to glimpse the individual poised to etch their name into the legacy of the 7th Divine Martial University. I shifted from the ranking board to the doorway, anticipation electrifying the air as they awaited the arrival of Lu Sheng. The moment arrived, but it wasn't Lu Sheng who emerged first. Instead, a towering figure adorned with tattoos commanded attention, momentarily halting at the threshold of the tower. The sheer magnitude of the crowd seemed to stun him briefly, his initial assumption of being acclaimed for his own achievements faltering as he registered the peculiar gazes fixed upon him. Undeterred, he allowed himself to envision a scenario of adoration and applause, picturing himself the object of desire among the junior female students and reveling in the imagined thunderous acclaim awaiting his exit from the tower. Yet, amidst his reverie, he remained oblivious to the murmurs circulating in the crowd, 2 girls whispering disdainfully about his unsettling smile. Lost in his own world, he failed to notice the arrival of another, a young man carrying a box of weapons, who sought to pass through the throng. Unheeded, the request to move aside went unanswered, until a gentle hand rested on his shoulder, redirecting him with ease. Miao, still ensnared in his daydream, spun through the air, his fall igniting a surge of laughter and applause from the onlookers. Confusion clouded his senses as he grappled with the sudden turn of events, his embarrassment fueling a rising tide of anger. Yet, before he could articulate his indignation, the reality of his situation dawned upon him, his eyes locking with Lu Sheng's as the latter delivered a simple statement, "You were in the way." Stunned, Miao found himself at a loss for words, the shock of being effortlessly displaced by another piercing through his pride. Fueled by a cocktail of humiliation and rage, he lashed out, his fist propelled forward in a futile attempt to reclaim his dignity. He ruminated on how Lu Xing had not only humiliated him before hundreds of students but also overshadowed him, stealing his spotlight. With fury fueling his actions, he unleashed his full strength, far beyond a mere sneak attack. The force of his blow created a shockwave, stirring up dust that obscured the nearby spectators. As the dust settled, Miao was revealed, suspended a few inches above the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Xing's hand was wrapped firmly around his neck, effortlessly holding him aloft like a fledgling grasped by its mother. Despite Miao's struggles and attempts to free himself, Lu Xing's grip remained unyielding, as if he were clamped in a vice. Miao, astonished by the seemingly boundless strength of his unassuming peer, found himself at a loss for words. Lu Xing regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and reproach, questioning the acceptability of Miao's actions. Unable to offer a coherent response, Miao's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, his drool dangling precariously. With nonchalance, Lu Xing discarded Miao aside, resembling the disposal of refuse, though reminding observers not to litter. Seconds later, students from the 4th Divine Martial University, who had accompanied Miao, rushed to his aid. However, they found him unconscious and contorted in an undignified position, his posterior protruding upwards. The crowd's gaze shifted from Miao to Lu Xing, each person's face reflecting a different emotion: shock, admiration, fear. As Lu Xing emerged from the Divine Martial Tower, the silence was shattered by Lin Zhe's exuberant shout. She eagerly affirmed the incredible display of strength, proclaiming proudly that Lu Xing was her brother. Following her lead, Lu Xing asserted confidently that the entire royal capital and all 7 divine martial universities would soon witness an era dominated by him. In that instant, jubilation erupted from the assembled multitude, each student swelling with pride. Even the freshmen, who had suffered defeat at Lu Xing's hands during the initiation ceremony, felt their past humiliation fade away in the face of his undeniable prowess. As they reveled in the moment, they understood that Lu Xing was not just a legend in the making, but also a source of collective pride for the 7th Divine Martial University, a symbol of their strength and resilience. Lu Xing maintained his composure outwardly, yet inwardly, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. From the moment he crossed the tower's threshold, he had almost foreseen this outcome. A faint smile graced his lips, perhaps, being recognized as renowned by the public served as an additional motivation in his martial arts journey. Observing from a distance, Chen Yixuan wore a bittersweet expression, a mixture of pride and resignation evident on his face. He had speculated that Lu Xing might one day surpass him, but the rapidity of this ascent caught him off guard. Reflecting on the insignificance of rankings like senior student or saint in the face of Lu Xing's aspirations, Chen Yixuan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that Lu Xing's achievements brought honor to their school. Vice Principal Zhao and the other 3 vice principals exchanged glances before quietly departing from the scene. Before leaving, Zhao recited a poem softly, evoking the vigor and carefree spirit of youth. He chuckled to himself, finding the poem apt in describing Lu Xing's current demeanor, and felt it was time to leave the spotlight to the students. Meanwhile, 2 students from a nearby university observed the commotion with astonishment. The young man, taken aback by the record set at the Divine Martial Tower, witnessed the fervent support of the Divine Martial University students for their peer at the tower's entrance. Proposing to his companion, a girl named Yang Yuan, to seek out her old classmate in a quieter setting, he was met with her gentle refusal. Yang's cheeks flushed as she gazed fondly at Lu Xing in the distance. With a smile, she dismissed the need to search further, revealing that her old classmate had already found her. As her hair cascaded over her shoulders, a touch of sadness flickered across her face, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Despite their physical proximity, the emotional chasm between her and Lu Xing felt insurmountable. Another student paused, realizing that the classmate Yang Yuan was referring to as none other than the person who broke the record. Without explaining further, Yang Yuan turned and walked away, watching Lu Xing surrounded by so many students in the distance. One of the senior students who accompanied Yang Yuan chuckled playfully and joked about Yang Yuan having such a vain side. Yang Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding with a bitter smile, perhaps conceding that he was right. Just moments ago, she had wanted to meet Lu Xing, but now, perhaps it's better to walk away. The young man standing in front of the divine martial tower basked in the adoration of countless eyes, and the only center of attention seemed too dazzling. She felt she might never be worthy of him in her lifetime. The senior student quickly caught up to her, grabbing her arm, trying to appease her, saying he was just joking. In his mind, he thought this might be his chance to make a move on Yang Yuan while she was vulnerable. Yang Yuan, however, coldly shook off his hand, disliking his frivolous attitude. She thanked him for bringing her to see her old classmate but wished he would watch his words and actions. The senior student, unconcerned, was about to speak when a large hand reached out from the side and grabbed his head. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted off the ground. A voice close to his ear asked if he hadn't heard her telling him to back off. The voice then questioned if he was deaf. He turned to see a chubby young man with a large spear on his back who had effortlessly lifted him off the ground. He then panicked and screamed. Lindsay's face twisted into a sinister smile as he menacingly told him that he should never lay his hands on Brother Lu's girl. After a brief lesson, the senior student was left beaten and bruised on the ground, his face swollen, tears streaming from his eyes, and with only a few teeth remaining, he looked quite pitiable. Lindsay, however, looked at his fist, wondering why he couldn't achieve the same domineering effect as Lu Sheng when beating the crap out of someone. He realized that he still had a lot to work on. Suddenly remembering his purpose, Lindsay turned to Yang Yuan with a serious demeanor and relayed Lu Sheng's message, telling her to wait a little while to have dinner together. Yang Yuan blinked in surprise and then asked Lin if he was Lu Sheng's friend. Lindsay grinned broadly and said that Lu Sheng was like a big brother to him. He mentioned Lu Sheng had noticed Yang Yuan earlier, but, pointing to the people around Lu Sheng, commented that right now Lu Sheng is quite busy, so he came on his behalf. With great enthusiasm, Lindsay invited Yang Yuan to join him at a quieter place, referring to her as sister-in-law. Yang's face turned slightly red at this title. She was pleased but quickly clarified that she and Lu Sheng weren't in that kind of relationship. The senior student lying on the ground looked up at the two, shocked to realize that Lu Sheng was indeed Yang's classmate. His body trembled slightly at this revelation. A day passed by, and in the vice principal's office, Vice Principal Zhao began by praising Lu Sheng's performance. He was impressed that Lu Sheng had broken the historical record on his first entry into the Divine Martial Tower. Lu Sheng's situation was unique, and the specific rewards would await the arrangement of the martial saint himself. Zhao assured Lu Sheng not to worry, and the academic credit rewards for breaking the tower's record would be issued promptly as well. Lu Sheng was surprised to learn that there were academic credit rewards for breaking the record in the Divine Martial Tower. Vice Principal Zhao patiently explained that whenever someone broke a record in any of the 7 Divine Martial Towers, they would receive academic credits. Mid-sentence, Zhao suddenly stared at Lu Sheng as if he thought of something terrifying. It seemed that the Vice Principal shared the same thought that they were all thinking about. Perhaps Lu Sheng had just unlocked a new side quest. Zhao suddenly stood up and asked Lu Sheng in a serious tone if he was intending to. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lu Sheng calmly nodded, explaining that he needed the credit and hoped to graduate as soon as possible. Zhao fell silent for a moment, then adjusted his glasses, took a deep breath, and said he understood. He turned his back, telling Lu Sheng to go and rest, and that he would be notified when there were any updates. Lu Sheng then left the office. Shortly after Lu Sheng's departure, Vice Principal Zhao reached for the phone on his desk and made a call. The conversation was brief. Zhao asked the person on the other end of the line to wait a little longer. The person loudly questioned why. Zhao glanced in the direction where Lu Sheng had left and spoke in a peculiar tone, slowly suggesting that Lu Sheng's performance was just beginning, everywhere he went. Lu Sheng was the center of attention on the campus forum of the 7th Divine Martial University, now dominated by posts about him. The 2 hottest topics were undoubtedly about him. Of course, there were other posts too, some about students asking questions about the requirements of becoming trainers at the martial arts gym, some discussing applications to the military district, and others found lost sterilized puppies and kittens needing to find their owners. Not sure why this was important, but certainly not to us at the moment. A casual stroll through the forum would reveal hundreds of posts. The forum had never been this lively before. People were even starting to analyze whether the top senior on the 7 Saints rankings was a match for Lu Sheng using only one hand. There were heated discussions, compilations, and videos of Lu Sheng. Some were curious about how far he was from becoming a 7th-level Grandmaster, and if he could become the first student Grandmaster in history. The comments under these posts were quite interesting. giving the students of the 7th Divine Martial University a reason to hold their heads high and no longer feel inferior to students from other Divine Martial Universities. Lindsay was also part of the discussion, organizing students to prepare to root for Lu Xing when he goes to challenge the Divine Martial Towers of other universities. Beautiful senior students were seeking people who knew Lu Xing to relay a message to him that all of the senior female students were hoping to gain his elite prodigy life seed. Lu Xing has enough future wives already. As for what this life seed was, one can only guess. Reading these comments made Lu's eyelids twitch. He shook his head with a wry smile, remarking to himself about the boldness of these young female martial artists. Then, putting away his phone, he sipped his drink and approached Yang Yuan, smiling and apologizing for the commotion the previous day. He hadn't expected so many people to be there. Yang Yuan, blushing, just shook her head, understanding that Lu Xing was a busy person. She hesitated for a moment, seeming a bit uneasy, but finally mustered the courage to ask in a soft voice if she could come to see Lu Xing again in the future. Hearing this question, Lu Xing looked somewhat puzzled, wondering why couldn't. Ardent's Lu Xing naturally didn't catch the underlying meaning in Yang's words, but Yang Yuan, hearing that Lu Xing hadn't refused her, felt a sweet happiness in her heart. Lu Xing had a sudden realization that Yang Yuan might be hungry again. Glancing through the window, he spotted the cafeteria across from them. Recollecting how he and Linda had treated Yang Yuan to a meal at the 7th Divine Martial University's cafeteria the day before, he pondered the idea of taking Yang Yuan to another university's cafeteria for a meal today, seeing it as a refreshing break from their routine. Meanwhile, in the 4th Divine Martial University's cafeteria, Mao's anger transformed into appetite as he carried a tray piled high with food. As he searched for a seat, being the top senior in the school, he was treated like an idol and a star wherever he went, receiving gazes of admiration and respect. However, since his failure to challenge the Divine Martial Tower, perceptions had shifted. News of his defeat had spread throughout the 4th Divine Martial University. Once Miao found a seat, he overheard whispers around him. It seemed everyone was discussing his defeat. None of these people truly understood the challenge Miao had faced, but they only knew of his loss. Despite his anger, Miao chose not to explain, finding it embarrassing. Instead, he focused on devouring his meal, ignoring the surrounding discussions. The noise grew louder, with more people mocking him, especially those who didn't get along well with him. One person loudly claimed that Miao had been beaten up by a freshman, likening it to lifting a little chick by the neck. Several people found this unbelievable, given Miao's renowned strength at the 4th Divine Martial University. Another person, Jared, suggested that Miao, lacking real strength, sought attention only to be defeated by a freshman, a classic case of pretentiousness leading to foolishness. These comments reached Miao's ears, fueling his anger. Despite breaking several pairs of chopsticks in frustration, Miao tried to stay calm, repeatedly telling himself to remain composed internally. He took a deep breath, attempting to focus on his meal. However, as the discussions intensified, one student even claimed that Miao was so scared after being beaten by the freshman that he fainted and wet his pants completely. The speaker showed no concern whether Miao heard or not, indifferent to the impact of his words. It seemed in this world, only the strong were respected, and losers were forever branded with shame. Laughter filled the cafeteria as Miao took another bite, but then suddenly froze. The hearty laughter around him felt like the last straw, breaking the camel's back. Miao flipped the table in front of him, sending food flying in all directions. He grabbed the student who mocked him with one hand, shocking everyone. The student, too focused on mocking Miao, seemed to forget that despite losing to the freshman, Miao was still the strongest senior at the 4th Divine Martial University. Miao glared at the student, fury almost shooting from his eyes. Breathing heavily, he loudly asserted that he had not wet his pants, his saliva spraying the student's face. The student, too scared to move, felt the aura emanating from Miao and realized just how powerful he truly was. Tears started streaming down the student's face from fear, and he could feel his pants soaked. The students who were previously mocking Miao stopped all activities, and the entire cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. Then, a voice broke the calm, asking Miao to keep quiet as he was having a meal with friends and threatening to beat him up if he continued making noise. Instantly, the anger that Miao had just managed to subdue was reignited. He turned around and threw a punch, but his seemingly powerful punch was effortlessly caught and blocked by a palm. Miao stood frozen, recognizing the person. He broke into a cold sweat, gulped hard, and glanced at the table full of food, then at Lu Xing, realizing the situation. He quickly sobered up as Lu Xing pulled him aside and advised him to learn some manners, not to block the way, and not to hit people randomly, or else he might get beaten. Miao quickly nodded, promising to change his ways. Then, Lu Xing informed him that he had come to the 4th Divine Martial University to challenge their tower and asked if Miao had any objections. Miao immediately switched from nodding to shaking his head, trying his best to look harmless. Lu Xing nodded, tossed Miao aside, and strode out of the cafeteria, leaving Miao gasping heavily and with a pale face, looking as though he had just survived a catastrophe. Witnessing this scene, the students in the cafeteria were dumbfounded. The aura that Miao had previously exuded had made their legs weak, and here he was, the top senior of their school, appearing as helpless as a chick in front of that young man. Miao spoke in a quiet voice. He is Lu Xing. After a brief moment of silence, someone suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted, Lu Xing from the 7th Divine Martial University is coming to challenge the tower. The previously stunned students jolted into action, rushing towards the cafeteria door with the intent of gathering the strongest 10 seniors to defend the tower. A female student looked disdainfully at Miao and commented that as the top senior from their school, he seemed terribly frightened at the sight of Lu Xing. To them, it was clear they had yet to understand how terrifying Lu Xing was. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads as a male and female student entered. The male student wielded a large sword on his shoulders, his arms as thick as the average person's thighs, while the woman dressed provocatively, holding a whip. She commented with a laugh that she was eager to see the freshman who had turned Miao into a pussycat, then licked her whip suggestively. The people in the cafeteria recognized them immediately. They were the 2nd and 3rd ranked seniors at their university. The male student with the large sword had been preparing to challenge Miao in the coming days. Just then, the big screen in the cafeteria lit up, updating the rankings of the Divine Martial Tower. When everyone saw that Lu Xing had already broken through the 28th floor, the cafeteria fell into an eerie silence once again. However, the 2nd and 3rd ranked seniors had already left the cafeteria and did not see this update. At the 5th Divine Martial University, a meeting of the student leadership was taking place on the large screen. They were analyzing Lu Xing, but no one spoke. Almost every face was etched with solemnity, tinged with a hint of helplessness. In the oppressive silence of the meeting room, someone finally broke the silence. The man seated in the main chair sighed and then said that this year's freshman at the 7th Divine Martial University included a monster. He briefly discussed Lu Xing's information and his recent achievements. Midway through his talk, a female student, showing some impatience, interrupted him, stating there was no need for pointless talk. They just needed to know what to do. The white-haired student in the main seat looked somewhat helpless, gazing at the documents in his hand, unsure of what action to take. Lu Xing had broken 2 of the tower records within half a day, and before he could finish speaking, everyone heard footsteps outside. Upon seeing the person, the people in the meeting room were startled and stood up. Lu Xing pushed open the door, smiling, and asked, "What's the matter? Am I not welcome here?" From the moment Lu Xing arrived at the 5th Divine Martial University until his departure, it only took him less than 30 minutes. Just as before, he came here for one sole purpose only, to shatter the record of the Divine Martial Tower. And so he did, advancing to the 28th floor with ease. Lu Xing's arrival stirred up a commotion once again, and the students of the 5th Divine Martial University watched in disbelief. Even the strongest seniors who had been in the meeting room earlier lost their courage to defend the tower upon seeing Lu Xing. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Xing effortlessly broke their records and then left composedly. While others shed tears of frustration, Lu Xing slowly walked out of the gate of the university. He reflected on his own growth in the last couple of days. In just 2 days, he had broken the records of 2 towers and battled 2 martial saints when they were still at the 8th level. From these battles, he had gained substantial rewards, not necessarily money-wise, but in terms of martial growth. Not only did he refine his Grandmaster will twice, it also significantly increased his psychic power. Although he had not yet been tested, he was confident that he was possibly breaking through to the 6th level. Despite all these changes, what made him most excited was that he also successfully advanced his perfect martial path to its 2nd form. Raising his right hand, Lu Xing calmly observed his palm. This was an all-around improvement: power concentration, pinpoint explosion, weakness insight, meticulous control, and even the addition of attack prediction. Wait a second. I thought he was already too overpowered, and now attack prediction? Is this some sort of ultra instinct or observation hockey? Anyway, The sensation of being the jack of all trades and perfect in everything made him become more pronounced. With that being said, in the second form of the perfect martial path, he felt as though his entire body was filled with unparalleled power, as if nothing and no one could stop him. For a brief moment, something sparked in him. He suddenly felt that whether it was the 11th level or the 12th level might not be his limit. If he continued on this path, could he one day enter an even more special realm? Oh, Lu Sheng, don't get ahead of yourself. You aren't even a grandmaster yet. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, repressing the expanding ambition and wild fantasies in his heart. As Lu Sheng stepped out of the gate, every gaze was drawn to him. However, he didn't care. His mission here was accomplished, and it was time to return. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, who had been waiting outside, waved at Lu Sheng the moment he saw him. Lin Zhe's eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept all night, yet his spirit was incredibly high. His face was filled with anticipation and excitement. He congratulated Lu Sheng on breaking another tower's record and inquired if he was planning to visit the next Divine Martial University. Lu Sheng checked the time and then nodded. It was still early, and they could make a trip to the 6th Divine Martial University next. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's excitement intensified. He happily declared that he had already prepared everything. Lu Sheng was momentarily puzzled, not understanding what Lin Zhe meant. Following Lin Zhe's pointing direction, he realized what already arranged meant. The gate of the 5th Divine Martial University was already lined with hundreds of neatly arranged taxis. It turned out that Lin Zhe was not the only one who came. There were hundreds of students from the 7th Divine Martial University who came to cheer for Lu Sheng. Everyone stood excitedly outside the cars, their eyes fixed on Lu Sheng. Before Lu Sheng even had the opportunity to say anything, Lin Zhe had already quickly ushered Lu Sheng into the front taxi, followed by a large group of freshmen and seniors from the 7th University who orderly got into the taxis. Seeing this army of taxis, many drivers were taken aback and couldn't help asking the students inside if there was a major event happening. The students in the back seats, with sparkling eyes and brimming with excitement, said they were going to witness the birth of a dynasty. The taxi drivers were speechless at the response but decided not to ask any further questions. What followed was the fleet of over 100 taxis roaring through the capital and eventually stopping at the gate of the 6th Divine Martial University. Clearly, the students there had already heard the news, but the sight of Lu Sheng arriving still caused exclamations among them. The scene was overwhelmingly impressive, almost as if a demon king had descended followed by his horde of minions. Lu Sheng then opened the car door and stepped out slowly. The students from the 7th Divine Martial University followed in pursuit, quietly waiting for Lu Sheng to lead the way. Under his lead, they all entered the campus of the 6th Divine Martial University. The aura they exuded made the nearby students instinctively step back. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged a senior student towering over 2 meters tall, none other than Chen Kong, the top senior of the 6th Divine Martial University. Seeing their strongest senior stand up and sizing Lu Sheng, the students here soon felt reassured. Despite hearing about Lu Sheng's achievements, they were not afraid with their pillar of strength present to defend their honor. Chen Kong, with his arms crossed, looked towards Lu Sheng and asked if he had come to challenge the tower. His voice was deep but became somewhat hoarse upon meeting Lu Sheng's gaze. In response to the inquiry, Lu Sheng wasn't intimidated. He casually nodded and then asked Chen Kong what his purpose was. Hearing this, Chen Kong narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth, as if transforming into a lion ready to battle Lu Sheng. However, the next second, he bowed his head and said with a grin, welcoming Lu Sheng to challenge the tower, offering to lead the way since their school was quite large, and he didn't want to delay Lu Sheng's time. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback by this turn of events. Nonetheless, half an hour later, Lu Sheng left the 6th Divine Martial University. Although the Divine Martial Tower there had one extra floor, the strongest was still at the Great Grandmaster realm. Regardless, Lu Sheng once again broke the record with ease, leaving under Chen Kong's mixed expressions of laughter and tears. Shenlong sighed, wondering what else he could do, guard the tower himself? He resignedly thought that being embarrassed wasn't unique to their university alone, so it didn't quite matter. He shrugged while waving Lu Sheng goodbye. Each Divine Martial University had a different number of floors in their Divine Martial Towers, but the result was the same. Lu Sheng took the next few days heading over to all of the Divine Universities and broke all the tower records from the 6th all the way to the 2nd Divine Martial University. Finally, they arrived at the 1st Divine Martial University, which was Lu Sheng's last destination. This place had a long history. Here, alongside the 2nd Divine Martial University, was founded by two of the earliest martial saints of their nation. Lu Sheng walked into the gate of the First Divine Martial University with his usual composure. The students of the First University crowded around the entrance of the Divine Martial Tower, blocking it completely. As Lu Sheng approached, they were as if facing a formidable enemy. A young man wearing a hoodie and wielding a long sword leaped down from a high place, thinking himself quite stylish. Amidst the dust, he asked Lu Sheng if he knew where he was. Lu Sheng glanced at the towering Divine Martial Tower before him and smiled, saying he was here to challenge the tower, so of course, he knew. The young man had a calm gaze as he slowly drew his long sword, then explained the history of the First Divine Martial University, founded by two of the earliest martial saints of their nation. In terms of history and heritage, this university was unparalleled compared to the others. The young man raised his sword, speaking in a voice that everyone could hear, implying that if Lu Sheng wanted to make a name for himself, he first had to see if his sword would allow it. Well, I think we all know how this is going. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from him, bringing with it an icy, bone-chilling wind. Ice crystals and snowflakes began to form around him. He thrust his sword into the ground, instantly freezing the surface. This was his technique, the ice field, also a manifestation of his Grandmaster's will. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was surprised. The young man had already possessed his own Grandmaster's will, even if it was just a trace of it. At the same time, his technique was even capable of freezing his legs. This was unexpected and showed the exceptional caliber of the First Divine Martial University students. More confident than ever, the young man smiled and slowly pulled his sword from the ground. To everyone's surprise, like Lu Sheng, he was also the nation's top martial scholar during his days. Suddenly, all eyes in the area converged on him. The students present could feel his Grandmaster's will, even though it was just a trace. Given another 10 years, people believed that he would surely become a 7th-level Grandmaster. Hearing the praises around him, the young man raised his long sword, pointing it at Lu Sheng, and asked if Lu Sheng understood the skill gap between them. Lu Sheng, feeling the falling snowflakes, recalled the female Grandmaster from his dream realm. The young man before him paled in comparison. To compare the two, one was a snowflake while the other was an iceberg. Lu Sheng brushed off the snowflakes from his shoulder and smiled, didn't want to waste too much time. He told the guy that it was indeed commendable for someone so young in this era to have possessed his own Grandmaster will. The young man was momentarily stunned, then his veins bulged in anger. He seemed to dislike Lu Sheng's seemingly dismissive attitude, especially how Lu Sheng sounded as if he was talking to an inferior. Feeling the need to teach Lu Sheng a lesson and show him the truth gap between them, watching the young man charge towards him, Lu Sheng shook his head with a hint of disappointment, commenting that compared to her, no other than the female Grandmaster in his dream realm. His Ice Grandmaster will was too weak. Abruptly, a scorching aura surged from Lu Sheng. Speaking calmly, he simply uttered, "Too weak." Suddenly, the area around Lu Sheng seemed to be scorched by high temperatures, raising smoke and making it difficult for the surrounding students to keep their eyes open. The ice beneath his feet vanished instantly, and the entire ice field rapidly melted. The young man, repelled by the wave of heat as he charged, could only plant his long sword into the ground to barely withstand the force. He shielded his eyes with one hand against the dazzling, sun-like brightness. His fully unleashed ice field melted away in an instant. The next moment, Lu Sheng was already beside him, patting his shoulder and saying indifferently that if the young man had been his contemporary, he could have only been a runner-up. The young man's face was filled with shock, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide open, and his face a picture of disbelief. His sword slowly fell to the ground. He couldn't comprehend how Lu Sheng could be so strong. No one could give him an answer. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng leisurely walked into the Divine Martial Tower. At that moment, on a nearby rooftop, several cloaked figures watched the scene intently. They observed Lu Sheng entering the tower. They all had serious expressions on their faces. One of the cloaked figures broke the silence and spoke of Lu Sheng of the 7th Divine Martial University. He paused and then continued, stating that if he becomes a Grandmaster within 5 years, he will surely have the stature of a martial saint. On the other side, inside the Student Union building of the First Divine Martial University, a senior student was walking back and forth, his eyes closed in apparent anxiety. He held up a cigarette and took several long drags as he anxiously awaited news. It wasn't long until someone entered the room. He immediately opened his eyes and asked if Lu Sheng had entered the Divine Martial Tower. The female student who just walked into the room nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, the male student was momentarily stunned and then inquired if the two had confronted each other again. The girl nodded and added that not only did they confront each other, but Ba also fully displayed his martial willpower. However, nothing could stop Lu Xing. In the room, silence hung heavy for a moment. The male student couldn't believe it. To go up against this guy named Lu Xing, Bai Hengchuan had put forth his best efforts and still couldn't even halt him in the slightest. The girl continued delivering even more unbelievable news. It turned out that Lu Xing didn't even throw a single punch from beginning to end. In fact, it almost seemed as if Lu Xing didn't even take Bai Hengchuan seriously. The girl tells him that Lu Xing has merely showcased his martial willpower. She tried to find the right words to describe what she saw, and after a few seconds, she finally said, "It's as if Lu Xing used his own martial willpower to dissolve Bai's martial willpower." Hearing this, the male student's body suddenly trembled, his mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. He didn't even notice he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the revelation. He couldn't fathom what it meant for martial willpower to be completely dissolved by one another. Now that their top senior student had been soundly defeated, he then wondered what he as the second and the girl as the third strongest senior could do now. Even though he was the second, in reality, he was only slightly inferior to Bai Hengchuan. However, if Bai Hengchuan was deemed unworthy of Lu Xing's full strength, everyone else would merely be lambs to the slaughter. The girl was initially frustrated but had gradually grown resigned to the situation. Her original plan had been to follow in the footsteps of Tan Zhongyu and become the strongest person under the Grandmaster to expedite her ascension to the 7th-level Grandmaster. However, the sudden emergence of this Demon King Lu Xing had cast a shadow over all of the 7 Divine Martial University. She sighed, realizing that she was only a few months away from graduation. Why did she have to encounter such an anomaly as Lu Xing? The male student didn't respond, merely gazing out the window. By this time, news of Lu Xing breaking all 7 Divine Martial Tower records had already spread throughout the capital. With only a few months of enrollment as a freshman, he had risen to the top of the 7 Saints list, earning him the title of the strongest student in the history of all 7 Divine Martial University. Simultaneously, he was deemed as the strongest under Grandmaster. As countless people marveled at the name Lu Xing, he was in his dormitory in a deep slumber. To be precise, Lu Xing had entered his dream realm. Passing through the horde of zombies, he stepped into a serene room, summoning the artificial intelligence, Ellie. As Lu Xing gazed at the various information now before him, he whispered to himself, wondering if he could achieve greatness this time. He then instructed AI to retrieve his life's records. Realizing that his reputation in the real world held little significance to him, he had virtually no entertainment or hobbies apart from one thing, none other than martial arts. Day in and day out, his routine consisted of training, eating, and sleeping. Well, I think, Lu Xing, you forgot to mention your routine also consisted of kicking everyone's ass, as if Lu Xing could hear us. Lu Xing tilted his head while rubbing the back of his head, explaining, kicking other people's ass was mostly unavoidable. In the next moment, Lu Xing's face transformed into a mischievous grin, saying, "There's nothing quite like the satisfaction of crushing a detested yet formidable opponent with your own hands. It's simply exhilarating." Well, what can I say? That's our boy, Lu Xing. The conversation continued, jokes aside. As we continue the story, Lu Xing's thoughts also snapped back into focus. He redirected his attention to the personal information displayed before him. AI had already retrieved Lu Xing's complete personal info, and when he saw the words 9th-level martial artist under his name, excitement welled up within him. After all, he had ultimately achieved the status of a martial saint, even though he still had a long way to go to reach his goal of the 12th level. This was a huge step going in the right direction. Suppressing the waves of emotions within, Lu Xing continued scrolling. As for his life experiences and historical evaluations, they all revolved around his astonishing prowess in martial arts. It was clear that future generations regarded him as a martial prodigy. He glanced briefly at his past experiences before arriving at the most recent ones. For instance, he had broken the record of all 7 trial towers, becoming the strongest of his generation. Lu Xing was somewhat curious about why they referred to the Divine Martial Tower as a trial tower here, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. The next segment, however, left him briefly shocked. It was something that had yet to occur, an event happening in the future. Turned out, during the same year, Lu Xing would secure first place in the National Collegiate Martial Arts competition and end up killing a Grandmaster competitor from the Ji Dao Martial School during the competition. The image depicted Lu Sheng holding a long spear, steadily advancing toward the competitor lying on the ground motionless. Lu Sheng was suddenly taken aback, doubting whether he was seeing things correctly. He believed it would be extremely difficult for him to commit murder on the spot, let alone in front of billions of viewers during the National Collegiate Martial Arts Competition. And it wasn't just any martial artist he was set to kill. It was a grandmaster from the Ji Dao martial school, backed by one of the 3 existing martial saints. What could possibly motivate him to risk offending a martial saint and kill a grandmaster in front of a public audience? Lu Xing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed, unable to find any answers. He reluctantly put aside this puzzling revelation for the time being and continued scrolling through his life's narrative. In spite of that, he later joined Tan Zhongyu as his 3rd disciple, which was somewhat expected and not too surprising. However, in the next scene, at the age of 32, he became a great grandmaster. With a long scar on his face but still radiating vitality and confidence, the specific moment of becoming a grandmaster was not detailed, possibly leaving it a suspense for us. Anyway, the following scene showed Lu Xing during his later years achieving the rank of martial saint at the age of 70, establishing his own saint martial arts school, and earning the title of the perfected martial saint by the World of Martial Arts in the martial year 457. At the age of 16, Lu Xing gazed upon his beloved city, and with his strength depleted, he forever closed his eyes. At this point, Lu Xing's historical evaluation and access to the Fire Seed Resource Library had both risen to 6 stars and level 6, respectively. As Lu Xing continued reading, he became lost in thought, clenching his fist. He pondered the achievements of the perfect martial saint and the establishment of the Saint Martial Arts School. Compared to his previous check of personal information when the highest he achieved was a great grandmaster, Lu Xing's lifespan was significantly longer compared to that of a martial saint. His expression grew complex. It was clear that his perfect martial path was no easy endeavor. At this point, many of us might be eager to see what we've all been waiting for, Lu Xing's relationship status. However, he hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should delve into this. A few images of beautiful women flashed through his mind. End of the day, Lu Xing was still a young man. He had some curiosity. In the end, he resisted the temptation. After all, too much exposure to such things could cloud his martial path, and women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. After taking some time to calm his emotions, Lu Xing remembered what he should do. Now that his permissions had been upgraded, what he wanted to know most was the entirety of the Fire Seed plan. But unfortunately, his current permissions were still insufficient. Lu Xing had predicted this outcome. He thought for a moment and began to search for information about the origin of the exotic beasts. A massive amount of data and research papers appeared before Lu Xing in an instant. The overwhelming volume of information made him feel like his head had been struck by a hammer. Countless documents, studies, and debates filled the screen. Lu Xing shook his head. This wasn't something he could read through quickly. Realizing this, he instructed IIE to select the most authoritative papers and material for him to review later. Finally, he turned his attention to what concerned him most, the follow-up techniques for the 3 martial arts. It wasn't long for the Stellar Body Technique to display the practice methods for the 3rd stage of the Immortal Golden Body Technique. But Lu Xing hadn't even completed the 2nd stage yet. What he lacked was resources like the unlimited absorption of beast essence and beast marrow as he had experienced in the Eastern Military District. But considering the vast scale required to complete the 3rd stage, he'd probably have to drain the entire district to achieve it. So, he put that aside for now. Next up was the follow-up technique of Nature's Breathing Technique. The content had become even more profound and, well, a bit confusing. It talked about the concept of unity between man and the universe, which was quite abstract. Currently, this technique brought benefits like rapid recovery, control over his blood energy level, and increased efficiency in martial arts cultivation. However, he couldn't help but feel that this was the most superficial part of the technique, and he hadn't truly tapped into its core power yet. He sighed and thought he would have to take it slow. Lastly, he checked the crystal visualization technique. This time, it wasn't abstract or confusing. Rather, it was quite straightforward. It introduced a psychic technique called will projection, which allowed one to project their willpower using their psychic energy. Just as Lu Xing finished reading the entire introduction, he found himself dumbfounded. This so-called will projection described how to use one's own psychic energy to simulate the martial will of others. He delved into the technique. The more he felt that this was either the work of a genius or possibly the creation of a madman. What followed was Lu Xing fell into a momentary silence, suddenly struck by an idea. What if the dream realm he currently found himself in was in fact created by the technique of will projection? Recalling the battles he had fought in this dream realm, where defeating zombies initially boosted his blood energy and later allowed him to inherit the Grandmaster's will. Upon defeating Grandmaster zombies, the more he thought about it, the more his mind became clouded. He felt like he had touched the edge of some truth, but the reality appeared far more intricate than he had imagined, shrouded in a thick fog that he couldn't dispel or fully comprehend. Frustrated and confused, he let out a deep sigh, attempting to gather his thoughts. Eventually, he decided to leave for now. Before departing, he bid farewell to IIE and asked her to organize and save what he had learned today. Ellie slowly turned around, fixing its gaze on Lu Xing's personal information. For several seconds, she remained motionless, simply staring at the data before her. Lu Xing bid farewell to AI and then went out to find an open space. He took several deep breaths and then attempted to use will projection from the crystal meditation technique, trying to project the image of the female Grandmaster. However, the task proved more challenging than he anticipated. Although he could manage to project a vague outline, it would eventually collapse into the mist, leaving him momentarily disoriented. This failure, however, enlightened him that constructing a projection with psychic power was no easy feat. Picking up some soil off the ground, he marveled at the tangible reality of everything around him. The sensation of the soil slipping through his fingers was too realistic. In contrast to a mere dream, this place felt like a genuine world, except for the absence of hunger. Reflecting on the Divine Martial Tower, if comparing the two worlds to a game, the Divine Martial seemed cruder and required psychic power from martial artists, similar to asking players to contribute to the programming. In contrast, the Dream Realm felt more like a AAA masterpiece, matured in every detail. However, this made him think that his understanding of the Dream Realm was still superficial, and the more he thought he understood, the more doubts accumulated in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he momentarily set aside these thoughts. Picking up a spear on the ground, he prepared to find some powerful Grandmaster zombies to hone his skills a bit more. The trials in the Divine Martial Tower and the follow-up of the Crystal Meditation technique had significantly boosted his overall progress, and he felt ready to assimilate the will of a third Grandmaster. His goal for the day was to find a powerful martial artist zombie and absorb its Grandmaster will. With that being said, he thought he was ready to confront 8th-level Great Grandmaster zombies, but it turned out miserably. Regrettably, facing a Great Grandmaster, Lu Xing got his ass hooped and was pulled out of the Dream Realm. It took him a while before he could re-enter. Nonetheless, it seemed he needed to strengthen himself further before challenging a Great Grandmaster zombie. In case you were wondering why Lu Xing was able to defeat the Great Grandmaster in the 7 Divine Martial Towers but got his ass hooped by a zombie, that is because the Great Grandmaster zombie is from 10,000 years in the future, where they have many advanced martial art techniques and thus stronger than the Great Grandmaster in the current era. Returning to the dream world, Lu Xing immediately sensed a powerful Grandmaster nearby. Soon, the robust figure of a Grandmaster appeared in his sight, holding a massive boulder, seemingly blocking something from breaking in. Even in death, the Grandmaster's hands clutched the boulder, unwilling to let go. Sensing Lu Xing's presence, the Grandmaster's eyes flickered with a hint of light. Lu Xing, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, channeled golden internal energy, and flames started appearing from his hands into his spear. He initiated the second stage of the perfect martial path, activating the flame breath technique. Taking a deep breath, the veins bulged outward from his arm. What followed was the spear flying towards the Grandmaster with incredible speed, its velocity producing a sharp sound akin to the tearing of wind. The spear transformed into an almost imperceptible streak of golden light and shot forward. The robust Grandmaster raised one hand to block the powerful strike, easily blocking it. After throwing his spear, Lu himself turned into a golden gust, charging at the robust Grandmaster. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Grandmaster, applying 20-fold of the stellar body technique aimed towards the Grandmaster's torso, which destroyed half of the Grandmaster's body. Observing the Grandmaster dissolving into black mist, Lu Xing pondered for a moment. If the robust Grandmaster wasn't holding the boulder but rather defended using both of his hands, could he still penetrate his defense? Nonetheless, the robust Grandmaster's defense was the strongest he had encountered so far. He believed that even Tan Zhongyu in his prime as a Grandmaster could not have breached such a defense. As the Grandmaster's towering figure slowly fell backward, a faint sadness welled up in Lu Xing's heart. He took a deep breath, pressed his hands together in respect, and softly uttered, May your spirit be immortal. Let me inherit your grandmaster's will." Then, a surge of vast memories rushed toward him. He saw a tall but somewhat naive young teen kneeling before an old man, listening to his relentless scolding. The elder tells him that he has no talent and is always a step behind others, unsuitable for practicing martial arts. After hearing this, he was quite upset. However, the young man's expression turned solemn, and he asked his teacher, what if he works harder than others and starts earlier than them? Would that be enough? The elder, seemingly surprised by the naive boy's words, sighed deeply and fell silent. In the next scene, the teen had grown significantly. He was taller and had more muscle on him, standing before the captain of the city guard. Once again, he faced rejection, again due to his innate talent. It seemed he had grown accustomed to such dismissals, but he didn't give up and continued to seek other ways. Fast forward to the next scene, we see him returning home where he finds his aging mother trembling with anger. She banged the table furiously, incredulous that her son had joined a hunter squad. Tears filled her eyes as she was fully aware of the danger the hunters often faced, spending most of their time venturing outside of the city, facing terrifying beasts head-on. The young man scratched his head and gave an innocent smile, reassuring his mother not to worry and promising that he would survive. The frantic mother could only keep tapping on her son's chest. In the following scene, the young man lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds, as others berated him, calling him a fool. They scorned him for attempting to save others while being weak, pointing out that he nearly lost his life and only managed to retrieve a dog tag from the failed rescue. They mocked him, suggesting that he might end up dying at the jaws of a beast in his next outing. But the young man, staring at the blood-stained cloth and holding his comrade's dog tag, seemed to make an unwavering resolve, silent yet firm. He clenched the dog tag tightly. In the next scene, the same group of men who had mocked him for years was in disbelief upon learning that the fool they derided had now become a 6th-level martial artist. One of them, with a hint of disdain, commented that it's no surprise, given he's constantly battling for his life in the wilderness and training madly upon his return. Another puzzle questioned why, despite many in the hunter squad perishing, the fool continued to thrive. While people whispered and speculated, he, now middle-aged, remained silent, focusing solely on his squat exercises, continuing to enhance his body. In his mind, he repeated over and over again, "I must become stronger, much stronger. Only then can more people have the chance to survive." In the following scene, we are transported to a hospital. The usually composed man rushed to find his wife's ward, his urgency resembling that of a child, incessantly asking the doctor for updates. The doctor led him into the delivery room, smilingly informing him that both mother and daughter were safe and congratulating him on the birth of a girl. Gazing at his wife and daughter on the bed, tears welled up in the man's eyes for the first time, tears of joy and gratitude for the new life and deep love and concern for his wife who endured the pain of childbirth. He saw his wife exhausted, sleeping with her head turned towards their daughter, her face radiating happiness and contentment even in her slumber. With tears in his eyes, the man gently lifted his daughter, the infant wrapped snugly, curiously observing the towering figure before her. A smile gracing her tiny face, she then reached out her little hand, touching her father's finger. A smile slowly spread across the man's face, the resolve in his heart to become stronger intensified, for he knew that only by growing stronger could he forever protect his loved ones. And on this day, he became a grandmaster in the martial year 11024. Base 1359 fell under siege by a relentless beastly assault. Countless beasts breached the defenses, flooding into the city. Amidst the chaos, a lone man, now recognized as a grandmaster, stood resolute at Gate 27. Even as the walls crumbled around him, he fought fiercely, using his strength to hurl massive boulders at the invading horde. Despite being overwhelmed by a multitude of beasts, he never faltered, battling until his last breath. When Lu Sheng, the protagonist, regained consciousness, he found himself deeply impacted by the memories of the valiant Grandmaster Shi. Shi had defied the odds, achieving greatness despite being dismissed as talentless and ridiculed throughout his life. As Lu Sheng reflected on Shi's journey, he realized the significance of late-blooming talent in martial arts. Despite the challenges posed by aging, Shi had nearly reached the pinnacle of martial mastery before his untimely demise. Lu Sheng admired Shi's unwavering dedication to protection, a sentiment that resonated deeply with his own aspirations. Like Shi, Lu Sheng was determined to grow stronger, not for personal glory, but to safeguard his loved ones and the future of humanity. Shiwei's expertise in palm and fist techniques mirrored Lu Xing's own preferences, further solidifying his admiration for the late Grandmaster. In a display of his newfound strength, Lu Xing effortlessly dispatched several assailants with a single strike, drawing comparisons to the legendary One-Punch Man. Intrigued by the essence of Shiwei's martial will, Lu Xing delved deeper, uncovering memories of Shiwei's awe-inspiring feats. He envisioned Shiwei lifting an entire mountain range with ease, embodying a profound sense of stability and power. As Lu Xing delved deeper into Shiwei's memories, he experienced a vision of the Grandmaster cradling a streak of golden light, his presence as imposing as a mountain itself. Inspired by Shiwei's legacy, Lu Xing began to channel his martial prowess, drawing upon the imagery of Buddhist deities and scriptures to enhance his own techniques. In the wake of the beast invasion, Lu Xing's journey took on new meaning as he embraced Shiwei's teachings and sought to honor his legacy. With each step forward, he grew closer to realizing his potential as a martial artist, driven by the desire to protect all that he held dear. The Grandmaster technique, named Wisdom King's Casting Mountain, intrigued Lu Xing, whose eyes brightened as he slowly rose to his feet. Shifting to the earth-breathing technique in an instant, Lu Xing felt a profound connection to the ground beneath him. It was as if infinite roots anchored him firmly, grounding him to the earth. Bringing his hands together, he invoked the presence of Chairman Nero. With a slight exertion of force, Lu Xing conjured an illusionary figure connecting heaven and earth, lifting the entire sky in a moment of sheer power. The ground cracked and crumbled beneath him as he channeled the Grandmaster's will of Shi. Realizing he might have underestimated Shi, Lu Xing acknowledged the Grandmaster's unparalleled strength, surpassing even Tan Zhongyu, who later became a martial saint. Despite reaching his limit in absorbing new techniques, Lu Xing sensed a potential disruption in his internal balance if he were to progress further using the stellar body technique. He feared the possibility of new Grandmaster wills devouring or expelling the existing ones, each of which held significant importance to him. Though tempted by the technique's potential, Lu Xing was determined not to limit himself to the 11th level and aspired to transcend beyond. Uncertain about his next steps, Lu Xing continued to explore the dream realm, delving deeper into Shi's Grandmaster techniques. Despite a night of contemplation, he remained without a solution. Opting for a change of scenery, Lu Xing ventured into the bustling streets, his figure nearly imperceptible as he swiftly moved through the crowds using the wind-breathing technique. Arriving at a park, he observed two elderly men engrossed in a game of chess. As one man laughed, clearly holding the winning position, the other, a bald elder, appeared agitated. Watching the chessboard, Lu Xing drew parallels between the game and the conflict of Grandmaster wills within himself. Each move mirrored the struggle for dominance among the different techniques. Witnessing one chess piece triumph over another sparked a revelation within Lu Xing, though its full meaning eluded him. Suddenly interrupted by the growling of his stomach, Lu Xing realized he hadn't eaten since the day before, signaling an end to his contemplation as he turned his attention to more immediate needs. He walked into a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of wheat noodles. The shop was managed by a middle-aged couple, with the husband busy in the kitchen while the wife attended to the front, also keeping an eye on their two well-behaved children engrossed in TV. As the mother urged her children to sit further away from the screen, concerned about their eyesight, Lu Xing was reminded of his own mother's similar advice. Reflecting on his impending conclusion of university life after conquering all 7 divine martial towers, he decided it was time to visit his family soon. The shop owner served the steaming bowl of noodles, adding a complimentary boiled egg for Lu Xing, who expressed his gratitude. The smile on his face wasn't just for the delicious meal, it was the spark of inspiration reigniting in his mind. He envisioned his perfect martial will as a flawless circle, embracing diverse strengths and achieving seamless integration. As he tucked into his noodles, the foundation outline of his Grandmaster took shape, a blend of different wills complementing each other, much like the diverse ingredients in his bowl forming a delightful dish. The circle, symbolizing perfection, resonated deeply with Lu Xing's philosophy of the perfect Grandmaster path. Feeling he was on the verge of progress, his mood lifted substantially, and so did his appetite. He quickly ordered 5 more bowls of noodles, delighting the shop owner, who commented on Lu Xing's hearty appetite, guessing he must also be a martial artist. Lu Xing praised the food generously, promising to visit often. As the shop owner served the next 5 bowls and added a sunny side-up egg as a treat, he joked about Lu Xing bringing his girlfriend next time. Lu Xing's mood brightened further, finding the round shape of the egg delightful. His mind wandered, appreciating the beauty of circular forms for the first time. Meanwhile, the two children watching TV suddenly stood up, mimicking the actions they saw on the screen. Lu Sheng glanced over and noticed an animated superhero battling monsters, resembling a rip-off of the Ultraman series. The boy joyfully declared that the monster was about to be defeated, claiming the superhero's rage form was the strongest. The girl disagreed, insisting that the frost form was superior. This scene sparked a thought in Lu Sheng. The children's debate over the strengths of different forms mirrored his own contemplation of integrating diverse Grandmaster wills. His eyes locked onto the cartoon on the TV, pondering the parallels between their discussion and his own journey of martial enlightenment. And Lu Sheng's mind relentlessly replayed the scene where the rip-off Ultramans transformed between rage and frost, sparking a whirlwind of thoughts. To an onlooker, it might have seemed he was utterly engrossed in a children's cartoon. However, Lu Sheng was, in fact, brainstorming the outline of his perfect Grandmaster path, which was beginning to emerge more clearly. Not long after, a young couple entered the noodle shop. The young man seemed familiar with the place, greeting the owner while ordering 4 bowls of noodles before sitting down with his girlfriend. He turned around to tell her that the food here was delicious. The girl nodded absently, putting down her phone while waiting for the food, a rare sight these days. Nonetheless, the young man, with a smile, shared that ever since he advanced to a second-level martial artist, his energy consumption had increased, necessitating a larger food intake. The girl seemed bored while waiting for the food, her gaze wandering to the only other customer in the shop. Observing his table filled with over a dozen empty noodle bowls, she commented to her boyfriend, pointing to Lu Sheng, suggesting that he had an even larger appetite, perhaps indicating he was a high-level martial artist. She also noted that he was quite handsome. Hearing this, the young man glanced at Lu Sheng but didn't say anything, though there was a hint of annoyance on his face. I think we should tell the dude not to worry since our boy Lu Sheng got enough wives already, and he's not interested in stealing your girl, the girl said casually to her boyfriend. Lu Sheng, busy devouring his meal with a chicken leg in one hand and noodles in the other, was clearly unaware of their conversation. His mind was occupied with a whirlwind of thoughts, seemingly engrossed in what seemed like the 100th episode of a cartoon he had been watching for the last hour. Every time the rip-off Ultraman on the screen executed a finishing move, he paid close attention. There was no difference this time. Seeing the rip-off Ultraman use a technique resembling a circle, caught in the moment, Lu Sheng suddenly stood up, momentarily stunned. An idea gradually took shape in Lu Sheng's mind. The circle, being the most perfect form, also represented the outline of his Grandmaster's will. Now, a new question arose. What color should represent his martial path? If ice and fire symbolize blue and red respectively, and the recent acquisition of Sherway's earth type should be yellow, then what color would suit him? Lu Sheng faced a dilemma in choosing the right color. Suddenly, he thought of gray. Gray symbolizes mystery and the unknown, representing all possibilities to him. He envisioned his martial path to have a martial will that presides over all others, encompassing everything. Yet, he suddenly realized he might have been mistaken. Dominating all martial wills does not necessarily mean being above them. With his current level as a mere 6th-level martial artist, how could he possibly create a martial path more powerful than those of 11th-level martial artists? Recalling the wills of 3 powerful grandmasters, a spark, or perhaps a light bulb, goes off in his head. It was like sunlight piercing through dark clouds, and in an instant, he might have just gotten his answer. His sudden exclamation startled the couple behind him. The young man whispered to his girlfriend that the guy in front of them was not only engrossed in watching children's cartoons but also reacted excessively, probably a maniac or something. The girl nodded in agreement, losing any interest she might have had in the otherwise handsome Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a poster on the wall caught the young man's attention. Upon closer inspection, the poster was about Lu Sheng, the same photo people took while calling him the strongest freshman after breaking through the 7 divine martial towers. The young man pointed at the wall, unable to utter a complete sentence. His girlfriend, puzzled, looked at him and asked what was wrong. The young man's eyes widened instantly, his body tensed, and he looked as if he had seen something incredible. He exclaimed, that person is Lu Sheng. By the time they looked up to search for Lu Sheng, he had already left the noodle shop. Lu Sheng returned to his dormitory and stood in front of the window at a time when the sun was at its most vibrant. He took a deep breath, summoning his psychic energy and internal strength, immersing his entire being in it. Bathed in the brilliant sunlight, the outline in his mind became rapidly clearer. He felt as though his whole being from the inside out became translucent. The scorching aura swept through Lu Xing's entire body, strengthening his flesh, bones, and even his psychic power. At this very moment, the impurities purged from his body significantly accelerated the progress of the second stage of his indestructible golden body. Even his psychic power was encompassed within this purifying scope, becoming ever more transparent. He felt as if he were immersed in the cosmos, floating in space, only to find himself plunging into water. Anyway, just as he pondered what was going on before him, the wills of 3 grandmasters materialized, taking human form within his consciousness and attacking each other. This left him somewhat bewildered. After all, possessing 3 distinct grandmaster wills was already impossible, let alone having these 3 battle each other. Yet, he knew he could not let this continue indefinitely. Sooner or later, the conflict among these wills would drive him to madness and death. Watching the chaotic battle unfold before him, he remained calm. After all 3 of them were once defeated by him. His small stature seemed almost comical before these 3 giants, but he still shouted at them, demanding their attention. Lu Xing took a deep breath and raised his hand. Instantly, the entire consciousness space seemed to transform into a vortex in his palm. He solemnly told the 3 grandmaster wills that he, Lu Xing, had founded the path of the perfect martial path, aiming for the 12th level. He vowed to accomplish what others could not, to break through the barriers others failed to overcome, and to master the powers that they could not control. With a roar, the sea of consciousness turned into a gray vortex that Lu Xing absorbed. The gray light spread swiftly, encompassing all 3 battling grandmaster wills. Lu Xing felt a tremendous force of resistance, but he roared again, insisting that they become the foundation of the perfect martial path, which should be their greatest honor. So why were they resisting? With another roar, Lu Xing intensified his effort. Perhaps realizing that Lu Xing was right, the 3 grandmaster wills rapidly contracted into a vortex and entered Lu Xing's body. Things seemed to go very well. Before him, a circular ring appeared with 4 quadrants. The 3 grandmaster wills occupied one of each corner. The previously dull surface of the circular ring now revealed intricate lines dividing the ring into evenly sized grids. At the very bottom, the gray-colored sphere was Lu Xing's own grandmaster's will. While Lu Xing was engrossed in his newfound prowess, meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhao was reviewing documents and suddenly looked up as if he felt he was being watched from a distance. With a low shout, he questioned who was there. His grandmaster's aura erupted, and he stood up as if facing a powerful enemy. Hearing the commotion, the secretary quickly ran into the room, asking if everything was all right. Zhao, with a stern face and furrowed brows, didn't answer. After a while, his expression slowly returned to normal. He told his secretary everything was fine but asked her to call Lu Xing to his office. The secretary nodded and carefully closed the door behind her, thinking to herself that the vice principal had become increasingly sensitive ever since he jumped out of the window the other day. Inside the office, Jiao stared out the window, still shocked and puzzled by the sensation he had felt seconds ago. He wondered, was that the presence of a 7th-level psychic master? That power, which seemed to strike fear into his soul, was it just an illusion? Or what was it? Well, this was in fact the work of our boy Lu Xing, who was unaware that even a slight release of his psychic force could cause such an incident. Standing on the balcony of his dormitory, his psychic power nearly enveloped the entire city. Since condensing his grandmaster's will, his psychic energy had significantly increased. Previously, he could only vaguely sense what was happening outside, but now he could clearly perceive everything within reach of his psychic power. So, he could see through everything. He was unsure if his psychic power had reached the 7th level, but that was not important to him at the moment. He was more eager to test his grandmaster's will and his perfect martial path. The next moment, within his mind, the circular ring spun. The ring rapidly shifts between the 3 grandmasters' wills. When the pointer landed on the wheel of Shi Wei, Lu Xing immediately emanated a steadfast aura, as if a colossal figure loomed behind him. Then, he employed the earth-breathing technique, lungs feet rooted to the ground, and an invisible force swiftly climbed up from beneath the earth, bolstering him. Suddenly, Lu Xing made his move. A chunk of ground lifted off the ground and soared into the air as Lu Xing shifted to the 2nd grandmaster's will. The ring turned again. Lu Xing exhaled slowly, blowing out a visibly bone-chilling cold breeze with icicles and snowflakes materializing in the air. Then, transitioning to the water-breathing technique, the previously lifted ground shrank to a fraction of its size. It was then Lu Xing discovered he could condense and concentrate his power. The ring spun once more. This time, Lu Xing felt as if he had become the sun itself, especially after the integration of his own Grandmaster will, which made Ning's Grandmaster's will tenfold stronger. Looking at his right hand, Lu Sheng felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. He wondered if he were to use his full power now, could he possibly stand a chance against a great Grandmaster in his dream realm? Lu Sheng slowly dissipated the Grandmaster's will, musing that he shouldn't get ahead of himself. At that moment, Lu Sheng noticed two students outside his door pushing and shoving each other, seemingly in the midst of an argument. The two young men exchanged glances and gulped hard, neither daring to be the first to knock on the door. One of them said in tears, "This is like the castle of a demon lord." As they debated who should knock, a figure descended from the sky. They turned slowly as if facing a demon and stood frozen, hearing Lu Sheng asking if they were looking for him. They didn't know how to respond, their fear rendering them nearly paralyzed. The two seniors, who initially wanted to use this opportunity for a close encounter with the notorious demon lord Lu Sheng, found themselves standing straight and saluting him as if reporting to a superior officer. It turned out they had been sent by the secretary to summon Lu Sheng to the vice principal's office. After relaying the message, they quickly ran off. Before arriving here, they were excited to have a close encounter with Lu Sheng. However, neither of them had anticipated to see what happened next. Just as they arrived in front of his dormitory, they were shocked to see Lu Sheng in the middle of what they could only describe as demolishing his house. More precisely, he was lifting the ground and emitting an aura that was freezing one moment and scorching the next. Terrified, they dared not knock and quickly fled after delivering their message, vowing never to return. Shortly after, Lu Sheng arrived at the vice principal's office. Zhao poured him a cup of tea and then proceeded to inform him of several matters. The first was the reward of sweeping and breaking the record for all of the 7 divine martial towers, which amounts to 75,000 academic credits. Zhao was visibly excited about this, but Lu Sheng appeared remarkably calm. Lu Sheng listened attentively, but when Zhao stopped speaking and didn't continue, Lu Sheng couldn't help but ask if that was all. Internally, Lu Sheng might have been wondering if that was all the reward he would get, questioning if there wasn't anything more. Seeing Lu Sheng's expression, Zhao was taken aback and then loudly questioned if Lu Sheng was unaware of the significance of 75,000 academic credits. Lu Sheng did not respond, prompting Zhao to explain that the amount was sufficient for someone to graduate 150 times. Lu Sheng looked at him somewhat helplessly, questioning why he would need to graduate so many times. Zhao was momentarily speechless, but then realized that Lu Sheng, having recently enrolled, might not be familiar with the campus's exchange. He silently watched as he instructed Lu Sheng to open the campus forum upon accessing his phone. Lu Sheng discovered the section where extra academic credits could be exchanged for items. For instance, a level 4 beast blood required only 5 credits, and the most expensive level 5 melee weapon cost less than 100. Some more expensive items included a week of guidance from a Grandmaster level instructor, and to his surprise, a level 6 beast marrow astonishingly cost 1,000 credits. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's interest was piqued. Zhao, amused, watched him and lifted his teacup, thinking to himself that now the young man understood the value of academic credits. However, he could not have anticipated the question Lu Sheng was about to ask next. Lu Sheng's question about the availability of level 7 beast marrow caught him off guard, causing him to spit out his tea in surprise. Standing up abruptly, he looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment, questioning if Lu Sheng was already in need of such an advanced item. Upon observing Lu Sheng's demeanor, he speculated whether Lu Sheng was preparing to advance to the Grandmaster level. Lu Sheng, releasing his aura, showcased his own Grandmaster will. Zhao gulped, watching intently as Lu Sheng nodded, mentioning he was only a bit short on blood energy level. In fact, Lu Sheng felt his blood energy level was nearly sufficient, but he was aiming for perfection. He preferred to wait until the second stage of his indestructible golden body was fully complete before finally advancing to that of the 7th level Grandmaster. To do that, he would need a lot of high-level beast marrows. As it turned out, the blood energy level of a Grandmaster and that of an ordinary martial artist are worlds apart, as a Grandmaster's body is refined through martial will. Zhao's gaze was filled with complexity. The leap from 6th level to 7th was a barrier that had halted many, as reaching Grandmaster status wasn't something that could be achieved through supplements and resources alone. The young man before him, at just 18, had already formed his own Grandmaster will. Taking a deep breath, Zhao sat down and then informed Lu Sheng that level 7 beast marrow was extremely rare, and the process to acquire it was complicated. Even the military and the Divine Martial University had a difficult time acquiring it. When asked why, Jiao explained that the blood and cells of level 7 beasts contained what they referred to as negative factors in vast quantities, which current technology levels couldn't completely eliminate. Those of insufficient strength who consumed it risked being overwhelmed by the residual consciousness within. Moreover, even grandmasters rarely used it, just to prove how dangerous it is. Hearing this, Lu Xing felt somewhat disappointed, thinking he might have to settle for level 6 beast marrow instead. After deducting the credits needed for graduation, he could purchase about 70 vials, though he found this amount somewhat lacking. Zhao internally screamed, only to recall that he had only used 10 vials of beast marrow during his time as a grandmaster. Calming himself, Jiao then presented him with 2 folders, revealing the second piece of news. The martial saint had agreed to take Lu Xing as a student. Whether Lu Xing could become an official disciple would depend on passing a certain test. Lu Xing took the folders and read the documents inside, which stated that his task was to become the champion of the National College Martial Arts competition. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback since no one in the 7 divine martial universities could match him. Why should he participate in this competition in the first place? The vice principal seemed to understand his confusion and adjusted his glasses before explaining. Although Lu Xing had no competitors among the universities, the martial arts competition not only included all college students but also disciples from martial arts schools under 30 years old across the nation. Some are owned by great grandmasters, and additionally, this also includes the disciples from the martial arts schools of the other 2 martial saints. Lu Xing pondered, realizing he would likely face the successors of martial saints. Zhao nodded, further explaining that the other 2 martial arts schools were filled with prodigies, personally selected and meticulously trained by martial saints from a young age, making them far more powerful than those educated in schools with the age limit set below 30. The competition promised to be very challenging. This made Lu Xing recall the scene he had seen in his life record in the dream realm. It turned out that it was this very competition that led him to kill one of the disciples of the martial saint. He still wondered what caused him to do it. Nonetheless, he then opened the second folder. The vice principal added that there was only one chance, but Lu Xing had the choice to complete either one of the tasks from the 2 folders. Lu Xing was surprised to see what was written on the letter. As it turned out, the second folder contained a letter that required him to complete an SSS-level mission. Lu Xing continued reading through the detailed information in the folder, absorbing the intricacies of the mission. He noted the description of the target, Lin Yi, a 5th-level martial artist with a notorious background filled with criminal activities and violence. The absence of rewards for completing the mission puzzled him, especially considering the relatively low level of the target. He couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was at play. As he delved deeper into the dossier, Lu Xing uncovered the true challenge of the mission. While eliminating Lin Yi himself might not be overly difficult, the real challenge lay in the powerful family background behind him. Lin Yi's father was a 7th-level grandmaster affiliated with the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, a connection that granted him significant influence and protection. Moreover, Lin Yi's sister, Lin Su, was married to martial saint Zhao Ji, elevating their status even further within the martial arts community. The dossier detailed the extensive list of crimes committed by Lin Yi and his father, crimes that warranted severe punishment many times over. However, their influence shielded them from facing any real consequences. This mission was a response to a particularly egregious incident where Lin Yi and his father had brutally abused and killed the daughters of a factory worker. Faced with the man's desperate plea for justice, the martial saint, also the principal of the university, decided to incorporate the mission to eliminate Lin Yi into the academic system. Despite the severity of the situation, Lu Xing couldn't help but question why direct action hadn't been taken by the martial saint or why a 7th-level grandmaster hadn't been assigned to the mission. It seemed unusual for such a significant matter to be delegated to the academic mission system, especially with the risks involved. Zhao, noticing Lu Xing's confusion, adjusted his glasses and sighed deeply as he explained the rationale behind the mission. It was a response to the failure of conventional justice and a recognition of the limitations within the existing system. By incorporating the mission into the academic structure, the martial saint aimed to address the issue while also safeguarding students from inadvertently accepting it. As Lu Xing processed this information, he realized the gravity of the situation he was facing. It wasn't just a mission to eliminate a target, it was a test of his moral compass, his courage, and his willingness to confront injustice, even in the face of formidable adversaries. With a newfound understanding of the mission's significance, Lu Sheng prepared himself for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that his actions could have far-reaching consequences within the martial arts community. Lu Sheng's query about the absence of rewards for the mission and the implications of such a decision led Vice Principal Zhao to adopt a serious demeanor. He cautioned Lu Sheng to tread carefully, emphasizing the profound repercussions that could arise from actions involving martial saints. Zhao stressed the potential chaos that could ensue from the intervention of such powerful beings, highlighting the destructive impact of conflicts between martial saints on cities and regions. The gravity of the situation hung in the air as Zhao awaited Lu Sheng's response, fully aware of the weight of the decision that lay before him. Lu Sheng, however, appeared unperturbed by the dawning prospect. Instead of showing fear, he seemed more puzzled than anything else, prompting Zhao to consider the young man's demeanor thoughtfully. Acknowledging Lu Sheng's potential concerns, Zhao proceeded to unveil the true intentions behind the mission and the subsequent discussion. He affirmed that while Yin Yu wielded significant influence through his connections with a martial arts school and a martial saint, Lu Sheng himself possessed formidable backing from the Seventh Divine Martial University and a martial saint. Zhao directed Lu Sheng's attention to the folders on the desk, symbolizing the vast opportunities and support that came with being a direct disciple of a martial saint. With a composed demeanor, Lu Sheng grasped the significance of his position and the resources at his disposal. He demonstrated a confidence that belied his age, asserting that even potential adversaries would hesitate to confront him directly. In a decisive move, Lu Sheng requested the address of the factory worker, indicating his readiness to undertake the mission. Observing Lu Sheng's departure, Zhao's expression betrayed a hint of hesitation, perhaps reflecting the weight of the decisions made and the unspoken complexities of the situation. Shortly after Lu Sheng left, a cloaked figure entered the room, exuding an air of authority tinged with displeasure. Standing behind Zhao, the newcomer criticized Zhao for divulging too much information, hinting at the delicacy and secrecy surrounding their discussions. As the scene unfolded, the layers of intrigue and tension deepened, underscoring the intricate dynamics at play within the martial arts world and the weight of the decisions faced by its key players. Zhao's demeanor reflected a mix of emotions as he pondered the implications of the conversation. He understood the underlying message conveyed by the cloaked figure, acknowledging the high stakes involved in the decisions Lu Sheng faced. Losing a talented individual like Lu Sheng would be a significant loss for the institution, yet the standards set by the martial saints were uncompromising. The cloaked figure's smirk hinted at a deeper understanding of the situation, emphasizing the stringent criteria for identifying true prodigies. Passing the test set by the martial saints was the ultimate validation of one's potential, far surpassing mere talent or early achievements. As Lu Sheng navigated the campus, he realized the subtleties embedded in Zhao's words. While presented with two apparent choices, the true path forward seemed clear. Zhao's inclination towards the second option, despite its apparent simplicity, hinted at its strategic significance. It was a veiled directive towards a predetermined outcome, nudging Lu Sheng towards a specific course of action. Despite the allure of the second mission's straightforward objective, Lu Sheng saw through the facade. Eliminating a level 5 martial artist might be within his capabilities, but the repercussions of such an act would be far-reaching. It would inevitably draw the ire of powerful forces aligned with Lin Yi, potentially leading to entanglement with Tan Zhongyu's faction for protection. Contemplating the view of the martial saint tower, Lu Sheng couldn't shake off the suspicion that Tan Zhongyu might be orchestrating events behind the scenes, manipulating his future for his own ends. However, fueled by a sense of justice and empathy for the victims of Lin Yi and his father's atrocities, Lu Sheng resolved to deliver justice and closure to those affected. Returning to his dormitory, Lu Sheng reaffirmed his commitment to see through his mission, guided by his own principles rather than being swayed by external influences. Despite the complexities and uncertainties ahead, he remained determined to carve out his own path, untethered by the agendas of others. After a few days, in Nanping city suburbs, several police vehicles surrounded an old building, sealing the entire area. A female officer, seemingly the chief officer, redirected all the policemen to hurry up and block all the surroundings. The atmosphere was quite tense. This officer was Xiao Yeren, deputy chief of Nanping City Police Headquarters. Holding a communication device in her hand, she contacted the snipers surveying several nearby buildings to assess the situation inside the building and immediately report back. Just then, a young officer approached Yeren and consoled her not to worry, as there were several martial experts at rank 6 from the Dragon capital involved in this operation. There is even one expert from the top 300 hunters list, and along with President Qian's intervention, they would be able to handle a rank 7 monster with ease. Yeren sighed, her face still filled with worry. She knew there was a rank 6 monster inside the building, and the requirement for becoming one of the top 300 hunters was to slay 10 rank 6 monsters. Despite all these preparations, Yeren could not help but feel something wrong. But she shrugged it off, saying she might be overthinking. Just then, Yeren heard a voice. A taxi approached the sealed area. While getting out of the taxi, the driver warned Lu Sheng to take care of this desolate region and questioned why there were this many police vehicles in the vicinity. Lu Sheng did not answer and left the taxi. Suddenly, several officers swiftly approached the taxi, pointing at Lu Sheng as he exited the car, urging him to hurry back in and vacate the area. The deputy chief also approached, informing him that the area ahead was sealed off. Lu Sheng, calm and collected, retrieved a mission credential from his pocket. The deputy chief examined it carefully, surprised to find it was issued by the 7th Divine Martial University. What startled her more was that they had assigned this mission to a freshman. She regarded Lu Sheng with a skeptical gaze, pondering why the university would entrust such a dangerous mission to a newcomer. Lu Sheng merely smiled, offering little explanation beyond hinting that his circumstances were unique. He reclaimed the mission credential, a simple action that sent a chill down her spine as she realized he had silently retrieved it without her notice. Her newfound respect for Lu Sheng grew as she contemplated the feat as a 4th-level martial artist herself. She was astonished that someone could retrieve an item from her hand without her awareness, despite being several meters away and without budging from his spot. Clearly, this young man was no ordinary individual. As Lu Sheng pressed forward, her tone shifted, becoming more respectful as she informed him that others had already entered the building, including several peak 6-level martial artists and a top-ranked hunter within the top 300 on the hunter list. She estimated that the situation would likely be resolved swiftly. Lu Sheng nodded, acknowledging his slight tardiness but showing little concern. He then turned to her with a query about the hunters list. The deputy chief was somewhat surprised by his unfamiliarity with the concept. She patiently explained that the hunters list was a ranking system established by the Martial Arts Association specifically for martial artists who undertake bounty tasks. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Lu Sheng smiling and muttering something to himself, seemingly pleased that his trip wasn't in vain. As Lu Sheng continued forward, a few younger officers attempted to stop him, insisting that he wasn't needed inside anymore. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from within the abandoned building. The deputy chief swiftly turned around, grabbing her radio and issuing urgent commands for all units to be on high alert. Shortly after, 3 figures emerged from a cloud of dust, leaping down as if fleeing from something. They appeared terrified and disheveled, as if being chased by something horrifying. In a startling turn of events, several thick red vines shot out, ensnaring the slowest person and swiftly dragging him back. His eyes filled with fear, his screams of terror and despair fading as he was pulled away, pleading for help. The officers were stunned by the unfolding scene. The deputy chief was the first to react, shouting into her radio to open fire. The officers, regaining their composure, loaded their weapons, and a barrage of gunfire erupted, aimed at the massive vines. The 2 disheveled figures crashed to the ground, and she immediately rushed over to check on them, calling for medical assistance. One of them, a robust middle-aged man, furiously grabbed her by the collar, questioning the accuracy of her intelligence. Despite his injuries, his face still bore the expression of lingering fear, as he shouted that the beast inside was not level 6 but level 7. Upon hearing this revelation, her face turned pale as she realized the situation exceeded the capabilities of their local armed forces. She was about to contact the military district when Lu Sheng intervened, shaking his head to indicate it wasn't necessary yet. With a calm demeanor, Lu Sheng suggested giving him a chance to try first. Turning towards the building, he casually mentioned that once it was over, they should remember to apply for a mission-level adjustment. He instructed everyone to take a coffee break, stating he only needed 5 minutes. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lu Sheng's figure suddenly vanished, leaving them in disbelief. The middle-aged man caught a glimpse of Lu Sheng's movement and turned around just in time to see Lu Sheng already on the rooftop of the building. The 2 observers couldn't comprehend the speed at which Lu Sheng moved. One of them stood with their jaw wide open, questioning who exactly this person was. As soon as Lu Sheng entered the abandoned building, he was struck by a strong foul smell, reminiscent of dead cattle or sheep left to rot for days under the sun. He recalled encountering this scent once before during the military star selection in the Eastern Military District, but it was never as awful as now. Utilizing his psychic energy, Lu Sheng swiftly pinpointed the location of the beast. Descending to the floor, he pushed open the gate. The stench was most potent here, but what drew his attention was the hideous monster in front of him. It had a mouth filled with sharp, dense teeth, several vine-like limbs, and its tongue wrapped around a martial artist who appeared lifeless, the same individual pulled back by the vines earlier. The martial artist's face, twisted in terror, stared directly at Lu Sheng, eyes wide open amidst several corpses. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Sheng recognized the creature before him. The beast was chewing on the martial artist before spitting him out. Lu Sheng surveyed the scene, sighing deeply as he solemnly promised each of the fallen that he would ensure this beast met its end. Cracking his neck and wrist with fury in his eyes, Lu Sheng unleashed a terrifying force emanating from his body. The monster, after noticing Lu Sheng, turned its gaze towards him, ready to attack any time. It was a huge red monster with a long tongue and several dozen eyes over his head. Lu Sheng activated his stellar will. Knowing the overall strength of such a monster should be between rank 5 and 6, he was confident in taking it down. But he still could not understand how such a monster able to reach in middle of Dragon City can, and now it had reached rank 7 after consuming several martial artists. Suddenly the monster raised its huge hand, roaring. He tried to stomp Lu Sheng under its hand. But Lu Sheng immediately dodged its attack while attacked the monster's hand, severely damaging it. The monster wailed in pain. Lu Sheng appeared near the worm monster out of nowhere. "What a noisy worm," he commented while removing the dust from his clothes. The angry monster let a huge roar, shaking the whole building, and suddenly extended its hand to attack Lu Sheng. But to its surprise, Lu Sheng dodged the strike, appearing right beside its arm. "Can you a little better?" he taunted the monster. The monster, enraged, released green acidic fluid from his mouth, attacking Lu Sheng. But he again disappeared without a trace, leaving the monster boggled. Appearing in the midair, Lu Sheng started gathering energy around his fist and also activated the Valkyrie Cold Sparrow will, increasing the attack power by many folds. His eyes flashed with bluish aura. "You can start shaking in fear now," he commented. Right this instant, on the outside, several martial artists who escaped from the worm monster were in debate with the police chief. The burly man, taken aback, after hearing that Lu Sheng was still a student from 7th St. Martial University, so he asked for clarification. After the chief revealed that she looked his information on the student ID card. Sweat poured down from the burly man's face. He could not fathom how a student could be this fast that even he, a rank 6 martial artist, could not trace. He could only wonder about Lu Sheng's background. The man in purple suit urged the chief to write report back to Martial Arts Association and military headquarters. In case the monster gets angry and leave the premises, it will cause chaos throughout the city, and it can also devour people to become stronger. The chief took out her phone to contact the respective departments. Just then a huge bang came out from the building along with a wave of ominous energy. The energy wave hit this group of martial artists, pushing them back. Sweat poured down their faces. They could only wonder what had happened inside the building. At this moment, inside the building, the huge monster let out a shriek in pain and fell down to his face, destroying the ground underneath. Green blood poured out from its mouth as it wailed in pain. Lu Sheng stepped up and grabbed one of its arm and started revolving the monster in circle with his monstrous strength, and finally slammed the monster on the ground, creating a huge blast. Due to continuous single side beating from Lu Sheng, the monster died after getting slammed on the ground. Outside the building, the martial artists were still staring at the building, curious about the situation inside. Suddenly the top of the building blew off. The monster body came out from the building. The martial artist backed away in fear, and the man in purple suggested everyone to take cover. Just as they were anticipating, the huge monster body came crashing down on ground in front of them. The burly man in stuttering voice declared, "The monster's death." The chief officer could not believe the scene in front of her eyes. Lu Sheng just entered the building, and it's been only 4 minutes, and he had already defeated the monster. Just then, Lu Sheng suddenly appeared before the chief, asking her to adjust the mission difficulty according to the monster's rank. The man in purple bowed down to Lu Sheng, thanking him for slaying the worm monster, and told him that after processing the monster's materials, all the profits will be sent directly to Lu Sheng's account. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. Despite facing such a monster, Lu Sheng's expression remained calm, which led to respect for this young man. Lu Sheng calmly denied and asked the officials to distribute the profits to the families of the ones who have perished. It will be enough for them to survive for the rest of their lives. The man in purple, hearing Lu Xing's gracious words, thanked him. Turning to the police chief, Lu Xing asked her to call a cab for him to take him to the train station. But the police chief offered to take him there herself. Lu Xing, with a gracious smile, thanked and accepted her offer. Seeing Lu Xing's cheerful smile, the officer blushed and started fantasizing about Lu Xing having weird ideas. Hiding her red face with hands, she started mumbling to herself. Lu Xing could not help but ask what is wrong with her. Looking at the monster body, he could not help but feel strange as how a rank 7 monster break through the front line and end up in a small city like Nanping. Although monsters had infiltrated the city several times before, they were pretty weak. Because the strong monsters could not pass through the front line guarded by martial arts association and military. He wondered there might be a hidden scheme behind the scenes. While in the car, the two didn't talk much. The deputy chief frequently glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror, noticing he was constantly looking down at his phone, which left her feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although the situation had been resolved, the cause of the incident made him feel something was off. While contemplating the recent events, he checked his phone to search for any news related to the incident. Quickly, he found a plethora of information and news reports. As it turned out, there were enemy spies smuggling beasts across the border but had been caught. Reports hinted at the resurgence of hostilities between two countries and various theories on why beasts were increasingly invading cities, along with some conspiracy theories. After scanning through the information, Lu Xing had a rough idea of the situation. Thinking about a scene 10,000 years from now in the dream realm where the civilization of martial arts had completely fallen into ruin and desolation, he suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable anger and irritation towards these internal strife and schemes among humanity. Despite having a common enemy, there were still nations engaging in internal divisions, stabbing each other in the back. Lu Xing certainly wanted to beat some sense into these people, but he knew his current strength was insufficient. However, if there came a day when he was strong enough, he had only one thought: to beat them so severely they wouldn't even be recognized by their own mothers. Seeing the change in Lu Xing's expression through the rearview mirror, the deputy chief gently asked if something was wrong. Lu Xing shook his head, telling her it was just some nonsense he had come across, but he would eventually solve all of it. Seeing Lu Xing's response, she didn't press further. Soon, they arrived at the station, and Lu Xing thanked the deputy chief before getting out of the car and heading towards the high-speed rail station with his backpack on his shoulders. The female deputy chief watched Lu Xing's figure gradually disappearing in the crowd. Her usually composed demeanor now that of a smitten fangirl, her heart racing and beating fast in anticipation of their next meeting. Hopefully, it won't be too long. Back in White Lake City, Lu Xing's hometown, students at his old school were taking a martial arts practical class in the gymnasium. A girl leaped up in the air and landed a flying kick which defeated a much taller and bully male student. With just one hit, the seemingly stronger student lay on the ground, unable to get up, weakly conceding defeat. This was Lu Xing's sister, Lu Qinghe, who received enthusiastic applause from the surrounding students. The teacher praised her nonstop, suggesting everyone learn from her. Lu Qinghe smiled and nodded before returning to her spot to wipe off her sweat with a towel. A few female classmates came over, who were all good friends with her, joking that Lu Qinghe was set to be the top student in the city. However, Lu Qinghe didn't seem enthusiastic about it. One of them asked why she wasn't excited. Rolling her eyes, Lu Qinghe expressed her frustration, saying that if they were also being constantly compared to her brother, a top national martial scholar, it wouldn't make them feel any better either. The two girls were momentarily left speechless, then clung to her arms, appearing like fangirls, asking when her brother would be free. They remembered he had once offered to treat them to a meal, but now they insisted that they would be happy to treat him as long as he could make it. Lu Qinghe wore a look of helplessness, wondering what exactly made her brother so appealing. She treated them as besties, and they wanted to become her sister-in-law. She hastily waved her hands, admitting she didn't even know what her brother was up to, only that he was attending the 7th Divine Martial University right now. Her friends persistently continued to nag her until she saw an opportunity to escape, running out of the gymnasium only to bump into someone solid as iron, causing her to fall on her butt. With a mix of annoyance and curiosity, Lu Qinghe looked up to see a handsome man smiling down at her, offering a hand to help her up. She couldn't believe her eyes, and in the next second, she leaped up and found herself hugging him. Lu Qinghe ecstatically jumped and asked Lu Xing how he had come back so soon. Lu Xing was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a joyful reaction. He recalled the last time Lu Qinghe hugged him like this was probably when they were in kindergarten. Smiling, he mentioned he had just completed a mission in a nearby city and decided to check in. Curious, Lu Qinghe inspected him all around for any gifts he might have brought. Nodding, Lu Sheng opened his backpack, prompting an eager and excited look from Lu Qinghe. However, the excitement quickly died off as he pulled out several bottles of what seemed like high-grade supplements, handing them to her while saying they would help her improve her martial strength. Catching them, Lu Qinghe let out a sigh and pouted, remarking that her brother was super dense and really didn't understand girls. Their warm sibling moment was abruptly interrupted by a basketball flying towards them. The ball, speeding towards Lu Sheng's head, could have caused a mild concussion to an ordinary person, but Lu Sheng, unafraid of even grandmasters, easily caught it with one hand. Narrowing his eyes, he looked towards a student walking up to them. Lu Qinghe looked at her brother with concern, asking if he was all right. Lu Sheng, with a smile, assured her there was no issue and casually tossed the basketball aside. The male student, rubbing his wrist and wearing a sport tank top, clearly the one who had thrown the basketball, kept his eyes on Lu Sheng, especially noting how Lu Qinghe was holding onto the man's arm, causing his tone to be slightly hostile. However, Lu Qinghe was visibly annoyed by the student's presence, clearly not fond of him. As the student approached and stood in front of them, questioning who the man beside Lu Qinghe was, she rolled her eyes and deliberately leaned closer to Lu Sheng, dismissively telling him it was none of his business before pulling Lu Sheng away, clearly not interested in engaging in further conversation. The male student, feeling provoked, loudly called out Lu Qinghe's name and, in a fit of anger, criticized her for bringing an old man to humiliate him. Even if she didn't like him, she didn't need to do that. The siblings looked at each other speechless. Lu Sheng, pointing to himself, realized the student had referred to him as an old man, which was a slight blow to his ego. Lu Qinghe, infuriated, delivered a swift kick to the boy, targeting a particularly vulnerable spot that would incapacitate any man, martial artist or not. The boy instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Sheng, witnessing the scene, felt a bit sorry for the student and even asked if he was all right. The boy, tears streaming down his face from the pain, managed to run off but not without turning back to threaten Lu Sheng, saying he would get someone to deal with him eventually. Well, this bonobo just done goofed. Lu Sheng obviously didn't take his words seriously. While watching the student's retreating figure, he actually found the situation quite amusing. He turned to his younger sister, laughing, while asking if the boy was someone trying to pursue her. Lu Qinghe, with a look of disgust, complained, saying the boy had been bothering her every other day, and it was super annoying. Regarding a boyfriend, Lu Qinghe believed that the person would at least need to defeat her in combat, but she doubted there was any boy in White Lake City capable of that. Lu Sheng, appearing thoughtful, entertained the possibility and solemnly advised her to stay away from anyone who suddenly transfers schools. Sitting in the back next to a window in the class who is secretive, likes to talk to themselves, confused, and even broke the fourth wall to tell Lu Sheng he was in the wrong story, pointing out that they were in Apex Future Martial Arts, not these other stories. Jokes aside, she suddenly became curious and asked about the progress between Lu Sheng and Senior Yang. Lu Sheng looked at her confused, not catching her drift, and said they were just friends, and he treated her to meals every now and then. When she prodded him about whether they had held hands or watched movies together, Lu Sheng realized what she was getting at and pinched his sister's cheek in response. Lu Qinghe then remembered something else and mentioned that Lu Sheng's bestie, Ming, told him that Ming didn't get into a good martial arts university and decided to enlist in the military instead. He had wanted to say goodbye to Lu Sheng, but by that time, Lu Sheng had already left for the capital to attend university. Hearing this, Lu Sheng immediately took out his phone to catch up with Ming, only to find out that Ming had joined the Eastern Military District. After sending the text, the siblings joyfully walked home, laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, in the new recruit training camp in the Eastern Military District, it wasn't so joyful for Ming, who was exhausted from a day's training. He was not heading back to his dormitory like everyone else. Instead, he was seen washing clothes with cold water. What's worse is that he isn't washing his own clothes, but doing laundry for someone else. Suddenly, a tall and burly recruit walked in and kicked over his wash basin, spilling everywhere. The recruit not only downplayed Ming, but went as far as calling him a fat ass. That wasn't it. The douchebag took off his socks and threw several other pairs of smelly socks onto Ming, telling him that today Ming was supposed to do his laundry and finish it before midnight. What's happening here is obvious. Douchebag older recruit bullying new recruits. Ming looked at the soaked clothes and the garments scattered around him. He clenched his fists tightly, having heard of bullying within the military, but recently, the behavior of these older recruits had become intolerable. What made it worse was his inability to fight back. The military is a dangerous career. Thus, the military district often gives soldiers enough freedom, such as having a phone on duty. Seeing Ming's lack of response, the older recruit kicked the basin aside again. But at that moment, Ming's phone began to vibrate with a new message alert. It was none other than Lu Xing. Ming was both surprised and stunned. The next second, he excitedly opened the messages to find a brief message from his best pal Lu Xing. It read, "You're in the Eastern Military District now, right? I'll be there soon. Wait for me," followed by an emoji. The message filled Ming's heart with warmth, instantly washing away his fatigue and the awful feeling of being bullied. With excitement, he began typing a flurry of messages to Lu Xing, only to delete them over and over again. In the end, he simply replied with one word, "Okay." After sending the message, Ming bit his lip, struck by a sudden thought. Meanwhile, the bully who had been bullying Ming, seeing no reaction from him, decided not to continue and lost his interest. Instead, he turned around and mentioned casually that he liked the scent of a certain brand of laundry detergent and advised Ming not to use the wrong one. While humming a tune, he turned around with his hands in his pockets. Ming, glaring at the basin on the ground, then back at the towering recruit, and finally at the messages on his phone, charged at the recruit in a fit of rage. His outburst took the bully by surprise, and the two immediately grappled with each other. Ming's punches were all over the place. Other than the initial punch, every other punch was blocked by the bully. However, the bully seized an opportunity to land a blow on Ming's cheek, sending him flying several meters. Seeing Ming crashing hard to the ground, the recruit ran over and pinned Ming down, landing punch after punch on him while hurling insults. Several minutes later, he finally stood up, leaving Ming motionless on the ground. The recruit cursed once more and walked away, warning Ming he'd beat him up every time he saw him. At that moment, a seemingly nerdy new recruit who had watched everything unfold emerged from a corner, hurried over to Ming, and began checking on him. Unable to lift Ming's body, he kept asking how he was doing. Seeing Ming's swollen face, the recruit let out a sigh, puzzled as to why Ming would oppose someone who is stronger than he is and had been there for over 2 years already. End of the day, it's just a few pairs of socks to wash, clearly. The nerdy recruit chooses to wash socks rather than stand up for himself. However, Ming thought otherwise. Even in his disheveled state, Ming managed a prideful smile, saying his best friend was the national martial scholar and would surely be a general in the future. Ming expressed concern that being Lu Xing's friend, if he was bowing down and being bullied into washing socks, would lead to people taking the opportunity for his mockery in the future. Not wanting to disgrace Lu Xing in any way, shape, or form, he then laughed loudly, reminiscing about their shared past growing up and how Lu Xing, despite attending the prestigious Divine Martial University, hadn't forgotten him. The nerdy recruit stared at him for a few seconds, then shook his head, thinking Ming had lost his mind from the beating and was rambling nonsensically. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xing once again entered the dream after completing a day's training. Finding a quiet place to sit, he then summoned Ellie to inquire about Ming's personal records. He remembered a month ago when he last checked Ming's record, he had chosen to enroll in a regular university and lead an ordinary life. However, this time, likely due to Lu Xing's influence, a butterfly effect occurred, changing not only Lu Xing himself but also the life paths of those around him. Ming was one of them. This time, Ming didn't choose to go to an average university but opted to enlist in the military, no doubt a decision fraught with danger in this era, battling beasts on the front line where the mortality rate was incredibly high. Lu Xing felt a surge of worry, wondering if he had inadvertently caused harm to Ming. But as he delved deeper, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and his smile grew wider. Turned out that Ming had been to the front lines multiple times, achieved numerous honors, and was eventually honorably discharged with his severance pay. Ming started a small business and opened his logistics company. By the age of 50, he had amassed a fortune worth tens of millions, leading a successful career and a happy family life. He was happily married and had 3 kids. Although he faced the misfortune of losing his wife in his later years and some setbacks thereafter, he ultimately led a fulfilling life, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, living to the ripe age of 90. Having gone through Ming's life record in its entirety, the last bit of worry in Lu Xing's mind vanished completely. However, he felt that the best thing he could do for Ming right now was to keep his distance, as he believed this was the only way to not affect this happy future. He hoped that no further changes would occur in Ming's future and that he could live a happy and long life. However, will this be the case? We will know later anyway. Closing his eyes, Lu Sheng left the dream realm and returned to the real world. The following day quickly arrived, and Lu Sheng decided to visit his pharmacy in White Lake City and meet with his future wife, Ling Su. Ling Su had been diligently working to expand their pharmacy business, and to date, they boasted 500 branches throughout the entire Dongning province. Lu Sheng nodded in approval of Ling Su's efforts, telling her that she did a great job, and it was the right decision to let her in charge of the business behind his back. However, Ling Su rolled her eyes when he complimented her work. As they discussed further expansion, Ling Su presented an investigation report. It turned out that someone was sabotaging their business from the shadows, and Ling Su's investigation revealed the culprit to be the highly influential Qin family from the capital. Lu Sheng frowned, having anticipated such obstacles in the very beginning. Yet, he was not overly concerned. With a calm demeanor, he crumpled the investigation paper into a ball. In his mind, to mess with Ling Su was to provoke him directly, and he would soon make the perpetrators realize how foolish it was to cross him. Casually, he tossed the paper ball into a trash bin, causing Ling Su to be slightly dazed. Blinking a few times, she fixed her gaze on Lu Sheng. She could sense that in just 2 months, Lu Sheng had changed significantly. His confidence, composure, and dominance were even more attractive, making Ling Su's heart skip a beat. After a few minutes, Lu Sheng, dressed in a lab coat and carrying a box in his hand, entered the laboratory. With his psychic power, various ingredients from the box levitated and flew out in the air, neatly standing in front of Lu Sheng. He not only wanted to know the recent events from Ling Su, but his primary goal for the day was to formulate the latest supplement in preparation for advancing to the second stage of the immortal golden body. Quickly, he got to work. 2 days swiftly passed by. Next scene, we arrived at the World Trade International Hotel in White Lake City. Lu Sheng entered the lobby and made his way directly to the hotel front desk, intending to book a high-quality suite for the night. He was finally ready to reach the second stage of the immortal golden body to perfection. To avoid disturbances at home, he chose to rent a hotel room. Instead, he carried with him 120 freshly concocted supplements. As Lu Sheng was completing the check-in process, a figure approached the front desk. Judging by the scent of luxury brand perfume, the bright red nail polish, and her impressive figure, also carrying a suitcase, it was a woman. She pulled out her bank card as well as her ID while asking for a presidential suite without hesitation. Lu Sheng sensed something and glanced sideways. He felt the intense blood energy emanating from the woman standing next to him like a blazing furnace only seen on grandmasters. The woman had blonde short hair with a tattoo on her hand featuring the Roman numeral 9 with a sword piercing through it. Lu Sheng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected a grandmaster to visit a small city like White Lake City. What followed was the woman removed her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face with long lashes over a pair of rare red eyes. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by the blonde woman. Not only did she have an impressive physique and stunning beauty, but she also appeared to be very wealthy. However, after confirming her presidential suite booking, the woman handed over her credit card with a smile. She was also humming a tune and seemed to be in a very good mood. The check-in was quickly completed, and the receptionist handed over the room card as well as the credit card, offering to have someone escort her to her room and carry her luggage. The woman, with a polite smile, waved her hands, declined the offer, and headed toward the elevator with her suitcase in hand. Lu Sheng observed the woman, finding it slightly surprising to see a grandmaster here in White Lake City. Although her blood energy level seemed slightly weaker compared to Vice Principal Zhao, at the end of the day, she was undeniably a legitimate grandmaster. Having completed his check-in as well, Lu Sheng also approached the elevator where they exchanged glances. The woman looked at Lu Sheng with an intrigued and seductive gaze while Lu Sheng thought to himself that grandmasters were no longer a concern for him. However, since the woman did not appear to be a threat, he decided not to pay her any more attention and shifted his gaze away as they both entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, the woman tapped her ear lightly with a finger. Turned out she was reporting to someone that she had arrived at her destination. After a brief pause, she chuckled and mentioned to the person on the other end that she had encountered an interesting and quite handsome young man while checking into the hotel. This also piqued the interest of the person on the other end. Taking out a compact mirror and lipstick, she began touching up her makeup while mentioning that she couldn't gauge the young man's true strength, but he seemed to be quite powerful. She even speculated that he might be affiliated with the Dark Star. Either way, that's just her speculation. The woman's visit was primarily for a vacation. While deciding to complete an easy task on the side, she didn't quite care who Lu Xing really was. However, at the thought of anyone disrupting her holiday, she let out a cold smirk. After admiring her own reflection in the mirror and showing a satisfied smile, her expression revealed a trace of bloodthirst. Perhaps half-jokingly, she mentioned she might just have to devour anyone who dared to interfere with her plans. How you want to interpret her ways of devouring is up to your imagination. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shang located his room, and upon entering with his room card, he was very pleased with the accommodations, especially the large bathtub, which he noted could comfortably hold all his supplements. Without delay, he poured all the supplements into the tub and scanned the room with his psychic power for any cameras. Before stripping down all the way to his underwear and stepping into the tub filled with the light golden liquid. The liquid slightly rippled as he relaxed and lay down, beginning to cultivate and absorb the energy from the liquid. As he did so, the supplements in the bath began to form a dragon shape behind him. The light golden liquid, filled with immense energy, quickly rushed into Lu's body. However, this did not cause any pain, only a profound sense of comfort for him. At the same time, Lu Xing was not the only one enjoying a bath in the expansive presidential suite. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Not long after, the water stopped. The woman dried off her body with a towel, then draped herself in very thin clothing, displaying her impressive body. Yet, instead of focusing on this, what we should be focusing on was the Roman numerals on her back. What did you think it represents? She lazily stretched out while musing to herself that the two little mice stealing gold mines had probably arrived in White Lake City by now. In response, she planned to deal with them swiftly before beginning to enjoy her holiday. Meanwhile, dense steam filled Lu Xing's bathroom, and the temperature was frighteningly high. Through the mist, one could see the liquid in the bathtub gradually evaporating. With his perfect physique and rock-solid 8-pack, Lu Xing continued to absorb the energy of the remaining liquid. At the same time, a halo was now visible behind him, indicating the completion of the second stage of his immortal golden body. He stepped out of the tub, the residual liquid tracing the contours of his muscles before slowly flowing down. Curious about his current body strength, Lu Xing tested it by trying to cut his arm with a spear, only to find a faint white mark that left no injury. Please do not try this at home. Lu Xing is a professional. Seeing the result, he concluded that not even a grandmaster using melee weapons could easily breach his defense. Evaporating the remaining liquid on his skin, he quickly got dressed while looking out the window, his body emanating powerful energy as he prepared to strive for the next level. He was getting insanely close to his goal. However, he took a deep breath to calm himself down, realizing that traditional martial artist level classifications might no longer apply to him. He was only one step away, but he wasn't ready to make that leap yet. He contemplated the disturbance his breakthrough would cause, potentially alarming even the great grandmasters. Since he had other plans in mind, he would have to wait just a little longer. Slowly opening the window, the night breeze from outside surged in, and in an instant, he jumped out from the window of the several dozen-story building. The end. Just kidding. However, please do not try this at home. At a crossroads not far from the hotel, a middle-aged man with a child hurriedly got into a taxi, urgently instructing the driver to head to the suburban area of the Western District. He appeared anxious and very tired, seeming like he hadn't slept for days, while the little girl seemed scared and hungry. However, she was very quiet, simply clutching tightly at her father's clothes. The taxi driver, without any hesitation, nodded with a smile and started the car. The middle-aged man clearly didn't see the driver had a tattoo on his arms. If you look closely, this tattoo is identical to the one seen on the blonde woman earlier. As the taxi started moving, the man's anxiety seemed to lessen slightly. Feeling temporarily relieved but still holding the little girl close in his arms, he whispered, looking out the window, "Have we finally escaped?" After covering several miles, halfway through the western suburbs, the middle-aged man instructed the taxi driver to stop and drop them off, offering to pay 3 times the agreed-upon fare. He emphasized that the driver should keep their destination in the presence of a man traveling with a child confidential if anyone inquired. The driver paused for a moment before slowly peeling off his face mask, revealing his true identity. With a calm demeanor, he remarked that paying triple might not suffice. Without hesitation, he removed the mask entirely, revealing himself to be the female grandmaster whom Lu Xing had encountered at the 5-star hotel. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she fixed her gaze upon the middle-aged man, finally catching up to them. Trembling with fear, the man recognized her, his dread intensifying upon noticing the distinctive tattoo of the number 9 in the attire she wore. She was the exact individual he had been desperately evading for days and nights. Meanwhile, after departing from the hotel, Lu Sheng utilized the breath of wind technique to traverse the surrounding area until he arrived at an abandoned old factory. With each stride, he noted a significant increase in his speed, a testament to his breakthrough to the second stage of the golden immortal body. He had become so swift that even military surveillance devices couldn't detect his movements. Upon reaching the center of the dilapidated factory, he paused to survey the surroundings for any signs of surveillance. Satisfied that they were in a suitable location, Lu Sheng resolved to test his full strength without attracting unwanted attention. As his senses expanded to encompass the area, Lu Sheng detected several sharp auras slicing through the air within the confines of the old factory. Instantly recognizing them as the presence of masters, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. Lu Sheng pondered the scene before him, intrigued by the unfolding events. The middle-aged man, his back wounded and bleeding, raced through the desolate landscape with a child clutched tightly in his arms. Despite his injuries, he showed no signs of slowing down, driven by fear and desperation. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, revealed to be the 9th seal of an organization known as the Loop Seal, pursued them relentlessly, slicing through obstacles with ease. As Lu Sheng observed from a distance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and excitement. Here was a real-life drama unfolding before his eyes, presenting him with an unexpected opportunity to test his abilities. The thrill of the chase, the danger in the air, it was all too exhilarating to ignore. With a swift movement, Lu Sheng darted towards the commotion, his senses heightened and his muscles tense for action. As he closed in on the scene, he could feel the presence of a grandmaster nearby, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding confrontation. Meanwhile, the man and the girl continued to flee for their lives, their panic palpable in the night air. The little girl, bloodied and trembling, clung to the man with frightened eyes, while he pressed on, his every step a testament to his determination to protect her at all costs. On the other side, the blonde woman exuded an air of cold confidence as she pursued her prey. Her movements were calculated and precise, a stark contrast to the chaos and fear that gripped her targets. With each stride, she closed the distance between them, her eyes fixed on her quarry with unwavering focus. As the tension mounted and the chase drew to its inevitable conclusion, Lu Sheng prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. Whether it was to intervene and aid the fleeing pair or to confront the pursuing grandmaster, he was ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. Isn't this just perfect? Lu Sheng thought to himself. Not only could he play the hero and take down the villain, but it also provided an unexpected opportunity to test his abilities. With a swift movement, Lu Sheng darted towards the direction of the screen. At the chemical plant, amidst the chaos, the female grandmaster launched a fierce kick towards the father-daughter duo. The father, clutching his daughter tightly, bore the brunt of the blow as they both tumbled to the ground, a gush of blood escaping his lips. The impact shattered the ground beneath them, sending rubble flying in all directions. Despite his injuries, the father shielded his daughter, pulling her close as debris rained down upon them. His cries of pain mingled with the chaos as he struggled to endure the agony. Witnessing her father's suffering, the little girl's heart wrenched with fear and concern. With tear-filled eyes, she called out to him, her voice trembling with emotion. Even in the face of imminent danger, the father summoned the last vestiges of his strength, attempting to crawl to safety with his precious daughter in tow. But their escape was abruptly halted as the female grandmaster materialized behind them, a sinister smirk playing on her lips. With malicious intent, she pressed her heel into the man's leg, eliciting agonized screams from him. The sight of her father in torment spurred the little girl into action. With determination fueled by love, she rose to her feet and bravely confronted the female grandmaster, her tiny fists flailing in a desperate attempt to defend her father. Yet, the female grandmaster merely chuckled in amusement, seizing the child by the scruff of her neck and hoisting her into the air. Despite the girl's cries of protest, the grandmaster remained unmoved, her focus fixed upon the fallen man. With a cruel gleam in her eyes, she taunted him, goading him to crawl and run once more so she could continue her sadistic game. Refusing to be cowed, the man clenched his fists, his body trembling with determination as he turned to face his tormentor. Through gritted teeth, he issued a dire ultimatum, warning the grandmaster to release his daughter or face the consequences. With a steely resolve, he revealed the deadly secret hidden within his mouth, a vial of poison poised to unleash oblivion upon him and all knowledge of the mind they guarded. The female Grandmaster wasted no time. Seizing the man's face in a vice-like grip, she forced his mouth open in search of the hidden poison. Upon locating the toxic substance nestled within a tooth, she applied pressure and swiftly extracted several teeth, causing the man to cry out in agony. With a sadistic grin, she displayed the extracted teeth, taunting the man about his lack of alternatives for suicide. As a warning, she clamped down tightly on the little girl's mouth with the poison in her other hand, threatening to end the child's life unless the man divulged the information they sought. Overwhelmed by the impending tragedy, the father relented, his resolve crumbling as he begged the Grandmaster to spare his daughter, agreeing to disclose everything. Suddenly, a figure sprinted towards the scene, Lu Xing. Utilizing his mastery of the breath of wind technique, he swiftly liberated the little girl from the Grandmaster's clutches before she even registered his presence. Startled, the Grandmaster turned to face Lu Xing, recognizing him from their previous encounter and sensing something unique about him. Meanwhile, Lu Xing remained composed, maintaining a distance with the rescued girl clinging tightly to him. Fixing his gaze on the Grandmaster, he questioned her suitability as a master for resorting to harming a defenseless child. Caught off guard, the Grandmaster hesitated before inquiring if Lu Xing belonged to the Dark Star faction. Observing him closely, she acknowledged his lack of master status but marveled at his formidable strength. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing gently placed the girl on the ground and pressed the Grandmaster for information about Dark Star. In a sudden blur of movement, he disappeared and reappeared behind her, stunning her with his declaration of being the Sun incarnate. Before she could fully process his words, a massive hand loomed over her, casting her in the shadow of Lu Xing's towering presence. Paralyzed with shock, she was powerless as he seized her face, his immense strength overwhelming her. With a swift motion, Lu Xing slammed her into the ground with sheer force, causing the earth to quake and sending shockwaves rippling outward. As blood gushed from her nose and mouth, she attempted to speak but found herself silenced by Lu Xing's relentless assault. Harnessing the power of his golden immortal body, Lu Xing delivered another devastating blow, driving the Grandmaster deeper into the ground. The impact unleashed a surge of energy, culminating in a colossal explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. Amidst the settling dust, Lu Xing surveyed the aftermath, finding the Grandmaster lifeless in a crater. Standing beside her motionless form, he remarked casually on her weakness. As Lu Xing's formidable strength unfolded before them, the father and daughter trembled in terror, their fear palpable as he turned his gaze towards them. With a sudden outburst, the father emitted a shrill cry of alarm, overwhelmed by the sight before him. Stammering and flustered, he hastily agreed to divulge the whereabouts of the dense gold mine to Lu Xing, pleading for their release in return. Yet, to their surprise, Lu Xing displayed no interest in the information, opting instead to depart without further ado. The man struggled to comprehend the unexpected turn of events, cradling his daughter close as he questioned why the young boy had intervened on their behalf. Unperturbed, Lu Xing offered a nonchalant explanation, stating that he had merely happened upon their predicament and assisted them without much thought. With the ordeal concluded, he saw no reason to linger, asserting that he had no need for the location of a single mine when his dream space could reveal countless unexplored locations worldwide. Moved by the boy's selfless act, the man tenderly reassured his daughter, affirming Lu Xing's goodness for aiding them without seeking anything in return. However, their moment of relief was short-lived as the man suddenly convulsed, expelling a gush of blood from his lips. The father's body had been ravaged by the injuries sustained in the previous altercation, rendering him unable to continue on foot. Urgently, he urged his daughter to flee to safety and protect herself. Hearing the desperate plea, Lu Xing swiftly returned, grasping the man's arm and hoisting him upright with a strength that astonished them both. Perplexed by this unexpected display of assistance, the man questioned why Lu Xing would go to such lengths to aid them. With a resigned sigh, Lu Xing explained that having already intervened once to extricate them from danger, he felt compelled to see their plight through to its conclusion, offering his aid without reservation. After some time had passed, Lu Xing escorted the father-daughter duo to the five-star hotel where he was lodging. Upon arriving at his room, he gestured for the man to take a seat on the couch, graciously accepting the man's thanks for his assistance. Without delay, Lu Xing retrieved a bottle of medicine and handed it to the man, instructing him to consume it. Sensing the need for privacy, the father gently urged his daughter to retire to bed, explaining that he needed to speak with Lu Xing alone for a while. Reluctantly, the girl acquiesced and departed, leaving the two men to converse in solitude. As the door closed behind the little girl, Lu Shang produced an item from his pocket and placed it on the table before the man. It was a ring, salvaged from the deceased female assassin's body. Curious about its significance, Lu Shang queried the man regarding its origins, particularly its association with Din's Gold and the enigmatic Dark Star organization. In response, the man divulged that both the ring and the Dark Star were part of international organizations shrouded in mystery, operating clandestinely across numerous nations. He explained that the ring bore the imprint of a master-level martial artist, with the potential for even stronger imprints, such as divine imprints, to exist. Intrigued by the extent of these organizations' power, Lu Shang pressed further, inquiring about the existence of grandmasters or martial saints within their ranks. However, the man admitted his lack of knowledge regarding such secretive matters. Lost in contemplation, Lu Shang resolved to seek answers from Ellie within the dream realm, recognizing the historical precedent of numerous organizations vying for supremacy against established world powers. Turning his attention back to the man, Lu Shang queried his intentions moving forward. The man expressed his intention to proceed cautiously, unwilling to impose further upon Lu Shang's kindness after all he had already done for them. Reflecting for a moment, Lu Shang conceived a plan, realizing that he possessed the means to resolve their predicament definitively. Lu Shang approached the man with a calm demeanor, expressing confidence that he possessed a solution to their predicament. The man's anxiety became palpable, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he eagerly implored Lu Shang to divulge his escape plan from the clutches of the pursuing organizations. Desperate for a way out, he pledged his willingness to cooperate with any proposal Lu Shang might offer. With a serene smile gracing his features, Lu Shang leaned in, requesting the middle-aged man to disclose the whereabouts of a certain dense gold mine. The man, now intrigued, instructed Lu Shang to retrieve his phone and proceeded to display the coveted location on a satellite map. Upon receiving the information, Lu Shang deftly manipulated his phone, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he reassured the middle-aged man that their pursuers would trouble them no longer. Intrigued by Lu Shang's swift resolution, the middle-aged man leaned closer, attempting to catch a glimpse of the unfolding plan. His incredulity peaked as he questioned how such a complex problem could be solved in mere moments. Displaying the screen of his mobile device, Lu Shang revealed that he had disseminated the location of the dense gold mine across public forums. The middle-aged man stood in stunned disbelief, realizing the magnitude of the revelation. A treasure worth hundreds of billions laid bare to the world at Lu Shang's casual whim. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ring Imprint Organization's headquarters, a flurry of activity ensued as personnel diligently monitored the movements and signals of their members. Alarm rippled through the room as it was discovered that the signal of the ninth member had been lost, prompting speculation about potential complications. One individual, bearing a troubled expression, voiced concerns regarding the laxity in their pursuit of the middle-aged man, emphasizing the threat posed by his possession of the gold mine's location. Before any further deliberation could take place, a collective gasp swept through the room as it came to light that the confidential information had been leaked online, rapidly disseminating across various platforms. The online post stated that the gold mine was worth hundreds of billions, catching the attention of many organizations and powerful individuals worldwide. The supervisor, with brown hair, shouted in anger, his veins bulging on his forehead. They had been chasing the middle-aged man for a long time, and many members had died trying to get the secret location of the gold mine. Lu Shang's move surprised them. In a room deep within the headquarters, a man slammed his fist on the sofa handle. He didn't expect such a bold move. Now, the middle-aged man held no value because the information had leaked online. This man, dressed in red, shouted angrily, ordering everyone to find out who leaked the information and made them look foolish. He told his subordinates to find that person and teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, at the five-star hotel, the middle-aged man checked the online post on his phone. Within seconds, there were many comments below it, with people rushing to search for the mine. With a strange look in his eyes, he glanced at Lu Shang. He wondered if the young man didn't know the value of the gold mine, or if it didn't matter to him at all. This made him ponder who exactly Lu Shang was. Later, Lu Shang advised the man to rest for a day in the hotel room and suggested he hide with his daughter somewhere safe for a few days until the commotion caused by the gold mine passed. After giving his advice, Lu Shang wished the man good luck and said goodbye before leaving. Just as he was about to leave, the little girl who had been sleeping came out of the room and asked if they would meet again in the future. Lu Shang sat down, patted the girl on her head, and assured her before leaving. Meanwhile, at the old factory site where Lu Shang had confronted the female grandmaster, two inconspicuous people arrived to investigate the scene after tracking the female. They were also part of the Ring Imprint organization. One man wondered why the ninth member was so weak that someone could grab her head and kill her on the spot. The other person, kneeling before the corpse, suggested that the killer must have been very strong because there were no signs of resistance. It seemed like she couldn't fight back at all. They found the female corpse in a huge crater, as if a machine had dug it. No one would have expected it to be caused by smashing a grandmaster's head on the ground. The scene was incredibly cruel and violent. The man who was examining the corpse stood up and asked his comrade about their next steps. He hesitantly asked if they should keep chasing the culprit. The other man, pointing at the corpse, said it would be a waste to pursue a monstrous martial artist who could kill the ninth without any effort. He also mentioned that the location of the gold mine had already been published, making the mission useless and dangerous. After considering these suggestions, they both decided not to pursue the matter. Meanwhile, after leaving the five-star hotel, Lu Shang entered the Dream Realm to investigate the information related to these evil organizations. There were several active organizations during this period, such as Dark Star, Ring Imprint, and Black Demon Society. Some of these societies had been active for thousands of years. Throughout history, it had been rare to find a martial saint, even over thousands of years. Lu Shang suspected there might be a martial saint among these organizations, possibly supported by different states or countries. Looking through the information provided by Ellie, Lu Shang discovered that the Ring Imprint organization was researching otherworldly martial artists. They had caused trouble worldwide and had been attacked by several countries. This led Lu Shang to wonder about these otherworldly martial artists. Upon searching for data, he found that these martial artists were created by transplanting genes from otherworldly monsters, resulting in incredibly strong martial artists who could surpass others at the same level by several times. Considering the implications of this information, Lu Shang pondered the potential consequences of such powerful beings being manipulated by these organizations. He realized that if these otherworldly martial artists were to be unleashed upon the world, the consequences could be catastrophic. It was clear to him that he needed to take action to prevent such a disaster from occurring. As he delved deeper into his investigation, Lu Shang began to formulate a plan to disrupt the operations of these organizations and put an end to their dangerous experiments. But there are both advantages and disadvantages involved in this process. After receiving the transplantation, both the consciousness and the body will be eroded and transformed. It is simply like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. After learning this information, Lu Shang came to realize that the female master he encountered previously also felt unusual, which meant that the Ring Imprint had already begun using such technology. Thinking about this, Lu Shang felt something wrong. He wondered if this organization is related to the invasion of otherworldly monsters. But even so, centuries had passed since the time the monsters invaded. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were no fools. They should be able to deal with such situation easily. Therefore, Lu Shang decided to not get involved in these matters any further. He decided, if he encountered them in the future, he will just clear them up. About the otherworldly martial artist, even though this path of martial art was a bit unconventional, it is not without merits. Lu Shang decided to check it out in the future. After checking out the information regarding these evil information, Lu Shang closed the panels. After that, he asked Ellie to bring out the information of father and daughter whom he saved before. After going through the information, their future did not seem bleak. It was quite better. The little girl, Gu Luyan, had become investigation branch chief after growing up into a stunning lady. She devoted her to track down Ring Imprint, Dark Star, Black Demon Society, and other such organizations. The total number of terrorists she has shot dead exceeded 800. After reading the little girl information, Lu Shang was flabbergasted. He did not expect to save an international elite member by helping someone. As he scrolled down on the information, the marital status section left him speechless. The little girl had unrequited love for the martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Shang, the perfected martial saint. Therefore, she never got married. Lu Shang was left speechless. His eyes narrowed. He kept staring at the virtual screen for some moment. Coming back to his senses, sweat poured down his face. He instantly swiped away the virtual screen, deciding not to read such messy information again so as not to ruin his Dao heart. Later, he checked out some other information on virtual platform. After that, he decided to deal with the scumbag Lian Yi. Later, Lu Shang left for Fengzhe City. Upon arriving at the working community area, he swiftly located the residence of Fu Jiaming, the victim of the heinous acts committed by Lian Yi and his father. Lu Shang confidently knocked on the door, hoping to find some answers. After a brief pause, a woman cautiously opened the door, leaving only a small gap. and inquired about Lu Shang's intentions. He explained that he was looking for Fu Jiaming. The mention of Fu Jiaming's name seemed to unsettle the woman, who nervously denied any knowledge and urged Lu Shang to search elsewhere. Hastily, she attempted to shut the door, but Lu Shang swiftly blocked it with his foot. Startled, the woman demanded to know what Lu Shang wanted. Undeterred, Lu Shang reiterated his inquiry, expressing his belief that Fu Jiaming resided at that address. Seeing his determination, the woman relented and admitted that Fu Jiaming no longer lived there. She cautioned Lu Shang that if he refused to leave, she would involve the police. Hearing this, Lu Shang became impatient. He didn't know who this woman was or why she lived here, but it was clear she was hiding something. Not wanting to waste too much time, Lu Shang glared at her and told her that he wasn't interested in the house. All he wanted to know was where the man was. The woman, meeting Lu Shang's gaze, involuntarily took a few steps back. Seconds later, she pointed in a direction and said the man now lived beside the dumpster. She even called him an old madman, mentioning that he went insane after his whole family died. In a soft voice, she added that she hadn't stolen his house because the man had lost his mind. Lu Shang let out a sigh. Then with a light nod, he thanked her and left. He didn't want to get involved in any dispute between them. His main goal for today was to find the man. As Lu Shang walked away, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, puzzled why anyone would specifically look for the old madman. But she felt reassured that Lu Shang seemed uninterested in the house. Lu Shang circled the old building and eventually found the trash heap in a corner. An old man, dressed in ragged clothes, was rummaging through a garbage bin. Lu Shang took out a photo of the victim's father, carefully comparing it before calling out the man's name. The man, whose shoes were worn out and his toes were sticking out of them, paid no mind to the stench and flies surrounding the garbage bin. He squinted his eyes and looked towards Lu Shang when he heard his name. Taking a few steps closer, Lu Shang examined him. Seeing Lu Shang approach, the old man looked at him wearily, asking who he was and why he was looking for him. Lu Shang examined the photo in his hand, likely an old work ID of the man before the tragedy. He figured that the man should be in his late 40s this year. However, now looking at the man before him with entirely gray hair and a face as dark and wrinkled as dried bark, Lu Shang couldn't help but sigh, wondering what hardships the old man had endured during this time. Getting no response, the man asked again, this time raising his voice, his tone becoming more serious. Lu Shang, however, remained silent. The man used to work as a manager in a factory and had a happy family life with his wife and 2 daughters. One night, his younger daughter was abducted on her way home from a night class by people from the Jidao Martial School. Upon hearing the news, the elder daughter went to confront the culprits but never returned. A week later, the bodies of both sisters were found on a riverbank outside the city, meeting tragic ends. What they went through was unimaginable. Unable to bear the loss, the man's wife took her own life. The man sought help everywhere he could, but to no avail. Finally, after kneeling for weeks at the entrance of the 7th Divine Martial University, he sought out the martial saint and begged him to help. The martial saint didn't agree on the spot nor declined. Seeing that Lu Shang hadn't responded after being asked twice, the man instinctively grabbed a garbage bag by his feet, thinking Lu Shang was there to steal from him. Witnessing this, Lu Shang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke up, telling the man that he was a classmate of the man's younger daughter and had come specifically to see him. Perhaps hearing his daughter's name sparked something, as something seemed to suddenly light up. He stepped forward excitedly, examining Lu Shang, hardly daring to believe, and asked Lu Shang if he really was his daughter's classmate. Lu Shang nodded and told the man he was there to help him today. The old man's lips quivered for a moment, but suddenly his demeanor became fierce. He looked at Lu Shang angrily, loudly accusing him of lying. As it turned out, the man had searched for all of his daughter's classmates and friends himself. He was sure that Lu Shang definitely wasn't one of them. The man was not insane as everyone claimed he was, his emotions running high, even going so far as to grab Lu Shang by the collar, furiously accusing him of deceit. He wondered if Lu Shang was here trying to take something from him, just like everyone else. The man's breathing became rapid, his speech almost incoherent, as he stared intently at Lu Shang, raising his voice to say he remembered those people, every single one of them, but each one had claimed not to have seen his daughter. His eyes gradually reddened, veins bulging with a bitter smile. He shook his head, knowing they were all lying. How could it be that none had seen her? They were simply afraid of telling the truth. His voice grew more suppressed towards the end, and he crouched down as if about to cry. Lu Shang took a deep breath, patted the man's shoulder, apologized for claiming to be his daughter's classmate, and then crouched down beside him. However, he calmly and earnestly insisted that he indeed came to help. The man seemed confused, his gaze landing on Lu Sheng as if he had discovered something. He suddenly grabbed Lu Sheng's hand and then excitedly asked if Lu Sheng was a powerful martial artist. Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, the man's demeanor transformed to one of joy, as if he had finally seen hope after years of waiting. The man had already met many martial artists and could almost recognize one at a glance. He then turned, squatting down to rummage through his burlap bag, pulling out various bottles and jars and some loose change, offering all his treasures to Lu Sheng if he could help him kill the lean father and son. Lu Sheng looked at the items in the man's hand, covered in flies, but didn't say anything. Seeing Lu Sheng's silence, the man grew anxious, and after several seconds, eventually, he discarded everything, clattering to the ground. His body trembled with fear, worried that Lu Sheng might refuse due to the insufficient amount of money. He hurriedly promised that he could earn more, insisting that selling the scrap could still fetch some money. The man begged Lu Sheng for help. He had nothing left, even offering his own life if necessary. Lu Sheng observed the desperate man before him. At this very moment, there was no expression on Lu Sheng's face, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, the old man suddenly fell silent. He squatted on the ground, head bowed. From his tone, it seemed to be filled with self-mockery and despair. As he looked at the bottles and jars, some shattered, tears welled up in his eyes. He didn't think Lu Sheng would help him anymore and started to mutter to himself, questioning whether Lu Sheng had come just to mock him, or perhaps the Jidao martial arts school had sent him to check if he was dead yet. The old man burst into laughter, yet tears continued to stream down his face. He gritted his teeth with hatred, vowing to keep living no matter what, to survive until he saw the demise of those responsible for his family's tragedy. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Lu Sheng. His words were venomous yet determined to live until he could witness their tragic death, to see them descend and rot in hell. Lu Sheng squatted down, picking up a yellowed and faded photo lying among the debris. It was a family portrait of the man, captured years ago when they were still a warm and intact family. Perhaps no one would have thought the tragedy would happen to them. Holding the photo, Lu Sheng told the man he would borrow it for a while and calmly assured him, "You will see it happen, I promise you." The old man paused as if he hadn't heard clearly. By the time he looked up again, Lu Sheng was already walking away. The old man's gaze followed him in confusion, his dry lips repeatedly murmuring, "Thank you, thank you," tears flowing as he thought, even if Lu Sheng was lying to him, he was grateful. Lu Sheng exhaled slowly, feeling slightly relieved. He had thought his mental fortitude was strong, as he only wanted to focus solely on his own family martial arts and preventing the catastrophe 10,000 years from now. Taking on this task was simply an act of convenience. After all, with so much darkness and tragedy in the world, he couldn't possibly help everyone. Yet, something about this man's plight struck a chord within him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was a chubby man in shorts and a tank top, smoking a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled before speaking to Lu Sheng, telling him that it's been a long time since anyone came looking for the old man. Curious, Lu Sheng asked if it used to happen more often. The chubby man replied with a bitter smile, saying it was frequent, but mostly by those looking to swindle the man's money. In the years following his family's demise, the man, driven mad by grief, sought help for revenge from anyone who was a martial artist, offering his life savings and everything else he had in return. However, everyone knew the culprit behind his family's tragedy was the Jidao martial school. Eventually, the man was cheated out of everything, including his sanity and even his home. The chubby man approached Lu Sheng for a chat, noting that Lu Sheng hadn't taken the man's money, which he found commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste a single second talking to him. After another puff of his cigarette, he curiously asked what Lu Sheng was there for. Lu Sheng smiled and simply replied that he would go find them and then kill these bastards. The chubby man was stunned, only until the ash from his cigarette fell onto his thigh, snapping him back to reality. Meanwhile, at the 7th Divine Martial University, a cloaked person sat in Zhao's office, sipping on his beverage while blowing on the steam. The person mentioned that Lu Sheng hadn't gone to Ming City. Zhao nodded, aware that Lu Sheng returned yesterday and had taken on 2 new missions. The cloaked person, with a smirk, pointed out that Lian Yi currently resides in Ming City, though Lu Sheng could have gone there first. He seemed to deliberately take a longer route to him. This clearly indicated Lu Sheng's intention to avoid Lian Yi and seemed to have given up on the second option offered by the martial saint. However, the The person claimed this was the actual test from the martial saint himself. After a pause and another sip of the beverage, he remarked, "It's natural to seek fortune and avoid disaster." Xiao remained expressionless, setting down his drink, believing it too early to draw conclusions since there was still time before the competition. The cloaked person finished his drink in one gulp, while noting there's not much time left after all. The martial saint isn't known for giving second chances. Xiao didn't respond this time, his gaze fixed outside the window, deep in thought, hoping Lu Shang wouldn't disappoint the martial saint. Back to the 7th Divine Martial University, which had gradually calmed down, was once again stirred with waves of excitement today. Upon hearing the announcement, many students made their way to the center of the campus. There, they witnessed the latest news on the screens. A tall figure clad in a tank top while carrying a metallic sword on his back was seen slowly making his way into the campus. This was Xiao Lan, previously ranked second on the senior students list. He had accepted a double mission and had returned much sooner than expected. Even through the screen, some of the students could sense his intense aura. Many freshmen gathered together, chatting excitedly about the notorious AA missions known for their extreme difficulty. Among them stood Chan Yixian, quietly observing a man he had once bested in combat displayed on a screen. Chen pondered whether Xiao Lan had surpassed his own martial prowess. Before long, a cheerful girl with 2 ponytails approached him, her smile infectious as she relayed the news of Xiao Lan's likely return for the National Martial Arts Competition, a grand event occurring once every 2 years. Chen couldn't afford to miss it, yet he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. He sighed heavily, contemplating the inevitable challenges awaiting not just them, but all participants, including the much-touted prodigies. However, Chen found solace in the thought of Lu Shang's formidable skills potentially leading their university to victory. The girl, seemingly privy to insider information, shared with Chen the unsettling revelation that Lu Shang would not be participating in the competition. Chen's confusion grew. Why would a talent like Lu Shang choose to abstain? The girl enlightened him, revealing that her father, employed at the university, had disclosed Lu Shang's dilemma. He had been tasked with 2 tests by the esteemed martial saint, one of which involved undertaking an SSS-ranked secret mission. It dawned on Chun that the true test lay in foregoing the martial arts competition, orchestrated by none other than the martial saint himself. This revelation stirred a mixture of frustration and resentment towards the university's leadership for seemingly stifling Lu Shang's potential. The girl, sensing Chen's growing agitation, urged him to keep his voice down, cautioning against questioning the martial saint's enigmatic motives. Chen sighed, his expression a blend of regret and indignation, his frustration palpable as he recalled the events of the martial arts competition from 2 years prior. The memory of the Ji Dao Martial School's twin stars dominating the competition, leaving their rivals humiliated, still lingered. Rumors swirled about a new prodigy emerging this year, rumored to surpass even the twin stars in prowess. Initially, Chun had pinned his hopes on Lu Shang to redeem their university's honor. However, as graduation loomed, it appeared they were destined for yet another defeat. The weight of disappointment bore down on Qin as he grappled with the implications of Lu Shang's absence from the competition and the uncertain future it heralded for their university's martial arts legacy. The girl reached out and gently touched Qin's cheek, comforting him with soft words, telling him not to worry. Chun blushed at the gesture, only to hear her jokingly remark that getting defeated multiple times would eventually become more tolerable. Essentially, she was saying to just get used to it. However, her words felt like a punch to the gut, hitting a sore spot for Qin. Meanwhile, upon returning to campus, Lu Shang took on 2 new missions, but chose to stay in his dormitory instead of immediately starting them. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. It was an email from the school, notifying participants to gather at the school entrance at 8 a.m. in 3 days to attend the competition. The email warned that failing to show up on time would be considered forfeiting the right to participate. For some reason, he suspected this final reminder was specifically intended for him. Anyway, he had noticed several suspicious figures lingering around him since his return to campus, likely sent by the school to monitor whether he would leave his dormitory. There were also people in a distant building constantly watching him. Lu Shang let out a cold smirk. It seemed like everyone preferred him not to participate in the martial arts competition. However, they all knew Lu Shang wasn't easily swayed by others' desires. Gazing at the Divine Martial Tower, he knew for a fact that neither the 7th Divine Martial University nor the Martial Saints himself could sway his decision. For the next 3 days, he remained in his dormitory. The 3rd day quickly arrived, and as the competition commenced, several buses were parked at the entrance of the university, surrounded by many students. The top 10 from the senior student rankings had already arrived, and numerous freshmen were there to cheer them on. The vice principal, Shao, was leading the team himself. However, he seemed to be searching for someone, his gaze wandering through the crowd. Despite this, the students behind him were excited, believing that with the Demon King joining the fray, their university was poised to redeem its past humiliations. Yet, as time passed without any sign of Lu Sheng, Chun stood amongst the crowd, a wry smile on his face. Clearly, these people were unaware that Lu Sheng had no intention of attending. To him, becoming the disciple of the martial saint was far more significant than participating in a competition. Shao kept looking at his watch, letting out a sigh as the departure time got closer. He wasn't sure if he felt disappointed that Lu Sheng wasn't coming or maybe relieved that he made a better choice. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed a strong presence coming closer. Looking up, he saw a figure descending from the sky, causing excitement and cheers in the crowd. Everyone eagerly shouted Lu's name. Although Zhao's expression was mixed, Lu Sheng calmly approached, apologizing for being late. Xiao whispered to Lu Sheng that he still had time to change his mind. The competition hadn't started yet, and he could still choose not to participate. Lu Sheng calmly reminded Xiao of his own advice, saying it's important to follow his own will. Xiao seemed like he wanted to say more, but then took a deep breath and signaled everyone to board the bus. The students cheered loudly, supporting the team representing their university. After hours of traveling on the bus, everyone was given university uniforms, which Lu Sheng also changed into. As the team leader, the vice principal waited until everyone was dressed before explaining the competition details. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng gazed out the window, lost in thought about his own matters. He thought about the realm of a grandmaster, where one's blood energy level is as fervent as a furnace, forming one's first martial will and creating a grandmaster's force field. Then he pondered the 8th level, the great grandmaster. From his experiences in the dream realm, he knew that at this level, one's blood energy becomes exceptionally powerful, easily exceeding 100,000. It flows like rivers, burning like magma, capable of melting steel with combat power exceeding tens of millions. To reach this point, one's blood energy must transition from a liquid to a solid state. Just thinking about it was kind of scary, but Lu Sheng knew he was only a step away from achieving this, ready to break through at any moment. As a result, this would continuously refine the body of the martial artist, making them stronger the longer they remained in the Great Grandmaster realm. Another benefit of entering the Great Grandmaster realm is that blood energy doesn't weaken as quickly, allowing martial artists to stay in peak condition for longer. This also gives them a chance to reach the 9th level, the martial saint realm, in their lifetime. Lu Sheng noticed changes in his body and wondered when he would achieve this state. But one thing was clear. If given the opportunity, he was determined to experience it firsthand. Closing his eyes, Lu Sheng decided to rest for a bit. After some time, they finally arrived at their destination. Stepping off the bus, Lu Sheng surveyed the scene. They were at the foot of a mountain, alongside students from the 7th Divine Martial University and other 6 Divine Martial Universities. Ordinary students could only watch the live broadcast from there, but only the strong could ascend to the summit. The vice principal gathered everyone, preparing to climb the mountain. However, Lu Sheng had already dashed ahead. He knew he wasn't yet ready to face a martial saint directly, but he aimed to prepare in advance. As long as the martial saint didn't intervene personally, he believed even the great grandmasters posed no real threat to him. Through these battles, he would grow stronger, determined to one day challenge the martial saints as easily as kicking a soccer ball. Lu Sheng pondered why everyone thought the mission was the right choice, and why the martial saint didn't want him to participate in the competition. Perhaps there were ulterior motives. A few minutes later, while everyone was going up the mountain using the stairs, Xiao started going faster and moved ahead of all the students who couldn't keep up with him. After some time of climbing, Xiao stopped on a step, put one leg up on the next one, leaned his arm on his knee, and turned his head slightly towards the students. He told them to stop because he needed to make a list. Xiao turned to count the students using his fingers. When he finished counting, he noticed that Lu Sheng was missing. He asked the students if Lu Sheng was still behind. One student, looking at Xiao, explained that Lu Sheng had already gone ahead a while ago. The student also asked if Xiao hadn't noticed how fast Lu Sheng had climbed. Xiao was surprised to hear this. Everyone looked ahead and saw they still had many steps to climb, without any sign of Lu Sheng. Xiao was astonished because he couldn't believe Lu Sheng had climbed so high so quickly. Meanwhile, a few hundred steps higher than Xiao and the others, 2 siblings with orange hair were climbing the stairs. The man put his hand on his waist, turned to his sister Xiao Yun and said they should rest here before continuing. Xiao Yun looked at her brother with confusion and said she still had energy. She asked why they couldn't climb all the steps at once. He turned his head slightly towards her, looked into her eyes, and explained that since it was her first time at Wang Mountain, there were rules she didn't know. He wanted to take this chance to explain them to her. Hearing this, Xiao Yun turned her head slightly towards him, looked into his eyes, and asked which rules he meant. He explained that they had reached the cloud level, and beyond that were 5 stone steps, currently hidden by clouds. Both of them gazed up at the top of Marshall Saint Mountain, their eyes fixed on the distant peak. He began to explain the significance of the 5 stone steps, describing them as the path to heaven due to the sensation of ascending to celestial realms upon climbing them. But before he could delve into the historical events of 200 years ago, Xiao Yun interjected, her finger pointing upward toward the sky. Looking directly into his eyes, she urged him to cut to the chase, asserting that she was already familiar with the background. With a rueful smile, he admitted that perhaps her father's characterization of him as a bit soft held some truth. He acknowledged her impatience and decided to forego further preamble. Straightening up, he launched into the tale of Saint Zhou Fahai, a legendary figure who had once practiced on the mountain. Zhou Fahai's exploits included refining his body with celestial fire and tempering it with celestial thunder, ultimately attaining divine perception and ascending to the status of a revered master. Even after 2 centuries, the aura of his greatness still lingered over Marshall Saint Mountain. The crux of the matter, he explained, lay in the opportunity that Saint Zhou Fahai had left behind for aspiring martial artists. It was said that any practitioner under the age of 30, possessing sufficient talent, could activate this opportunity by ascending the 5 stone steps without pausing. As he gestured skyward, a sense of reverence imbued his movements, as if invoking the spirits of the mountain itself. With closed eyes and outstretched arms, he painted a vivid picture of the celestial phenomenon that would accompany such an achievement. Xiao Yun, her curiosity piqued, questioned the nature of this celestial and earthly phenomenon. Before he could respond, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The clouds, previously shrouding the mountain's peak, began to dissipate at an accelerated pace. Both siblings turned their attention upward, their hearts pounding with anticipation. As the veil of mist parted, revealing the radiant summit, they were met with a breathtaking spectacle. The peak of Marshall Saint Mountain glowed with an otherworldly luminosity, suffused with a radiant golden hue that seemed to pulse with divine energy. Mesmerized by the sight, they stood in silent awe, pondering the mysteries of the mountain and the extraordinary destiny that awaited those who dared to climb its revered steps. He explained to his sister the phenomenon he had described earlier, where clouds and fog swirled around, creating a mysterious and murky atmosphere. He emphasized that whoever could trigger such a phenomenon would ascend to become a master in the future. But before he could finish speaking, something immense appeared above them, leaving them both speechless. In the sky, a giant whale emerged from the clouds, its majestic form captivating their attention as it began to sing. He explained to Xiao Yun the significance of this event, highlighting the rarity of the long song of the white whale, which represented the highest category of phenomenon. As they watched in wonder, smaller whales joined the giant one, adding to the spectacle unfolding before them. With a trembling voice, he conveyed to his sister the gravity of the moment, suggesting that they might be witnessing history unfold right before their eyes. Xiao Yun, intrigued by the sight, directed her gaze towards her brother, seeking an explanation for the significance of the whales. In response, he revealed that atop the mountain lay the potential for at least 3 young individuals to become formidable martial masters in the future. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she processed this information, prompting her to inquire about the presence of 3 martial masters at the summit. He clarified that while these individuals possessed the potential to achieve such mastery, their attainment of such status remained uncertain. Despite this uncertainty, he emphasized the remarkable opportunity presented by the prospect of achieving greatness before the age of 30, a privilege bestowed upon only a select few. As Xiao Yun absorbed his words, a sense of determination surged within her. Without hesitation, she set off running towards the summit, her eyes alight with the desire to test her own potential. Turning towards her retreating figure, he watched with a mixture of pride and apprehension, silently hoping that she would find success in her endeavor to provoke a phenomenon akin to the majestic whales gracing the sky above. At that moment, Lu Sheng rushed past Xiao Yun with incredible speed, his movements so swift that neither of them sensed his presence. He ascended the stairs at an astonishing rate, each step he took accompanied by a brilliant blue energy radiating from his body. Along his path, he left behind a luminous trail of this energy, marking his passage. Turning to her brother, Xiaoyun gazed at the trail of energy with wide eyes filled with surprise. She found herself speechless. Her curiosity piqued as she asked her brother who that person was and whether they were truly human. Meanwhile, high above them, a massive golden dragon began to emerge from the mountain's depths, its majestic form slowly unfurling as it made its way towards the summit. Witnessing this sight, the man beside Xiaoyun began to tremble, his gaze fixed on the awe-inspiring spectacle unfolding before them. He explained to his sister that what they were witnessing was the sacred dragon's ascent, a mythical creature said to possess the power to consume all in its path. Seeing it materialize before their eyes, he couldn't help but believe that the legends surrounding the dragon were indeed true. In the blink of an eye, the sacred dragon closed the distance between itself and Lu Sheng. Flying alongside him, it locked eyes with the young man as he continued his ascent up the stairs. Lu Sheng turned his head towards the dragon, his mind filled with questions about the unfolding events. Initially, he had embarked on his climb with a simple goal in mind, but as he progressed, he couldn't shake the strange sensation stirring within his heart. It felt as though he stood alone in the world, disconnected from both the sky above and the earth below. Glancing around, he noticed that his body was emanating various energies, a phenomenon he couldn't explain. He pondered how his natural breathing technique had spontaneously activated, despite his simple and straightforward approach to the climb. It seemed as though some unseen force was guiding him, propelling him ever upwards towards his destination. Beside him, the sacred dragon extended its massive claws and seized hold of the white whales that floated nearby. With deliberate movements, it began to consume them, adding to Lu Sheng's confusion. He couldn't comprehend the significance of the dragon's actions. Initially, there had been only 3 whales, and now a dragon had joined their ranks. Unsure if this was part of some elaborate welcoming ceremony, he continued his ascent, his mind filled with wonder and uncertainty. The sacred dragon came to a halt before him, and in response, he paused as well, his gaze fixed on the dragon's eyes as he pondered the unfolding situation. A deep, resonating roar emanated from the dragon, directed towards Lu Sheng's body, catching him off guard. As he processed the sensation, he realized that the roar seemed to connect with his own martial spirit, leading him to conclude that the dragon possessed an immense and potent energy within it. After several minutes of ascent, Lu Sheng finally reached the peak, surrounded by the majestic presence of the sacred dragon. The sight left the other students in awe, their astonishment evident on their faces. Among them, one man couldn't help but scratch his head in bewilderment, wondering aloud about the identity of this enigmatic figure and how he had managed to evoke such a response from the sacred dragon. Observing from afar, students from various martial schools, including the twins from Jidao Martial School and St. Miao from Beyond Chaoyu Martial School, recognized the vast difference in stature between themselves and Lu Sheng. They were left to ponder the origin of this seemingly extraordinary individual who had emerged seemingly out of nowhere. As Lu Sheng descended to the ground, the sacred dragon continued to hover around him, its presence adding to the mystique surrounding him. A keen-eyed student remarked on the unusual turbulence in the air, noting the ascension of the sacred dragon and the submission of all things to its power. Meanwhile, an elderly man with flowing hair and a lengthy beard turned his gaze towards Lu Sheng, expressing his awe at the spectacle unfolding before them. He instructed his students to investigate Lu Sheng's identity, a directive they promptly followed. Amidst the whispers and murmurs of the gathered students, one voice rose above the rest, questioning how someone from the seemingly insignificant 7th St. Martial University could command such attention and respect from the sacred dragon. Another student chimed in, recalling tales of past martial arts prodigies who had only managed to elicit fleeting glimpses of the sacred whales in their youth, highlighting the magnitude of Lu Sheng's accomplishments. However, the mystery deepened as a girl with striking blue hair stepped forward, revealing her familiarity with Lu Sheng and attesting to his status as a prodigious talent of the 7th generation at the Holy Martial Arts University. Her revelation left the onlookers astounded, realizing that Lu Sheng was the formidable individual who had dominated the tower of the martial arts saints across all 7 universities. Throughout the commotion, Lu Sheng remained composed, acknowledging the admiration directed towards him with a humble smile. With a sense of purpose, he continued on his path, the sacred dragon trailing behind him as he embarked on his journey, leaving his peers to marvel at the extraordinary events unfolding before them. At the top of St. Mountain, where the clouds were slowly clearing, a bunch of students gathered. One guy piped up, saying he wasn't surprised by Lu Sheng's strength. Apparently, Lu Sheng was the top dog, the big cheese, the most valued disciple of the martial saint. Meanwhile, there were these two girls, one with blue hair and another with purple, giving each other looks while the guy went on about Lu Sheng's talents. So, this dude goes on explaining how Lu Sheng's got this insane potential to become a martial saint himself, and if he keeps on improving, he might even outshine the current one. Well, you can imagine. We were all gobsmacked hearing that. Blue-haired girl turns to purple-haired dude and asks if Lu Sheng was seriously going to be stronger than the martial saint. Then, Blondie jumps in, looking at purple-haired guy like, what's the deal with that? Just when things were getting real confusing, this old guy with gray hair strolls up, holding two balls in his hands. Turns out, he's the big shot Grandmaster Qi. He starts spouting some wisdom about temperatures and water turning into ice or vapor, making us scratch our heads. But then, he points out that Lu Sheng's talent isn't as crazy as everyone's making it out to be. While Grandmaster Qi's dropping truth bombs, Lu Sheng's just chilling with his hands in his pockets, not even breaking a sweat. He's like, whatever, man, and keeps walking, not giving a hoot about what anyone thinks. Then Grandmaster Qi drops the bombshell that the whole Mount Martial Saint phenomenon isn't just some test for martial arts talents. He reckons it's all about fate or something, how Lu Sheng's luck with martial arts and Zhou Fuhai's martial saint mojo just clicked together perfectly, causing more fireworks than a New Year's bash. Grandmaster Qi broke it down, saying that the folks before Lu Sheng had probably milked the martial saint mountain for all it was worth, and Lu Sheng just happened to be at the right place at the right time to tap into the leftover fortune. He explained how Lu Sheng's crazy stunt with the sacred dragon was all thanks to this stroke of luck. Closing his eyes for dramatic effect, he emphasized that there was no other way it could have happened, and asked if they honestly believed anyone could outshine the martial saint. The room fell silent as everyone digested Grandmaster Qi's words. Then, this kid with blue hair clenched his fist and smacked it into his palm, agreeing with Grandmaster Qi's logic. He argued that it was downright impossible for anyone to be stronger than the martial saint. Not to be outdone, the blonde-haired boy pointed to the sky, locking eyes with his buddy, and chimed in with a food analogy. He reckoned it was like trying to say the last bite of a meal could fill you up, just didn't make sense. Grandmaster Qi, ever the wise one, turned to the girl with the blue hair, shooting her a knowing smile. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Sheng's superior talent and strength, evident from the aura he had just let rip. The girl met his gaze and nodded back, acknowledging Lu Sheng's prowess. Then, she turned to Lu Sheng, putting a hand under her chin as she looked him in the eye. With a serious expression, she voiced her concern to Grandmaster Qi. Now that Lu Sheng had stirred up trouble, she feared the folks from Ji Dao Martial Academy might start freaking out. As night descended, everyone shuffled over to the mountain hotel. Inside, tension crackled in the air as a man, later identified as Lin Jibei, the martial instructor from Ji Dao, slammed his fist down on the table, demanding answers from the others. With his left hand clenched on the table and the other on his waist, he turned towards the students from Ji Dao Academy, shooting them a piercing gaze. He didn't mince words, expressing his embarrassment over their reaction to Lu Sheng's little stunt. The room fell into shocked silence as Lin Jibei pointed at the Ji Dao students, emphasizing that Lu Sheng wasn't some grandmaster, just a kid with decent talent. He reminded them of their status as the elite of Ji Dao Martial Academy, questioning why they were trembling in fear of a student from the Martial Saint Academy. No one dared to speak up until one student, Chao Qian, known as one of Ji Dao's twin stars, twirled a strand of hair around their finger and broke the silence. Agreeing with instructor Lin, Chao Qian stepped forward, his hand casually resting on his shoulder. He met Lin's gaze head-on, asserting that Lu Sheng was far from being a master at this point. Even if he had potential, it was something for the future, not now. Chao Qian hinted at his own secret skills, suggesting that if he unleashed them on Lu Sheng, he might just give him a run for his money. Another figure, Chao Qing, the other half of Ji Dao's twin stars, joined in. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his jacket, he echoed Chao Qian's sentiments. He argued that true martial arts strength couldn't be judged by flashy tricks alone. Chao Qian stood casually, hands on hips, shooting a confident smirk, but didn't utter a single word. On the other hand, Chao Qing tightened his fist with a cocky grin, boasting to the others that if Lu Sheng were right in front of him, he'd give him a good beating. Instructor Lin Lion stepped forward, fists clenched, and locked eyes with the duo. He emphasized that this was the kind of energy expected from Ji Dao Martial Academy's twin stars. Chao Qing and Chao Qian remained silent, letting the instructor do the talking. With an unsettling aura, the instructor placed a hand over his chest, emitting a sinister vibe as he stared them down. He proposed a little game. The first team to find Lu Sheng in the tournament and take him out would win. He assured everyone he'd handle any interference from the Seven Saints. Meanwhile, in the Chaiyue Martial School lounge, the girl with blue hair sat back on the couch, pulling out her phone. As she scrolled through Lu Sheng's photo, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of affection, her cheeks flushing with a hint of blush. Her brother approached, placing a hand on his hip as he caught her in a lovesick daze. He asked if she was worried about Lu Sheng. Surprised by the question, she met his gaze, her curiosity piqued. With a reassuring smile, he told her not to fret. Lu Sheng might not be all that strong yet, likely not even at the stage of refining his body with martial arts. He assured her she could handle him, reminding her that her real target should be the Ji Dao Martial Academy's twin stars. The brother pointed up to the ceiling, his body glowing with a green aura as he locked eyes with his sister. He explained how they'd already honed their will 2 years back and were now at the quasi-grandmaster stage. She nodded, holding her phone with a distant look, acknowledging his words. But her brother noticed her distant expression and got a bit puzzled. Clenching his fists, he warned her not to get carried away by visions, reminding her that nothing in life was set in stone. Even if those mountain prophecies were legit, he doubted Lu Sheng could hold a candle to her skills. Ignoring her brother's caution, she kept her focus on the photo of Lu Sheng, lost in her own thoughts. Ever since she was a kid, she knew she had a unique talent, seeing spirits and divine beings. And when she saw Lu Sheng ascending, she couldn't shake the feeling of a thick black mist trailing behind him, shrouding Wang Mountain. Was it just her mind playing tricks on her? Meanwhile, in the hotel reception area, students from different academies buzzed with chatter about Lu Sheng. One orange-haired student, gesturing dramatically, dubbed him the demon Lu Sheng, emphasizing his formidable power. Another student chimed in, noting how Lu Sheng had caused an unprecedented stir. Clenching his fist, a third student confidently predicted Lu Sheng's victory. The praise for Lu Sheng echoed as more students joined in, all in awe of his abilities. Another student, with fiery red hair, stood back, arms crossed, observing the scene with a puzzled expression. He silently mused to himself, relieved that he hadn't jumped into a fight with Lu Sheng. He knew that his 4 years of martial arts training would have been shattered if he had faced Lu Sheng's overwhelming power. Just then, another student wearing a hood emerged. Locking eyes with the red-haired student, he shared that he was a living testament to Lu Sheng's influence. Hearing Lu Sheng's voice, the red-haired student turned to face him but remained silent, pondering the sheer strength and determination Lu Sheng must possess to cause such a stir. Realizing that his martial arts will had already solidified, he concluded that another bout with Lu Sheng wouldn't end any differently from their last encounter. Amidst the praise, the student with the hood closed his eyes, sighing in resignation. Sensing his distress, the old director of the 4th Academy placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, advising him not to dwell on it and instead focus on his own path. The old director explained with the 7 martial saint universities unified, there was no need to see Lu Sheng as an adversary. The red-haired boy chimed in, agreeing that Lu Sheng's presence would make the martial arts tournament all the more exciting. Stepping away, the old director turned to Lu Sheng, emphasizing that this tournament was their chance to seize the top spot. Lu Sheng, hood removed and hands in his pockets, simply listened in silence. As the old director distanced himself, he couldn't help but think that Lu Sheng was destined for greatness, likening him to a rising dragon. Zhao's arrival at the hotel reception coincided with a moment of deep contemplation for Lu Sheng. As he observed Lu Sheng, Zhao couldn't shake the feeling of perplexity. He had laid out the plan clearly, eliminate Lian Yi, and the martial saint's protection would shield Lu Sheng, irrespective of his affiliation with the Ji Dao Martial Academy. But it seemed Lu Sheng didn't quite grasp the simplicity of the arrangement. Amidst his musings, Lu Sheng felt an unfamiliar surge of energy coursing through his body. It manifested as a radiant golden aura enveloping him. Intrigued yet puzzled by this sudden influx of power, Lu Sheng's mind drifted to a vision he had once encountered, that of a mighty whale, symbolic of strength and resilience. Without hesitation, he tapped into this mysterious force, drawing upon the essence of the divine whale to bolster his own resolve. In the depths of his consciousness, Lu Sheng began to understand the intricate principles of martial arts dharma. He realized that each movement, each technique, was a manifestation of the profound connection between the practitioner and the natural forces of the universe. Yet, amidst this profound revelation, a ripple of unease disrupted his serenity. Turning his attention to the source of this disturbance, Lu Sheng found himself locking eyes with instructor Lin Jibei, whose presence exuded an aura of palpable hostility. Despite the formidable challenge that lay before him, Lu Sheng remained composed, his mind racing with calculations and strategies to counteract the looming threat. As Lu Sheng contemplated his next move, he couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation wash over him. It seemed that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere along the path, leading him to this moment of uncertainty. Yet, even amidst his doubts, Lu Sheng remained resolute in his determination to overcome whatever obstacles stood in his way. As the tension in the room continued to mount, Lu Sheng made a silent vow to himself. He would not be swayed by doubt or fear. Instead, he would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination, trusting in his own abilities to see him through to victory. And with that unwavering resolve, Lu Sheng prepared himself for the trials that awaited him on Saint Mountain. The championship day had finally arrived, and excitement filled the air as spectators made their way to the stadium. The anticipation for the fights to begin was palpable. Amidst the buzz, a cameraman from the broadcasting team hurried towards the stage, carrying his equipment on his shoulders. However, in his haste, he collided with a man named Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, taken aback by the sudden encounter, closed his eyes momentarily and politely requested the cameraman to let him pass. As Lu Sheng turned his head to address the situation, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the cameraman's presence. He looked at the cameraman with a smile and inquired if the broadcast was live from start to finish. The cameraman, balancing the camera with one hand and placing the other on his waist, confirmed that it was indeed a live broadcast. He explained that most of the equipment had already been set up, anticipating that the conference would officially commence shortly. Expressing regret over their late arrival, the cameraman mentioned the rumored impressive show from below the mountain, hinting at the missed opportunity. Turning his attention back to Lu Sheng, the cameraman closed his eyes and with a smile shared his disappointment at only being able to capture a few photos. However, he remained optimistic, mentioning the typical duration of tournaments spanning 2 or 3 days, holding out hope for another opportunity to capture more moments. As the two conversed, their attention was drawn towards the tournament presenter, who commanded the audience's attention and urged everyone to calm down. Lu Sheng and the cameraman turned towards the stage, where they were met with surprise. The presenter, despite his diminutive stature, exuded a powerful presence. Identifying himself as Elder Jiang He, the main organizer of the conference, the presenter introduced himself on behalf of Sir Tan Zhongyu, renowned as the Saint of Martial Arts. As the championship was about to begin, the audience erupted with excitement. They had been eagerly awaiting the start of the national championship, and the anticipation in the stadium was palpable. Zhang He, the announcer, sensed the energy in the crowd and officially declared the start of the National University Martial Arts Championship. To determine the participants for the group matches, Zhang He explained that the selection had been made through a random drawing of lots. He held up 4 tickets, symbolizing the chosen participants, and invited them to come forward one by one to draw their tickets in order. The first students to draw their tickets were Chao Qian and Chao Qing. As they held the tickets, a surge of powerful energy seemed to emanate from their bodies. With smiles on their faces, they fixed their gaze on Lu Sheng, hinting at an underlying tension or rivalry. Next, it was the girl with blue hair's turn. As she held her ticket, her expression turned solemn, perhaps indicating a sense of melancholy or resignation. There may have been personal reasons or concerns weighing on her mind as she prepared for the competition. Following her, Lin Jibei stepped forward to draw his ticket. Unlike the others, he seemed to exude an aura of malevolence as he stared at his ticket, a sign of potential dark intentions or fierce determination to win at any cost. Finally, it was Lu Sheng's turn. As he held the ticket in his hand, his attention was drawn to another student with orange hair. This student seemed troubled, placing a hand on his head and questioning why he had to face Wang Xian, a fellow student from their school. He explained his seniority and lineage within the school, expressing reluctance to compete against someone he once considered a peer. In response, the orange-haired student reassured his friend, urging him not to overthink the situation. He reminded him that despite their history with Hai Long Martial School, their former peers were now their competitors. By holding up the jacket of their school uniform, he symbolically emphasized the shift in dynamics, suggesting that they should view each other as strangers in the context of the competition. Lu Sheng, having drawn the number 135, contemplated the upcoming match as he examined his ticket. He wondered about his opponent for this round, his thoughts momentarily drifting away from the present moment. However, his reverie was interrupted by the approach of another student nearby who recognized him. The student, approaching from behind, called out to Lu Shang, confirming his identity. Startled, Lu Shang turned to face the student, curious about the sudden interaction. The student, with a relaxed demeanor, introduced himself as Lu Ming, a student from Dongning Martial Arts University. Despite sharing the same initial in their last names, Lu Ming humorously referred to Lu Shang as Brother L. Expressing his admiration for Lu Shang's reputation, Lu Ming complimented him, remarking on his impressive presence. Intrigued, Lu Shang followed Lu Ming's gaze and was surprised by what he saw. Lu Ming explained that the competition primarily consisted of students from various universities in the region. He also mentioned 2 younger students accompanying him, who had specifically come to greet Lu Shang. As the 2 students approached, Lu Shang greeted them warmly, reciprocating their gestures. One of them, a girl with blue hair, expressed her initial doubt about Lu Shang's identity but now greeted him with enthusiasm. She explained her nervousness in his presence, acknowledging his formidable reputation. The other student, a young boy, trembled with excitement upon seeing Lu Shang. He was in awe of Lu Shang's achievements and couldn't believe he had reached such heights. The girl, overwhelmed by her emotions, placed her hand on her chest, trembling as she spoke of Lu Shang's overwhelming power. The boy raised his head towards the sky, his hand shielding his eyes from the sun's glare. With a contemplative expression, he gazed at the vast expanse above, explaining to the girl beside him the unfamiliar sensation he experienced earlier that day. Despite his age, he admitted that it was the first time he felt surpassed by someone of the same age. Referring to Lu Shang, he expressed a sense of admiration and resignation, acknowledging that he could only aspire to reach Lu Shang's level without ever truly surpassing him. 2 nearby students overheard the conversation, prompting the orange-haired student to interject. Recognizing the connection between the boy and Lu Shang, as they were from the same generation, he remarked on their luck. Similarly, the black-haired student chimed in, advising the boy to nurture this relationship as it could prove beneficial in the future. He emphasized the potential long-term advantages of maintaining ties with someone like Lu Shang. In response, the boy turned to the black-haired student, seeking guidance on how to cultivate a relationship with Lu Shang. He expressed his perception of the vast gap separating them from Lu Shang, likening it to an insurmountable abyss. The boy's words instilled a sense of dread in the black-haired student, highlighting the perceived distance between them and Lu Shang. Shortly after, Zhang He addressed the crowd, announcing the cancellation of the draw numbers due to 3 competitors from the gym failing to show up. This meant that competitors, including Lu Shang, would automatically advance to the next round. While the crowd reacted with amazement, Lu Shang, with his hand propped under his chin, turned his attention to Zhang He, the organizer. He couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected turn of events, realizing he had advanced without having to compete. Seizing the opportunity to assess his peers, Lu Shang decided to observe the ongoing fights on the stage. He approached the area where several students were engaged in combat, noting the strict rules governing the matches. Only photographers and referees were allowed to move freely within the designated area. Lu Shang observed the bouts with keen interest, recognizing the skill displayed by one particular fighter, a girl cheering enthusiastically for her older brother. As Lu Shang's body exuded a formidable energy, he fixated his gaze on the stage, a smile playing on his lips. In his mind, he reflected on the mindset of true strength, believing that failure was a concept non-existent in the dictionary of truly powerful individuals. Observing the ongoing matches, Lu Shang contemplated the advantages held by disciples of the gym and the martial arts academy. Despite the potential age advantage of gym disciples, Lu Shang recognized the diverse strengths of martial arts academy students, such as their superior training environments. His thoughts also drifted to the financial support provided to martial artists, realizing that age was less of a barrier for those with institutional backing compared to independent gym disciples. Lost in his musings, Lu Shang was interrupted by Zhang He, who announced the conclusion of the first round. With a gesture towards the stage, Zhang He called out the numbers of the next contestants, including Lu Shang and his opponent, Jiang Yuan. However, just before reaching the stage, Jiang Yuan, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to his knees and declared his surrender to the referee, citing Lu Shang as the reason. This unexpected turn puzzled both the referee and Lu Shang, who couldn't comprehend why Jiang Yuan surrendered before the fight even began. Despite the confusion, Zhang He declared Lu Shang the winner by default, advancing him to the next round. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan trembled with fear, unable to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Recalling Bai Hengchuan's near defeat at Lu Shang's hands, Jiang Yuan feared for his life and chose surrender over potential injury. Feeling disheartened by the anticlimactic victory, Lu Shang left the stage with clenched fists and a heavy heart. He couldn't shake off the frustration of not being able to engage in a proper match. As he walked past his peers, their shock at his subdued demeanor was palpable, unable to understand why Lu Shang felt down despite winning a match where his opponent had surrendered. Among the onlookers, Lin Jibei's intense gaze lingered on Lu Shang, his body pulsating with energy as he cracked his fingers with a knowing smile. His curiosity piqued, Lin Jibei wondered if he was the one tasked with the mission. Several minutes passed, and the atmosphere in the arena grew electric as the audience began to cheer for the students. The stage was set with 4 platforms, allowing for 4 different fights to unfold simultaneously. Amidst the anticipation, Jiang He, the announcer, stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. With a commanding presence, he informed the crowd that the 3rd round of selection was about to commence. Jiang He called out the names of the participants for the next match. Among them were Lu Shang, identified as number 135, and Jiang Long, numbered 452. Directed to platform number 4, Lu Shang readied himself, a sense of excitement building within him. He stretched his fingers, a nervous smile playing on his lips. Finally, it was his moment to shine. As Lu Shang made his way to the stage, he found himself amidst a sea of people, the audience packed tightly around the combat platforms. Determined to reach his destination, he attempted to push through the crowd. However, the sheer number of spectators proved to be an obstacle, impeding his progress. Frustration gnawed at Lu Shang as he struggled against the human tide. Fatigue began to set in, his patience wearing thin. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Lu Shang's expression hardened into a mask of resolve. His gaze shifted towards the combat platform, a surge of spiritual energy pulsating within him. With a sudden burst of power, Lu Shang's spiritual energy radiated outward, creating a path through the throng of people. Spectators marveled at the display, curious about the source of this extraordinary energy. Undeterred, Lu Shang continued his steady advance towards platform 4, hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Amidst the crowd, a muscular man with green hair forcefully made his way towards Lu Shang, his expression contorted with anger. Clenching his fists, he confronted Lu Shang, demanding accountability for the disturbance. Ignoring the man's hostility, Lu Shang remained composed, his demeanor calm yet focused. Driven by fury, the muscular man activated his chi, intending to strike down Lu Shang. With swift determination, he lunged forward, aiming to end the young participant's life. However, to his surprise, Lu Shang merely tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion clouding his features. With remarkable agility, Lu Shang effortlessly dodged the man's attack, his body moving with grace and precision. Unfazed, he maintained his casual stance, hands still nestled in his pockets. In one fluid motion, Lu Shang countered with a powerful kick, sending the assailant hurtling through the air. The impact echoed through the arena as the burly man's body collided with the stairs, the force of the blow shattering the steps into pieces. The spectators gasped in disbelief at the sheer strength displayed by Lu Shang's kick. The once imposing figure lay unconscious, sprawled amidst the debris. A hush fell over the crowd as they turned their attention to the fallen man, their astonishment palpable. It seemed unfathomable that such a formidable adversary could be defeated by a simple kick. Unperturbed by the commotion, Lu Shang calmly turned on his heel, his eyes scanning the arena as he descended towards the stage. With a nonchalant air, he addressed the unconscious man, questioning his motives for instigating trouble. He admonished the use of qi as a means of aggression, asserting that it only served to perpetuate violence. As Lu Shang stepped onto the stage, hands casually tucked into his pockets, he searched for his next opponent. Confusion clouded his features as he realized that his adversary had yet to make an appearance. Turning to Jian He, the announcer, he inquired about the delay, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. Jiang He, holding the microphone with one hand, scanned the audience, calling out for Zhang Long from Nanlong Martial School. Despite repeated calls, there was no response from the absent participant. With a stern expression, Jiang He warned Zhang Long that failure to appear would result in forfeiture. A bystander caught the attention of Lu Shang and Jiang He, pointing towards the side with trembling fingers. With a shaky voice, he revealed that the individual sent flying by Lu Shang was none other than Zhang Long himself. Jiang He's gaze shifted towards the unconscious figure on the stairs, a decision forming in his mind. Concluding that further competition was unnecessary, Jiang He declared Lu Shang as the victor of the round. Lu Shang sighed inwardly, his thoughts swirling with surprise at the swift turn of events. With the third round of selection swiftly concluded, only the top 100 contenders remained, poised to battle for a coveted spot in the final round. As the matches resumed, the arena erupted with renewed energy. An orange-haired student unleashed a powerful elbow strike, sending his opponent hurtling out of the ring. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the victorious combatant claimed his triumph. Meanwhile, a short-haired student delivered a decisive punch to his adversary's face, securing another victory for himself. With each bout, the competition intensified, each participant striving to prove their worthiness in the pursuit of victory. As Lu Shang effortlessly dispatched his opponent, sending him tumbling out of the ring with a single punch, the crowd erupted into cheers. The referee wasted no time in raising Lu Shang's hand in victory, signaling his advancement to the next round. The audience marveled at the display of strength and skill exhibited by the young fighter. Among the spectators, a man with striking orange hair stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. Turning to his companion, Wang Xian, he remarked on Lu Shang's impressive power, noting that he hailed from the renowned Seven Saints School. With a hint of concern, he cautioned Wang Xian about the formidable opponent they were witnessing. The man lowered his head slightly, his eyes never leaving Lu Shang's form as he recounted the defeat of Yu Jinghong, a formidable competitor who had ranked among the top 20. He warned Wang Xian that challenging Lu Shang would be a daunting task, as few could match his strength and skill. In response, Wang Xian grasped the rope of his sword tightly, determination shining in his eyes. He assured his companion that he would give his all in the upcoming match, but he also hinted at a secret weapon, a special card crafted by their master. This card, he explained, had been designed specifically for Wang Xian to confront the Extreme Twins and Chaoyue Saint. The man emphasized the significance of Lu Shang's power, likening it to that of the formidable Extreme Twins and Chaoyue Saint Miao. He urged Wang Xian not to underestimate his opponent, encouraging him to use the special card if necessary. Despite the daunting challenge ahead, he reassured Wang Xian that victory was still within reach, offering words of encouragement to bolster his confidence. Meanwhile, in the stands, Lian Jibei, Chao Qian, and Chao Qing observed Lu Shang's fight with keen interest. Lian Jibei, hands clasped behind his back, remarked on Lu Shang's undeniable talent, drawing the attention of his companions. Together, they turned their gaze towards the stage, their curiosity piqued by the emerging contender's prowess. With a piercing gaze, Lian Jibei turned his head slightly, his expression etched with a sense of intensity. He spoke with a hint of malice, remarking on the talent displayed by Lu Shang. However, his words carried an ominous undertone as he insinuated that Lu Shang's prowess served as a valuable asset. He suggested that if only they had Zhang Yu from the Chaoyue Saint School, the pressure on them would be significantly lower in the tournament. Lian Jibei elaborated, likening Lu Shang to an excellent sharpening stone, implying that his presence could potentially elevate them to mastery. Chao Qian and Chao Qing couldn't contain their elation upon hearing Lian Jibei's words. Their expressions shifted to ones of joy as they exchanged glances and smiles with each other, basking in the notion of a brighter future thanks to Lu Shang's presence. Meanwhile, a girl with blue hair watched Lu Shang's fight with a sense of trepidation. The sheer power emanating from Lu Shang filled her with fear, causing her to shrink back. Her brother, noticing her distress, turned to her, his fist clenched tightly. He urged her to cast aside her pessimism, reminding her that while Lu Shang possessed considerable strength, he was no match for their abilities. However, his reassurances fell short as the girl's anxiety only intensified at the sight of Lu Shang's overwhelming spiritual energy. She expressed her fear to her brother, admitting her lack of confidence. With trembling hands pressed against her face, she prayed silently, hoping to avoid facing Lu Shang in battle, even if it meant accepting defeat to spare herself from embarrassment. As hours passed, anticipation hung heavy in the air as Jiang He addressed the audience, signaling the start of the 7th round of the martial arts tournament. He announced that the victor of this round would secure a coveted place among the top 10 fighters in the country. Stepping onto the stage, Lu Shang was taken aback to find his opponent to be Wang Xian. Realization dawned upon him as he recognized Wang Xian as a fellow graduate of the prestigious Seven Saint School. With an air of nonchalance, Lu Shang casually strolled towards Wang Xian, his hands tucked comfortably in his pockets. He quipped about the need for a friendlier approach this time, but Wang Xian remained stoic, crossing his arms in silence. Observing Wang Xian's demeanor, Lu Shang couldn't help but wonder about his thoughts. Wang Xian, on the other hand, regarded Lu Shang with a mix of respect and calculation. In his mind, he likened Lu Shang to the demon king of the great academy of the Seven Saints. He contemplated the potential impact their encounter would have on his reputation, but quickly dismissed such concerns. To Wang Xian, reputation was merely a byproduct of power, and the true measure of strength was yet to be determined. As the referee signaled the start of the fight, Lu Shang and Wang Xian squared off, their eyes locked in a silent exchange of determination. Lu Shang, ever the courteous combatant, invited Wang Xian to make the first move, a gesture of respect towards a fellow martial artist. Wang Xian, fueled by a desire to prove himself, revealed his impressive background as a former leader on the Seven Saints leaderboard for 2 consecutive years. Lu Shang, visibly impressed, offered his admiration with a thumbs up and a genuine smile. Encouraging Wang Xian to give his all, Lu Shang emphasized the importance of using full power in their duel. In response, Wang Xian gritted his teeth, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. Unsheathing his sword, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping his body in a powerful aura. With determination etched into his features, Wang Xian declared his readiness to commence the battle. With a flourish, Wang Xian brandished his sword, the blade pulsating with golden energy. The sheer force emanating from the weapon left the onlookers awestruck, their murmurs of disbelief echoing throughout the arena. Witnessing the spectacle, bystanders marveled at the unprecedented level of power displayed by Wang Xian's sword. Some among the crowd speculated about the extent of Wang Xian's prowess, comparing it to that of a level 6 peak warrior. Others went even further, suggesting that his abilities bordered on the realm of complete mastery. The sheer magnitude of Wang Xian's power left everyone in attendance questioning the limits of his capabilities, unable to comprehend the depths of his strength. As Wang Xian's powerful aura radiated outwards, it soon reached the trio of Lin Jibei, Chao Qian, and Chao Qing, leaving them astonished. Lin Jibei instinctively shielded his face with his arm, pondering whether Wang Xian had unleashed some hidden technique to temporarily amplify his strength. However, he quickly deduced that such an explosive surge would likely render Wang Xian unable to continue fighting beyond this battle. Meanwhile, Chao Qian's gaze remained fixed on the stage, a smile playing on his lips. He remarked to Lin Jibei that Wang Xian's power surge was akin to their own maximum efforts. Alongside Chao Qing, they pondered how Lu Shang would confront this formidable display. Amidst the tension, Wang Xian, enveloped in his surging energy, made his move. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, the blade transformed into a colossal wave of energy as he charged towards Lu Shang with incredible speed. Locking eyes with his opponent, Wang Xian explained his utilization of the Burning Blood secret technique, which augmented his strength by over 50%. Though it would temporarily deplete his stamina, Wang Xian deemed it worthwhile to employ against Lu Shang. As Wang Xian closed the distance, the energy radiating from his sword intensified, growing larger with each passing moment. This technique, known as the triple frenzy cut of Burning Blood Furious Wave, was a testament to Wang Xian's determination and resolve. In response to Wang Xian's ferocious advance, Lu Shang remained remarkably composed. With an air of casual indifference, he simply tucked his hands deeper into his pockets and continued to walk towards the impending onslaught. Observing Lu Shang's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the referee panicked, extending his hand towards Wang Xian in a desperate plea for him to halt his attack. The tension in the arena reached a fever pitch as the clash between these two formidable fighters loomed on the horizon. Wang Xian's attack surged forward with alarming speed, the blade of his sword inching closer to Lu Shang's face. In a surprising turn, Wang Xian pleaded with Lu Shang, asking for the opportunity to claim victory. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Lu Shang calmly intercepted it with just 2 fingers of his hand. A profound transformation swept over Lu Shang's body as it began to emit a vibrant blue spiritual energy. Wang Xian could only watch in disbelief as he tried to comprehend the sudden shift in the dynamics of the battle. His mind raced with questions, unable to grasp the source of Lu Shang's newfound power. With a surge of momentum, Lu Shang advanced towards Wang Xian, his clenched fist poised for action. Reminding Wang Xian of his earlier encouragement to unleash his full potential, Lu Shang delivered a powerful blow to Wang Xian's chest, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. As Wang Xian lay on the ground, trembling with the aftermath of the impact, Lu Shang questioned his inability to comprehend such a simple concept as an eagle attacking a rabbit with all its might. Despite his victory, Lu Shang offered Wang Xian another chance, urging him to tap into any secret techniques or special abilities he possessed to unlock his true potential. Struggling to rise to his feet, Wang Xian placed a trembling hand on his chest, his teeth clenched in agony. With the last remnants of his strength, he managed to open one eye, bewildered by the outcome despite having expended all of his power. Within moments, the toll of the battle proved too much for Wang Xian to bear as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his injuries too severe to ignore. As Lu Shang turned away from his fallen opponent, the referee made the official announcement to the audience, declaring Lu Shang as the victor of the fiercely contested fight.